System presents Lila Mack's Let's Pretenders. To the beloved music of fairy tales, once more the Columbia Broadcasting System invites young and old to join us in another visit to the magical land of make-believe. But before we start, here are two things for you to bear in mind. At the end of today's story, we have a most charming guest with us who brings you an important message. And then there's a special announcement about Let's Pretend, which you'll want to hear and remember. So be sure to stay tuned in until the very end of the program. And now, ladies and gentlemen, take over.
Thank you, Mr. Conover.
What's the story for today, Miss Secretary?
Well, let's read the letter that tells us. Here it is. Dear Pretenders, our whole family are grateful to you for the pleasure and entertainment you bring to us. All your stories are delightful, but we have our most special favorite. Can you let us hear it? It's Princess Moonbeam, and how happy we'll be if you'll do it for us. Thank you.
Oh, Princess Moonbeam is a grand story.
It certainly is. Well, how about it, Pretender? Shall we play it? All right. Paul Porter, Jr., I believe it's your turn to say how we'll travel to the land of make-believe.
How about a flock of lions and tigers?
Real wild ones?
Roars, snarls, and everything.
Well, okay. Every man for himself, and here they come. 1, 2, 3. Hi, Leo. Hold that tiger. Come on, Beth. Look out, Pony.
I'm home. Where are you? Here I am, honorable husband. Here.
Oh, but why do you hide in the shadow of the bamboos, little wife?
It is not that I hide, Yankai.
And what is it?
It is because from here I can see the soft white peaks of piling mountains. And besides, it's soon time for the moon to rise. And then it's all so beautiful.
Oh, true, little Hatsu. But look, here am I, your husband, come home from a hard day of work in the rice field. I'm hungry. Come, where's my supper?
It is prepared, honorable husband. Forgive me. I did not know the hour was so late.
Dreaming again, Hatsu? And not happy dreams, I fear. Your eyes are very sad. What troubles thy heart, my wife?
Oh, Yankai, there's no use pretending. You know why my heart is heavy. I'm lonely for a baby to come to our house. Why? Why should we be denied this greatest of heaven's blessings?
Oh, Hatsu, I do not know. I only know that a little one here beside us would be more welcome to me than the cherry blossoms in the spring. Dearer than all the jewels of the emperor.
Yankai, I know you grieve too. Forgive me for being so selfish. I'll try not to distress you anymore with my tears. Oh, Yankai, look.
What is it, my dear?
The moon. See, it floats up through the sky.
See the snow on Pailing. It has turned to fairly silver in the moonlight. See how it glitters and gleams.
Look, my husband. There seems to be a path of shimmering silver from the Lady of the Moon right straight to the snow-capped peaks of the mountains.
There does indeed. I've never seen it more beautiful.
Do you know, my husband, somehow when the silver moon rides high in the sky, it is then I am most happy. Why should that be so?
I cannot say, Hatsu. But come, let us have our supper. And to cheer us up a bit, perhaps a wee drop of sake with our rice. How about it, shall we?
Yes, Yankai. And I will not be sad.
Excellent. And who knows, my sweet? Perhaps someday the gods will hear your prayers and bless us with a tiny little baby of our own.
Amen to that, my husband. Amen.
Moonray, come here.
Yes, Mother Moon. How may I serve your Highness?
Where is my daughter, the Princess Moonbeam?
I'm not sure, your Highness, but I think she's playing with a dog star along the Milky Way somewhere.
Let 3 shooting stars fall in quick succession, and she will come to me then.
Yes, Your Majesty. is done, Majesty.
Thank you. And Moonray, send some of your extra rays to touch those clouds above the lake with silver. There isn't quite enough on them.
Yes, Majesty, Moon Mother. Here is the Princess Moonbeam, Your Highness.
Oh, Moon Mother. I saw the signal of the shooting stars, and I knew you wanted me.
Yes, my sweet Moonbeam. Stand here close to me, for I'm going to glide through these fluffy clouds, and I want you to hear what I have to say.
Yes, Mother. I'll put my arm around you and glide with you.
My sweet daughter, for months and months I have looked down upon the mortal earth below us and watched the people there in their hurrying and scurrying about.
I have too, Mother dear. And is it because our light isn't as strong as the Sun Emperor that I can't see many smiling faces, or aren't they really happy?
You are really happy, my daughter. But I have watched one little couple particularly, Yankai and Hatsu by name. They are very dear to me.
Why, Moon Mother?
Because they love children so, and they have none of their own.
Oh, that's really too bad. Oh, that cloud almost separated us for a moment. Please tell me more about Yankai and Hatsu.
They would love a child, and that is what I want to talk to you about.
To me, Mother?
Yes. Though you are dearer to me than anything else I possess, it is my wish that you become mortal for a span of years, descend to the earth and make these people happy, comfort them, be their own child until I come for you. Will you do that?
Why, yes, Mother Moon. If you wish me to, I will.
It will be a happy adventure for you, my dear little princess. You will be changed to a mortal baby. You shall grow into lovely womanhood. Then, too, you will enrich their lives, and they will be content.
But won't they be so very sad when I shall leave?
I've thought of that, my dear. And here is my answer. Are people sad in the dark of the moon when I am on the other side of the world?
No, because they know you'll come to them again.
Exactly. How much better to have had the silvery light of the moon for a little while than never to know its beauty. And though they may lose its shimmering light, then in tender memories they cherish me until I come to them again. And so it will be with you. To have you and love you will be so much better for them than never knowing the love of a child. And when you have gone away, they too will know that someday, high up above their mortal world, they will be united with you again.
But, Mother, you say I shall stay until I'm a grown woman.
Yes, my dear.
Isn't that an awfully long time to be away from you?
As they measure time, yes. But how long have we shone over their village? How long have the stars twinkled in this sky?
Without beginning or without end, Moon Mother.
Then what can one span of human life matter to us, my little princess? We have already learned that life goes on and on like the stars. I will search you out each month when I ride high in the sky, and you will find the silver path that leads to me. And it is then that we shall touch hands without speaking, for there is no need to speak.
I'll go gladly, Moon Mother, and do all that I can to make them happy.
Very well. Soon Hatsu will come out of their little bamboo hut and pray to me. Then I shall put all my power into silvery light, and she will understand my answer. Then you, as a tiny mortal baby, will descend on the path of moonbeams to the top of Mount Pai Ling, and they will find you there, wrapped in silver gossamer and smiling, ready to be welcomed into their lives. Listen, I think Hatsu is speaking now.
Our house is dark without a baby's smile. Our hearts are dead without a baby's laughter. Grant me this prayer. Send to me a little child that we may love and cherish and serve. Oh, honorable Lady of the Moon, hear me.
Now is the time, my sweet.
Oh, Yankai! Yankai, come quickly, quickly!
What has happened?
A miracle. Look, again I stole out in the night to pray to the Lady of the Moon. I prayed earnestly, and then, see what is happening. The moon seemed to stop between the clouds. The moonbeams shimmered, blended and finally formed themselves into a path of silver light. You see it? Look, it falls straight into the forest there near the brook. See?
I see the path of silver, little wife, but nothing else. The moon is full tonight and very bright. That is all I see.
Oh, no, there is more. Come with me quickly. This time it's different. I know it. Let's follow the moonbeam path.
Wait, little wife. It's dark in the forest. Wait for me.
Look. In Kyle, look.
Where? What is it?
Here. Here in the branches of a bamboo tree. Oh, my husband. Careful.
Look. A baby.
The most beautiful baby I've ever seen.
Oh, my little one. Look at her wrappings. They are of moon film. Her eyes are like the stars in the purple sky. Oh, dainty little being. Who are you?
I am Princess Moonbeam.
Princess Moonbeam, my darling. And how is it you speak?
Because I come from the ageless celestial kingdom.
But how came you here, my precious little one?
In answer to your prayers, Mother.
You mean then that you beautiful one, you are to be our very own child?
Yes, sir, Father. I don't know how long I'm to stay, but now, will you take me home? Why, little Mother Hatsu, why do you look so sad?
There is no use in denying it, daughter. For years, ever since you came to us, we have known that you were only loan to us. And now that you're a grown maiden, we feel that you may disappear as you came. And we dread the time when you must go.
Are you sorry that I came to you? Would you rather never have had me here?
Would someone blind now regret that he once had eyes to see the flowers, the sky, the stars?
Oh, no, my darling. It's as your father said it. You have brought a lasting happiness that will warm our hearts always. And even though we knew that you were only loan to us, after all, isn't everything we have in this life just loan?
We shall keep you as long as we are permitted, my princess. And when the time comes that you must go, we shall be as brave as we can. But always grateful for this blessing. What? Listen. I hear the sound of many horses.
What? Oh, look, Moonbeam. It's the Emperor's retinue. Oh, young Kai. I suppose it's really His Majesty dressing this thing?
Must be.
Oh, we've stopped. Young Kai, a page is coming into the yard. Quickly see what he wants. His Imperial Majesty commands a word with you.
Enter. You do our humble house great honor. How may we serve you?
His Imperial Majesty and ruler of your kingdom is weary from a long day of travel. He asks for a cup of tea and a place sheltered from the sun where he may rest. We are indeed honored. Moonbeam, stop the charcoal fire under the kettle. Young Kai, carry fresh mats down to the crane by the spring. Page, tell our Emperor he does our home great honor. Yes, madam.
Look at your mother, Moonbeam. She's trying to be 10 places at once.
Oh, really, the Emperor? There's the match, Young Kai. Is the fire going nicely, Moonbeam?
Yes, Mother. The kettle is already boiling. It'll only take a second.
Oh, lucky for us that only today I've made fresh rice. The tea is ready, Mother.
Shall I take it out?
Oh, wait, here. Here's a tray. Put the tea on it.
Yes.
There. Here the rice and almond tea cake. Oh, wait. Put the bowl of kumquats and tangerines on it.
All right.
And here, a bit of sake in case you would want it. Now, then, is everything there?
I think so.
Kumquats, cheese. All right, then help me. Open the door and come along.
Oh, he's there already. Father arrived just in time. Oh, look, Mother Hatsu. He's very handsome.
He'll hear you. Shall make your prettiest curtsy as we approach.
Well then, madam, you're indeed prompt. That tea smells good.
Most Imperial Emperor. My thanks.
It's jasmine scented, isn't it?
Yes, sire.
Counselor, we were fortunate to select this house.
It isn't every day one finds tea like this along the way.
Quite right, sire.
It is we who are fortunate, most Imperial Emperor.
Moonbeam, serve the rice cakes. Yes, Mother. Most Imperial Emperor, will you have some rice cakes? They're really very good. Mother made them only today.
Moonbeam, that is not the proper way to address Your Majesty.
Oh, but why not? They are fresh today, aren't they?
Most Imperial Majesty, forgive her. She is not versed in addressing royalty.
Not as well as I'm used to being addressed by them. Why, what is it? What are you looking at, Your Majesty?
This is the most beautiful creature I have ever seen. Who are you? Where did you come from?
She is our daughter, sire.
She is too beautiful to be mortal.
Well, you see, sire,
Emperor.
Yes, sire.
Where was this girl when I sent couriers all over the kingdom to find the most beautiful women in my empire?
Why, sire, we never dreamed that so poor a hut could house such beauty. We didn't stop here.
What is your name, father?
I am called Yenkai. This is my wife, Hatsu, and this is our daughter, Moonbeam.
A fitting name for one so lovely. Well, Moonbeam, let us not waste words. I have long searched for one who could inspire me to love. For years we have sought for one worthy of the title of Empress of my kingdom. In a word, you are that woman. I offer you marriage.
Thank you very much, Imperial Majesty.
Don't say another word. I know you must be overwhelmed that the Emperor offers marriage. But your beauty makes it possible for me to be so generous. Now then, when will you be ready to come to the palace for the wedding ceremony?
Never, Your Majesty.
What's that?
Moonbeam, you're forgetting. You are addressing the Emperor himself.
Yes, daughter. Please watch your words and think twice before you speak.
Never mind the ceremony. Just explain what you meant by never.
I have addressed you properly, Imperial Majesty, so that I might please my Earth Father and Mother. But you're speaking to the Princess of the Moon.
Princess of the Moon, eh? And do you think that a higher rank than Imperial Majesty?
Of course, my friend. For my mother, the Lady of the Moon, rules the celestial kingdom, the kingdom of the sun, the planets, and the stars.
Why, this is ridiculous. You mean to say you have a greater army than mine?
We have no armies at all, Emperor.
That's what I thought. A kingdom without an army. Just who sees that your commands are obeyed? Who enforces your laws?
I doubt if you understand. But our laws work for themselves, because they're guided by the principle of eternity. And you see, we of the celestial kingdom, as well as you, are a part of the principle.
I don't believe it.
It's the greatest truth of all.
Well, never mind that. I do understand that you are too lovely to be a mortal woman. But what are you doing here?
Your Majesty, we, Hatsu and I, can explain that.
Oh, I'd forgotten you were here. Well, then, speak. Tell me.
Your Majesty, we wanted a child of our own.
And many years ago, each day, Hatsu would earnestly pray to the Lady of the Moon to send us one.
And one night, when the moon was high over Mount Pauline, she answered my prayer. And the little princess came down to us in a path of silver to be our greatest joy and happiness.
Well, then, if that is true, she will be returning to her own kingdom someday, won't she?
Yes, Your Majesty. It's decreed that someday my moon mother will glide softly down the silver path, and I'll return with her.
Well, then, what becomes of you, Yenkai, and you, Hatsu?
We have always known she was only loaned to us.
And the memories of her devotion will warm our hearts and enrich all the years of our lives.
Well, I won't have it. This is my kingdom. I rule over it. You will obey me as everyone else does. Never in my life have I wanted anything so much. You send for your celestial mother and tell her I want you to be my wife.
It will do no good, Emperor. Even you cannot change decrees of the divine.
We'll see about that. Counselor.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Go to the road. Give orders to the soldiers that the hunt is postponed. March them in here and surround the house. Send runners to the palace for more soldiers. This girl is to be guarded. And no one, mind you, no one is to leave or enter the grounds under any circumstances. You understand?
Yes, sire.
Then see to it at once. And quickly, too. I want the house surrounded and the soldiers stationed at their posts before dark. So, tell the captain I want a special guard.
I'm afraid, Yenkai.
I, too, feel as if something I know not what is about to happen.
Don't be afraid, Mother Hatsu. I know that we're not in danger.
The moon is just coming over Mount Pauline.
It is brighter than usual tonight.
Do you see that silver path beginning to form?
Yes. Moonbeam, what does that mean?
Does that mean your moon mother comes for you tonight, my daughter?
I'm sure it does, my father.
Moonbeam.
Don't cry, little Mother Hotspur.
But you are crying too, Moonbeam.
Only because I can't bear to see you unhappy.
There she is. The Lady of the Moon.
Mother. Oh, Mother.
Yes, my daughter. I am here. It is time for your return. Dear Hotsu and Yenkai, do not grieve. We shall meet again, dear Earth parents of my princess. Each month when the moon is full, we shall float through the sky, Moonbeam and I. I will cover this little cottage with silver rays, and that will be her message of eternal love to both of you.
What is going on here? Who dares to enter these grounds without my permission?
I ask permission from no one, Emperor.
Who dares to say that to me?
The Lady of the Moon.
The very person I'm looking for. Soldiers, surround this person. Arrest her. Well, why don't you obey me?
Because for the time being, Emperor, they are turned to stone.
You can't do this. I want this princess to be my wife, and I intend to have her.
Do you think by wanting something, Emperor, it is yours? You believe that might is right and no power is strong enough to resist it?
And I've proven it.
Just for a brief moment in the span of your life, my tyrant. This princess is not mortal. She is of another world. Just as courage and honor are universal, so is the love she has brought these earth parents. And you can't kill things like that. They live on and on to glorify and point the way toward the brotherhood of man, to encourage those who will carry the lamp of progress long after you are dust. Come, my daughter.
I command that you release... what's the matter? I can't move. I can't breathe.
Because you too are turning to stone like your heart and these other soldiers.
I can't speak.
And this way you will remain, mortal man, until you learn that even you cannot change the course of the stars or stem the tides that will rise to defeat you. Are you ready, Moonbeam?
Yes, Mother. Goodbye, Earth Father.
We shall meet again. Goodbye, dear little Earth Mother Hotspur.
She's gone. And look, teardrops have fallen from her lovely eyes upon my hand. Oh, my Moonbeam, we shall miss you. But we are grateful for having you as long as we did.
You are right, Yenkai. All our lives will be better for having had this sweet little Moonbeam to love and... Oh, look, Yenkai. Look.
What is it?
Your hand, where the teardrops were. Look how they shimmer and fade and glisten there.
I see. They have changed. They have wings. And there. They fly into the air.
There are two more. And more. The night is filled with Moonbeam's teardrops. What can it mean?
Moonbeam's teardrops have been changed into little silver fireflies that twinkle through the night. They tell us she is thinking of us and sending us messages of love.
And always they shall be called fireflies. And the love of Moonbeam will live on forever.
And so ends another chapter of Let's Pretend. And the story of the Princess Moonbeam has come to life. Was it your favorite? If not, write to Let's Pretend, and we'll try to make your favorite story come true. If you'd like to see this famous group broadcast, write for passes. Address all mail to Let's Pretend, care of the Columbia Broadcasting System, New York City. And now for our charming visitor who has an important message for you. It's my pleasure to introduce a beloved personality of radio and stage, the National Director of Children's Radio Programs for the Office of Civilian Defense, Miss Dorothy Gordon.
Hello, boys and girls.
I feel guilty to take 1 second away from today's lovely story. And yet, I know that all of you want to do everything you possibly can to help us win the war. That's why I stole 3 minutes out of Let's Pretend to tell you of a job that you can do. Of course, you all know that we're at war with horrible men, Hitler and the Japanese. These men are just like those giants of old, the ones that put on their 7-league boots and stepped into everyone's country and grabbed up everything. They are like the emperor in today's story, who thought that whatever he wanted, he had a right to take. These men are like the giant that Jack killed, who wanted to keep the gold and the music and the food of the world all to himself. You remember how he robbed everybody and made them afraid? Jack just had to kill him to make people free again. And that's our job. We, the United Nations, will have to get rid of those terrible men who are robbing the world of freedom and happiness. To do that, we have to work together and help our government in every way. We'll have to give up lots of things that we would like to have so that we can win and then have all the things we need and want. America is the land of the free. People have come here from all over the world because here they found a country where they could have whatever religion they wanted, where they could work at any trade, where they could get an education, where they could live happily with their families. There are in America today 10 million men and women who have come from different parts of the world who have never as yet learned how to speak English. It isn't that they don't love America, or they do very much, but many of them found it difficult to learn another language after they were grown up. However, these 10 million people have several million children who go to school here and who do know how to speak English. Some of you boys and girls listening in this moment may be the children of those foreign language-speaking people, or you may be a relative, or you may be just a friend. Now, you boys and girls can help a great deal by explaining things to the men and women who do not speak English. For instance, tell them that every time anyone turns a wheel in unnecessary driving, they are turning the wheel against our soldiers and in favor of Hitler. Tell them that they are not to pay any attention to people who say, there's enough gas to go around. The reason gasoline is being rationed all over the country is because no gas means no driving. No driving saves rubber. And the Army and the Navy must have rubber for their work to win the war. And there's another thing. I know that you boys and girls, just as most of us, like whipped cream on your cake. Well, we cannot get cream for whipping. Why? Because heavy whipping cream makes butter and milk powder. We need a lot of butter and a lot of milk powder to feed our Army and Navy. So, you'll just give up your Charlotte Roosters and heavy cream desserts and other things as time goes on, because you boys and girls want to be the Jacks who will help rid the world of the terrible giants so that we can all be happy and free.
Thank you, Dorothy Gordon, for speaking with us today. And now the pretenders identify themselves as the players in the story of Princess Moonbeam. The secretary of our letter department,
Gwen Davies.
The Princess Moonbeam,
Sybil Trent.
the Moon Mother,
Miriam Wolfe.
the servant Moon Ray,
Betty Jane Tyler.
Yen Kai,
Kingsley Colton.
Hatsu,
Trisha Ryan.
the Emperor,
Arthur Anderson.
his page,
Paul Porter Jr.
his royal counselor,
Bill Whitson.
and studio technician for Let's Pretend, Fred Henderson. These stories are dramatized and produced under the direction of Nyla Mack.
The American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
Halt the troop, Sergeant Ordway.
Yes, sir. Troop! Halt! Troop! Halt!
Now, this is a rest stop. Take half an hour. Ordway, get my map case. Bring Pryor back with you.
Yes, sir.
Captain, this rapid pace is not good on the feet of unshod horses.
And hard on the riders, Charbonneau, but there's no help for it. We're short on time.
But soon we enter the Lemhi country. We will have to slow down or kill off the horses.
Wonder if we can't avoid the Lemhi Pass this time. Take a tip from the buffalo. Their trails seem to run to the southeast.
That is good, sir. Only yesterday, Sacagawea was saying we should follow the buffalo.
Janie said that? How does she know?
As a young maiden, she came here often with her people to dig roots. She knows this country.
Where is she?
With the baby. The rapid riders upset him in the stomach. Sacagawea makes him a more comfortable listener.
Suppose you do that. Send her to me.
Yes, sir.
The chart, sir.
Pryor reporting, sir.
Yes. Now, both of you take a look at this map. We're right about here, 2 days south from Traveler's Rest. Almost to where East Fork Creek cuts into the Bitterroot River.
We camped here last fall. We were saying then that the worst was over, only it wasn't.
Captain Clark, if we're going to make it through the Lemhi country, we better rest the horses longer than half an hour.
You wish to see me, Captain?
Well, how's little Pompey? You need something to settle his stomach?
He's sleeping. He will be all right.
Charbonneau says you know this country.
Well, here I've found the roots that taste like your carrot.
Now, look at this map, Janie. If we keep on south, we'll have to travel two sides of a triangle.
Triangle? What is a triangle, sir?
A figure with three sides. Look, south from here to where we came out of the pass last year. That's one side.
One side.
Now we turn due east through the pass to the cache at the headwaters of the Jefferson. That's the second side.
Oh, now I understand. It is shorter if you go this way, the third side.
What kind of a trail is it, Janie? Is it difficult?
Oh, it is very pretty. The buffalo always choose easy trails.
Good. Shallow water just ahead, if my memory serves. We'll ford the river and take the next buffalo trail bearing to the southeast.
There is much peril, Captain. The southeast goes into Crow country. The Crow people like to steal. They like to kill.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 11, Clark and the Horse Thieves. July 5, 1806. William Clark, with two-thirds of the Lewis and Clark Corps of Discovery, moved toward the headwaters of the Jefferson River in what is now southwestern Montana. His partner, Meriwether Lewis, led the rest of the Corps into northern Montana to explore Marias River. Clark would follow the Jefferson to Three Forks, where Sergeant Ordway would take 9 men down the Missouri to the Great Falls, where he would make a portage, then meet Lewis at the union of the Missouri and the Marias. The combined party would move on to where the Missouri met the Yellowstone, on the border between present-day Montana and North Dakota. Clark, meanwhile, would go east to the Yellowstone and follow its curving course to that common point of rendezvous, the Yellowstone and Missouri. Essentially, Lewis was making a semicircle to the northeast, Clark to the southeast, and Sergeant Ordway in between. All three, in acquiring vital geographical information, were risking their lives by traveling in groups so small that they invited attack by hostile Indians.
If we rode with danger, we also rode with beauty. The country that required constant alertness also displayed gently rolling hills covered with the bright bloom of wildflowers and small plains areas that looked like parklands. Every forested glade we passed could have been a hiding place for savages, planning our extermination.
Captain, I was figuring we're about half a day from the cache. You want me to take out a hunting party and get us some meat and set up camp there?
What's your hurry, Ordway?
Oh, No hurry, sir.
Could it be you remember that cache has tobacco in it?
I admit it, sir. I'm dying for a chaw. Except for a whiff or two on a peace pipe, not a man jack of us had tobacco for 6 months.
Go ahead. Take Shannon, Willard, and York with you. Keep a sharp eye out for hostiles.
Yes, sir.
We pushed on, moving at a slow pace to save the horses. Something would have to be done about resting them and then protecting their hoofs against the prickly pear they would soon encounter. I had seen Indian ponies wearing overshoes made of buffalo hide. Perhaps if Ordway and the hunters were lucky enough to bring in buffalo, we could make shoes for our suffering animals. Along toward the end of the day, we reached our destination, the cache. 2 buffalo were cooking over the fires, and our canoes of last year had been recovered.
Over here, Captain Clark. Over here, sir.
Halt! Halt! Now, let's get those horses unloaded.
Canoes are in fair shape, sir. A little work and they'll be ready.
All right. Windsor, sharp on O. Take the first watch. Ordway, get a shovel. We'll take a look at that cache.
Yes, sir. Follow me, Captain.
Slowly, Sergeant, slowly.
Excuse me for being in a hurry, sir. But all day I've been thinking how good it'll be to have my face filled with some good old Virginia.
Don't hope too much. Perhaps water got in and spoiled it all.
Oh, don't say that, sir. Well, here we are, sir. You really think it'll be spoiled? This is high ground, sir.
Save your breath and dig. I didn't tell him that I was as interested as he was in the tobacco. I let him dig, watching how carefully he exposed the contents of the hole, protected by a layer of pine boughs and a heavy tarpaulin. I had Private Gibson get in the hole and pass out the stored articles. Out came notes and specimens carefully wrapped. Lead canisters of powder, spare tools.
All looks to be in fair shape, sir. Say, what's this? Tobacco?
Well, now, Sergeant, I imagine it is. Except for men on watch, all tobacco users, front and center.
Look out now, don't shove.
Hey, York, get your big foot off of mine.
Keep your feet out of the way, boy. Stop trying to make footprints for me.
Me make prints for you. Only an elephant can do that.
All right, line up. Stop shoving, Shannon.
Who's shoving, Sergeant?
Quiet, listen. Now listen.
All right, quiet.
This is the way it'll be with the tobacco. 2 feet to each man, including Captain Lewis's detail when we meet him. After, we put aside 1/3 for trading goods.
Want me to start cutting it, sir?
Pryor's studier with a knife. You hand it out.
Yes, sir.
Some of the men bit off chaws the moment they received their tobacco. Others waited until after the evening meal, as I did. I filled my pipe, took a long pull, and was so dizzy I could hardly sit up.
What's the matter, Captain? Dizzy?
I'm not used to smoking anymore.
Everybody in camp's dizzy with it.
Maybe I'll put mine aside for now. Gotta have somebody in camp with his wits about him.
Yes, I thought of that, sir. No tobacco to the guards.
I sat back and watched the fire. I felt nervous, despite the fact that the horses seemed all right. The guards were alert, capable. Then I realized that in the morning I faced the necessity of dividing my command, even before Ordway took his party down the Missouri. Meriwether Lewis had helped plan that, just as he had everything else we'd done in over 2 years. Until now, we had shared all responsibilities. Now, I would have to bear it alone. Sergeant Pryor.
Yes, sir?
As soon as Ordway and Cruzat get through with minor repairs in the morning, I'll be taking the canoes downriver. Besides yourself, who are the best horse handlers in camp?
Oh, Shannon, for one, and Windsor's good.
All right, take them and Hall and Willard. Drive the horses to 3 forks where the Jefferson, Madison, and Gallatin rivers come together to form the Missouri. You understand?
Yes, sir. 3 forks.
I'll meet you there with the boats in 3 to 4 days. We were on the river again. But it didn't seem the same river we had traveled before by oar, pole, tow rope. Now we glided effortlessly and rapidly with the current. In the space of a single day, we swept by 6 previous campsites. And 3 days after we had taken to the boats, we neared the 3 forks.
Smoke up ahead, Captain.
So I see. We'll approach with caution.
It is white man's fire, Captain.
Yeah, there's too much size for the Indian fire, huh?
Put the telescope on it, sir.
Mm-hmm. It's Pryor and the men. Ah, they're cooking supper.
Oh, we're right on time.
I can see some of the horses. Lay into shore, Ordway.
Yes, sir.
They beached the boats and got out to face a grinning Pryor and his detail. 6 deer were cooking over as many fires.
Well, what took you? We stopped to hunt and got up a meal for everybody, and still we've been here nigh on to 2 hours.
We had to go back to Fort Clatsop to pick up some blue beads you left.
Nate, we figured Injuns would have got you by now.
What Injuns?
The ones you ain't seen.
That's the way I like them.
The meat's looking mighty good.
Should be ready to eat.
Hey, York, what do you say we help dish up, no?
Sure thing, Charbonneau.
Any sign at all of Indians, Pryor?
Nothing.
Well, then I think I'm hungry. Let's eat.
No, I'm with you there.
The eating was mighty good. And to borrow a favorite phrase of Meriwether's, we fared sumptuously. Then, temporarily, we defeated swarms of mosquitoes by throwing enough green wood on the fires to make them smoke. The men relaxed with their tobacco, and for the first time in many months, I heard York sing.
Relaxing sound, that singing.
He sang a lot back home. Women used to sit around and listen.
I sure envy him that. Me, I had to chase after him.
Captain, here we are at the Missouri. When do I leave? In the morning?
That's right, with 9 men and the baggage. You should manage fine. Gas will meet you at the Great Falls with the trucks for the portage. Then you go down the Missouri to meet Captain Lewis at the Marias River.
Can I have Cruzat and Calder?
Yes. Anybody else?
Oh, you name the others, sir.
Well, Weiser, Collins, Willard, Howard, LePage, Potts, and Whitehouse. All of them are good in the boats. Now remember, you'll be in danger mostly on land. In camp or hunting, keep alert.
Anything you want me to say to Captain Lewis?
No, I'll write him tonight. After breakfast the next day, Ordway left. A little nervous, but with an outward show of confidence. He was on his own, and I hoped he would be all right. Pryor got the rest of us ready for the overland trek. All horses were now provided with tough buffalo hide overshoes.
49 horses, 1 colt, sir. All baggage loaded, and we're ready to move.
Fine. Where's Janie?
I passed the word. She's coming. Huh. Here she is now.
Sir?
You know the river called Yellowstone, Janie?
It is from the south and turns east, a fine river.
Southeast. Is that the direction for us?
To the mountains. Take pass. Yellowstone River is on other side.
How much time to go down the Yellowstone to the Missouri? 1 moon?
Maybe half a moon. First part, we maybe have trouble with Crow tribes.
Well, we better get started, Pryor.
Yes, sir.
We rode through country that continued to be a scenic delight. With plenty of game near at hand. We climbed by easy stages into the mountains, and Sacagawea located a pleasant pass which led us into the valley of the Yellowstone.
Captain, this is really easy traveling. I hope Ordway is having as easy a time of it.
And Captain Lewis up in Blackfoot country.
Yes, sir. Speaking of Injuns, so far not a hide nor hair of one. Hey, Charbonneau, where are all them Injuns Sacagawea said we'd run into?
Do you not feel them, Sergeant? Especially at night, huh? They're all around us.
Biding their time, I suppose. Waiting till they catch a sentry asleep.
We've been lucky. Perhaps they're afraid of our weapons.
You really believe they're all around, Charbonneau? Does Janie think so?
She hopes that seeing a woman and a child among us will make them realize we are a party of peace.
Captain, when we come to the river, do we stay on shore and follow it, or do we make dugouts?
Both. Staying in sight of each other. Half of the boats, half of the horses should be some insurance against attack.
Captain, I have found one of the roots like a carrot. I have pulled it for you.
Yeah, it sure looks like a carrot. Tonight I'll try to draw a picture of it for Captain Lewis.
Captain, look. Back in the pass. Smoke.
It is a crow signal smoke.
You sure?
But there is also answering smoke far ahead of us.
Well, I'll be danged. Over on the horizon.
Uh-huh. You see, Sergeant?
They have been following us for days.
That night, when we made our camp, I doubled the number of men on watch. I sat up much later than usual, straining eyes and ears for the sight or sound of hostiles. But nothing happened. I finally fell asleep, to be awakened by a grim Sergeant Pryor.
Captain?
Morning, Pryor.
There's 3 horses missing, sir.
But missing? You're sure they didn't stray?
Yes, sir. I found an Indian moccasin print. And the 3 were our best horses.
Didn't the sentries hear anything during the night?
Not a thing.
There was room for doubt about this first adroitly managed theft. It vanished in the developments for the next 2 nights. Each night, despite the most elaborate of precautions, 2 more horses disappeared. Again, the best animals. Attention began to communicate itself to the men. The idea of standing watch with all faculties alert and still unable to detect the thieves in action is very hard on morale. It made a man doubt himself.
I don't see how they got away with it. Right under my nose.
Many Indians steal horses, but with the crow, it is an art.
Don't they get some kind of medal for it?
It is called counting a coup. Stealing an enemy horse is second only to killing enemy warriors in battle.
Captain, river ahead.
The sight of water somehow was very welcome. Now we were not entirely dependent upon the horses for transportation. We would use dugouts and, of course, defend our horses to the utmost of our abilities because they represented money. When we reached the Mandan villages, we could use them to acquire many needed articles and services.
Captain, timber here is too small for canoes.
I'll keep moving. Send Bratton and Shields ahead to find us some good trees.
Yes, sir.
We found the timber, but it was barely thick enough. And the width and depth of our craft would be no more than 2 feet. We set up camp while trees were felled and the boats made from them. That night, we tried placing our horses between campground and the river.
Well, looks like them crows will have a tough time stealing anything tonight.
Make sure the guard is doubled.
Yes, sir. Huh. Old York's at the singing again. Must figure we're safe.
Well, maybe he's singing to keep up his courage. How long can you make those canoes?
28 feet.
2 by 28. Why don't we put them in tandems?
2 side by side. That's good. Give us stability.
York, shut up that noise.
You say shut up, boy?
If you got a gargle, do it down by the river.
You got no call to talk to me that way.
Just shut up or I'll stomp you.
Stop me? A rut like you?
York, Shannon, come over here.
Yes, sir.
Sir?
I'll make allowances, York. Shannon's nervous.
I sure am.
This valley's crawling with hostiles. Instead of fighting each other, why not try to get along? Keep alert. Listen for the enemy.
I'm sorry, York.
Me too. Got no business singing with hostiles out there. I'll listen.
Gotta catch them horse thieves.
The night seemed peaceful. The horses seemed calm. The watch was changed regularly without incident. Each man seemed alert. Then along toward dawn, there was an uproar of noise from the horses. I sent men to reinforce the watch, held others back for the defense of the camp, and built up the fires for light. Presently, order was restored among the horses. In the first of the daylight, Pryor trudged in.
Captain, them Indians stole 24 horses.
But how?
I don't know exactly. Shannon and Charbonneau are still chasing after him. I found this moccasin and a piece of Indian robe.
We lost 24. That leaves only 18.
That's right, sir. Looks like Charbonneau and Shannon coming this way now.
It was crows, Captain.
Big party, sir. Shannon and me, we were the sentinels. How they surprise us, I don't know. One moment, all quiet. Next, everything come at once. I think I wounded one of the thieves.
When the fuss started, they got the horses over that little rise to the east and ran them down the draw 3-4 miles away.
And there, the trail disappears.
It's rocky.
Oh, this settles it. We have to get these horses away before we lose them all.
Yes, sir.
Pryor, you and Shannon and Windsor are going to take them out of this country.
Sir?
Now, you three men know horses better than the rest of us. Drive them directly overland to the Mandan villages on the Missouri. Stay there with Chief Blackcat until we pick you up.
Catch that, Shannon?
Quite a job, but we'll make it.
We've got to make it. Go tell Windsor. We'll move out in an hour.
Toward mid-morning, Sergeant Pryor, Windsor, and Shannon rode out. The rest of the men stood and watched, most of them assured they would never see Pryor or Shannon or Windsor alive again. It was asking a lot of those three, sending them out into a country filled with Indians you couldn't see, Indians who wanted your horses. But there was no other way. Somebody had to do it. I tried to forget I was the one who issued that order. I moved about watching the men build the boats. 6 of them. You're coming right along.
Captain, you feel them 3 boys will be all right all alone with them horses?
I hope so.
Maybe if they keep on the move and sleep in turn.
Well, looks like we can put the tandem in the water tomorrow. Charbonneau, how's the larder?
Enough meat for another day, sir.
We pushed off early in the day. The current was strong, and our boats were swept along at a fast pace. We used paddles and tillers only for direction. By the end of that first day, we had logged 80 miles. The following day, gliding along at the same brisk pace, I spied an unusual rock formation looming downriver. It was like a tower above the plain, and the top of it, Sacagawea saw it too.
Look, Capitan.
You've seen it before, Janie?
No, but often my people spoke of it. On it are carved symbols by the men of many tribes.
I think I'll have to take a closer look. Lay into shore.
Yes, sir.
The sides of the rock were covered with Indian signs and pictographs. I climbed up high enough to chisel my name and the date into the stone above the others, where it would not easily be obliterated. Then I went on up to the top. I stood erect, aware of a light breeze, and looked about. It was an impressive view, mile upon mile of hills and grassland and winding river. I stayed up there for some time until cries from below caught my attention. The men had beached the canoes and had prepared a midday meal. I descended carefully, made my way back to them.
Captain, don't go up there no more. You could fall and kill yourself.
It was peaceful up top. Say, look at little Pop eating meat like a grown man.
Soon he will no longer be a baby. Soon he will be a big boy.
That's what we'll call it. From now on, that big pile of rock is Pompey's Tower.
Someday, Baptiste, or Pompey, as you call him, will come back here. He will climb as you did.
And when he's old enough to understand the honor, we will tell him of this monument named after him, huh?
August 3rd, 1806, we reached the Missouri. The men yelled and cheered as we put into shore. Here we would make camp and wait for Meriwether Lewis and Ordway to appear. But soon we found that waiting at this particular spot was going to be all but impossible.
Got him. Captain, the mosquitoes are trying to eat us all alive. That one was as big as a horse.
I'll better build up a fire.
Yes, sir. But it'll take more than a fire to stop these flying wolves.
Oh, Captain, the mosquitoes. I've never seen them so bad. Ooh.
Now, don't start that fire, York. We're getting out of here. I left a note for Meriwether fastened to a stick, which I jammed into the riverbank, and we went downriver for a couple of days. We hauled up on a beach where there were no insect pests. We built fires, had a noontime feast of buffalo meat. I was looking about for a place to take a nap when Sacagawea clutched my arm and pointed upriver.
Captain, look. Bull boat.
Hey, I've never seen a Mandan bull boat on the open river.
Take another look. That ain't no man down in that bull boat. That's Sarge Pryor.
Pryor was the sole occupant of the leading bull boat, and Windsor and Shannon were in the other. Considering that bull boats were circular basins of buffalo hide stretched over a stick frame and not intended for open river navigation, they handled the bobbing, swinging craft with rare skill, putting in at the camp amid the yells of the men. I hurried to the water's edge and was relieved when all three men, apparently none the worse for wear, stepped out of the bull boats. Ah, Pryor, what happened?
Well, sir, second day out, Indians took every last horse we had.
We tried to follow them, but it was no good. They ran away from us.
We headed to the Yellowstone fast as we could hoof it to try to get there before you passed in the boats. And we never made it. We knew when we saw your name on that tower of rock. Only thing we could do was shoot buffalo and make bull boats. No tools to make dugouts.
Well,
bull boats ain't so bad once you get used to it.
Only thing is you can't make them go very well against the current.
Well, you didn't try, did you?
Well, yes, sir, we did. You see, when we got to the mouth of the Yellowstone, I found your note at that place where the mosquitoes are. I read it, threw it aside, and started downriver.
You did what?
Well, I thought the note was for me at first, then I figured that I was supposed to be at the Mandan villages, and you wouldn't be leaving a note for me. It had to be for Captain Lewis.
We wanted to go back and fix things, but like Sergeant says, we can't make bull boats go upstream in a strong current.
We may be in trouble, Sergeant. Big trouble. The loss of the horses reduced us in one stroke from men in a strong position for trading to a group of impecunious wanderers. But even that wasn't bad, given any luck in hunting. What was bad was that Meriwether Lewis would be coming downriver with no clear idea of our whereabouts. It would be very easy to miss each other on the wide Missouri.
You have been listening to Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition, starring Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark. Chapter 11, Clark and the Horse Thieves, featured Sebastian Cabot, Helen Gerald, Cliff Holland, Frank Gersel, Eddie Firestone, and Don Spruance. Our story was written by Carl A. and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Son, said my mother, when I was knee-high, you've need of clothes to cover you, and not a rag have I. There's nothing in the house to make a boy breeches, nor shears to cut a cloth with, nor thread to take stitches. There's nothing in the house but a loaf end of rye.
You are listening to the voice of Edna St. Vincent Millay reading The Ballad of the Harp Weaver.
Up 19th, 1950, as on so many nights, she sat in the living room at Steepletop at work. Sometime during the night, she must have called it a day, so to speak, and started up to bed. Late the following afternoon, the farmer noticed that the lights were still on in the main house. He made his way in and found her body huddled at the foot of the stairs. The task that her husband had laid upon her was nearing completion. The end, if not yet reached, was at least in sight. It was almost as if she had hurried to tell him so.
This was Deems Taylor's account of the death of Edna St. Vincent Millay on our program several weeks ago. Her passing was a great personal loss, not only to her friends, but to the many, many thousands of men and women who love and admire her work. One such person is Mrs. Emily Hanson Aubert, a schoolteacher at Walton High School in New York. Faced with the problem of explaining the death of the poetess to her English class, Mrs. Aubert wrote a poem in memory of Edna Millay, which has since been published in the September issue of the English Journal. Before we listen to a recording of Miss Millay reading some of her best-known and best-loved poems, we'd like you to hear Mrs. Aubert's beautiful and touching tribute to the poetess, which she calls To Edna Millay. The day I told my class that you had died, they thought such stark news surely must be wrong. Why should death still a voice so clear and strong? Patricia's face was stricken as she cried, "But it says here, this book, it can't have lied. I wonder if it's like the dream her song of death reveals, a vision of the long-awaited birth the rain had purified. I told them of your girlhood days in Maine, your island set in blue Penobscot Bay, of college, where you wrote of youth's ideal in symbols of three mountains, seen in vain unless we can discern the steadfast way they stand for heights that are forever real." For you, Patricia, here is the poetess reading one of her early works, a tender and loving poem published in 1923, and in which many of her admirers see an imaginative or transposed tribute to her mother. Edna St. Vincent Millay reads The Ballad of the Harp Weaver.
Son, said my mother, when I was knee-high, you've need of clothes to cover you, and not a rag have I. There's nothing in the house to make a boy breeches, nor shears to cut a cloth with, nor thread to take stitches. There's nothing in the house but a loaf end of rye, and a harp with a woman's head nobody will buy. And she began to cry. That was in the early fall. When came the late fall, "Son," she said, "the sight of you makes your mother's blood crawl. Little skinny shoulder blades sticking through your clothes, and where you'll get a jacket from, God above knows. It's lucky for me, lad, your daddy's in the ground and can't see the way I let his son go around." And she made a queer sound. That was in the late fall. When the winter came, I'd not a pair of breeches nor a shirt to my name. I couldn't go to school or out of doors to play, and all the other little boys passed our way. "Son," said my mother, "come climb into my lap, and I'll chafe your little bones while you take a nap." And oh, but we were silly for half an hour or more. Me with my long legs dragging on the floor, a rock, rock, rocking to a Mother Goose rhyme. Oh, but we were happy for half an hour's time. But there was I, a great boy, and what would folks say to hear my mother singing me to sleep all day in such a daft way? Men say the winter was bad that year. Fuel was scarce and food was dear. A wind with a wolf's head howled about our door, and we burned up the chairs and sat upon the floor. All that was left us was a chair we couldn't break, and the harp with a woman's head nobody would take for song or pity's sake. The night before Christmas, I cried with the cold. I cried myself to sleep like a 2-year-old. And in the deep night, I felt my mother rise and stare down upon me with love in her eyes. I saw my mother sitting on the one good chair, a light falling on her from I couldn't tell where, looking 19 and not a day older, and the harp with a woman's head leaned against her shoulder. Her thin fingers moving in the thin, tall strings were weaving wonderful things. Many bright threads from where I couldn't see were running through the harp strings rapidly, and gold threads whistling through my mother's hand. I saw the web grow and the pattern expand. She wove a child's jacket, and when it was done, she laid it on the floor and wove another one. She wove a red cloak, so regal to see. She's made it for a king's son. I said, and not for me, but I knew it was for me. She wove a pair of breeches quicker than that. She wove a pair of boots and a little cocked hat. She wove a pair of mittens. She wove a little blouse. She wove all night in the still, cold house. She sang as she worked, and the harp strings spoke. Her voice never faltered, and the thread never broke. And when I awoke, there sat my mother with the harp against her shoulder, looking 19 and not a day older, a smile about her lips and a light about her head, and her hands in the harp strings frozen, dead. And piled up beside her and toppling to the skies were the clothes of a king's son, just my size.
The record we are hearing of Miss Millay reading her poems was made in 1941 by R.C.A. Victor, and just this month has been re-released as an LP album. On the reverse side is Alice Duer-Miller's The White Cliffs of Dover, about which many of you have inquired. As a short side note on inquiries, and for the benefit of our newly acquired network listeners, the anthology theme is a portion of Richard Rodgers' brilliant score for the award-winning NBC film production, Victory at Sea. Returning to the Edna St. Vincent Millay album, here is the poetess reading 2 sonnets from her book, Fatal Interview. We hear Love Is Not All and Sorrowful Dreams.
Love is not all. It is not meat, nor drink, nor slumber, nor a roof against the rain, nor yet a floating spar to men that sink and rise and sink and rise and sink again. Love cannot fill the thickened lung with breath, nor clean the blood, nor set the fractured bone. Yet many a man is making friends with death, even as I speak, for lack of love alone. It well may be that in a difficult hour, pinned down by pain and moaning for release, or nagged by want past resolution's power, I might be driven to sell your love for peace, or trade the memory of this night for food. It well may be. I do not think I would. Sorrowful dreams remembered after waking shadow with dolour all the candid day. Even as I read, the silly tears outbreaking splash on my hands and shut the page away. Grief at the root, a dark and secret dolour, harder to bear than wind and weather grief, clutching the rose, draining its cheek of colour, drying the bud, curling the opened leaf. Deep is the pond, although the edge be shallow, frank in the sun, revealing fish and stone, climbing ashore to turtle heads and mallow. Black at the center beats a heart unknown. Desolate dreams pursue me out of sleep. Weeping I wake, waking I weep, I weep.
At the age of 19, Edna Millay wrote an extraordinary poem of more than 200 lines, for which she'll always be remembered. A poem which opens with an almost childlike simplicity. Then, line by line, stanza by stanza, reaches a high climax of exultation. Here is Edna St. Vincent Millay reading Renaissance.
All I could see from where I stood was 3 long mountains and a wood. I turned and looked another way and saw 3 islands in a bay. So with my eyes I traced the line of the horizon, thin and fine, straight around till I was come back to where I'd started from. And all I saw from where I stood was 3 long mountains and a wood. Over these things I could not see. These were the things that bounded me. And I could touch them with my hand, almost, I thought, from where I stand. And all at once things seemed so small, my breath came short and scarce at all. But sure, the sky is big, I said, miles and miles above my head. So here upon my back I lie and look my fill into the sky. And so I looked, and after all, the sky was not so very tall. The sky, I said, must somewhere stop. And sure enough, I see the top. The sky, I thought, is not so grand. I most could touch it with my hand. And reaching up my hand to try, I screamed to feel it touch the sky. I screamed, and lo, infinity came down and settled over me, forced back my scream into my chest, bent back my arm upon my breast, and pressing of the undefined the definition on my mind, held up before my eyes a glass through which my shrinking sight did pass, until it seemed I must behold immensity made manifold. Whispered to me a word whose sound deafened the air for worlds around, and brought unmuffled to my ears the gossiping of friendly spheres, the creaking of the tented sky, the ticking of eternity. I saw and heard and knew at last the how and why of all things, past and present and forevermore. The universe, cleft to the core, lay open to my probing sense, that sickening I would fain pluck thence, but could not, nay, but needs must suck at the great wound, and could not pluck my lips away till I had drawn all venom out. Ah, fearful pawn, for my omniscience paid I toll in infinite remorse of soul. All sin was of my sinning, all atoning mine, and mine the gall of all regret. Mine was the weight of every brooded wrong, the hate that stood behind each envious thrust. Mine every greed, mine every lust. And all the while, for every grief, each suffering, I craved relief with individual desire, craved all in vain, and felt fierce fire about 1,000 people crawl, perished with each, then mourned for all. A man was starving in Capri. He moved his eyes and looked at me. I felt his gaze, I heard his moan, and knew his hunger as my own. I saw at sea a great fog bank between two ships that struck and sank. 1,000 screams the heavens smote, and every scream tore through my throat. No hurt I did not feel, no death that was not mine, mine each last breath that, crying, met an answering cry from the compassion that was I. All suffering mine, and mine its rod, mine pity like the pity of God. Ah, awful weight, infinity pressed down upon the finite me, my anguished spirit, like a bird beating against my lips, I heard, yet lay the weight so close about, there was no room for it without, and so beneath the weight lay I, and suffered death, but could not die. Long had I lain thus, craving death, when quietly the earth beneath gave way, and inch by inch, so great at last had grown the crushing weight, into the earth I sank, till I full 6 feet underground did lie, and sank no more. There is no weight can follow here, however great. From off my breast I felt it roll, and as it went, my tortured soul burst forth and fled in such a gust that all about me swirled the dust. Deep in the earth I rested now. Cool is its hand upon the brow, and soft its breast beneath the head of one who is so gladly dead. And all at once, and over all, the pitying rain began to fall. I lay and heard each pattering hoof upon my lowly thatched roof, and seemed to love the sound far more than ever I had done before. For rain, it hath a friendly sound to one who's 6 feet underground, and scarce the friendly voice or face. A grave is such a quiet place. The rain, I said, is kind to come and speak to me in my new home. I would I were alive again, to kiss the fingers of the rain, to drink into my eyes the shine of every slanting silver line, to catch the freshened, fragrant breeze from drenched and dripping apple trees. For soon the shower will be done, and then the broad face of the sun will laugh above the rain-soaked earth, until the world with answering mirth shakes joyously, and each round drop rolls twinkling from its grass blade top. How can I bear it, buried here, while overhead the sky grows clear and blue again after the storm? Oh, multicolored, multiform, beloved beauty over me, that I shall never, never see again. Spring silver, autumn gold, that I shall never more behold. Sleeping your myriad magics through, close, sepulchred, away from you. Oh God, I cried, give me new birth and put me back upon the earth. Upset each cloud's gigantic gourd and let the heavy rain, downpoured in one big torrent, set me free, washing my grave away from me. I ceased, and through the breathless hush that answered me, the far-off rush of herald wings came whispering like music down the vibrant string of my ascending prayer, and crash, before the wild wind's whistling lash, the startled storm clouds reared on high and plunged in terror down the sky, and the big rain in one black wave fell from the sky and struck my grave. I know not how such things can be. I only know there came to me a fragrance such as never clings to all save happy living things. A sound as of some joyous elf singing sweet songs to please himself, and through and over everything a sense of glad awakening. The grass a tiptoe at my ear, whispering to me, I could hear. I felt the rain's cool fingertips brushed tenderly across my lips, laid gently on my sealed sight. And all at once the heavy night fell from my eyes, and I could see a drenched and dripping apple tree, a last long line of silver rain, a sky grown clear and blue again. And as I looked, a quickening gust of wind blew up to me and thrust into my face a miracle of orchard breath, and with the smell, I know not how such things can be, I breathed my soul back into me. Ah, up then from the ground sprang I, and hailed the earth with such a cry as is not heard save from a man who has been dead and lives again. About the trees my arms I wound, like one gone mad I hugged the ground. I raised my quivering arms on high, I laughed and laughed into the sky, till at my throat a strangling sob caught fiercely, and a great heart-throb sent instant tears into my eyes. Oh God, I cried, no dark disguise can e'er hereafter hide from me thy radiant identity. Thou canst not move across the grass, but my quick eyes will see thee pass, nor speak, however silently, but my hushed voice will answer thee. I know the path that tells thy way through the cool eve of every day. God, I can push the grass apart and lay my finger on thy heart. The world stands out on either side, no wider than the heart is wide. Above the world is stretched the sky. No higher than the soul is high. The heart can push the sea and land farther away on either hand. The soul can split the sky in two and let the face of God shine through. But east and west will pinch the heart that cannot keep them pushed apart. And he whose soul is flat, the sky will cave in on him by and by.
We would like to close today's Edna St. Vincent Millay program with a second poem written in tribute to the poetess by Mrs. Aubert. This is called Corollary. Euclid is not alone with beauty now. Edna Millay has found its essence, where eternal music charges listening air with echoes from each mountain's luminous brow. In youth, she heard the harpist of the sea beneath the granite face of cliff and hill, the silver timbrel of the whippoorwill in Maine's sweet fern, islands of melody. When beauty's ringing sandal touches stone, lighting the upland with a lilac cloud, the marriage of sound and vision is begun. Not Euclid nor the harp weaver fares alone. The desolate hearth, whose ashes were a shroud, vibrates with voices of a benison. And so, Anthology number 32, dated Sunday, October 17th. Next week, a second group of poems written and read for you by Carl Sandburg, and by way of contrast, a very interesting treatment of verses from the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, narrated by Jim Amici, with incidental music composed by Harold Spina. Anthology is brought to you in conjunction with the Poetry Center of the YM and YWHA Poetry Center, 92nd Street and Lexington Avenue in Manhattan. John Malcolm Brennan, director. The program is produced by Steve White, written and directed for WNBC by Draper Lewis. Until next Sunday afternoon at 1:30, this is Fleetwood wishing you good luck and good reading.
The Graymore Friars Monastery is located on Atonement Mountain, near Garrison, New York. Adjacent to this famous monastery, one sees St. Christopher's Inn. Homeless men from all walks of life come to this famous inn. These men are fed and sheltered by the Graymore Friars, and no distinction is ever made of race, creed, or color. You're invited to listen to the second chapter of the dramatized story, The Life of Christ, brought to you transcribed each week by the Graymore Friars, who offer this new series in devout belief that the retelling of his tragedy and triumph will reawaken and strengthen your faith in and love of Christ. Now, Chapter 2, The Temptation in the Desert.
Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God, and serve him only. Ye shall not go after the strange gods of other nations, lest at any time the wrath of the Lord thy God be kindled against thee. Ye shall not tempt the Lord thy God.
Now when Jesus came up from the Jordan, he was filled with the Holy Ghost. And the Spirit led him to seek the solitude of the wilderness, where he remained for 40 days and nights alone, except for the beasts and birds. He fasted and prayed, and no man knew who he was. But there was another who was stirred by doubt and uncertainty, and had to make sure of Jesus' identity. And this one waited until the fast was ended. He stood at the edge of the wilderness and watched Jesus approach. And he was thinking,
I must know who he is. But more, I must find out if he knows who he is. If he's the one, he'll give a sign, an unmistakable sign. A simple act will prove everything, and the issue between us will be joined at the very start. Ah, but here he comes.
Wait. Jesus of Nazareth? Oh, you don't know me, but I know something about you. I observed you when you were baptized by John at the Jordan. I've waited for you to come from the wilderness. A bit odd you spent the same time alone as did Moses on the mountain. After 40 days, you must be hungry. There's nothing to eat. That is, unless you care to try these stones. Look. They're the size and shape of a loaf of bread. Well, is it not written that when the Hebrews were tested in the wilderness, their prophet asked for bread, and it was rained from heaven? Jesus, if thou art the Son of God, command that these stones become loaves of bread.
It is written, not by bread alone does man live, but by every word that comes forth from the mouth of God.
I've got to know for sure who he is. If I can only get him to some high place where crowds of people can look at him, perhaps he'll reveal himself. Yes, I have it. I'll take him to the highest point in Jerusalem on a busy day. I'll have a much better chance there.
And then the tempter took Jesus into the holy city and set him upon the pinnacle of the temple. And the tempter turned to Jesus.
If thou art the Son of God, throw thyself down. For is it not written, He will give His angels charge concerning thee, lest thou dash thy foot against a stone?
It is written further, Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God.
Twice the tempter failed in his efforts, but he would come again to Jesus in the desert for the final throw of the dice. In the meantime, the priests, aroused by the stories about John the Baptist and by the letter from Pilate to Caiaphas, had sent representatives to the ford of the Jordan to examine him. They came down on him. Carefully they watched and listened, and at last put the question uppermost in the minds of all.
I baptize you in water unto penance, but he that shall come after me shall...
Stop a moment. I want to ask you a question.
What would you ask of me?
Who art thou?
I am not the Christ.
What then? Art thou Elias?
I am not.
You then know Moses spoke of a prophet whom the Lord God would rise up from the midst of Moses' brethren. And this prophet would be like unto God, and unto him all would listen. Art thou the prophet?
No.
Who art thou, that we may give an answer to those who sent us?
I am the voice of one crying in the desert, Make straight the way of the Lord, as the prophet Isaiah said.
Why then dost thou baptize, if thou be not the Christ, nor Elias, nor the prophet?
I baptize with water. But in the midst of you there has stood one whom you do not know. He it is who is to come after me, who has been set above me, the strap of whose sandal I am not worthy to loose.
Come, let us report this to the high priest.
Listen to this, Claudia. Caiaphas, the old fox, writes, Having sent a delegation to question John the Baptist, we are of the opinion he has committed no offense under our law which would justify bringing him to trial. However, and listen to this, at the same time we realize that the civil power may take a wider view of the consequences which might follow an extension of his teaching.
I see nothing wrong with that, Pilate.
Don't you see the game?
No.
John can easily become embarrassing to the Sanhedrin, and Caiaphas knows it.
Then why doesn't he do something?
That's the point. He wants the odium for his arrest to fall on me. I'm caught. I don't know which is the more dangerous, to leave him alone or to arrest him.
But didn't the letter from your spy say John the Baptist was preaching humility? Why, you chuckled over that. You told me the priests wouldn't take well to that from a ragged fanatic.
Ah, you have a point, Claudia. I think I'll wait. This fellow will prove more embarrassing to the Jews than to me.
Again, your spy reported John did not claim to be the one awaited, only his messenger.
I don't take too much stock in that. It might be a clever dodge to forestall arrest and to build up expectation in the minds of the people. Great Jupiter.
What now?
I just thought of something. The high priest may have planted that fellow there at the Jordan himself.
But why?
To cause trouble, of course. That's it. They examine him, find nothing illegal, and practically invite me to take action. It's a trap. One I'll not fall into.
That's all very well for you and the high priest to outmaneuver each other. But what do you suppose the ordinary people are thinking?
Oh, they don't count here. The priests and their scribes tell them what they can think and what they can believe.
I'm not so sure. Everywhere I go, in the streets, in the shops, people are talking about the man at the Jordan. There's a new light in their eyes, a new note in their voices. They seem to expect a great deal to come from John. Pilate, believe me, A vast change has come upon these people since we first arrived.
I sense it, too. But all I can do is wait. I can't move until I'm sure who John the Baptist is.
How do you expect to find out?
He's promised someone to come after him more powerful. If I know agitators, they never like to surrender power once they grasp it. If John gives way to another, then I'll believe him. Yes, that's the test. If he's ambitious, you may be sure he's not going to step aside.
And if he's not ambitious and is speaking the truth?
Then neither I nor the priest can do much to stop the coming of the one they expect. But I can take care of him after he arrives, if he arrives.
And now the tempter came again to Jesus. He was planning the means by which he would force a declaration.
I'll throw off the pretense, meet him face to face, and propose an outright bargain. I'll not say if you're the Son of God. I'll act as if I knew for sure he is. Then we'll know where we stand, whether it'll be peace or war between us.
Again the devil took him up into a very high mountain, and showed him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time, and the glory of them.
Look upon me, Jesus. You do know who I am. Well now, look out upon the world, not only to the far horizon, but beyond. See the vistas opening. The whole world's at our feet, cities bursting with people, ships carrying riches from all parts of the earth, fields of grain, mountains covered with forests. The whole world, which is now and is to be. To thee will I give all this power and their glory. For to me they have been delivered, and to whomever I will, I give them. Therefore, if thou wilt worship before me, the whole shall be thine.
Begone, Satan, for it is written, the Lord thy God shalt thou worship, and him only shalt thou serve.
And Satan was worsted, but perhaps had learned that which he wanted to know. He left Jesus for a while, and the angels came and ministered to Jesus. Meanwhile, the crowds waited at the Jordan, where John was preaching and baptizing. And the time was about 2 months since the baptism of Jesus, when one day John looked up and saw a man walking on the opposite bank.
Behold, the Lamb of God.
Look, that man across the river. It's the carpenter of Nazareth. Master, why do you speak thus?
Behold him who taketh away the sin of the world. This is he whom I said, after me there comes one who has been set above me because he was before me. And I did not know him. But that he may be known to Israel. For this reason have I come baptizing with water.
I see only the carpenter.
I beheld the Spirit descending as a dove from heaven, and he abode upon him. And I did not know him. But he who sent me to baptize with water said to me, He upon whom thou wilt see the Spirit descending and abiding, he it is who baptizes with the Holy Spirit. And I have seen and have borne witness that this is the Son of God.
I'm sure that was the carpenter from Nazareth. But he didn't even glance in our direction. Now he's around the bend.
And Jesus, the Son of God, walked alone on the other side of the Jordan. John had pointed him out with the words of the prophet, but none had understood. But next day, as his followers rested, Jesus came again walking slowly along the river bank. And again John noticed him first and spoke.
Behold, the Lamb of God.
And the memory of the words from the Scripture came back to Andrew.
Again the Master calls the carpenter of Nazareth Lamb of God. Can it be that he is the one spoken of by Isaiah?
And the words from the Scriptures came back to him.
Despised, and the most abject of men, a man of sorrows, and acquainted with infirmity. And his look was, as it were, hidden and despised, whereupon we esteemed him not. He was offered because it was his own will, and he opened not his mouth. He shall be led as a sheep to the slaughter, and shall be dumb as a lamb before his shearer. I shall follow that man.
And the man who spoke was Andrew. With Andrew came one companion, and they followed Jesus until they caught up with him. He heard them coming and turned and waited.
What is it you seek?
Rabbi, where dwellest thou?
Come and see.
Andrew and his companion trusted Jesus, and without a word they went with him and saw where he lived, and stayed with him that day. But of the many who listened to John, only these two followed Jesus at this time. For many clung to the belief that John was not the messenger, but the one he was sent to announce.
Pilate, when we come to Jerusalem, why don't we stay in the palace Herod built?
We haven't the money to furnish another palace, for one reason.
But this Antonia, as you call it, is like a citadel.
It is a citadel. That's another reason for using it. We're not welcome in Jerusalem. This is the heart of Jewry. In that temple across the way is what they call their Holy of Holies.
Oh, the empty room where they have their invisible God?
So we're told.
Oh, I'd like to go there sometime.
Claudia, don't ever try.
But why not?
It's so sacred that only the high priest ever enters, and then only one day of the year, the day the Jews call their Day of Atonement.
But can't we visit the temple at all?
Only the outer court, called the Court of Gentiles.
I'm fascinated by all this mystery.
Don't let your fascination get the better of your judgment. Should you go beyond the barrier, it would be my unpleasant duty to have you executed.
Oh, you're not serious, Pilate.
The priests would demand it. And Caesar has agreed that the Jews may have their religion to themselves. We made a bargain with them. They keep out of politics, and we keep out of their religion.
Very well. I'll be careful to observe the customs.
The trouble is, the Jew can't seem to distinguish religion from politics. Why, do you know when I came here with my troops, we had to take the images of Caesar from our standards?
Why in the world did you have to do that?
These people acknowledge no authority except that of their God, not even Caesar. And since they make no images to their God, they don't permit images of any authority in their holy city.
Look at their sacred temple. Did you ever see such a filthy place? Why do they permit all those animals within the temple?
Those are for the sacrifices. These people are always making sacrifices of one kind or another. They buy the animals at the door and take them in to be killed. Valerius told me that on their great day of celebration, thousands of animals are sacrificed, and the place runs red with their blood.
Oh.
That's at the Passover. We'll return to see it. I'm told it's quite a spectacle.
I don't think I'd care for it.
It's a time for me to make some money. The Jews come here by the thousands, carrying their riches. They will have to pay a visitor's tax, which I collect. I will also put a tax on everything they buy or sell. They will grumble, but they will pay it. Here comes a soldier with a letter for me. I'll be back in a moment. Thank you.
Come quickly, Pilate. There's a band of pilgrims marching toward the temple.
It's a letter from my intelligence agent. He writes that the place is seething with expectation. There's much talk that John is the Messiah, and at any moment he will declare himself. Listen to this. John has thrown the crowds into confusion by saying that the deliverer has already appeared and stood among them. Tension is mounting, but John steadily repeats that he is not the Messiah. I suggest you be ready for any eventuality. Guard, come here.
What will you do?
I shall ask that more troops be sent to Jerusalem at once. Then I'll arrest John the Baptist.
Meanwhile, at the hut near the Jordan, Andrew and his companion talked with Jesus throughout the night. And in the morning, Andrew left the hut and hurried to his brother Simon, who, like himself, was a fisherman from Galilee. Greatly excited, he burst in on Simon, who was in his hut.
Simon! Simon! We have found the Messiah! We have found the Messiah!
And Simon, looking at the light in his brother's face, and confident in his words, rose and followed him. Jesus had been tested by Satan. John the Baptist had borne witness to him, and how he was discovered by men who would become his disciples. His public life was about to begin.
Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God, and serve him only. You shall not go after the strange gods of other nations, lest at any time the wrath of the Lord thy God be kindled against thee. Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God.
This is the... Today we are proud to present Pale Horse, Pale Rider, and Flowering Judas, as prepared for radio by Clarice A. Ross of NBC. And at intermission, a transcribed commentary on the works of Catherine Ann Porter by Erwin Edmund, author and professor of philosophy at Columbia University. Here then, our first offering, Flowering Judas.
He is waiting, señorita.
Again?
See? I tell him you are out and I do not know when you will return, but he is waiting. He is waiting since 2 hours.
All right, Lupe, thank you. Go to bed now.
Si, señorita.
You are late in arriving, my little Laura.
I was detained.
So? It cannot be that you are avoiding me?
No one avoids you, Bragioni.
Of course not. I make a joke. Come, sit down. Your rice and your chocolate, they have been waiting as long as I.
Have some with me.
I have eaten, and chocolate thickens the voice for singing.
Have you a new song for me this evening?
Oh, so beautiful a song. A most beautiful song for a most beautiful gringita. Do you know what this song would say to you, beautiful Laura? It would tell you of myself. That I have no father, no mother, no, not a friend to comfort me. I am lonely as a wave of the sea. Lonely as a wave of the sea.
You have one or two things to comfort your loneliness, I think, Bragioni.
Oh, yes, my Laura. I am rich, I am rich. Not in money, but rich in power. You admire this diamond, huh? But with power comes the right to a few small luxuries. Look, a handkerchief, real silk. And smell the perfume. I have it imported from New York.
What happiness.
You laugh at me. I am wounded by life. Everything turns to dust in the hand, to gall on the tongue. And you, my poor Laura.
Yes? Tell me about me.
Poor thing. You too will be disappointed. You are born for it. Wait and see. You are so much like me. So much like me. I am tempted to forgive you for being a gringa. A gringita.
Slap him, Laura. Why don't you slap him? One good slap would wipe that suety smile from his greasy face and shut up his miserable singing. You don't dare. He's too cruel. You haven't the courage. Nobody would have the courage. Why don't you run? Run down the stairs and into the street and leave him here alone singing to himself. Run? Run where? You're promised to this country. You promised yourself, uninvited. You have nothing to go back to. And what do you have here?
Good morning, children. I want to thank whoever brought these lovely flowers.
No, it was me. I show you. There.
Quiet, children. Children, be quiet now. Juan, take your seat. Now, it doesn't matter. I thank both of you. All right, come now. The lesson. Everyone repeat, please. The cat is on the mat.
The cat is on the mat.
The dog is at the door.
The dog is at the door.
The rope is on the table.
The rope is on the table.
Soft little round heads. Soft little clay-colored faces. They're all strangers. The little ones and the big ones. They'll always be strangers.
Tell me, my Laura, what did you do today?
Oh, there was a letter for Pedro. I took it to him.
He is still hiding?
Hiding? I knew where he was, and I could hardly find him. He talks as though all Mexico were his...
He and the others may be careful. It is very restful to have them out of the way for a while.
Oh, it would break their hearts if they heard you. They don't talk that way of you.
Their hearts. I do not care about their hearts. And do not you care, my gringita.
What does Bragioni say, Laura? I am sick of sitting in this mildewed house with the windows darkened.
He says nothing. You are still to wait here, Pedro.
Very good. I wait then. What Bragioni says, I do. I know I am always in his heart.
No one is in his heart but himself.
But that is not so. He's a true leader of men. A true revolutionist. He has a great love for all men.
How can he be a true revolutionist? He is fat. He eats too much and drinks too much and sings too much.
He eats for his strength. To be a leader, one must be strong.
Then you should eat more, Pedro. Then you might be the leader.
You talk nonsense. Go now. The street will be empty. And bring me word soon from our leader.
Ragione so loves himself he convinces others that he loves them. And you, Laura? The excess of that self-love is settled on you. It gives you your good job, your salary. But you know what he wants of you. You know the slow, fat, greasy drift of his intentions. Only sit quietly with your open book on your lap and be ready to say no. No to everything.
Have you brought anything to eat, little Laura? The food in this prison will not stay in a man's stomach.
Oh, you look ill, Francisco.
There is nothing the matter with me that would not be cured if I could see those filthy ones of the government here in this cell where I am.
You're still working on the manifesto?
Yes.
Oh, good, Francisco. You must finish it soon.
Yes, if the cursed precision air and food do not finish me first. When are they going to get us out?
Patience, Francisco. It takes money and influence. Where are we going to find them?
Well, what of Bragione? Won't he do something soon?
You will wait for Bragione, Francisco, till you are dead.
You shut up with that talk, Eugenio. You see, Laura, Eugenio has no more patience either.
I'll speak to him.
Come soon again, little Laura.
Yes, Francisco.
Welcome to the jailhouse, Gringuita.
Don't call me that, Eugenio.
You don't like it?
No.
It's Bragione's name for you. You should come here more often, little Laura.
I come as often as I can, Eugenio.
Oh, I know you are busy. You make yourself so busy with our poor little revolution. But it has nothing to do with you. What are you doing in Mexico, Laura?
I have nothing else.
Is this something?
It is a faith.
It is a faith if you have it. But meanwhile, I have seen you in Tehuantepec, kneeling on the stone floor of the church. Oh, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I won't make a scandal. Have you brought me what you promised, little Laura?
Oh, it is bad for you.
Bad for me? It is bad for me to rot in a cell where I don't know whether it's night or day or when it's time to sleep.
All right, I've brought it.
How much?
3 tablets.
It is not enough. Next time bring more. I die of boredom in here.
You were to draw the plans for the next raid.
Plans? Let Johnny make his own plans. Let him make them into a song and bellow them to the world with his fat voice. A man in prison has no plans.
Do you know, Gringuita, that you are very foolish?
Why?
You are so beautiful, but you do not give your beauty a chance. Your hair pulled back so stiff and plain, and those beautiful legs, all hidden with that long, heavy skirt. Oh, it is wrong. It is wrong.
It is right for me.
Oh, you think you are so cold, Gringuita. Wait and see. You will surprise yourself someday. May I be there to advise you?
I don't need your advice.
Wait and see. When I was young, I was a poet then. I was thin and so handsome. And the women, how they loved me. I threw away my youth with too much love. But you throw yours away with none. Oh, my heart is full of you. But there is time. There's all the time in the world.
Only sit still, Laura. Sit still. And when the time comes, be ready to say no. Deny everything. It is your talisman. It will not suffer you to be led into evil. It will protect you.
Lupe? Lupe?
Si, señorita.
Who is that young man? He's been standing out there in the patio singing for 2 hours.
It means that he is a lost soul. He has lost his heart and his soul to you, señorita.
But who is he?
No one. He is a union organizer. And before that, he sold corridos in the Merced Market. And before that, he came from Guanajuato, where I was born.
What does he want of me?
His song, it begs for your love. He begs you to look into his eyes and to see his heart there.
I can't see his eyes. He's in the shadow of the Judas tree. How red the flowers are.
They will grow purple. They will be fat and ugly, as he will be one day.
He's very beautiful now. How can I make him go away?
You reach out and pick a flower. You throw it to him, and he will go away.
All right. There. He has it.
You see?
And now he will never come back.
Oh, yes, he will come back. He will follow you wherever you go. Perhaps he will write poems for you.
But he will not speak to me?
Oh, no. He will carry his message in his eyes.
And I need not look in his eyes. I need not look in his eyes.
Little Laura, I will die in this prison. I will die. I must get out. Help me to get out.
What can I do, Eugenio?
Nothing. Do you believe in the work you do? The useless teaching, the carrying messages, the keeping secrets that are not worth keeping?
Don't, Eugenio.
No, you are betrayed. Life is not grand and high as you think it should be, is it, Laura? No, life is Bragioni who grows fatter while we die.
Oh, I hate him.
What? Hate this great revolutionary, this lover of the world? Well, hate him. Nothing will hurt him. He will never die of anything. No, he knows how to love the world to his profit.
Eugenio, why am I not like you?
Well, you are not. You are no revolutionist. You are nothing. You are on the side of those who grow fat and say no.
Eugenio, you could be a great leader.
No. Bragioni is the leader. The leader of hungry rats who clutch at his sleeves as he goes by. And I have seen him turn his face away because an empty stomach makes a foul breath. And with his face still turned, he tells them they are closer to him than his brothers. Farewell, brother and comrade, until tomorrow. But there is no tomorrow, my little Laura. There is never a tomorrow.
Oh, if only I had men to follow me. These that I have, they are stupid. They are lazy. They would cut my throat for nothing.
Oh, no, you're wrong, Bragioni. You are their leader. They look to you for all good things.
Yes, I must give. Always give. Who gave to me? Let them starve as I did. Now I starve only for your love, my little Laura.
You do not.
True, I do not. When I was 15, I loved a girl, and she laughed at me. I tried to drown myself. But I have made 1,000 women pay for that one. One is as good as another. I prefer them all. Except my wife, of course.
Mm. Your wife is a good woman.
Of course she's a good woman. Pure and virtuous. And no one is better at organizing unions of the cigarette girls. But she weeps. How she weeps.
For you.
For me, because I am not there. So I give her time to weep. I have told her she will learn to weep only while I am not at home, or I will leave her for good.
How lucky his wife is. She knows what her wrongs are, and she is free to cry over them. You cannot cry, Laura. You can only wait for tomorrow, hoping it does not come. Eugenio, what is the matter with you?
Quietly, my little Laura. Someone will hear you.
There must be a doctor for the prison. I'll get him.
No. Stay where you are. I was tired, little Laura. Very tired.
The tablets.
The wonderful tablets. You were kind to bring them, Laura. Now I shall be free.
Eugenio, let me call the doctor. Eugenio, don't die.
It does not matter, little Laura. It does not matter.
Did you not hear me, Gringuita?
Well, no, I was thinking. What did you say?
I asked if you would oil my pistols for me.
Oh, yes. Of course I will. Give them to me.
Load them, too. I will take the belt off.
In my lap? The oil will ruin my dress.
I will get you another.
When are you planning on using the pistols?
Who knows? But perhaps on May Day. From one end of town will come the procession of the Catholics for the festival of the Blessed Virgin. From the other end of town, the socialists will come. And when they meet, then we may see something.
Oh, yes.
You work well with the pistols. You work well with everything. I think you must love some man who is working for the revolution. And that is why you work so hard for it, yes?
No.
You are not in love with anyone?
No.
And no one is in love with you?
No one.
Then it is your own fault. No woman need go begging. What is the matter with you?
Nothing.
Something, certainly. The legless beggar woman, the Alameda, has a perfectly faithful lover. Did you know that?
I don't care.
Well, soon. For now, it is enough that you work for the revolution. The day will come when this world shall be nothing from sea to sea but open trenches and crashing walls and broken bodies. Everything must be torn up. Everything that has rotted in its place for centuries, hurled up and cast down again, clean as the rain. And there shall be no one left alive, no one, but the truly benevolent anarchists who love their fellow men.
Like you.
Like me, of course. Remember to oil the shells also, little Laura.
Yes, I am.
Pistols are good. I love them. Cannon are even better. But in the end, I pin my faith to good dynamite.
Here. Put your guns on. Go and kill somebody on May Day. Then you'll be happier.
You are certainly right.
Bragioni.
Huh?
Eugenio is dead.
So?
He took all the tablets I brought him. Refused to let me call the doctor. He said he was tired.
He is a fool, and we are well rid of him. I feel better. We will have some music.
Eugenio is dead. He is dead because what he believed in is dead. Because you have protected yourself from life by siding with death. You have said no. No to everything.
Little Laura, you are falling asleep.
Oh, no.
Laura. Get up, Laura.
Eugenio, what are you doing in this house?
Take my hand. Here, Take my hand. Come away, murderer.
Murderer.
Murderer, follow me.
Hold my hand.
Hold to the tree, to the Judas tree. Take the branch. You see? It sets you softly on the earth.
This is not my garden. This is the edge of a cliff. There are waves. Waves against my feet. Where are you taking me?
To death. And it is a long way off. We must hurry.
Take my hand. I will not go unless you take my hand.
Then eat these flowers. Take and eat the flowers of the Judas tree.
Warm with blood.
Murderer. This is my blood. My body and my blood.
No.
My body and my blood.
You are tired, Gringuita. Sleep well. I leave you now. I will return tomorrow night.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater is bringing you dramatizations of two short stories by Catherine Ann Porter. If you're interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these NBC Theater productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, Mr. Irwin Edmond.
There are certain novelists, like the author of Pale Horse, Pale Rider, who are essentially poets. Certain tellers of stories who seem almost as if they ought to be writing verse. And their prose does indeed have the cadence, the rhythm, the picture and overtone of imagination. What counts is not so much the bare bones of the plot as the flesh of meaning, or rather the living spirit that irradiates the flesh of meaning. Catherine Ann Porter is such a writer. She manages with a craftsmanship deceptively simple to tell us in a page not the mere surface identities of her characters, but what goes on in the processes of their hearts. In Flowering Judas, we feel within a page or two the worldliness behind the fat revolutionary, the tormented frustration behind the well-meaning, good-doing, inhibited American girl. We sense the tensions and overtones, sinister to a degree, behind the lush, tropical surface of life in the Mexican village. We sense the tragic shadows in the pagan sunlight. In Pale Horse, Pale Rider, heartbreak is written down without sentimentalism, the sense of doom and of tenderness in two young people thrown together in the sad confusions of the First World War, the fevered, spreading terror of an influenza epidemic, the implicit sense of a world in which everything, including cliché wartime ideals, is meaningless. We feel the tragedy of a love found and almost ironically immediately lost at the hand of death by blindly smiting disease. We feel the sense of an emptiness confirmed by the fact of sudden, final loss following sudden, irretrievable love. All is told by suggestion, by nuance, like the overtones of music, like grace notes half heard, like the refrain of a song, so that death itself becomes the echo of a song remembered from childhood. Pale Horse, Pale Rider. Fiction so written is more than a story. It is an incantation, a revelation, too, of depth within ourselves and other persons, so that such stories become delicate comment and appraisal of life and a musical evocation of its most subtly felt meanings.
Thank you, Mr. Edmond. Our radio version of Catherine Ann Porter's Pale Horse, Pale Rider will be heard from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
Shall I ride? What horse shall I borrow for this journey I do not mean to take? I'll take Grayley. Grayley, because he's not afraid of bridges. Come now, Grayley, we must hurry. He is waiting. We must outrun him before he leans towards us with a blank stare that can bide its time. Run, Grayley, run! Take the rose hedge, and now the ditch, and down the lane. And do not look at the stranger, Miranda. You do not need to look at him. You know how he rides. Easily, lightly, the reins loose in his hands. His black clothes elegant. His pale face with an evil smile. Oh, I've seen this fellow before. I know him if I could place him. You! I'm not going with you this time. Ride on. I'm not going with you. Wake up. Got to wake up. Oh, I was talking in my sleep again. I heard myself, but what was I saying? Oh, wake up, will you, Miranda? You're late, and Adam will be waiting.
Come on, lazy bones. Been parking these steps for a half hour.
Oh, Adam, it's a wonderful day. I smell leaves burning.
It's a wonderful day, all right. Miranda, my furlough's been extended. I don't have to go back to camp today after all. Isn't that luck?
Adam. Oh, Adam, I'm so glad.
Are you, Miranda?
You going to walk me to work?
Oh, what do you think?
Come on. I imagine I'm late as usual. What time is it?
Oh, about 1:30, I think. Some hours you newspaper people keep.
Well, is it 1:30 or isn't it? You've got your watch on.
Oh, sure, but
But you don't like to look at it. Adam, you're blushing. I think wristwatches are very sensible.
I hate anybody from Texas to see me. They keep telling us how all the regular army men wear them. It's the horrors of war. Are we downhearted? I'll say we are.
You look it in that new uniform.
Oh, Miranda. By what gorgeous luck did I happen to pick on your rooming house? How'd I know you were there?
Mysterious powers.
Will you be in the mood for dancing after work tonight?
I'm always in the mood for dancing. You know, you look just like a shiny, healthy apple.
Healthy is right, you know. I never had a pain in my life I can remember.
Oh, I've had too many to mention.
Well, this work you do. Drama critic, eating and sleeping all the wrong hours, and besides you smoke too much.
You've been doing the same. The 10 days you've known me, anyway.
What's it matter if you're going to war anyway? Got time for coffee?
I think so.
Let's go in here.
All right.
Want to sit at the counter?
All right.
Okay. 2 coffees, please.
Adam, how did you happen to get a longer furlough?
I don't know. They just gave it. Everybody's dying out there anyways, you know? This funny new disease, this influenza.
It seems to be a plague, like in the Middle Ages. Did you ever see so many funerals?
Never did. Well, anyways, I got 4 more days. Let's not have any grass growing under our feet, huh? How about tonight? Well, here's your coffee.
Tonight's all right, but make it about 1:30.
Oh, what a job. Nothing to do but run from one dizzy amusement to another and then write about it.
Yes, too dizzy for words. Oh, this is hot. I wish I could have some cream. After this, I'm going to live on boiled cabbage and get in shape for the next round. No war's going to sneak up on me again.
Well, don't you read the papers? Won't be any more wars. We're going to mop them up this time.
So they tell me.
Is that all you're going to have, just coffee?
It's more than I want. I feel rotten.
Oh, since when? You were all right yesterday.
I don't know. I wish we were going to spend the afternoon on a park bench. Or drive to the mountains.
So do I.
Adam, it's late. I've got to leave.
Oh, all right. Look, take care of yourself, will you? Until tonight.
All right. Until tonight. Adam. Adam, Adam. Adam, I want to climb mountains with you. I want to walk in fields with you. I want to live all my life with you. Adam, I want to love you. But there's no time.
You, Miss Forrester?
Yes. Oh, are you wanting to see me?
I'm from the Liberty Bond Committee. Look here, my girl. Do you know there's a war on, or don't you?
Oh, the war.
Yeah, the war. We're having a war, Miss Forrester, and some people are buying Liberty Bonds. And others just don't seem to get around to it.
Well, really, I haven't been able. You see, I have no extra money at all.
Well, that's no excuse, girlie. With our American boys fighting and dying in Bellewood, anybody can raise $50.
I have only $18 a week and not another cent in the world.
Well, you can pay for it $5 a week. That's what a lot of people are doing.
I can't afford it, I'm telling you.
Now, we know it's hard, Miss Forrester, but everybody's got to do his share. Now, Liberty Bond is the safest investment you can make.
But I have no money to invest.
Now, think it over. You're the only one in this whole office hasn't come in.
Well, next week, if I can.
Yeah, see that you do. I'll be back next week to see if you've made up your mind.
Oh, why don't they take their filthy war and $50, $5 a week, and then there's food and rent.
Miranda. Miranda, what am I going to do?
Tony, for heaven's sakes, what is it?
Miranda, I can't do it. I'll never raise the money. I told him.
Oh, the man from the committee.
I can't. I told him, but he wouldn't listen.
Now stop crying. Somebody will see you. I knew I wasn't the only person around here. I can't do it either.
Miranda, he told me I'd lose my job.
I'm going to ask the boss. I just don't believe he'd do that.
It's not up to him. They get after him. Do you think they can put us in jail?
I don't know, Townie. I don't know what they can do. It seems they can do anything on account of the war. The war. Don't think about it. Think about seeing Adam again. No, don't. The more times you see him, the fewer times you've got left. Don't think about it. Think about the times you've had.
Miranda, look at this. Over here in this case.
What is it?
Says a fossilized tusk, approximate age 75,000 years.
That's too long.
I like things take a long time to make. Things out of wood and stone.
It doesn't seem like you. Huh? What else?
Oh, boats and cars and... You know, you wouldn't believe how many miles I can get over in a car.
Yes, I would.
And planes. I love planes. Oh, Miranda, if we just had my boat or my car, we could really have a good time.
It's good enough for me the way it is.
Well, Hey, how about some ice cream, huh?
I'd love some.
All right, then, let's go.
Adam, come out of your dream and listen to me. I have pains in my chest and my head and my heart. And they're real. I'm in pain. And you're in such danger I can't bear to think about it. And we've got to save each other. But we can't. We can't.
Oh, this is so much fun, and they're always so sweet and so glad to get the candy and the magazines and everything. Miranda's my hat all right?
I don't imagine they'll care.
Well, what do you mean? These boys in the hospital are a lot nicer than the ones at the dances. Though, of course, I never spoke to any of them. I told the chaperones I'll dance with them, but I will not speak to them. Well, here's the ward.
Here we go, girls.
Miranda, what are we supposed to do? I never did any hospital visiting before.
Well, just pick out a bed and start taking candy and things out of your basket, I guess.
Poor things. I suppose it's hard on them having to stay in a hospital. Don't you suppose they're just crazy to get overseas and into the trenches?
Yes, I suppose so.
I think I'll talk this one over here with a bandage on his head.
Well?
We brought you some fruit and some magazines and candy and... Well, here.
No, thanks.
But we brought them, and they're there to cheer you up.
Not having any, thank you.
But
I said I'm not having any, thank you. And would you please take your trash off my bed?
No, I will not.
Miranda, wait for me.
What's the matter, Sue? Have you left our grateful boys already?
Let's go back out to the car.
All right.
You know, it's funny, but Some of them wouldn't take anything at all. I don't like this, do you?
I hate it.
Of course, it's all right. I mean, we're doing our duty, aren't we?
Yes, I suppose we're doing our duty. When you stay home from the war, there isn't anybody to talk to anymore. The Lusk Committee will get you if you don't watch out. Bread will win the war. Work will win the war. Peach pits will win the war. Keeping still and quiet will win the war. This is the beginning of the end of something. Something terrible is going to happen to me. Adam, I'm sorry the play's so bad. I didn't promise anything.
It's all right. Only one more act. Here goes the curtain. Oh, Lord, they're not even going to start. What's that fellow want?
Can't you tell by the flag? Can't you tell by his waistline?
My dear friends, I don't have to tell any of you of the terrible struggles and privations our American boys are enduring.
He looks like a penguin, don't he?
They all do. That's what they choose them for.
Their mighty achievements, the key word for us at home.
Boy, if that was all I had to do with myself.
I ask every one of you in the name
Oh, my head aches enough as it is. Why won't he hush?
He won't. I'll get you some aspirin.
Why doesn't he say something about coal, oil, or iron, or international finance? What about them, you little liar?
Dead have not died in vain. We must make this the
Adam, come on. We've got to get out of here. If they start singing, there's a long, long trail. I can't stand it.
All right. Come on.
Let us buy Liberty Bond.
Here.
Buy bonds
Here's your
and
coat.
war bonds. Give till it hurts.
Excuse us, please.
All humanity, all history depends on you.
Adam, I just couldn't sit there and listen. Just another nasty old man who'd like to see the young ones killed. Too old and too cowardly to go and fight. No, all they can do is send you.
Oh, now listen. What could the poor sap do if they did send him? What can you expect of him?
Adam, the worst of all this is the way people look at you. Everyone's so afraid and suspicious. War does things to people's minds and hearts. Worse than what it does to their bodies.
Oh, yeah. The mind and the heart sometimes get another chance. If anything happens to the poor old human frame, it's just out of luck, that's all.
Oh, yes. It's just out of luck, that's all.
Well, anyways, if I didn't go, I couldn't look myself in the face. Come on, I want to go somewhere and dance.
Where is the stranger? Where is the stranger on the horse? I remember him about the place. Welcomed by my grandfather, my great-aunt, my 5 times removed cousin, my old hound, and my silver kitten. Why did they take to him, I wonder? And where is he now? I saw him passing the window.
Miranda, you didn't get my note, did you?
No. What note?
I left it under the door. I had to go down to the camp all day for a lot of inoculation. Miranda, what is it?
I don't know.
I called your landlady, Miss Hobby. She said you was in bed and couldn't get to the phone. But did she tell you I called?
No, she's afraid she'll catch something.
Oh, and you've been all alone.
I think there was a doctor here. He left a prescription and he said he'd come back, but he didn't.
Where is it? The prescription?
I don't know. He must have left it around somewhere.
Oh, hey, on the table. I got it. Now, listen. I'll go out and get this. I have to look for an all-night drugstore. It's after 1 o'clock. You stay in bed.
All right.
And I'll be back soon as I can. Bye.
Goodbye. I wish I were in the cold mountains. In the snow. Yes, there they are. Oh, but it's cold. It's cold. Another place. Now, this is better. Here's the jungle. Look at the birds, Miranda. Look at the leopard. And look at the monkeys. They're telling you something. What are they saying? You must hear what they're saying. War. War. War.
I tell you, they must come for her right now, or I'll put her out on the sidewalk.
Oh, now, Miss
I
Harvey.
tell you, this is a plague, and I've got a house full of people to think about.
I know, but they'll come for it tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning? They've got to come now.
Well, they can't get an ambulance. There aren't any beds. They can't find a doctor or a nurse. You stay out of the room, and I'll look after her.
Yes, you look after her. I can see that.
Well, that's what I said, and you can keep out. Did you hear that?
Most of it. It's nice, isn't it? What's all that?
Oh, your medicine and a lot of other things. You ought to begin with it this minute. She can't put you out.
It's really as bad as that?
Oh, it's as bad as anything can be. All the theaters, most of the shops are closed. There's nothing in the streets but funerals and ambulances.
And not one for me. Give me a cigarette and open the windows. And get away from me. I'm catching.
Never mind. Here now. Take these 2 pills.
All right.
Now, easy now.
Excuse me. I'm so sorry.
Go on, swallow them.
All right. Adam. Adam, I think I'm going...
As you were. Lie back now. Just lie back and take deep breaths.
You better give me a basin.
Oh, just a minute now. Here. Let me wash your face with this cold rag. There. Now. Is that any better?
A little. Isn't the ambulance coming?
Tomorrow. Maybe. We might as well dig in.
All right. Let's talk. Let's tell each other what we meant to do.
You tell me first. I want to know about you.
Well, there's nothing to tell. If it ends now. Because all the time I was getting ready for something that was going to happen later, when the time came. So now there's nothing to tell.
Well, haven't you been happy?
I don't know. I never thought about it. You talk.
Oh? Oh, I was going to be an electrical engineer. I guess I'll finish up when I get back.
Adam, don't you love being alive?
Yeah.
Don't you love weather and different colors and automobile horns and the smell of food cooking?
Yeah, but you better rest now.
I don't want to. I've got to keep from going to sleep. I'm afraid if I go to sleep, I won't wake up. Do you remember any prayers? Do you know Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? Bless the bed I lie upon.
I should die before I wake up, pray the Lord, miss. That don't sound right, does it?
No. Adam, I can't see.
Oh, now...
All of a sudden, I can't see. Where are you?
Don't kid up. Take it easy. Try to take it easy. There. Better now?
Yes. Wish we could sing. I used to know an old spiritual. It began, pale horse, pale rider, done taken my lover away. Do you know that song?
Yeah, I used to hear it around the oil fields.
I used to hear it around the cotton fields. It's a good song.
I can't remember the next line.
Pale horse, pale rider.
Yeah?
We ought to have a banjo.
There's a lot more to it than that. About 40 verses. Rider done taken away mammy, pappy, brother, sister, whole family.
But not the singer. Death leaves one singer to mourn. Adam, I can't hold on.
No, you got to, darling. You got to. You're going to be all right.
Adam, I love you, and I was hoping you'd say that you love me, too.
Oh, what do you think I've been trying to tell you all this time?
Adam, I love you, Adam.
Oh, darling, now listen. You're going to be all right. You go to sleep now. I'm going out and get us some more ice cream. I'll be back in 5 minutes, my darling. Go to sleep. 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 Go to sleep.
Don't go away, Adam. I want to hold your hand. Oh, I can hear voices. Like flying arrows. Oh, Adam, look out. The arrows. No, don't be hit. It's my turn. Why must you always be the one to die? Oh, make them stop shouting. Everything is shouting. Adam.
Why, you're perfectly all right, aren't you?
Oh, yes, of course. How did you get here?
I'm from the county hospital. There's an ambulance outside for you.
Why, how very nice. I'll just get up and...
It's all right. I've got you.
You must excuse me. My legs are a little...
Perfectly all right. We'll put this blanket around you, and I'll just carry you.
But where is Adam?
Adam?
Yes, Adam. He was here and now he's gone.
Oh, he'll be back. Don't you worry about Adam. He's the least of your troubles.
Will he know where to find me?
We'll leave him a note. Come on now, it's time we got out of here. Up you go.
I feel very badly. I don't know why.
I'll bet you do.
What's your name?
Dr. Hildesheim.
Well, Dr. Hildesheim, aren't we in a pretty mess?
We certainly are. Hang on now, and we'll go. 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 And we'll go.
I wonder where I am. White shadows, white walls, and people dancing. Why is everybody dancing? Oh, no, you mustn't do that. You must leave that old man alone. He's dead, you know. He's dead, and I can hear him. Crying. 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 Please, I want to see Dr. Hildesheim. It's important. I want to see Dr. Hildesheim.
I'm right here.
Dr. Hildesheim, I want to ask you about Adam.
Well, that young man? He's been here and left you a note, and he's gone again. But he'll be back tomorrow.
I don't believe you.
Miss Tanner,
Yes, Doctor?
have you got that note?
Here it is. Take it, my dear.
I can't see it.
Here, I'll read it. It says, "They came and took you while I was away, and now they will not let me see you. Maybe tomorrow they will. With my love, Adam." Now, you see?
Oh, I don't understand. Read it again. What does it say?
Oh, that'll do. Miss Tanner, where is that bed?
There is no bed yet, Doctor.
Well, we'll manage something. 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 Manage something.
Yes, I see him. I see him coming. A German helmet, and his face is a skull. But why is he here in my father's pasture? This is our old well. It used to be dry, but there's water in it now. He's poisoned it. I saw him. He's poisoned the water. Hildesheim is a Boche. He's a spy. Kill him, kill him, kill him before he kills you. Kill Hildesheim. Kill him.
Now,
kill
just lie quietly.
I didn't mean it, Dr. Hildesheim. I never believed it. Don't remember it, please. Please don't remember.
Here now, try to swallow this.
Oh, don't touch me, please.
It's all right, dear.
It isn't. Your hands, they look like white spiders. Don't touch me.
Shut your eyes.
Oh, no. Then I see worse things.
Shut your eyes. 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 Shut your eyes.
Look. There it is. And there's nothing to be afraid of. I won't feel anything or remember anything. I only have to consent. He's dead. And he's nothing to fear. Look, Miranda. Don't be afraid. It's nothing at all. Death is only death. Oh, but what is that light? How beautiful. How beautiful it is here. Oh, but there's something missing. I've lost something. I've left something behind. What can it be? There are no trees here. I've left something. Where are the dead? We've forgotten the dead. Where are the dead? Oh, I must go back. I must go back. But where? Oh, stop. Stop. It hurts me. Stop.
I think that'll do the trick, Miss Tanner. Will you fill another hypodermic, please?
What is it? What's happening?
They're celebrating. It's the armistice. The war is over, my dear.
Celebrating. Yes, I hear them.
The war is over.
Open the window. Open the window, please. I smell death in here. There's no light in here. I will never see light again. Not as it was by the shore of that wonderful blue sea. Oh, it was beautiful there. And now I'm back. And I can't get away. They've brought you back and set you safely again on the road that leads to death. They will all be telling you how good it is to be alive. They will say they are glad you are living. What can you answer to that?
Well, Miranda, you've had a tussle, haven't you, dear?
Yes, Townie, I suppose I have.
But you made it. And that's all that matters, isn't it?
Yes.
Everybody down at the office can't wait to see you. Do you know that the boss has called here every day? Did they tell you that? Oh, and there's a new sports editor, very handsome, and he's heard all about you. Miranda, you just have to hurry up and get back as soon as you can.
Why, yes, Townie. Yes, of course. I'll be back in no time at all. This is almost over.
Why, my dear, look at all these letters piled up. You haven't read them yet?
Let me see that one.
Oh, no, take them as they come. Take the top one first.
No, let me see that one. Dear Miss Forrester, I am sorry to tell you that your friend Adam Barclay died today of influenza in the camp hospital. He had asked me, in case anything happened, to be sure to let you know. Please accept my sincere sympathy with all best wishes.
Now, you must be careful of yourself and not overdo. And you should come back now and then and let us look at you, because the after effects are sometimes...
Yes, Miss Tanner. Townie, do you suppose I could have my old room back again?
I don't know why not. We stored all your things with Miss Hobby. I'm going now and start collecting things.
I'm going to cross back now. I'll be at home again. I must go now. I must begin saying goodbye to Miss Tanner and Dr. Hildesheim. Adam. Now, you need not die again, but still I wish you were here. I wish you'd come back. Adam, do you think I came back to be deceived like this? Adam, I love you. Let me call you back. Let me see you, and I'll say I believe. Adam, let me see you once more. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's not the way. I must never do that again.
Your taxi's waiting, Miranda. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
You have been listening to Pale Horse, Pale Rider and Flowering Judas, an NBC Theater production of the Catherine Ann Porter stories. If you wish to increase your knowledge and appreciation of literature, we suggest that you might enjoy the college-supervised courses now being offered in June for the adventures of Sam Spade, tops in the mystery field. You'll hear entertainment, and you'll agree the best radio listening on NBC. You're tuned for the stars on NBC.
If, by Rudyard Kipling, read for LibriVox.org by Phil Chenevert. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about don't deal in lies, or being hated don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken and stoop and build 'em up with worn-out tools, if you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at your beginnings, and never breathe a word about your loss, if you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are gone, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings, nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and, which is more, you'll be a man, my son. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
York, come out of there. You'll have those Indians swarming all over the boat looking for you.
Captain Lewis, sir? Tell him I'm out hunting buffalo with Mr. George Drouillard. Tell him my master, Captain Clark, took me to the village to meet the big chief Black Cat.
Captain Clark is coming this way right now, and you met Black Cat yesterday.
But, sir, I don't want to go out there.
We're spending the winter with the Mandans, and you may as well get used to them. You ought to be glad they like you.
The winter, sir? I won't be able to stand it that long. All that flexing of muscle and lifting heavy men over my head to show how strong I am.
They want you, York.
Sir, I'm plumb tired out. Besides, I'm your servant, not theirs.
Go on. You know you love all that attention. Get out there and make them happy.
That's an order, sir?
It is.
All right, sir. But this time I'm only lifting little squaws.
He hasn't had this much fun in his whole life. At least not since we left the Arikara village.
Speaking of Arikaras, where's Chief Kakawita?
Talking with Newman, I guess. He feels sorry for Newman. He told me Arikaras would never whip a man and take away his warrior status for the minor offense of talking back to a superior. I tried to explain that Newman had also denounced the expedition, the army, the entire nation. But Kakawita couldn't see how that increased the offense. He simply doesn't have the same conception of nationality that we do. How'd it go with Black Cat?
He'll hold a council for Kakawita. We may arrange peace between the Mandans and the Arikaras yet.
I hope so.
The only thing really bothers me, that agent of the British Northwest Trading Company, McCracken. He knows we know he's in the village, but he keeps on avoiding a meeting.
The land is ours. Sooner or later, he'll have to come to us.
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now, with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 3, Dakota Winter. October 1804. The news that Lewis and Clark had outfaced and overawed the Teton Sioux preceded the expedition up the Missouri River, turning the belligerent Arikaras into genial hosts, and now the Mandans, who lived in the Dakota country, into stout advocates. Only the presence of the Britisher, Hugh McCracken, caused the two captains worry. Here was a man who might upset their plans, depending upon the extent of his dislike.
In the cleared area before the rows of rounded earthen huts, a fire was crackling and the chiefs and warriors of the Mandans had assembled. Kakawita, our Arikara friend, was in the center along with Billy Clark. As I took my seat beside Black Cat, chief of the Mandans, I saw Hugh McCracken standing beside one of the lodges.
My people, listen. Men of courage and goodwill are among us. The white chieftains, Lewis and Clark, and their warriors of the United States. They will winter here. They will teach us their ways of peace through strength. They will bring us their traders to buy our furs and supply our needs. Now, hear the words of Captain Lewis.
We come among you with greetings from Thomas Jefferson, Big Chief of the 17 states of America. We bring you protection and prosperity, only as long as they are fair and honorable will the traders of France, of England, of Spain, of Canada be permitted to deal with you. For this, we ask only friendship and that you live in peace with the other tribes. We have talked to the Arikaras, and they want peace. With us is their chief, Kakawita, who wishes to speak to his Mandan brothers.
Let him be heard.
My brothers, I have made much talk with my people and great white chiefs. Wise men have made us see reasons why there has been trouble between Mandan and Arikara. Each time we have made war, it has been because of evil counsel of Teton Sioux, who grow strong while we bleed each other. Let us resist Sioux deceit. Let us have peace. Let us smoke together.
Those are fair words, Arikara. But what if this alliance is made and the Teton Sioux frown upon it? Will you do as you have done before and kill us because you fear the Sioux?
No! No! At last, our eyes are open. We will not fear the Sioux when we can come to you in friendship.
Hear me, people of the Mandans. Accept the word of your brother. We, captains of the United States, will guarantee this peace. If the Sioux attack, we will punish them.
My people, the great white captains have spoken. Pass the pipe. We will smoke.
During the next few days, we surveyed the area near the river, above and below the Mandan villages, for a suitable site for our winter quarters. And Billy Clark and I decided on a location which was heavily forested with cottonwoods.
Looks good to me, Meriwether.
And that's what we want here. Strong houses, a tall wall of pickets, sentry ramps, gun ports, visibility on all sides, We'll need 5 or 6 good-sized dug... Hey, what's the matter with York?
Captain Clark. Captain Clark.
What is it, York? What is it?
Chief Blackcat says to tell you right away. The Englishman McCracken is leaving. He goes someplace on the Assiniboine River.
Back to Northwest Trading Company headquarters.
York, has McCracken actually left?
Not yet, sir. He's still packing.
I'm writing a letter to his superiors. I want you to put it into McCracken's hands before he leaves.
Yes, sir.
A letter, Meriwether?
A brief statement of intent. We bought this land from the French. We will defend it. November temperatures in this North Country were quite cold, down around the 0 mark, oftener than we liked. According to the Mandans, this was mild weather. It would get much, much colder. As cold as 40 to 50 degrees below 0. Despite this, morale among the men was high. They worked long, hard hours in a race against the weather, building a stout Fort Mandan, while Sergeant Gass and 10 others worked equally hard on the dugout canoes.
It is fine morning, Captain Lewis.
Akawita, how are you?
I have been watching Sergeant Gass and his men. Making a big log into a boat is hard task. It asks much of the worker. He must be skilled, patient. He must always see a canoe before him, not a log.
Sergeant Gass has all those qualities.
So does your prisoner Newman, the disgraced warrior who will be sent downriver next spring when the ice has melted. He, too, has the fine qualities of the sergeant.
Newman was given a fair trial and found guilty by a court made up of his fellows. You want me to nullify that?
No, Captain. Merely observe him from time to time.
Cold November gave way to colder December. But this did not stop the Mandan young men, dressed only in breech clouds, from racing about on the ice, playing a brutal game called lacrosse. Meriwether went out on the ice with the lacrosse players, not for love of sport, but to learn enough to write about it in his carefully detailed cultural study of the Indians. He gathered much linguistic information about their speech, made up dictionaries to go with his summaries of various aboriginal religions, customs, laws, and social behavior. We had accepted Robert Frazier of the temporary escort as a permanent member of the Corps to fill the vacancy created by the death of Charles Floyd. And we enlisted a young trader who stopped en route to St. Louis, Baptiste Lepage, to replace the disgraced John Newman. We still lacked a man to replace Moses Reed, the convicted deserter, when a heavy-set Frenchman of about 40 came to the stockade with his 2 wives and asked to speak to the commander.
What a thing I've seen, sir. Do you know one of your men is risking his life playing lacrosse with those savages?
Well, that's Captain Lewis, my co-commander. I'm Captain Clark. What can I do for you?
I am Charbonneau, Captain Clark. Toussaint Charbonneau. I have many, many years of experience in the wilderness, and I understand the geography of the Mississippi and the Missouri, and on the west to the divide.
Touched with a French inflection, the words poured out a statement of his qualifications for a job. I watched him and looked at the 2 shy Indian women who had entered a few steps behind him. They were obviously his wives, one tired, middle-aged, the other young and pretty. The young one was in the early months of pregnancy.
The Americans, where my great experience and many skills can be properly used.
Hello, Billy. Captain Lewis. This is Toussaint Charbonneau, trader, hunter, guide, interpreter. The ladies are his wives.
Delighted, Captain.
Mr. Charbonneau wants a job.
You told him we have all the people we need, didn't you?
Well, I was about to.
I'm sorry, but I heard you had no one who could speak Shoshone.
Who said we needed anyone for that?
Oh, there are the persistent rumors which we hear from St. Louis.
Mr. Charbonneau, you imply that you speak the Shoshone tongue.
Oh, no, sir. No white man has ever visited the Shoshone, let alone try to learn their language. However, I can offer the next best thing in the person of my youngest wife, Sacagawea. She will accompany me. She speaks Shoshone because she is a Shoshone. I won her in a game of chance from the Gros Ventre some months ago. She also speaks English.
Won her in a game?
5 years ago, a Gros Ventre raiding party took her from her own people.
She's pregnant. She can't go on a long trek.
Oh, by the time the river ice melts next spring, she will have borne me a son.
A baby can't stand a long trip either.
Oh, this baby can, Captain, huh? He will be French and Indian, and the son of Toussaint Charbonneau.
You'll work your heart out if you go with us.
I'm not afraid of hard work. And did I mention, huh? I'm an excellent cook.
All right, Charbonneau, we'll try it. $25 per month, and keep.
Also keep for Sacagawea, huh?
Yes. Keep for Sacagawea.
Both Charbonneau and Sacagawea helped us put the expedition equipment inside the new stockade. Our friends the Mandans brought us gifts of food, choice meat, vegetables, and pemmican, an Indian dried meat food that was delicious. We stored all perishables outside the buildings where the below-freezing temperatures kept meats fresh and a wooden lattice kept away marauding creatures. Hunting parties went out to augment the supply, and one was attacked by a Sioux raiding party. Kakawita, the Arikara chief, was one of the hunters.
Captain Lewis, there were only 3 of us. Bratton, Newman, me. Newman came only to load the pack animals and do squaw work. But his courage saved us.
His courage saved you? What do you mean by that?
The Sioux, nearly 100 of them, had taken our meat and 2 of our horses and had forced Bratton to give them his knife. Newman threatened them and made them return the knife. Then they left.
Thank you for telling me, Kakawita.
Tomorrow, I go back to my village with 3 chieftains from the Mandans to smoke the pipe of peace with my people. Sometimes men learn from their errors.
Kakawita and the Mandan ambassadors left for the Arikara settlements to the south of us, and Charbonneau and his wife Sacagawea moved into the fort. The second wife, Otter Woman, did not come along. Plainly, Charbonneau had sent her back to her people. After a few days of shy silence, Sacagawea began to answer questions from me and from Billy Clark, as long as her husband was present.
Sacagawea, is it many moons from here to your people? Can you go there on the river in boats?
It is many moons. Then comes the big falling of water over the steep bluffs, making much noise and a mist like rain.
Yes, go on, Sacagawea. The big fall of water, there must be a portage for boats around it.
Come in.
Black Cat.
Come in, Black Cat.
Health be with you, my friend.
Health be with you. What has brought you to Fort Mandan?
I am deeply troubled. English traders of the Northwest Company are in my village. There is bad talk from one of them called La France.
They threaten you?
La France says the Americans lie to us. All American trade will be controlled by the Sioux.
Do you believe that, Black Cat?
No, but others may. Our neighbors, the Minatari, are already disturbed.
Where'll we find this La France? How many men does he bring?
They are 7. La France is aide to the leader, Antoine Larocque. In their trade goods, they bring British flags and medals. Even now, this Larocque is on his way here to speak to you.
Larocque coming here?
It is true.
You will excuse me, gentlemen.
No, we won't, Charbonneau. Stay where you are.
Now tell us why you're afraid of this Larocque.
Oh, it is not fear exactly, huh? It is only that in past seasons I've worked for him. And he will be angry when he finds I have taken employment from you.
You have a right to work for you, please.
My friend, I must not seem to take sides in this. Not at present.
You wish to go?
Yes.
Then go. You are a good friend.
Thank you. Good day, my friend.
We permitted Sacagawea to leave the room. Indeed, Charbonneau suggested it. And then the three of us sat back to wait for Leroc.
Charbonneau, what sort of man is this Leroc?
Young, adventurous, greedy for quick profit. In many ways, he is the typical French-Canadian who has joined with the English in the hope that he has chosen the winning side. He fancies himself clever and urban, which he really is not.
Captain Clark, or is it Captain Lewis?
Both of us are here. Come in, Leroc.
You expected me. You know my name. Ah, now I understand. It was you, Charbonneau, who heard I was here and informed our American friends.
Oh, no, Larocque, no. But I wish you to meet my employers, Captain Meriwether Lewis, Captain William Clark.
I am honored.
Sit down, Mr. Leroc, and tell us what's on your mind.
Does one have to have something on his mind to seek out a company of other white men in a land of benighted savages?
You have come with 7 men from your base on the Assiniboine. You have allowed your man LaFrance to spread falsehoods against us among the people you call benighted savages.
Captain, that is a most unfriendly statement.
We'll expect you to put a muzzle on this, LaFrance, and since Louisiana is now a part of the United States, there will be no distribution of George III medallions and Union Jacks to the Indians.
As you wish. I will give out beads and vermilion, which are more popular anyway. I am here not as a newcomer, but as a man who has for years conducted trade with the Mandans and the Minatarees. For several years I have used the same interpreter, but now I learn that you have hired him.
Well, we might loan him to you from time to time.
Oh, that would be most kind.
If Mr. Charbonneau is willing, of course.
Oh, I'm willing, if I receive additional pay from Monsieur Larocque.
Oh, very well, Charbonneau. I plan a brief trip to the Minataree villages on the Knife River. You will meet me day after tomorrow in the Upper Mandan village, provided, of course, you can be spared for a month.
That is agreeable, Captain Clark.
We'll be right here when you get back.
Thank you. Day after tomorrow, Larocque, Now, if you gentlemen will excuse me.
Of course.
Charbonneau is good with the Minatarees because he understands them.
As long as his personal life doesn't interfere with his efficiency.
Exactly.
May I offer you a dram of whiskey?
Oh, yes, thank you. I couldn't help but notice your fine equipment. And you have admirably disciplined troops. Stalwart, strong, capable of anything.
There you are, Leroc.
Meriwether, thank you.
To your long journey.
Our long journey?
You are exploring to the west.
Seems we can't hide it any longer.
I am an experienced man in the wilderness. Why don't you take me along?
Are you serious?
I am.
If you want to go west, you'll have to organize your own expedition.
Perhaps I will. By the way, I have been reliably informed that Britain has a right of access to the Mississippi and Missouri river systems.
You've been grossly misinformed. Both river systems are entirely within the territorial limits of the United States.
Isn't that a matter for the surveyors and the cartographers to determine?
Captain Clark is a surveyor and a cartographer. For your information, Leroc, Louisiana extends to the northern tributary of the Assiniboine, the Qu'Appelle River.
That's as far north as Lake Winnipeg. I find that impossible to accept.
But it's a fact, Leroc. You'll be glad to know that our President, Thomas Jefferson, has decided on a policy of free trade in Louisiana for the present. That means the English may continue to trade with the Indians as long as they treat them fairly.
I refuse to accept you as either a political or economic judge. However, I also refuse to quarrel. I thank you for the use of Charbonneau. I will see that LaFrance keeps a rein on his tongue. Good day, gentlemen.
Charbonneau went with Leroc and his traders, and during the month that he was gone, weather took hold of the fort. Even my big active dog Scannon preferred to stay indoors. On Christmas Day, celebrated with extra rations and a salute from the swivel guns, it was so cold that the river ice groaned, cottonwood boughs boomed like musketry, and the guard had to be changed every hour to keep the men on duty from freezing to death. And then one windless, icy day in early January, Charbonneau returned. Unsmiling, nervous, he approached Billy and me in our workroom.
Gentlemen, may I speak to you both, of course?
You look worried.
My friend, Larocque, says he asked to join the expedition, and you refuse. He's a good man, would be of great value.
To the British or us?
To us, of course.
We can't take the chance of hiring a man so dedicated to British objectives.
I see. There is another subject, huh? When I agreed to go, there were things we did not discuss.
And now you want to speak up.
You are getting 2 people instead of 1.
We hired you, not your wife. We agreed to take her along when you asked.
Yes, but she will render valuable service. Remember, she speaks Shoshone.
You want more money?
Yes. And I will not do heavy lifting or pole or pull boat. Huh? I am not a common laborer.
We all pull and carry heavy weights when necessary.
I am a specialist, and I must have $50 for the 2 of us.
Billy, you haven't said anything.
I've been too amazed.
Do you agree we can struggle along without him?
I think so.
Charbonneau, you're fired. You have until noon to get your gear out of the fort.
But what will you do when you reach Shoshone country?
Use sign language. Now get out of here. You actually believe he's so important he can dictate to us?
Either that or Larocque paid him to do it.
That could be an act of harassment, something to make our progress just a little bit more difficult.
Who is it?
Charbonneau.
Come in. I am back.
So we see.
I wish to say that, I spoke hastily, heedlessly. Oh, I cannot take my wife out into this cold. I wish to remain.
Very well. But if poling or towing or heavy lifting is called for, you will do your share.
Yes, more than my share.
We're taking you back because of your wife.
Because of Sacagawea?
We don't want her out in the cold.
January gave way to February, and the fort became almost a factory of preparations for spring. In contrast to Moses Reed, the sullen-acting convicted deserter, John Newman, discharged for insubordination, worked as eagerly and as hard as any of the men assured of a place in the upriver contingent.
Meriwether, I think Newman's trying to make up for his mistake.
I know, he has for months.
Or should we give him a second chance?
I don't know, Billy.
Neither do I.
Billy Clark took over direct supervision of the extra boatmen and soldiers, 14 of them, who would take the keel boat and its valuable cargo downriver to St. Louis. Aboard would be all the information we'd collected to date from Mr. Jefferson, as well as specimens of flora and fauna, and the 2 specimens of disobedience, Reed and Newman.
In February, a troubled Charbonneau brought Sacagawea to us. She was undergoing labor pains. Although Meriwether and I had considerable practical experience in medicine, this would be our first attempt at obstetrics. Sacagawea was long hours in labor, and we began to worry about losing her. Until George Drouillard recalled an old Indian method of bringing on the birth. In the village, we secured rattles from the tail of a diamondback, pulverized them into a powder. With some skepticism, I mixed the powder in water and gave it to Sacagawea to drink. And within 10 minutes, she delivered the child.
Here, look at him, Sacagawea.
Him, Sacagawea. Boy!
Sacagawea named the boy Baptiste. Billy, immediately fond of the bright-eyed little fellow, nicknamed him Pompey because he was such a soldier about getting born. And then winter began to soften into spring. The ice broke up. Noisy formations of birds began to fly north. On a gray day in March, we gathered on the bank of the river for the departure of the keel boat. A number of the Mandans came to watch. Also Larocque, who took in everything with the greatest of interest. Then John Newman leaped out of the boat and came to us.
Captain Lewis, Captain Clark, I'm sorry. I tried to show you how I felt.
We know, Newman.
I want to go on with you. Please, sir?
We're going into the unknown. We can't be sure of what we'll have to face. A man who cracked under strain once could do so again. I'm sorry, we can't take it.
But, Captain...
You heard the order. Now back in the boat.
Yes, sir.
That was a hard decision to make, Merriweather.
There's so much at stake, I had to turn him down.
Well, you were right.
In another week, we had loaded our boats and were poised on the riverbank for our start. Black Cat and several mandans came to bid us goodbye.
You will return?
Yes, Black Cat. A year, perhaps less.
My people are sad.
That means we are friends.
Good fortune go with you.
Thank you.
All set, Merriweather.
Men, we are about to penetrate unexplored country of at least 2,000 miles in width. Let's get on with it.
You have been listening to Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Chapter 3, Dakota Winter, starred Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark. Featured in the cast were Sebastian Cabot, Helen Gerald, Bill Keane, Cliff Holland, Howard Culver, and John Cedar. Our story was written by Carl A. and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
That story. What are you waiting for? Well, Gwen, that's your department. What's today's story?
Oh, it's one of the all-time favorites, Uncle Bill. Faithful John.
Oh, that's one I know. And how do we travel to Let's Pretend?
Today, that's in Arthur Anderson's department.
Well, I'm off for a ride on a roller coaster and get cooled off.
Well, Arthur, that's fair enough. All set, everybody? A 1, a 2, a 3.
This car for Let's Pretend and Faithful John. Don't stand up in the seat and hold on to your hat. Let it go, Petro.
Oh, boy. This is what I call fun, Uncle Bill. You start kind of slow, and then all of a sudden you get going like a skyrocket flying along with the wind.
Yeah, almost like eating cream of wheat for breakfast, isn't it, Gwen? And maybe you're a little slow pokey getting out of bed and getting dressed, but boy, oh boy, once you light into a big, delicious bowl full of satin smooth cream of wheat, you're all set to take the whole morning in high gear. And that's because cream of wheat is so jam-packed with quick-acting food energy. It helps you get off to a real flying start every single day. So eat a better breakfast, feel better all day. Get a better start the cream of wheat way. And here's a reminder to keep listening for our cream of wheat game that we'll play right after the first act of today's story, Faithful John. Once upon a time, in a country beyond the sea, the beloved old king passed to his reward. Then it was that his son Richard was proclaimed the new ruler. As our story opens, we find the young king is being shown through the ancient corridors of the castle under the guidance of his father's devoted and faithful servant, John.
Oh, John, just a minute. This door here, what does it lead to? That leads to a private room, Your Highness. One not to be opened. What nonsense. There are no private rooms to me, the king. Open it at once. Your Majesty, I promised your father I would never open this door. I am Richard the king. Open that door instantly. I command it. Very well, sire. Stop that, John. Don't try to hide anything from me. Get out of my way so that I may see. Wow. Perfectly beautiful. What statue is this? Why should this be kept from me? Who is she, John? Tell me. She is the princess of the Golden Heart. Oh, sire, to fall in love with her would endanger your life as well as your most faithful friend. I don't believe it. Tell me where she is. Tell me. Very well, sire. She lives far, far away, across the sea, in a palace of gold. All her life she is fascinated by its splendor. And we shall turn every possession we have into shining gold and sail away across the seas to her. Then, grant that I may have the power, the gift to plead my love, and she'll consent to be my queen. So be it, sire. But I have tried to keep my word. Well, John is bringing a party of people aboard the boat, Your Highness. Good. Remember, Captain, address me only as merchant, never Your Highness. Can you see who they are? They're coming up the ladder now. Well, sir, there's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Where? By all that's holy, it's she. It's the princess of the Golden Heart. Oh, good old faithful John. He's brought her to me. Merchant, I have a princess who would see your rare golden cargo. Shall we come up on deck? Of course. May I help you, princess?
Thank you. Come, Matilda. Yes, Your Highness, I'm here.
Princess of the Golden Heart, this is the merchant, Martha. Your Highness.
Lady Matilda and I are eager to see the golden treasures, merchant. Will you show them to us at once?
Certainly, Your Highness. Will you come with me? They are here in this cabin. Captain. Yes, John? Lift anchor at once. Get underway as fast as you can. The princess on board, John? It's the king's command. Be quick about it. And quietly, too. She must not know anything about it. Work fast. Aye, aye. And here are the bracelets, Your Highness. The earrings to match. This yellow gold is very rare.
Oh, I'm delighted with them. What's that?
Probably the crew testing their signals, Your Highness.
This is the most marvelous collection I've ever seen, Princess. I'm fascinated. Oh, Matilda, look at this curious material. What is it, merchant?
Spun gold, Your Highness. It's like silk, isn't it?
And this incense bowl. What workmanship. Your Highness, the ship, it's moving. We're out at sea. What? Merchant, how dare you? Oh, order the ship to return at once. At once, do you hear?
Not if it costs me my life, Princess.
We've been kidnapped. I'm terrified. Quiet, Matilda. Now then, merchant, explain instantly what this means.
It means, Princess, that I have deliberately stolen you from your home because I love you. Forgive me, but my love is greater than my patience.
And your judgment. How dared you presume? How dared you, a common merchant, think you could win the love of the princess of the Golden Heart?
I wish that I might have won your heart before I told you this, my lovely one. But I am not a merchant. Like yourself, I am of royal blood.
I don't believe it.
It's true. I fell in love with your statue. I swore that I would reach you and tell you so. Oh, my beautiful one, forgive me for this bold step. Believe what my eyes and lips are saying.
Well, you are daring, Prince. I'm honest enough to admit your courage. But you should be beheaded for it.
But will I be, Princess?
It would seem that at present you're more or less safe. But, Princess, we have
Lady Mathilde, I've prepared a royal suite for you. Everything is there that a princess could need. And it's all in gold. May I conduct you, Princess?
Mathilde, we may as well make the best of this unusual adventure. And I'm sure, whatever happens, no harm will come to us. Come along.
Oh, bless you, my princess. Captain, full speed ahead.
Now, John, we'll soon be on our own shore. How goes it with Her Highness the Princess?
Very well, Captain. King Richard has pleaded his suit so ardently that the princess has exchanged her heart of gold for one that beats faster when he is near.
Then all is well.
I'm not so sure, Captain. I fear there is much sorrow ahead for us all.
Nonsense. My word, John, you're in a mood. We're about to land. See the crows flying over? Soon you'll be busy making preparations for the wedding feast. Well, I'm going below, John.
Very well. I'll wait here. Turned into stone. That is how I must pay to keep my promise to the dead king. Very well. I shall keep my oath. So be it.
Hey, Uncle Bill, with all these sounds and noises in today's story, isn't it about time for us to play our sound effects game again?
That's the very idea I had, Sybil. I'm going to tell my cream of wheat story, and I want our audience to supply the sound effects I need as I go along. Now, how about it, pretenders? Are you with me? Well, that's swell. Well, once upon a time, there was a young man named Jimmy Jones who hated to get up in the morning. Even his old dog Spike couldn't get him up. Not even by barking his head off like this. Well, sir, do you know what finally did the trick? Young Jimmy's mother found 3 magic words that had him out of bed all dressed and down to breakfast in practically nothing flat. And those words were... That's right. Enriched 5-minute cream of wheat, brimming with come and get flavor, simply busting with up and atom nourishment, bodybuilding proteins, blood-building iron, teeth and bone-building calcium and phosphorus, vitamin B1 for a healthy appetite. And did Jimmy like cream of wheat? Well, you bet your life he did. Better than a buzzing bee likes honey. So, if you want a dish that hands you the smoothest, most delicious flavor in the whole world, a dish you can fix in practically one shake of a lamb's tail, get yourself a package of enriched 5-minute cream of wheat. It cooks to full digestibility, even for babies, in just 5 minutes of boiling. So tell me, what's the good word for breakfast tomorrow morning? You're right on the beam, pretenders. Yes, the treat that's fit for king or queen is cream of wheat. The flavor's keen. It's way up in flavor. It's way down in fat. It's plenty smooth. Thanks a lot, audience. And now back to today's story of Faithful John. In spite of the pleading of Faithful John, King Richard woos and wins the Princess of the Golden Heart. On shipboard, returning home, John hears the enchantment surrounding the lovely princess and the price he must pay to keep his word to King Richard's father. He met the first challenge when he shot the horse that would have killed the young king. But while Richard was very angry, he did not press John for his reasons. Now it is the eve of the wedding. The castle is ablaze with light. As King Richard and his faithful servant pass the room of the princess, the door is opened frantically.
Your Highness, John, please, come in quickly, quickly.
Yes, Mathilde, what is it?
The princess, she's fainted. I can't revive her. I've tried everything I can think of. It's as if she were dead. I don't know what to do. Oh, help me, please.
Oh, my beloved.
Do something. Help me. She mustn't die. She mustn't.
I'm sure she's only fainted, Mathilde. She'll be all right in a moment. John, bring cold water.
Stand back, sir. What? Mathilde, you too. Don't question me, but do as I say quickly before it's too late. There.
Oh, you beast. Your Highness, look what he's doing. He's cut her shoulder.
John, how dare you touch her, Highness? How dare you? What are you doing?
I had to do it, sir.
Her shoulder is bleeding, you wicked man.
She's opening her eyes.
Richard,
Yeah. Help me hold her up, Mathilde.
Oh, Richard, what's happened? I must have fainted. What's wrong with me?
Love, are you all right now?
Yes. Yes, I'm quite all right now. But for a moment, I thought I was dying.
Love it.
Let me tend to your shoulder, Princess. It's still bleeding a little where that root cut it with a knife.
Now, John, you will explain your actions immediately.
Your Highness, won't you trust me?
Enough of this. This morning you shot my horse. But what your reason was, you did not explain. But I trusted you. But this, when you dared touch her, Highness, to wound her as you did. And it's time to put you in your place. Now explain.
I promise, O King, I shall never leave him. I shall guard him and serve him faithfully, even though it cost me my life.
What are you saying? Speak, man, and quickly, or I shall take this sword and run you through myself.
Very well, Your Highness. I killed the horse because I knew that if you should mount him, he would leap in the clouds and you would be killed.
How did you know that would... John, what's happened to your feet?
Go on, John.
Just now, I drew 3 drops of blood from the shoulder of the princess. Because if I hadn't, she would have died. You see, I was warned these things would happen. Though it cost my life, I have kept my promise to your father, the king. And now, farewell, O prince. Farewell forever.
He's turned to stone. Right before our eyes. A solid stone from head to foot. Oh, Prince. John is dead. Richard. What have we done?
I have killed the best friend I had in the world. I deliberately put him to death. He knew he had warning. And I doubted him. He gave his life for me. Oh, my friend, my faithful, loyal friend, forgive me. May I come in, dear?
Oh, come in, Richard. Richard, you're pale. And excited, too. Has anything happened?
Just this. As you know, ever since my doubt and mistrust caused the death of my friend here, I've searched for someone who could restore him to life.
I know, dear. Oh, Richard, have you discovered anything that might help?
I have a sorcerer just outside who claims he can restore his speech. And at least that is something.
Of course. Quickly, bring him in. Oh, if only this is true.
Come in, sorcerer.
Good morrow to you, Queen. Good day, sorcerer.
Here is the stone statue of my faithful John. Sorcerer, restore him to life, and I'll give you anything you ask.
We shall soon see what this magic potion will do. Shall I begin?
Please do.
Thanks in heaven help the magic work.
Remain perfectly quiet, both of you. And do not make despair. God of thunder, slaves of lightning, attend me. Crack herbs in your earthen jar. Crystal tablets melt the stone. Liquid silver bring to life. Turn into live blood and bone.
Is it?
Will it work? A moment. Yes. The lips are softening.
His lips. Look, they're moving.
He's trying to speak.
Quiet, please.
I will guard him. I will never leave him. I will serve him faithfully, even though it costs me my life.
But John, my beloved friend, forgive me. On my knees I implore you.
I kept my word to the king. It is well. I forgive you.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
Oh, isn't there any way that we may restore you to life? Speak, John.
Yes, John, is there any sacrifice we can make? Whatever it is, we shall do it gladly.
Do you mean that?
On my honor as the king.
Try it, John. Only try it.
Very well. I can be restored to life on one condition.
Name it. It will be done.
You have a little son, Roland.
Yes, John.
If you, King Richard, will take your sword and with your own hand cut off his head,
Oh, no!
I will be restored to life.
We must lose our beloved child, John. Our baby.
That is the only way.
Then, my queen, it must be done. I have sworn on my honor as king.
My baby.
I killed my friend. I took his life. John died to keep his word.
Then we cannot do it.
Father! Mother! Look, I caught a rabbit with my new bow and arrow.
Heaven give me strength to guide this hand. Make one clean blow the end.
What's the matter, Father? Why do you lift your sword like that?
Farewell, my son. Farewell.
Wait. Your Majesty, it is enough. Give me the sword.
John,
You're alive. You move. The stone is gone.
John, what happened?
Because you were willing to make the supreme sacrifice and give up the thing you loved most in all the world. The spell is broken. The stone statue is gone. And once more I am flesh and blood.
Heavenly Father, I thank thee. I'm John, my faithful John, I've learned my lesson.
Who's this man, Father?
The truest man, the most loyal man in all the world, Roland. Trust him, love him. But there is nothing in this world more precious than a faithful friend.
Now, before we introduce today's cast and tell you about next week's story, how about it, audience? Let's hear you finish this little rhyme for me. When saving money is your goal, eat cream of wheat, a penny a... You said it, pretenders. Cream of wheat hands you all the wonderful flavor, that grand nourishment and swell food energy, all at a cost of less than a penny a bowl. And that's mighty helpful to your food budget in these times. So, if you want a tasty treat that makes for real economy at the breakfast table, ask your grocer today for enriched 5-minute or regular cream of wheat. Yes.
For all the family's breakfast, you can beat cream of wheat.
The pretenders for today were
Sybil Ted,
Faithful John,
Don Hughes,
Prince Richard,
Albert Alec,
the Princess of the Golden Heart,
Patricia Ryan,
her lady-in-waiting Mathilde,
Miriam Wolfe,
the captain of the Golden Ship,
Jack Ryan,
Roland, the young prince,
David Anderson,
the sorcerer,
Donald Duca,
the first crow,
Gwen Davies,
second crow,
Bobby Reddick,
third crow,
Arthur Anderson.
Music conducted by Maurice Brown. Let's Pretend is dramatized and directed by Nyla Mack. Would you like to see a broadcast of Let's Pretend? Well, if you live in or near New York, just drop a postcard to Cream of Wheat, CBS, New York, for your free ticket. And listen each week to the Billy Burke Show on the Theater of Today. And next Saturday, be sure to join us when Cream of Wheat will take you on another magic trip to the land of Let's Pretend to celebrate our 16th birthday with a laughing and singing story of the elves and the shoemaker. This is Bill Adams saying, remember to eat Cream of Wheat, the great American family cereal. This is CBS, Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lives of Great Men, a new series on great leaders in human progress, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs, distinguished lecturer, critic, and author of Beauty in Nature and Art, and many other books. In these talks, Dr. Griggs is building a story of civilization based on outstanding characters through the ages, and how each one influences his own in future times. This evening, Dr. Griggs will discuss Jefferson, philosopher of democracy. We present Edward Howard Griggs.
My friends, the careers of Jefferson and Hamilton centered in the making of our government, and in them appears that first cleavage of political philosophy which divided our country for many decades and culminated in the Civil War. Jefferson's Welsh-descended father was of great physical vigor and liberal mind. Though dying when Jefferson was but 14, he was the first strong influence determining his son's lifelong liberalism in politics and religion. Contrasting with several of our greatest men, Jefferson had thorough schooling. At 17, he entered William and Mary College, the mother of so many important leaders, and proved equally capable in languages, mathematics, and science, becoming eventually the most broadly cultivated of all the fathers of our country. Soon after entering college, he was honored by the invitation to be the fourth in a group of eminent men who dined together several times a week, including Governor Faulkner, Dr. Small, the foremost liberal scholar in Virginia, and Wythe, leader of the bar. Their conversation was of high value in Jefferson's education, and Dr. Small became the second strong influence, confirming his liberalism. Leaving college at 19, Jefferson studied law 5 years with Wythe and began practice with immediate success. Through 7 years at the law, he doubled his inherited fortune. 6 of those years he served in the Virginia Assembly. His personal life was established by his marriage with the lovely young widow Martha Skelton, gifted in music to which he also was devoted. Soon after his wedding, he drove with his bride 100 miles west to the home he had begun building 2 years before at Monticello. The little mountain rises 600 feet above the countryside, with marvelous views across the rolling hills to the majestic Blue Ridge. Jefferson was his own architect, constructing the mansion on classic lines, Doric columns rising its full height. Jefferson's marriage was exceptionally happy during the 10 years of his wife's life. Only 2 daughters of his 6 children grew up to maturity, the elder becoming the mother of 11 children. It is interesting that the father's chief anxiety was to have his daughters acquire the manners and culture of gentlewomen. The great Democrat was distinctly an aristocrat in personal life. Monticello, remote from the settled part of Virginia, was even more than Mount Vernon, a little world to itself. All the bricks for the mansion were made by slaves on the estate. Jefferson brought better breeds of animals from Europe, introduced rice culture in the South, practiced rotation of crops, a great advance in farming. Though owning slaves, Jefferson was bitterly opposed to slavery, saying of it, "Can the liberties of a nation be thought secure when we have removed their only firm basis, a conviction in the minds of the people that these liberties are the gift of God, that they are not to be violated but with his wrath? Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that his justice cannot sleep forever." The death of Jefferson's father-in-law brought him 40,000 more acres of land, with 135 slaves, again doubling his property. This was not an unmixed blessing, as there was a heavy mortgage, which in the end Jefferson paid several times over, collecting the money in our depreciated currency and paying it in gold at London. Jefferson was a delegate to the Second Continental Congress, and in May 1776, Virginia passed resolutions of independence, sending a copy to the Congress, asking that it take similar action. Jefferson was appointed on the committee and requested by the other members to draw up the Declaration. He spent 18 days at the task. His draft, accepted by the committee, was bitterly attacked in Congress, but with some changes was finally adopted and signed traditionally on July 4th. Jefferson thus became the author of the birth charter of our nation. It is now the fashion among smart cynics to call the Declaration of Independence a tissue of glittering generalities. Rightly understood, that is just what it is, a fabric of shining general truths, the only basis on which men can widely unite. Had Jefferson done nothing else than write the Declaration, his fame as philosopher of democracy would have been amply warranted. In the autumn of 1776, Congress asked Jefferson to go to France with Franklin, but his wife's illness caused his return home. Elected to the legislature, he was appointed to revise the Virginia statutes. That work was of supreme importance, not only to Virginia, but for the nation. He succeeded quickly in eliminating the laws entailing estates on eldest sons, thus ending the development of a Virginia landed aristocracy. Gradually, he substituted a just and liberal penal system for the barbaric one then in force. His bills provided for a complete state system of education and for the elimination of slavery. Of these measures, he achieved only the prohibition of further importation of slaves into Virginia and the later founding of the university. The most important item, won through a 10 years fight, was the abrogation of the vicious colonial laws on religion, replacing them with his great statute on religious freedom, which reads, "Be it therefore enacted by the General Assembly that no man shall be compelled to frequent or support any religious worship place or ministry whatsoever, nor shall be enforced, restrained, molested, or burdened in his body or goods, nor shall otherwise suffer on account of his religious opinions or beliefs, but that all men shall be free to profess and by argument to maintain their opinions in matters of religion, and that the same shall in no wise diminish, enlarge, or affect their civil capacities." That is not the earliest statute on religious freedom in our country, but is one of the noblest, and through Jefferson's prestige and influence, helped to give us a similar guarantee in those first amendments to the Constitution forming our Bill of Rights. Jefferson thus became the father of American religious freedom. And in a day such as this, with worldwide revival of religious intolerance and persecution, we need, as never before, to return to his great ideas and follow them. In the darkest period of the war, Jefferson served 2 terms as governor when Virginia was ravaged by British troops. He narrowly escaped capture at Monticello, fleeing by an underground passage as the British came over the brow of the hill. Elected to Congress, Jefferson drafted the law for the government of the Northwest Territory, providing in it that slavery should cease there from the beginning of 1800. Finally adopted by the Congress, this made Union victory possible in the Civil War. His original bill further provided that slavery should cease in the Southwest Territory at the same date. This Congress rejected. Had it carried, there would have been no Civil War. In 1784, Jefferson was again asked to go to France. His wife had died in the meantime, and he accepted, soon succeeding Franklin as ambassador. His 5 years in Paris were happy. His culture made him welcome at the court of the last King Louis, but alone among our statesmen, he was able to see the true meaning of the French Revolution. Shortly after the fall of the Bastille, he came home, permanently loving France, but wholeheartedly American. He remarked to Monroe that to love one's own country, one should live abroad a while. Advice as good today as when Jefferson gave it. Reluctantly, he accepted appointment as Secretary of State in the first cabinet, but was increasingly alarmed at the growing power of the federal government fostered by Hamilton with Washington's sanction. Jefferson believed in the least central government consistent with law and order. Hamilton wanted the strongest government consistent with liberty. At the close of 1793, Jefferson resigned and went home to Monticello. In 1796, the largest electoral vote was for John Adams for president, the next for Jefferson. As the Constitution then provided, this made Jefferson vice president. During his term, he devoted himself to organizing the opposition to the Federalist policies, thus founding the first political party to be consciously formed. He called it Republican, in contrast to the monarchical, as he stigmatized the Federalists. It was afterwards named Republican Democratic and finally Democratic. It has had the longest life of any political party in America, and although called dying some years ago, recently took office with the largest majority given in decades. During Adams' administration, there was threat of war with France, and the Federalists passed the vicious alien and sedition laws. Jefferson wrote protesting resolutions passed by the Kentucky legislature denying the right of the federal government to assume any power not specifically given it in the Constitution, and affirming the right of each state on its own initiative to nullify such action. While needed at the time, those resolutions contained germs of grave trouble to develop later into the Civil War. In 1800, the electoral vote was equally divided between Jefferson and Aaron Burr, throwing the election into the Federalist House. As chief opposition leader, Jefferson was bitterly hated, and the House inclined to give the election to Burr, which would have been a national calamity. At this point, Hamilton intervened. Distrusting Burr and recognizing Jefferson's devotion to the country's welfare, he influenced enough votes to make his enemy, Thomas Jefferson, President of the United States. Jefferson's inaugural address was a masterpiece, stating his whole philosophy of democracy. He pardoned all sedition law convicts, gradually removed the midnight judges, last-minute appointees of Adams, and sought to eliminate all aristocratic customs. His great achievement was the Louisiana Purchase. The year he took office, Spain ceded to Napoleon her claim to that empire extending from New Orleans to the Pacific Northwest. When Jefferson learned of this, he exclaimed, "We must marry ourselves to the British nation and fleet." He hoped, however, to buy New Orleans and some adjacent territory, an idea earlier urged, and sent Monroe to negotiate. Napoleon had not been able to shake the dominance of the British fleet, and finally offered to sell the whole territory to Jefferson for $16 million. For that sum of national small change, Jefferson bought the empire that made our greater America. He did it in direct violation of his expressed views of the constitutional powers of the federal government, taking as president the action he saw was necessary to the nation's welfare. His second election was almost unanimous, but the party split behind its leaders, as usually follows when a party takes office with too large a majority. Believing no generation should limit a subsequent one, Jefferson was anxious to pay off the national debt before leaving office. To accomplish that, he must avoid war, and so accepted grave humiliation to maintain peace at any price. He refused a third term, establishing the tradition founded by Washington, and left office saddened but with the heart of the people still with him. His later life was given to the 16 years fight to establish the University of Virginia. He planned its simple but beautiful buildings, and as rector inaugurated educational reforms carried out nearly a century later in northern institutions. In the last year, Jefferson suffered increasing financial distress from a combination of causes, including the throng of visitors who came. He had to sell his beloved library, collected through 60 years. To keep the books together, he let Congress have it for about half its public auction value. A large gift from friends in other states enabled him to remain at Monticello. After his death, his daughter had to leave, and the great estate was sold for $10,000. So Jefferson died at Monticello, and strange to say, on July 4th, 1826, anniversary of the signing of his draft of the nation's birth charter. Stranger yet, John Adams died the same day in Massachusetts, and almost his last words were, "Thomas Jefferson still survives," but Jefferson had died several hours earlier. He wrote his own epitaph, which reads, "Here was buried Thomas Jefferson, author of the American Declaration of Independence, of the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, and father of the University of Virginia." No mention of his other great services. Those were the three by which he wished to be remembered. Author of the American Declaration of Independence, philosopher of democracy for all time, of the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, father of our American religious liberty, and father of the University of Virginia, first of our statesmen to recognize fully the responsibility of the state for the education of the citizen under democracy. Jefferson thus stands for a few great simple ideas: freedom of speech and press, freedom in religion, freedom of person and conduct, ideas for which we must ever fight to keep the soul of democracy in our great, ever-growing, more powerful and centralized republic.
Jefferson, philosopher of democracy, has been the subject of another program in the series titled Lives of Great Men, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs.
Day listeners, a report on her progress. You're invited to a full day of fact and fun on NBC's Weekday tomorrow. Now, stay tuned for Biographies in Sound on NBC. Transcribed.
When he came into a room, he was a remarkable presence. The room was just full of electricity.
The National Broadcasting Company presents A Biography in Sound. This is a biography in sound of Sinclair Lewis, an impression of the first American author to win the internationally famous Nobel Prize in Literature. The story of this man, who became not only a famous writer, but a remarkable personality of our times, is told by the voices of those who knew him. Our commentator is an outstanding figure in the literary world, the head of the well-known publishing firm Random House, a popular columnist, and a familiar figure in radio and television, Mr. Bennett Cerf.
Today, more than 5 years after his death, the mention of the name Sinclair Lewis brings forth affectionate recollections, violent criticisms, and contradictory statements. He was born in the small town of Sauk Center, Minnesota in 1885. He died 65 years later, in January 1950, in Rome, Italy. In those 65 years of intense living, he made an adventurous journey. It was a journey that took him from a little prairie village to the great cities of the world. Along the way, he met with disappointment and discouragement. He also found success and international fame. It was a strange journey for the man who became America's best-known author and who died all alone, far from the friends and the land that he loved.
Much has been made of the fact that Red Lewis, the man, and Sinclair Lewis, the artist, were lonely.
These are words from a memorial service for Sinclair Lewis at Sauk Center, Minnesota, shortly after his death in January 1951. The words were spoken by Frederick F. Manfred, a young author whom Sinclair Lewis befriended and encouraged during the latter years of his life, as he did so many young writers.
Much has been made of the fact that Red Lewis, the man, and Sinclair Lewis, the artist, were lonely. In the case of Red Lewis, we know he was lonely, incredibly lonely. He was so lonely in the beginning that he left his Minnesota home to see the flesh spots of the cities in the East and in Europe. He was so lonely in his middle years that he came back to America and bought and sold more homes in various sections of America than is ordinarily permitted, even the most privileged of men, most privileged of nations. He was so lonely in his last years that he consciously or unconsciously began to seek out his origins as a child of the Western civilization by sojourning in one of its older cultures. And Lewis was lonely. When you met him, you instantly felt compassion for him. Not because he lacked vigor or strength or self-help, but because he had too much of these things. His eyes, his face, his hands, all seemed to cry for affection, for simple love between man and man.
Even today, no one knows just what is the place of Sinclair Lewis in American literature. As a boy in Sauk Center, Harry Sinclair Lewis was different. He went hunting and swimming and fishing, but he also read books, and he wrote stories and poems, and he tried to work on the local newspaper. He was a tall, awkward, gangling youngster who even then was looking beyond the horizons of his small hometown. This was the boy who was to become one of the most fabulously successful writers of his day. His books sold by the millions all over the world. Some of them were great books, and some were poor books, especially those that he wrote in the last years of his life. He was given the Pulitzer Prize for having written the best American novel of 1926, the memorable Arrowsmith. He refused the prize because he refused to acknowledge the authority of any prize committee. In 1930, however, he became the first American to receive the Nobel Prize in Literature, perhaps the highest honor a novelist can achieve. This prize he accepted, probably not so much for himself as for the recognition it gave to all American writers. But we're interested not so much in his fame as in the man himself. He came east from that Minnesota background to Yale University, where he was a rebel and a misfit among the more sophisticated products of the Eastern prep schools. Then he drifted into a number of jobs, mainly as an unsuccessful newspaper reporter, and then came to New York. Mrs. Helen Woodward knew him well in those struggling days. She was a brilliantly successful woman in the advertising field, and her late husband, W.E. Woodward, became a distinguished author in his own right. For years, he was a close friend of the man who was called Hal Lewis by some of his earlier friends and Red Lewis by most of the others.
The way I first met Lewis, Red Lewis, we called him, was odd. My husband was editing a syndicate, or rather publishing a syndicate, and he was looking for an editor. And somebody said to him, "There's a fellow down at Stokes. Might do." Stokes was a publishing house now out of existence and very, very stick in the mud. Bill called up this young man, whose name he heard was Harry Lewis, and asked him to lunch. And Red turned up. This was the year 1912. He turned up, and Bill said, here was this tall, incredibly gawky, country-looking young man with red hair, badly dressed, wrists sticking out of his sleeves, and restless and self-conscious and uneasy. And so they sat down, and Bill told him what he wanted, and they had an awfully good time. Red was amusing and vivid, and they hit it off, and he was immensely excited about the idea of the job. It turned out that he had told Stokes, the old man who was head of the business, that he wanted to write novels, and Stokes said, "That's just one thing you'll never do. You'd better stick to just editorial work such as we have for you here." And some he got less for, and he was living in a miserable tenement room, was awfully poor, and this $35 job was the first real break he had. So he was very pleased, but he thought that he ought to get more than that. Anyway, he listened with great attention to what Bill said and was excited, because Red always got very much excited about a new idea. suddenly he began to look very sort of grim and cold, and he said, "Yes, that sounds fine, but what are you going to pay me?" And Bill, who had no idea what he was getting, said, "Well, $65 a week." And Red leaped up and grabbed both his hands and shook them and said, "It's a deal." And that's how a long, long acquaintance, friendship, and later enmity began.
After 22 years of friendship, beginning in 1912, when Lewis was just getting started, his friendly relationship with Bill Woodward ended in 1934. That's when Mr. Woodward wrote a profile, a biographical sketch, about him for the New Yorker magazine.
One thing about Red was he couldn't keep a friend. I think his friendship with my husband lasted longer than any. The thing was that nobody could quite satisfy Red. He couldn't, and he couldn't give anything. He was very, very amusing, vivid, and interesting, but he could get so trying and tiresome.
Yes, almost everyone had mixed feelings about Red Lewis, just as readers and critics had mixed feelings about his writing. His vitality, his curiosity, and his unpredictable qualities made him always interesting, but difficult sometimes as well.
Well, in between these times, there were plenty of interesting and even lovable occasions. For instance, in 1924 and 25, New Year's Day, we were in Paris in La Pérouse having lunch, when all of a sudden we heard a shout, "Bill, Helen!" We looked up, and there was Red Lewis. We didn't know he was there, and he was there with his first wife, Gracie. And Red had a reputation of being very close about money. He insisted on buying a champagne and doing everything and driving around Paris and stopping at all kinds, this place and that place, and it was an endurance contest in some ways.
He was restless and impulsive, but even though his friends got annoyed with him sometimes, very angry in fact, they sensed his integrity, enthusiasm, and basic hatred of hypocrisy. Now here's John William Rogers, a newspaper man, book reviewer, and at present a regional writer living in Dallas, Texas.
I had heard of Lewis through the Woodwards, who were my good friends. I'd known them in a different vista of life. And I was living in New York, and one night the phone rang, and it was Helen. She said, "We were over at the Hotel Grosvenor in Red Lewis's apartment. Come over here." Well, I was curious to meet him, so I went over. And I knocked on the door. And this strange creature with a flaxen walrus mustache met me at the door. It was Lewis. He'd discovered this mustache, which reminded him of Ford Madox Ford, who was very British. So he was giving a British imitation of Ford Madox Ford in this mustache, and he ushered me in. Rebecca West was there, and Irina Van Doren, and a lot of people. And that quality of mimicry went on all the time, and he would suddenly get up and start an entire monologue. I've seen him do that, where I remember something about Washington, how a senator down there might do something, and he'd have people in stitches of laughter.
Almost everyone who remembers Red Lewis recalls his dynamic energy. Perhaps because of his basic shyness, he had a need to call attention to himself. But there were other qualities that we sometimes forget.
One of the most interesting things about him, and I don't think many people realize it, was his ability to listen. Even to the end of his life, and I knew him toward the end of his life, he was very much interested in people. And he was staying with me once in Texas, and he'd gotten there about noon. I was trying to give him a picture of what the people were like and all. And at dinner, as we got up from the table, he said, "Well, you've told me 2 novels.
Later, John William Rogers visited Sinclair Lewis in New York City.
It was just at the time that Elmer Gantry was going to be published. But he called me, this particular afternoon, he called me into his bedroom and said, "I'll show you something not many people have seen." And he took out a map, and it was a map of Zenith, Ohio, in which I've forgotten which one of the books. Well, every detail, it was as detailed as a map of New York City, where the YMCA and the Christian church and the saloon and all the rest. The whole thing was done in black and he had drawn and made it. And I think these places were very, very real to him.
Almost all of the people who knew Red Lewis had one impression in common.
He had a wistfulness about life. I think that's one of the things that made him so restless. He was looking for the light that never was seen on land or sea, and when he would get to the place, it wouldn't be there. He'd settle down for a little while thinking, I've found it, and then move on. As he went on back to Italy, he died all alone there in that curiously tragic situation.
One of those who knew Sinclair Lewis best in that early period, I guess, was Harrison Smith, president and then an associate editor of the Saturday Review.
Sinclair Lewis should have graduated from Yale in 1908. He left in his junior year to join Upton Sinclair and Sinclair's socialist colony in New Jersey. He kept the furnace going, he shifted the ashes, he did about everything that an odd job man can do, and of course attended all of the meetings of the socialists who at that time were presenting a rosy new world to America.
Although the friendship was difficult sometimes, Harrison Smith and Sinclair Lewis remained friends through the years. I lived with them through some of their more frenzied battles, but they always made up at the end.
In all my experiences with Lewis, I always thought of him in the early years as one of the most brilliant men I've ever met. He was a conversationalist who was staggering. Very often he would face a whole group of people at a dinner or anywhere, and you would suddenly hear the voice of the Middle West. He imitated all of his characters before he put them into his books. He knew what they were going to say. He knew what they were like. I knew him at the time when he was working for William Morrow, a publisher, and was bringing out the first of his 3 or 4 books, which people have lost sight of since. One was a boy's book. The other one was an airplane novel called The Trail of the Hawk. Another one was Our Mr. Wren. Now, Our Mr. Wren was the first sign that anyone had that Lewis was or could be a great writer. It's a most distinguished book. He'd gone abroad for the first time and was a lonely man in London. And it's a very affecting and moving story indeed. It's been republished recently. Then, of course, after that came his chance in life. George H. Doran and Company took him on as editor and advertising manager. But what he wanted was to be able to make enough money so that he could be completely free to write. To do that, he did a good deal of work for the Saturday Evening Post, serials and whatnot. They were not good literature, although they were excellent reading. And it provided him with enough money to start his career as a writer. And he had in the back of his mind, and had for several years, Main Street. He knew from the beginning that Main Street was going to do something to the United States. He had no doubt about it at all. He had actually written a part of Main Street when he was in his last year in Yale. The manuscript was called the Village Virus. I don't think there's a word in the Village Virus that ever appeared in Main Street, but he used that plot, which had been in his mind for so many years. And of course, as everyone knows, it was instantaneously successful, and it made Lewis a famous writer right from the beginning. In the end, this and other books that began to pour out of him gave him, as everyone knows, the Nobel Prize in Literature. He went over and stood up on his feet in his dress clothes with his raw, red, Middle Western countenance and told the world through them what he thought of American literature and what he thought of the critics of American literature. It was certainly the most unusual speech that anyone had ever made or ever perhaps will make.
When Sinclair Lewis was awarded the Nobel Prize in 1930, he had written such novels as Main Street, Babbitt, Arrowsmith, Elmer Gantry, and Dodsworth. To many people, each of these novels was a harsh criticism of American life. They were furiously indignant that Lewis should be honored as a great or even a representative American writer. In accepting the Nobel Prize, Sinclair Lewis struck back at these critics. Among other things, he said, "To a true blue professor of literature in an American university, Literature is not something that a plain human being living today painfully sits down to produce. No, it's something dead. It's something magically produced by superhuman beings who must, if they are to be regarded as artists at all, have died at least 100 years before the diabolical invention of the typewriter. Our American professors like their literature clear and cold and pure and very dead. In the new and vital experimental land of America, one would expect the teachers of literature to be less monastic, more human than in the traditional shadows of old Europe. They're not. With a wealth of creative talent in America, our criticism has most of it been a chill and insignificant activity pursued by jealous spinsters, ex-baseball reporters, and acid professors. Well, after that outburst, he went on with typical contrariness to become kind, generous, and humble. Instead of speaking of his own work, he made it the occasion to praise other American writers, especially the young experimental writers of the period who were little admired by the more conventional critics. Here's a further impression by Harrison Smith.
You never quite knew where Lewis was going to lead you or what was going to happen when you went out with him. That was one of his great charms. One summer he was going up to New England to join his child and his wife, Dorothy Thompson. So he stopped in to pick me up and go to New England with him. We'd no sooner got started than he said, what am I going to do about the Nobel Prize medal? I said, what do you want to do with it? Well, he said, it's a large plate of gold hanging up on my wall, and people love gold, so I don't know why I should leave it there. I said, well, what do you want to do with it? He said, let's give it to Yale. I said, well, why not? It's a fine idea. So we stopped at his house, and we picked up this large platter in this beautiful case and drove up to the Yale Library. Now, both of us looked like tramps. I think Lewis looked like a worse tramp than I did. But we got into the library and finally saw the librarian. I had a little speech already made, which Lewis and I had concocted together. So I said, Dr. Rush, this is Sinclair Lewis, author of Main Street, and he has the Nobel Prize medal which he wants to give the library. Well, Dr. Rush looked at me and he looked at Lewis, and I was certain right then that he thought somebody was pulling his leg, because Lewis did not look like a distinguished writer, and I certainly didn't look like an editor of any kind. So Dr. Rush said, well, medals? He said, what do you mean medals? He said, we don't accept medals, you know. He said, we have some medals here if you gentlemen want to see them. I said, we don't want to see your medals. We want to hand Yale the Nobel Prize award in literature given to Mr. Sinclair Lewis, who's standing right in front of you. Dr. Rush said, well, I don't understand, gentlemen, what this is all about. So I took this huge medal, opened it, and presented it to him. He looked at it and said, I'm sorry, we can't do anything about it. So Lewis and I went downstairs, and he was infuriated. In the first place, we'd had to wait downstairs a half an hour before this gentleman would see us. Now, oddly enough, there were a couple of youthful reporters there. One of them from the New Haven newspaper, and the other one from the Yale newspaper. And they got wind of this. So by the time Lewis and I got up in Vermont, the papers had it all over the United States. Yale Library refuses to accept Sinclair Lewis gold medal.
Sinclair Lewis had a knack for making news. Seems he was always on the front page for some reason or other. Sometimes he got into situations or made statements that he regretted very soon himself. But for better or for worse, Red Lewis always had to be himself.
Sinclair Lewis was a gregarious man. He loved people. He was curious about them. But he found it difficult to hold them. In the first place, he usually absorbed all the conversation. And among the kind of people that Lewis knew and that I knew, there are a great many people who liked to talk too. He was brilliant in all of this. And what he was actually doing was trying out on his small audience around him the characters that he would soon put into a book.
Perhaps he was too preoccupied with his writing to find the other values he sought for in life.
Lewis, one might say, was born to be a lonely man. He liked people. He liked to have them around him. But they found him extremely difficult. In fact, you might say he loved people. But he never could hold their friendships very long. He was too intense for them. A great deal of his recitations, private and public recitations, came, I believe, from his feeling that something was always a little wrong with him. I think that his feeling about people, his desire to be liked, came from those years in Yale when he was not accepted. That is, of course, one of the reasons why he skipped a whole year there. It was really tragic because people did love him and tried to love him, but he was so difficult to handle.
Although Red Lewis traveled all over the world and mingled with the great and the famous, he always missed Sauk Center, even though he could never go home again. He sought the peace and security of home in many, many places. He went restlessly from one place to another, but nothing could satisfy that roving spirit of his.
It had something to do, I believe, with the large houses that he took over. He bought an enormous house in the Berkshires near Williamstown. The house was equipped with an enormous farm, which cost him a fortune to try to continue. He had a swimming pool in which he couldn't or didn't swim. He had a tennis court in which he never played. He had a guest house no one ever entered. He had a colored butler and a colored maid. The tragic part of that last visit was that we tried to play chess together. And I'd actually taught Lewis chess. He wasn't any good, and I was just about as bad as he was, perhaps a little bit better. So we played, and he got awfully excited about it. So I said, we better quit this. And I said, who do you play chess with? Aren't there some of the boys in Williamstown to come over and play chess with some of the professors? The Red said, no, they don't come anymore. And I said, why don't they? He said, well, they're afraid I'll put them in my next book, which indeed he might have done. Then he made this remark, which I thought was extremely sad, and I have never forgotten. He said, I'm trying to teach the colored girl to play chess with me, but she will not learn the knight's move. She doesn't simply understand it.
That's Red Lewis, with fame, with fortune, with a wonderful estate, all alone in a mansion, trying to pass the time by playing chess with a maid who unfortunately couldn't learn to make that knight's move.
There's no doubt, of course, that Sinclair Lewis loved America and loved the American people. The sharpness of his satire was occasioned because people did not meet with his expectations or hoped for what he knew America would have to face in the future. He saw changing America as perhaps no other writer of his time did. But in spite of his love for America, he loved to travel. He wanted to see the world. He loved England. He traveled through Europe extensively. Been in Germany, France, Italy. And the saddest thing, perhaps, of his whole life was his final retreat from the Berkshires, from that great house there, to flee to Europe once more. When he went to Rome, he was a sick and dying man. He died alone. As far as I know, no one ever appeared to see poor Lewis.
This is a biography in sound of Sinclair Lewis, created by the voices of those who knew him, with Bennett Cerf as our commentator. Our program will continue after a brief pause for station identification. NBC continues this biography in sound of Sinclair Lewis, with Bennett Cerf as our commentator.
For 3 decades, through the 1920s, 30s, and 40s, Sinclair Lewis was one of the most flamboyant figures of our time, both as a writer as an individual. Here's a friend who knew him throughout that period.
Well, I really knew Sinclair Lewis over a long, long period. It really covered 30 years, from 1921 down to the time of his death in Rome in January 1951.
This is Melville Cain, who has combined two distinguished careers as an outstanding attorney and as a poet. He's the co-editor of The Man from Main Street, a Sinclair Lewis reader, and he was also the friend and legal advisor of Sinclair Lewis throughout his lifetime.
The first time I saw him, and the occasion for it, was when he had need of a little legal advice. He had just published Main Street and had made a contract for the dramatization of the book as a play. And there was some ambiguity in the contract as to the division of royalties between the two playwrights and Lewis as the author. They thought one way and he thought another, and there was room for doubt. He came over to me with Alfred Harcourt of Harcourt, Brace & Company, who were then his publishers. He explained the situation, and I looked over the contract and was inclined to agree with him. And I was successful in getting the interpretation that he wanted. The amount involved was very small, but he was so tickled with the idea that he'd won something in the contest that he bragged about it all over and praised me as if I'd done a really marvelous job for him.
Sinclair Lewis represented many different things to many different people. Just as his writing varied tremendously both in subject matter and in quality, he himself was many-sided and utterly unpredictable. And yet, even that wasn't true in every relationship.
All through the years, he was loyal and constant. You hear a good deal of his being unstable in his relations with people, but I never found him so. I saw him through many a situation that might have floored another man of less strong spirit. But he survived them all, and my chief regret was that I wasn't with him when he died and when he was in his last illness in Rome. I admired him, and I was fond of him both.
Even those who admired him as a writer were exasperated with him sometimes because of what seemed to be his overly critical attitude toward his own country. However, we must remember the period in which he began his serious writing, a period when many of us certainly were too smug and complacent for our own good or the good of our nation.
There's a misconception held in many quarters that Lewis's writing was really in hostility to American life. As a matter of fact, he was trying to expose the weaknesses of an America that he really idealized. And his satire was meant to have that effect. I suppose, in a way, he was a crusader for truth and ideality and a better life generally. He was a mixed personality, as everybody knew, but he was essentially a restless man seeking for something that he never was able to find. He seemed to be a person driven, and essentially he was a lonely man who hadn't found himself and was always seeking to find himself. In that search, he roamed wherever his fancy took him, but primarily to England and the continent, and to Italy, which I believe was his greatest love outside of America. It was very strange, and yet it was in the pattern of his life. He was always seeking something in the next place and never was able to find it.
That's the voice of Melville Cain, a man who knew and understood Sinclair Lewis throughout his stormy, restless career. Sinclair Lewis had friends, and enemies too, in probably every walk of life.
The first time I met Red Lewis was in Roosevelt Hospital. His wife, Dorothy Thompson, was a patient of mine, and he came to visit her.
Now here's Dr. Cornelius Traeger, Connie to Sinclair Lewis and his other friends.
I was immediately intrigued by his avid interest in all things medical, and we spent the rest of the afternoon and all of that evening talking about doctors and hospitals and things medical in general. Red, as you know, was a frustrated doctor. His father was a doctor. His older brother was a doctor. He was always interested in things medical. He had steeped himself in medical problems even before he thought of writing Arrowsmith. He wanted to be a doctor, but he realized that his personality was such that he could never have been a successful doctor. But Red, to the end of our friendship, was always interested in what's new in medicine and followed the progress of medicine with great interest and a good deal of professional and intellectual curiosity.
During his lifetime, Sinclair Lewis was intensely interested in many subjects. He probably wanted to be all the main characters about whom he wrote. He was interested in people and other professions, and perhaps he envied them.
The most important of my relationships with Red had to do with the time he decided to become a playwright. He'd been a great and successful novelist, a Nobel Prize winner, to be sure. But one evening we were sitting in his apartment. He suddenly said, "Connie, I'm going to be a playwright." And I looked at him, a little bit astonished. But Red was full of surprises like that. I said, "Why do you want to be a playwright? You're doing all right. You're a successful novelist. You've led a very full life. Playwriting is a medium which is entirely different from writing novels, and the woods are full of novelists who have tried to write plays unsuccessfully and playwrights who've tried to write novels also unsuccessfully." He said, "I'm sick of this way of living. When I write a book, and I've lived my life by this pattern, when I write a book, the idea comes to me, I mull over it for a while, I think about it. The whole idea then suddenly comes into focus, it gels. Then I prepare meticulous, careful maps of locale. And then I lock myself up in a room with a typewriter, and 2 years later I emerge with a book. It's a lonesome life. I don't like to be interrupted. I'm crabby and cranky and alone." And he says, "That's been my life. Always thinking about the next book, going into seclusion to write it, getting it published, and starting it all over again. And here I am, middle-aged, and life has passed me by. I want to write for living people. I want people around me. I want to write for people and have them work with me, and I want to work with them and see them work and see my words come to life." I said, "Red, what do you know about playwriting?" Well, he said, "I've got to learn. The only way I'll ever learn how to be a playwright is to get into the theater."
It was a big news story at the time when Sinclair Lewis became stage-struck. It isn't often that a distinguished and successful novelist tries to take up another career.
He arranged to join a summer stock company in Cohasset, Massachusetts. And I went along with him, lived with him for several weeks in Cohasset. The first play he ever played in was one that he had written himself. It Can't Happen Here. He took the part of the country editor. Jeremus Jessup, I believe, was the character. And I must say, after many years of going to theater, that he played that part the first week magnificently. During this first week of his performance, he became enamored of the theater. He became interested in the techniques of the theater and began talking the theater jargon, such as upstage, downstage, center lights, double takes, and so forth. By the second week, he thought he was a professional actor, and the second week performance was really horrible. At that point, Red became not an actor but a ham. And he stayed a ham throughout his entire acting career. Red never became a successful playwright. He wrote a play. Angela was 21, I think it was. He wrote it first with one actress in mind, then he changed to another, and finally to a third actress. The play opened in Columbus, Ohio. I went out to Columbus to see it. It was awful. Red played it himself. And again, it was poignantly bitter to me because Red tried so hard to put all his knowledge of literature, all his virtuosity with words, all that he had learned in the theater into this one great tour de force. And it was just not his medium, not his milieu. He kept that show on the road for several weeks, lost a pile of money, never brought it to New York.
There were those who were mighty amused by the idea of tall, gangling, awkward Red Lewis wanting to be a matinee idol. But there was a reason for it, a deeply human reason.
We must understand that Red's reason for going into the theater was not that he wanted more fame or kudos or recognition or even the feeling of conquering a new field. Red was lonesome. He was the lonesomest man I have ever known. He exploited his friends because of his utter, desolate lonesomeness. He hated to be alone. And he went into the theater because this, he thought, was a cure for abolishing this tremendous loneliness of which he suffered all his life.
That was the voice of Dr. Cornelius Traeger, telling us a part of Sinclair Lewis's life that is indicative of the total personality of the man. Here's a friend who knew him in a different kind of relationship.
When we think of Lewis the man and his success, we think that his success was achieved without any previous notice, as it were.
This is Harry Moore, a senior editor of Random House publishing firm. He knew Sinclair Lewis throughout his professional career and worked with him as an editor of many of his books. Harry Moore also was co-editor with Melville Cain of The Man from Main Street, that book about Sinclair Lewis that I mentioned previously.
As a matter of fact, Lewis spent an apprenticeship of about 8 to 10 years of the hardest kind of literary work and struggle before he appeared to the world with his famous novel Main Street.
The publication of Main Street in 1920 was an overnight success and immediately made Sinclair Lewis. But the sudden acclaim was a bit ironical. This was a man who for years had done a full day's work in a New York office, and then at home he worked late at night or early in the morning, writing at the kitchen table.
In his early days, he was a magazine editor, a proofreader, and later on he became a publicity man with the old George H. Doran Company. My own job at that time was the publicity man for Doubleday's, Doubleday Paging Company at that time. And Red and I, being old friends, used to meet for lunch about once a week and lie to each other about our great publicity exploits. We also exchanged ideas and got help from each other one way and another. One evening after work, Red and a couple of other fellows and myself were sitting at the old Martinique having a drink. And pretty soon Red got up and said, "Excuse me, I'll be back in about 15 minutes. He did come back in about 15 minutes, and he said, "Well, Harry, I've quit my job. I've just about finished my novel Main Street, and I'm not going to work anymore." And that was when he ceased his employment with publishers, and thereafter he remained an author. I had a long association with Sinclair Lewis, his editor. When he'd finished the second or the third version, we would sit down and go over the manuscript together.
While working with Sinclair Lewis as an editor, Harry Moore often visited and stayed with him at one of his many country homes.
Red liked to get up early in the morning and work. He would get up at 5 or 6 o'clock and have his thermos of coffee. Then he would sit down to work and work till 9 or 10 o'clock. Those were among his best hours of work. I myself was more inclined toward the night shift. And what we would frequently do was that I would read late at night. Then I would leave at his door the batch of manuscript that I had read with my notes and go to bed. Red would get up at 5 o'clock the next morning, take them in, look at them. Then by 11 o'clock, we were ready to get together and fight the battle over those notes. And so it would go. People think of Lewis as being intolerant, temperamental, difficult, and, if I may say so, on the irritable side. This was not true in the working of his books. This was all a part of his character, because he was a man who was meticulous in the discharge of his obligations and responsibilities. I remember that he used to say that he could get all
A certain German once said,
"God stop England."
And a certain Frenchman said,
"A nation of shopkeepers."
And an Italian added,
"In England there are 60 different religions and only one sauce."
And finally an Englishman,
"This fortress built by nature for herself against infection and the hand of war, this happy breed of men, this little world, this precious stone, set in the silver sea, which serves it in the office of a wall or as a moat defensive to a house against the envy of less happy lands.
This blessed plot, this earth, this realm, this England. There you have it, soldier from the States, 4 views of England. What will you have, soldier?"
Well, I'd take a beer, but in England, the beer is warm.
They like it that way.
They drive to the left.
An English custom.
Their coffee.
Yes?
Well, it ain't coffee.
I admire your restraint. Of course, our tea isn't tea.
Granted. I'll tell you another thing. Confidentially, this place is lousy with tradition.
I see, like Westminster Abbey?
That's a ticket.
Or the Tower of London?
Uh-huh.
Or Magna Carta?
I don't know about that. Better leave Magna Carta alone.
I see. You're a scholar.
Nah, plumber's helper. Sure, that's what I was. Did you ever hear of the plumber's code? Well, Section 26 is the Magna Carta of the plumbing business. Let me say it to you.
Not now, soldier. I'm going to tell you something of the first Magna Carta.
Is that so? Ain't you going to wear fancy clothes?
Not even a ruffle.
Oh, will you tell it like in the moon pictures? Gadzooks and forsooth and stuff like that?
Not if I want to get paid, I won't. Just sit back and listen, soldier. For no matter your name and accent or where your father was born, in a sense, England is your ancestral home. This is your tongue and this your habit and your beginning. You and I, soldier, we came this way.
The NBC University of the Air presents We Came This Way, a new historical series for home and overseas. With John W. Vandercook as the narrator, we present Chapter 1, a story of Magna Carta in We Came This Way.
On the outermost verge of Europe, sundered from the mainland by the running Channel Sea, float the islands of Britain. There was a time once, perhaps in the year 2000, before the Christian era, when Britain was a part of the continent and the Thames was tributary to the River Rhine. The land lay naked and frost-bitten under the polar ice cap until there came a melting of snows and a rising of seas, which inundated the shallows of Dover. And perhaps in the year 700 before Christ, there came upon Britain a second inundation, an inundation of men, fair of hair and big of bone.
The Celts.
And the Celts remained as conquerors over the primitive inhabitants, until they too, in the first century of the modern era, yielded before
the Romans.
In the angry, tumultuous years that followed, the invader continued to come.
Angles, Saxons,
Jutes, Frisians,
Vikings, the Norsemen and the Danes.
And 1066, the Normans under William the Conqueror.
Thus an Englishman, a complex of races, an amalgam, a melting, a fusion, and yet also a breed apart. It was this blending of Gaelic-speaking, Anglo-Saxon-speaking, French-speaking people who in the reign of King John planted a seed of liberty, which men call Magna Carta. Some men stumbled into evil. Some are forced into evil unwillingly. Some have a talent for it. In the year of our Lord, 1203, the throne of England was occupied by a man with a talent for evil. It may be said with truth that he was the worst king in the history of England. Therefore, John, a man of genius. Now it happened that many nobles looked upon John as usurper, for young Arthur, the son of John's elder brother, was still alive. And this became a cause for brooding and discontent, until in the month of April of the year 1203, Arthur fell prisoner to John and was seized and laid in a dungeon.
Who is it? Who's there? What do you want? King John, Uncle John, is it you? In the name of God, light a candle. Let me see your face.
No candles, Arthur.
Oh, it is you, John. A candle, sire.
Nephew.
Yes? What is it?
Your candle is out.
John, no. No, please. Not a dagger. Not while I'm unarmed. Merciful Father, I'm unarmed. Uncle!
If the nobles knew, they held their tongues, for John was absolute ruler over England. Besides, there was greater cause for murmuring in the next few years, for the French possessions of the crown fell to Philip Augustus. Normandy, Anjou, Poitou, fallen and forever lost to England, while John raged and the people grew witness under the burden of his taxes.
Good wives, I have corn to sell, I have herring to sell, I have salt to sell, I have fine salt, good wife.
Indeed it is, Chapman. And the herring?
Taken from the North Sea before Michaelmas a week. Take it, good wife, it's cheap.
I haven't even the half of a farthing, good sir.
Taxes?
Taxes.
Good wife, can you tell me what's come over England?
Haven't you heard, sir? John's come over us.
Like a plague and a corruption. Curse his name.
Amen, good sir. But careful. The king's man watches.
I have fish to sell. I have corn to sell. I have salt to sell.
Fitzwalter, that's an uncommon surly face you wear this morning.
Your Majesty should go among his subjects more. He will see it's not so uncommon.
A surly face and a surly tongue, I see.
Some day, sire, more than tongues will speak.
Fitzwalter, my friend, your speech exceeds discretion.
My monarch is not noted for his discretion.
I like a good retort. So you've heard about the wench.
Which one, Your Majesty?
Which one? You speak like the Queen.
I speak like myself, sire.
Then you speak too bold, Fitzwalter.
Even a king may be too bold, Your Majesty.
Truly? How, my friend?
You have taxed each baron for the hire of mercenary soldiers.
So I did.
There are no mercenary soldiers.
Come to think of it, you're quite right.
The barons wish the return of their money, Your Majesty.
Look outside, Fitzwalter. What do you see?
Cemetery, Your Majesty.
Excellent. Tell the barons that when the cemetery gives back, so also will King John.
Thus, merry England in the reign of King John. The hostility and the fear lay like a sleeping thing while John levied assessments and extorted payment from his subjects. Then it came about that Hubert, the Archbishop of Canterbury, died, and the monks disputed the bishops as to his successor. The candidates of the rival factions went before the Pope, and Innocent III, being an astute man, ruled for neither, but named Stephen Langton instead. And King John grew mightily incensed.
I do not meddle in the affairs of Rome. Let Rome not meddle in the affairs of England. Pembroke.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Do you know this Langton?
Know him, sire? No, except that he is a cardinal of the church and the new Archbishop of Canterbury.
Perhaps a cardinal in Rome, but not an archbishop in Canterbury. Pembroke, my orders.
Yes, sire.
Langton is refused admission to England. Am I understood?
Very well, sire.
Good. Now, we shall teach His Holiness that John will bear no trifling. Pembroke, order your men to seize church property throughout London. At once, Pembroke. Pembroke! Pembroke!
Coming, Your Majesty.
Does he think to frighten me? I am John of England. I'm the king.
I beg your pardon, sire. I do not know.
Oh, be still, you fool. The Pope has placed England under an interdict. I see through it, Pembroke. He seeks to turn the people against me. It won't work, do you hear? It won't work.
Friar, admit us to the church. No, the doors of the churches of England are closed. It is the interdict. What are you waiting for, woman?
For the bells, Friar.
No church bells ring in England, woman. It is the interdict.
Confess a dying old man of his sins, Father.
I cannot. The last sacrament is forbidden under the interdict.
He is dead. Oh, Friar, there was none to shrive him. Let him at least be buried in consecrated ground.
I cannot help you. My heart bleeds for you, but I cannot help you. It is forbidden by the interdict.
This is your doing, John.
Sirrah, I am your king. You know how to address a king.
Yes, Your Majesty. I know how to address a king.
I have no liking for your tone, Fitzwalter.
Will you quibble with me, sire, at a time when the church is withdrawn from the kingdom?
I ask you, Fitzwalter, where is your loyalty? To the Pope or to your king?
All England ponders that question, Your Majesty.
Answer, you traitor.
It is for you to answer, Your Majesty.
Do you want my answer?
Yes.
Very well. Since you seem to be concerned for the church, I give you leave to inform the Pope of Rome that the lands of the bishops are hereby declared forfeit.
You do not know what you are saying, sire.
Don't I? The emissaries of His Holiness are on their way with messages. Tell them to turn back.
Your Majesty.
To turn back, Fitzwater. For if they set foot in this palace on my honor as a Christian, I shall have their eyes torn from their heads.
In the year 1209, Innocent III declared King John excommunicated. At once the men of Wales rose in rebellion, and John summoned his barons to go to war, and many barons refused.
You are their leader, Fitzwater.
You have no proof of that, sire.
Good for you that I do not. Your head would be in the executioner's basket.
I do not doubt you, sire.
Leader or no leader, Fitzwater, inform my barons that those who stay at home must remain loyal, and I shall take measures to assure their loyalty. My Lord Pembroke.
You called, sire?
Go among our good barons, my lord, and take from each a child.
For what purpose, your Majesty?
I speak to Pembroke, sir, not to you. But since you ask, Fitzwater, I shall tell you. The children shall be my hostages.
But, your Majesty...
You think I am without wit, Fitzwater. I know how to command loyalty. Yes, the barons will be loyal, even to an excommunicated king.
You shall have none of my children, John.
I see. Your husband trembles at the knee, and so he sends his lady, Matilda. Well, Matilda, return to your castle and order your husband here.
No, John. I do not return. And you take no child of mine as hostage.
And pray, why not?
Because once you took your own nephew, Arthur, as hostage. And you killed him with your own murderous hand.
Guard, Caesar!
Will you murder me also?
No, Matilda. I am a gentleman. You will murder yourself. Yes. Take her to the dungeon guards, and the first man who gives her water to drink or bread to eat will answer to me.
Would you starve me, John?
Come, Matilda. You will starve quite well by yourself. Quite so. Drink your own tears and feed on your own fat. Take her away.
It is not the pain, but the cause which makes martyrs. And perhaps somewhere in England there is a monument to the Lady Matilda de Brose, who died a martyr's death. And also perhaps to Geoffrey, Archdeacon of Westminster, who suffered a leaden collar to be tightened around his neck because he would permit no priest to accompany the armies of an excommunicated and evil king. There were many martyrs in England. Some were hanged, and some were suffocated, and some were starved. And whether through fear of God or because he learned that Innocent III had authorized the King of France to lead a holy crusade against England, John yielded to the Pope and met with the papal legate at Dover.
Do you, John, submit to His Holiness and do him homage?
Why do you think I summoned you, you fool?
Do you, John, or do you not?
Very well, I do.
Do you accept Stephen Langton as Archbishop of Canterbury?
Call Philip of France off, and I'll accept the devil himself.
Do you, John, or do you not?
I do. Be quick, man. Be quick.
Do you promise to make full restitution to the church and to the bishops, monks, clerks, and all those at the church whom you have wrongfully deprived of property and rights?
Oh, what a dull fellow, my lords. I do, man.
You seem to show no contrition, my son.
Contrition is your business, not mine. Now send this accursed Stephen Langton to me, and let's be done with the mummery. So you're Langton.
Sire, I am the Archbishop of Canterbury.
Good. I'm the King of England. Remember that.
I am instructed, sire, to lift the sentence of excommunication.
Fine. It's just in time.
In time, Your Majesty?
To be candid, I have found it a slight inconvenience.
I dare say, Your Majesty.
I think I like you, Langton. I'll tell you something. There are some grudges I do not forget. No, not you. Philip Augustus of France. Him I do not forget, and he will not soon forget me. I prepare for war, Archbishop, war for the glory of England. Now, good day, sir. Our war chests are somewhat depleted. We must take steps to replenish them. Be silent, gentlemen. Thank you, sirs. Which of you is Giles the barber?
Aye, sir. I'm he.
Excellent. Do you pull teeth, Giles?
As quick as any barber in England, sir.
Never mind that. Can you pull teeth slowly, eh?
Slowly, sir?
Very slowly, Giles. Can you break a tooth in the socket?
Oh, it happens sometimes, sir. But it's not a good thing.
For my needs, it is a sovereign good. There are some usurers in Bristol who say they have no money. Pull their teeth, Giles.
Slow, sir?
Exactly. One tooth each day until they yield their money.
Suppose I pull all their teeth, and they have no money.
No doubt they will be dead by then.
The barons are not bound to serve you abroad, sire.
Speak for yourself, Fitzwalter.
Gladly. My knights and I do not follow you to France. And if you try to compel us, sire...
Finish, my good Fitzwalter. You were about to say if I tried to compel you, I should first have to fight a war at home.
Yes. For decent men, there is no comfort, no counsel, no consolation, except in resistance to you.
I think I dislike you less when you do not make speeches.
It is no idle speech, Your Majesty.
You're a dull fellow, Fitzwalter. It will be a pleasure to kill you someday.
But not now, Your Majesty.
No, not now. First, I have a score to settle with the King of France. Your turn will come later, Fitzwalter.
Archbishop, there are some in England who wish to know whether they can count on you.
And you among the some, Fitzwalter?
I among them, Archbishop.
I am a servant of the church, sir. Rebellion is not for the church. I am sworn to uphold John.
John fights an evil war in France. Do you also uphold that?
Do you ask me to be disloyal to my country? I am an Englishman.
In times like this, Archbishop, the best Englishman is one who speaks against his king. Are you with us, sir?
I cannot be with you, Fitzwalter. Wait. No, I cannot be with you, but I will not be against you.
The pattern shapes. John in France fighting in a doomed cause. The nobles, the middle class, and the church at home waiting for him to fail. And in France, King John failed and signed the humiliating peace of September 18th, 1214. And John and his bedraggled armies returned to England. And instead of showing a face of humility, John spoke arrogantly.
Fitzwalter, I demand a tax from you.
Indeed, sire.
From you and from every baron who did not follow me to France.
Do you force the issue, sire?
Force? Exactly, Fitzwalter. The word is force.
I shall communicate your wish to the baron, sire.
Demand is a better word, Fitzwalter.
Yes, Your Majesty. Demand is a better word.
In solemn convocation on November 20th, 1214, the barons of England met with Robert Fitzwalter and Stephen Langton, Archbishop of Canterbury. They spoke of their common humiliation and of the corruption that beset the land. But they spoke warily and with fear of John, and some counseled moderation.
No, I say no. You cannot resist moderately, for he will not compel you moderately.
You counsel rebellion, Fitzwalter.
Yes, my lord. I'm not afraid of the word.
I am. If we resist the king, our peasants in time will resist us.
They will, my lord, if you give them cause for resistance. And it will not be such a bad thing.
Come, Fitzwalter. You don't mean that.
Why not?
You betray your class, sir.
You do, if your peasants resist you for good cause. My lords, let us not find disagreement among ourselves. The king is treacherous and a tyrant. We serve him well by our divisions. If you wish liberty from tyranny, show John the point of your daggers.
Do you also counsel rebellion, Archbishop Langton?
I counsel justice, my lord.
I see. Fitzwalter would show the point of his dagger, and the Archbishop would show the point of his scriptures.
The two go well together, my lord.
Very well. I say fight.
Yes. Fight. The king will surely resist. What shall we do then?
Force him to comply.
Will you take an oath on it? To wage war against the King of England if he refuses our conditions?
Yes. Fight, I say.
And what say you, Archbishop?
God bless you, gentlemen. It is a good day and a good deed.
Langton.
Do you address me, sire?
I address you, Archbishop.
Your Majesty.
Excommunicate them.
Who, sire?
The rebels.
I know no rebels, Your Majesty.
You lie.
You are contumacious, sire.
Excommunicate them, I say. It is our order.
I refuse, Your Majesty.
How dare you, sir?
I dare many things, Your Majesty. Even to threaten you with excommunication.
I'll have you broken.
Save your breath, sire. There is nothing you can do but sign the charter.
I'll see them rot first.
You will sign, Your Majesty.
May God blaspheme your name, Stephen Langton.
I marvel that one man can be so wicked.
It's war they want, war they'll have.
How will Your Majesty wage war? Who stands allied to John?
My loyal subjects.
There are none left.
My nobles.
They march against your castles even now.
My people.
They would see you die like an animal in a ditch and raise no finger to help you.
My nobles, I say. There are still some who are not rebels.
Who? Which, sire?
My Lord Pembroke.
Who else, sire? Name them. Name your loyal nobles. The name should come ready to your lips.
Get out of my sight.
Church, people, nobles. All stand against John of England.
Get out of my sight, you traitor!
But you will sign.
Get out, I say!
But you will sign.
The devil rat your filthy tongue! Yes, I will sign. I will sign. Now get out!
In the year of our Lord, 1215, on the 15th day of June, King John of England stood humbly on the south side of the Thames and faced Stephen Langton and the nobles of the realm standing in the marshy flat before.
John, by the grace of God, King of England, Lord of Ireland, Duke of Normandy and Aquitaine, and Earl of Anjou, to the archbishops, bishops, abbots, earls, barons, justices, reeves...
And John was humble and also bitter. They have given me 25 over-kings, he said, and he cursed Stephen Langton and Robert Fitzwalter, but he put his seal of beeswax to the charter. This is the seed of liberty, the seed of English freedom, and the American Bill of Rights. Yet if you look closely into the charter, you will find no word of trial by jury, no single reference to the basic right of habeas corpus. And yet there was much within the 62 provisions of the charter, which stands for today.
The church is to be free and to hold its rights entire and its liberties uninjured.
No freeman shall be taken or imprisoned or dispossessed or outlawed or banished or in any way destroyed. Nor will we go upon him nor send upon him except by legal judgment of his peers or by the law of the land.
To no one will we sell, to no one will we deny or delay right or justice.
In short, a government of laws and not of men. Yes, there is much in Magna Carta which was not new even in the year 1215, and much that was feudal and unprogressive. Yet Magna Carta is a tradition, a legend. Sometimes a legend can be more sovereign than a fact. I shall say it in another way. Magna Carta is, by misinterpretation, the pillar of our freedom, the shield of our liberties, and the way we came.
Thanks, Bud. I'm glad they gave him the works.
He didn't sign it, soldier.
But he put his seal to it.
A seal of beeswax as big as a saucer.
Now, let me tell you about the Magna Carta of the plumbing industry. Section 26 of the Code. Whereas in pursuant of Section 24, Clause 1, Subsection 3G, Article 2A, all drains, sewers, cesspools, and...
Very nice, soldier.
Well, I ain't even begun.
I get the point, though. All sorts of people have Magna Cartas. Workers, businessmen, women, children. Everybody has, soldier.
I guess so. Doggone, it sure got around, didn't it?
Yes, soldier. It sure got around.
The NBC University of the Air has brought you Chapter 1 of the new historical series, We Came This Way. Next week, We Came This Way will present a story of a feudal revolution in the 14th century. A handbook containing background information with suggestions for further reading is now in publication. We shall be happy to send you at cost this valuable We Came This Way handbook, especially written for the current series. Send 25 cents to cover the cost of printing and mailing to We Came This Way, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. This program is presented by the NBC University of the Air, not only for the listeners in this country, but also for our servicemen and women overseas to be transmitted to them wherever they are stationed through the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight's script was written by Morton Wishengrad and directed by Ira Avery. The music was conducted by Milton Katims. Members of the cast were Gilbert Mack, Bartlett Robinson, Cecil Roy, Humphrey Davis, Joe DeSantis, Louis Van Rooten, John Merlin, and Lon Clark. The narrator was John W. Vandercook. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Bill Leonard inside the Greek encampment at the mountain pass near Thermopylae. Here for 2 steaming summer days, a small force of Greek soldiers has held firm against the tremendous army of invading Persians led by their king Xerxes. Today, the fate of all Greece may hang in the balance, because if this pass is lost, then all Greece lies exposed to the invader. The question, how much longer the pass can be held, grows more urgent all the time. This third day may tell the story. It's no secret that Leonidas, king of Sparta, who leads the Greeks here at Thermopylae, has less than 7,000 soldiers in his command, including his 300 picked Spartan warriors, while it's generally known that there are more than 500,000 Persian invaders under Xerxes. The fighting yesterday and the day before, however...
August 480 BC. The heroic stand of 300 Spartans against the Persians at Thermopylae. You are there.
CBS takes you back 2,430 years to the Battle of Thermopylae in the crucial struggle between the Persian Empire and the Greek city-states. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. With all the modern facilities of radio present and CBS newsmen reporting from the scene,
You are there.
You Are There is based on historical fact and quotation. And now,
August 480 BC. Behind the Greek lines at Thermopylae and Bill Leonard.
And these Greek soldiers are conceding nothing to the Persian invaders. Our CBS microphone has been set up on a knoll inside the Greek camp. And I have a clear view straight down the pass to the spot where yesterday and the day before the fighting was fiercest. Actually, the Greek War Council couldn't have selected a better position to defend. As I look toward the Persian camp, On my right is the sea, and on my left is the steep wall of Mount Eta. The Persians have no choice. They cannot go into the sea, and they cannot go over the mountain. They must come straight through this narrow pass, and believe me, it's really narrow. 24 men, standing shoulder to shoulder, can block it completely. And for the last 2 days, that's exactly what the Greeks have been doing. Although how much longer they'll be able to hold out without the reinforcements they've been promised, well, that's in the lap of the gods. Away off to my right, far down the Malian Gulf, I can just make out some sails, purple and red, and there's a white sail, all Greek warships, triremes. Those ships out there must hold back the vast Persian fleet so that here at Thermopylae, Leonidas and his small force will not be outflanked. There was a bad nor'easter yesterday which boiled down from the Hellespont, but today the water is calm again, and here in this Greek camp it's pretty calm too for the moment. Everybody's waiting. Every battle is about 90% waiting, I guess. Hurry up and then wait. And now here comes half a dozen heavily armed Spartan hoplites on their way back from the pass. Maybe I can grab a soldier. Me? Yes. Would you mind stepping over to the CBS microphone for just a moment?
Won't take long, will it?
No, not at all. But first, would you tell us your name, please?
I am Alexander, son of Tunnelly.
Could you tell us what's going on down beyond the narrow part of the pass?
Nothing's going on. That's what?
No sign of any Persian activity. You know, we've been hearing them sound their battle horns up here.
After what we did to them yesterday, I'd say the barbarians were sitting in camp, licking their wounds, scared.
And you and your comrades, you're not scared by the size of the Persian army?
Now, I'll tell you something. A lot of their army is cavalry. What good does cavalry do them?
Here inside this pass, you mean?
That's right. And even if they could all fight at once, we wouldn't get scared. Because what are they? Mercenaries, conscripts, far from home. Whereas now you take us. We're fighting for our homeland, see? And the rule by the freemen that we've got here in our city-states. And that's important to us.
Sure, but 500,000 against just a few thousand of your Greeks and only a few hundred of you Spartans.
Look here now. We'll fight them here and hold them here. But if the gods ordain that they break through, you know what? Wherever there's a Greek alive, he'll fight the Persian and keep on fighting. Till sooner or later, Xerxes and his whole army are running out of here or hold sight faster than they marched in. Look, I gotta go now. I'll see you around, huh?
Thank you very much, Alexander. Certainly it's true that the Persians suffered heavy losses in the fighting yesterday. And incidentally, all through this campaign, Xerxes has ignored the usual military security. He's apparently anxious to make known the impressive strength of his invading army, and perhaps for this reason, CBS got permission from the Persian Council of War to bring you direct radio reports from Xerxes' headquarters. Ned Calmer is waiting now at his pickup point in Xerxes' camp. So come in, Ned Calmer.
I'm speaking from a point just a short distance from the royal enclosure. Officers have been busily thronging around Xerxes' imperial tent since before daybreak, and I understand an announcement is expected fairly soon from Hydarnes, who's captain of Xerxes' own picked bodyguard, the 10,000 Immortals. Nothing is known of the nature of this announcement as yet. From here on the high ground where I'm standing, I can see, spread out before me and along the foothills to my right, well, not all the Persian forces, but a great number of them, a crowded, teeming, polyglot camp gathered from every nation in Xerxes' mighty empire. To my right are the Medes and the Scythians, who took such a mauling in the fighting day before yesterday. Then the Assyrians, and next to them the Bactrians. After them the Caspians, whose favorite weapon is the curved scimitar. The Arabians. The Arabians have to camp farthest up the hill because the Persian horses are afraid of their camels. Below them and to the left are the Ethiopians, dressed in lion skins and leopard skins. From here I can see their bodies smeared with chalk and vermilion. Then next along the Numidians, whose helmets are the scalps of horses, complete with manes and ears. Next to them, the Libyans, then the Paphlagonians, farther along, the Thracians, and the warriors from India. The official claim is an army of 1,700,000 men, but a closer estimate would be about 500,000. There's still no announcement from Hydarnes and no indication what that announcement will be, So, until we get further word, we're going to return you now to Bill Leonard with the Greek army at Thermopylae.
Here at Thermopylae, there's still an atmosphere of tension, of waiting for nobody knows what. The Greek command is still somewhat astonished to find the Persians have not tried another frontal attack on the pass. There's a growing suspicion here that Xerxes has some trick up his sleeve. Some Greeks think it may have something to do with that announcement from Hydarnes that Ned Calmer just mentioned. Others think it may involve a fleet engagement. Larry LeSueur is with the Greek fleet, and we'll hear from him later. Meanwhile, we take you to the CBS studios in Athens for a background analysis of this whole campaign by Quincy Howe. Come in, Quincy Howe.
Here in Athens, all citizens have turned their eyes north to the mountain pass at Thermopylae and to the sea off Artemisium. For the third time in 12 years, the Persian Empire threatens the democratic but divided city-states of Greece, and this looks like the most serious threat of all. Disunity among the loose alliance of Greek city-states was still very strong as early as the spring of this year, not 4 moons ago. At that time, most Greek statesmen attributed the present Persian invasion to the Emperor Xerxes' desire for revenge against Athens, revenge for the defeat the Athenians inflicted on the Persians at Marathon 10 years back. And this impression gained strength from the now celebrated first prophecy of the priestess at the sacred oracle of Delphi. CBS assigned Jack Walters to cover this event at that time, and here, by tape recording, is an excerpt from his eyewitness report at the Delphic oracle.
The Athenian delegation has just completed the customary rites to Apollo. They're now taking their seats inside the sanctuary of the god. The acrid fumes rising out of the fissures in the rock are... Excuse me. Now the delegation is quieting. The smoke is beginning to clear. We can see the priestess, Aristoniki. She is leaning forward on her sacred tripod. She seems to be completely entranced. The Athenian delegation is...
Wretches!
The priestess speaks.
Why sit ye here? Rise! Lie to the end of creation, quitting your home and the crags which your city crowns with her circlet. All ruined and lost, fiery destruction, dark sweat horribly dripping, black blood, get you away!
What do with it? We guilty of?
Leaders of the Peloponnesian states to the south, especially the ruling families of Sparta, feared the Athenians would take the oracle at its word and quit the country altogether. And these Spartans did not like to think where they would be left without the famous Athenian navy. To persuade the Athenians to stand and defend their homeland, Sparta persuaded Athens to implore a second prophecy from the priestess of Apollo. Indeed, it was even whispered in some quarters that the priestess of the oracle was herself urged to suggest a more patriotic course on the Athenians. A second Athenian delegation therefore went to Delphi, and here once more by tape recording is the significant part of that second prophecy.
All-seeing Zeus grants this to the prayers of Athena. Safe shall the wooden wall continue for thee and thy children.
According to Themistocles, who commands the Athenian warships off Artemisium, that wooden wall was the Athenian fleet. Well, this was an interpretation which the Spartan military leaders had, to put it mildly, hoped for all along. Anyway, a solid core of resistance began to develop. 20 days ago at the Isthmus, the decision to meet the Persian army at the pass of Thermopylae was taken by the Greek War Council. And tied in, of course, with that decision is the strategy to meet and engage the Persian fleet in the waters north of the pass. Here in Athens, men still feel confident that the 7,000 soldiers under Leonidas will hold the pass at Thermopylae until reinforcements arrive.
My understanding is that Sparta is marching a considerable body of heavily armed hoplites, together with a still larger number of light-armed helots, north to the pass just as soon as the Olympic Games and the Carnean Festival have ended. From this vantage point, it therefore appears that these reinforcements will reach Leonidas in time. Moreover, they may well prove decisive in the issue which approaches a showdown this very day, the issue of whether Greek civilization will survive. Now, back to Bill Leonard at Thermopylae.
The Greek camp here is in an uproar. Just a few minutes ago, a scout raced into this camp as if pursued by the three Furies themselves, with the news that a force of Persians under Hydarnes is coming from behind, has outflanked the Greek position here at the pass, and is even now moving up to trap Leonidas and his men. We're trying to get King Leonidas over to our microphone to give us some idea of what counter-move he plans. What's happened apparently is this. Last night, the Persians, some 2,000 of them, climbed over the mountain under cover of darkness, using a little-known mountain trail, and by a quick feint evaded the guard posted by Leonidas against just such a move. It's apparently a very narrow trail over these otherwise impassable mountains, and only Leonidas and a handful of others are supposed to have known about it. The talk here is that the Persians must have learned of it through a Greek traitor. Now, I see an emergency council of war which has been going on among the Greek captains ever since the scout returned. It's just breaking up. Yes, King Leonidas is coming over this way, so in just a moment we'll be able to ask him...
Perhaps make it very brief.
Yes, sir. If you would just tell us what your plans are now that the Persians are reported approaching from the rear. Have you issued orders to withdraw?
Withdraw? Certainly not. Why should we?
This sudden, unexpected move of the Persians.
The barbarians have had a very hard night. It's no easy climb for a man, you know, especially when he's wearing battle armor. 2,000 of them, we're told, and good and tired. There's no surprise in what we propose to do. Xerxes himself can know about it. We're splitting our forces and sending a body of Arcadians to intercept Hydarnes. Over 3,000 of them. They ought to cut the barbarians to bits.
And you say to hold the pass?
Of course. We'll be close to 3,000. Thespians, Thebans, our own helots, we 300 from Sparta. What more do we need? Now I must go. The gods be with you.
And with you, King Leonidas. Now, this Greek camp is alive with activity. The showdown with the Persians can be expected at any moment. And for a picture of what's happening in the camp of the invader, come in Ned Calmer.
See if you'll come to the mic, will you? We've moved our equipment to the eastern gate of the pass of Thermopylae, where the Persian is now mounting full-scale preparations for an all-out assault. Just before going on the air, we were making arrangements to have the Persian king, Xerxes himself, come to our CBS microphone, and I think we've managed to... Oh, an interview? Right over here, sire.
You'll remember that I...
King Xerxes, if you would just let us have a word.
Certainly delighted. We haven't much time.
Well, sire,
We'll make the most of what daylight is left to us. Don't think we'll need any more.
Sire, the word has come that your plans for surprising the Greeks from the rear have been successful. Is that correct?
So my scout informs me, yes. My Captain Hydarnes and 2,000 of my immortals should have control of the Greeks' escape route in a matter of moments.
Well, would you tell us, sire, how did it come about that you learned of this path over the mountain?
Well, now, I'm not sure I should tell you.
That's covered by military security, all that. It's restricted information.
Oh, now, come, Rambesis. It's not so important as all that. In another few days, we may make that man a district leader in these parts. I'll tell you, young man, I found out about the path when a Greek, a Malian, what was his name again?
Ephialtes, O king, Ephialtes, son of Eurydimus.
That's right, Ebialtes. Now, this Ebialtes, he came to my tent. And we promised him a fine reward, too, if by any chance he comes through the fighting alive.
And it was he who guided your warriors over the pass?
Yes, that's right. Now, before the sun is slid very far down the sky, we'll be chewing those Spartan heroes and throwing them to the camels for fodder.
Sire, would you say that the Spartans...
young man, 12 days or so ago it was, my spies reported that there were 300 Greek soldiers sitting just outside their camp, combing and braiding their hair. I'm told that those were Spartans who were preparing to fight to the death. Seems that these Spartans always comb and braid their hair before they expect to die. Braiding it like a pack of so many girls.
Oh, King, live forever. You haven't much more time before you...
Of course.
Many thanks to you, sire, for your consideration. Well, that's the picture at the moment. Here in the Persian camp, all is jubilation as they prepare to mount what every man is convinced will be a final, glorious, victorious assault on the Greeks who've been holding the pass at Thermopylae. Meantime, as you know, the Greek fleet has been engaging Xerxes' warships off Artemisium out in the Malian Gulf. Larry LeSueur is aboard the Athenian trireme commanded by Themistocles, and for a report on the sea fighting, come in now, Larry LeSueur.
I'm still a bit groggy out here, just beginning to get back my sea legs after the gales and the heavy swells of the past few days. But the sea is comparatively calm now, and much has happened out here these last few days. Standing beside me here is the admiral of the Athenian fleet, Themistocles, son of Neocles. He, perhaps more than any other, has played a decisive role in the recent sea battles.
You do me too much honor.
I imagine, sir, that you would be understandably reluctant to give us an estimate of the strength of the Greek navy here off Artemisium.
Well, yes, I would, but I can say we only have a fraction of what the Persians have. However, before we're done, we expect that their advantage won't be quite so big.
You've been helped by the storms, haven't you, sir?
When the breeze first began to freshen 7 days ago, we offered up sacrifices to Boreas, god of the north wind, and secured our ships at their moorings. The barbarians lost 400 warships in that first storm. They're poor sailors. As soon as we learned what had happened, we offered new sacrifices in honor of Poseidon, the savior. We sailed full speed for the Artemisian coast, captured 15 more of their ships.
By the way, any danger, sir, of their sending ships around this island behind us so as to come at you from the rear?
Oh, they've thought of that already. Sent 200 triremes around the island 2 days ago. And every last one of them was smashed against the rocks in yesterday's storms. I don't think they'll risk being caught in those treacherous narrows again.
Well, tell me, sir, just a speculative question, of course.
Yes.
But suppose Leonidas should decide to withdraw his troops. Would you stay to fight the Persian fleet anyway?
Oh, no. Our only reason for being here is to protect this flank. And as things are now, I'm confident we can hold the narrows and protect our warriors ashore at Thermopylae.
Well, thank you, sir. That was Themistocles, son of Neocles, who's in command of the Athenian triremes of the Greek fleet here off Artemisium. I'm sorry I've had to cut this interview short, but we just had word that Bill Leonard wants the air for an important report from Thermopylae. Come in, Bill Leonard.
Events here at Thermopylae have taken another sudden and unexpected turn. Only a short time ago, a runner, spent and exhausted, arrived at Leonidas' tent. No word yet on what message the runner brought. The Spartan king has summoned an extraordinary meeting of his principal warriors. I can report that Leonidas is in a towering rage. Right now, I can see him. He's shaking a clenched fist toward the east, in the direction that runner came from. It's impossible to say what Leonidas is deciding. He's got to do something, and fairly fast, for as I speak, I can see far down to the west the preparations for a Persian attack on... Just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, just a moment. That call means that Leonidas is summoning all his warriors around him. It seems clear he plans to speak to them.
Get his orders.
That's all we get his orders. Nothing but orders. Now Leonidas is climbing upon a mound.
Men of Sparta and Thebes, evil tidings. Word has just come. The Arcadians, whom I sent to intercept Hydanes and his persons in our rear, have fled. What can I do? We trap! We'll surrender. First Malian treachery, now Arcadian cowardice. Hydanes and his persons are at our backs. We must flee for our lives. What do you mean, flee? There's the man from Thebes. We will not flee. Surrender! We are lost! We'll never surrender! I am sure that those who, like their king, were born and trained in Sparta, were never taught the meaning of the word surrender. Sparta, men of Thebes, yesterday and before that, we held the pass. Today, we advance. We march to reach the barbarian beyond the pass. Who marches with me to learn the color of the barbarian's blood? Who marches with me for Hellas and freedom?
Well, there it is. There it is. The Spartans will stand and fight. Their Theban allies are marching off with them now, past Sincere and on west down toward where the pass narrows and beyond to meet the Persians head on. Leonidas and his men, they're not thinking of escape. They're moving over to the attack. They're advancing. Hopeless as it may appear, they're advancing. Their only chance now would seem to be for those reinforcements to arrive. There's been no sign of them up to this moment. They've been expected now, for the last 3 days. And if they don't show up now, it may be too late. I've just gotten word that Quincy Howe has important news for us from Athens. In the meantime, I'm going to shift this microphone up on the mountainside for a better view of the fighting. Come in, Quincy Howe.
Terrible, shattering news. Here in Athens, we have just learned that there are no reinforcements on their way to Thermopylae. I repeat, the vital reinforcements which were understood to be on their way to help Leonidas have not marched. Apparently, a secret decision has been made to hold the reinforcements here, keep them in reserve to fight the Persian when he reaches the isthmus south of Athens. An atmosphere of gloom and fatalism prevails here in Athens. Families are already packing their belongings, preparing to flee the invading Persian army. This is Quincy Howe returning you to Bill Leonard at Thermopylae.
We're now set up on higher ground, partway up the steep side of Mount Ida. To the west, beyond where the pass narrows, the bloody fight has already begun. Our runners just come in with a report that Hydarnes' force of picked Persian troops is now in sight, and the vice is closing. I can hear the shouts of the Persians and their battle horns out beyond the pass. And there's a great throng of men there. It's just a surging mass. It's hard for me to pick out Greek from invader. Spartan phalanx seems to be holding and even advancing a bit. Beyond them, I can make out Persian officers, and they're whipping their conscript soldiers to drive them to the attack. There's a message I just received from Larry Lesueur on the flagship of Themistocles off Artemisium. The Greek captains of the fleet have decided to withdraw. Let me repeat that. The Greek fleet is withdrawing to the south in view of the news of impending disaster here at Thermopylae. There are runners coming in every few moments now with... What's that you said?
Leonidas is dead!
The report is that King Leonidas is dead. That report is not official yet, but I'll try to get confirmation. The Spartan hoplites are still in tight formation down there. They're advancing step by step, but they are advancing. The air is thick with Persian arrows, and now, yes, that report was true. It was correct. I can just make out the body of Leonidas lying out there just where the fighting is fiercest. The Spartans, using short swords now, advance 10, 20 more steps. Looks as though, yes, their advance is just to recover the body of their king, of Leonidas. Giving ground now. Good order, but they're retreating. Over the left, beyond the marches, I see the Thebans are standing alone. They're under Persian guard. The Thebans have surrendered. And the fighting's now moving closer back toward the Greek camp. Spartans retreating now, back over the Phocian wall, and up to the mound where a short time ago Leonidas last spoke to them. See the tears on the faces of the two men who are carrying his body. They're sobbing as they lay his body down on the mound. The heroism of these Spartans fighting at odds of what must have been at least 1,000 to 1. The Persians are advancing now, pouring through the pass in waves, hordes of them, yelling, screaming in triumph. Pass of Thermopylae definitely lost. Fighting's almost over now, huh? Not many Spartans left. Pitiful few still fighting around the body of Leonidas, fighting to protect their... This is just terrible to watch. Barehanded they're fighting now. The pass has been lost. Just a matter of moments now before every one of the 300 Spartans will have fallen to the last man. I'm watching a massacre. They're still fighting. But it's just the courage and desperation.
August 480 BC. Leonidas and 300 squadrons die at the pass of Thermopylae, but give their countrymen the courage to fight on to victory over Xerxes and freedom for Greece. You are there.
You have been listening to the Battle of Thermopylae in the series You Are There. Today's program was written by Peter Lyon, directed by John Dietz, and produced by Sam Abelow. You Are There is a presentation of the CBS documentary unit under the supervision of Werner Michel. King Leonidas was played by Barry Kroger, King Xerxes by Arnold Moss, and Themistocles by Carl Frank. Others in the cast were Abby Lewis, Robert Dryden, and Guy Sorrell. You Are There is brought to you every fourth Sunday. The next broadcast will be heard 4 weeks from today at the same time over most of these same CBS stations. Next month,
September 1st, 1670, Old Bailey in London. The trial of William Penn. An embattled jury fight to establish its independence. You are there.
Next Sunday at this time, most of these same CBS stations will bring you the reopening of the Main Street Music Hall, fine popular music, sung by Bill Tabbert, the young star of South Pacific, with Alfredo Antonini's orchestra. CBS also invites you to hear the fascinating new quiz program, We Take Your Word, every Sunday night on most of these same stations. We Take Your Word features Abe Burrows, John K. M. McCaffrey, and Lyman Bryson as regular members of its panel, plus famous guest stars. This is CBS, where you laugh at Jack Benny every Sunday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Section 32 of G.K. Chesterton's newspaper columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. G.K. Chesterton's newspaper columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. At the Sign of the World's End, The Spade and the Spinning Wheel. Hundreds of people have read the story about the medieval demagogue who went about repeating the rhyme, "When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman?" Many have doubtless offered the obvious answer to the question, the serpent, for he had no such vulgar task, but followed the profession of diplomacy, not to say secret diplomacy. And he offered to human beings the opportunity to become as gods by the possession of superior information, which may be regarded as an aristocratic ideal. But few seem to have noticed a much more obvious fact about this very familiar story. Whatever answers were given to the demagogue then, there can be no doubt about the answer that could be given to him now. If that innocent agitator went about propounding his simple riddle in the modern world, the modern reply would naturally be, Adam never delved and Eve never span, for the simple reason that they never existed. They are fragments of a Chaldeo-Babylonian mythos, and Adam is only a slight variation of Tagtug, pronounced Utu. For the real beginning of humanity, we refer you to Darwin's Origin of Species. And then the modern man would go on to justify plutocracy to the medieval man by talking about the struggle for life and the survival of the fittest, and how the strongest man seized authority by means of anarchy, and proved himself a gentleman by behaving like a cad. Now, I do not base my beliefs on the theology of John Ball, or on the literal and materialistic reading of the text of Genesis. But it does seem to me a cogent and crucial fact that the idealism of the leveller could be put in the form of an appeal to Scripture, and cannot be put in the form of an appeal to science. It is true that I come across a great deal of crude skepticism, which seems really to be a sudden emancipation from an equally crude credulity. I, for one, never took the letter of the Hebrew Scriptures, or of any religious records, quite so much for granted as the skeptics seem to have done. The newspapers are always taking note of some learned latitudinarian who says he can no longer believe, something that I am surprised to hear of his ever believing. When the Dean of Dunstable startles the journalist by saying, "We can no longer accept the doctrine that heaven is on the other side of the moon," or when Canon Cadgerboy, that fine scholar, observes, "I cannot pretend that the idea of the devil living up the chimney stands where it did." I do indeed share something of the journalist's wonder, but it is rather at what such distinguished scholars did believe than at what they don't. But about the proper interpretation of Genesis I am quite agnostic, and have that readiness to accept authority which is the real logic of agnosticism. I am dealing here only with the moral and social effects of the notion, and the negation of the notion. And I think it obvious that in the medieval argument equality does really stand or fall with Eden, or with something analogous to Eden. If there was never a platform of equality on which humanity began as purely human, if at every stage there was only the inequality of relative and varying evolution, the particular argument of the medieval democrat certainly fails. Yet every one is driven back on using it, in one form or another, whenever it is necessary to assert the equality or even the fraternity of men. Tennyson was, if ever there was one, an evolutionist in his vision and an aristocrat in his sympathies. His political ideas were so little revolutionary that he could never mention the French Revolution without some shrill and febrile sneer at the French for not having stopped at the exact stage of constitutional compromise at which John Bull had just planted himself. Yet even the evolutionary prophet of John Bull has to use the doctrinal argument of John Ball. When he happens to be annoyed with a society lady, he reminds her that the grand old gardener of his wife smile at the claims of long descent, their own descent being a trifle short. He has evidently forgotten all about Darwin and the long descent of man. If the religious argument for democracy is used by an evolutionist like Tennyson, it is used far more resolutely by the real revolutionists like Robespierre and Jefferson. Robespierre was so certain that there could be no republic without God that he wanted to execute atheists as traitors. And the Declaration of Independence, on which the great republic of the West is founded, dogmatically bases all rights on the fact that God created men equal. And it is right, for if they were not created equal, they were certainly evolved unequal. But there is another application of the old rhyme which is not inappropriate to the New World, and especially to what is called the New Woman. I am here using the Eden story merely as a convenient parable, and indeed it is obvious that John Ball himself was referring to a period subsequent to Eden. Adam may have delved in the garden, but it seems rather superfluous for Eve to spin, in the light of the fashions then in vogue. But if we take for the sake of symbolic simplicity the image of the man and woman first starting to support themselves on this earth, certain primary ideas are plain enough. Adam will certainly regard the land he delves as his own land, if only because there is nobody to dispute it with him. But by the time that Eve has really begun to spin, she will certainly regard spinning as an even more personal and private act than delving. There is about the material apparatus and circumstances of the old spinning something a little less public, communal, and plainly dependent on conditions outside than is the case with agriculture. And there is about the ultimate business of clothing humanity something more personal than the immediate business of feeding him. Being more domestic, it is also more despotic, more at the mercy of that artistic authority which looks like caprice. Corn cannot be grown green or red at the last moment, as clothes can be dyed green or red at the last moment. You cannot trim a hedge as you trim a hat, by hanging new and fantastic things on to it. Nor can the outline of the coming cabbage fluctuate and expand in the mind like that of the coming coat and trousers. From the very first there is about the traditional occupation of Eve something a little more distinguished and individual, and the modern world retains this touch of liberty so far as it retains any liberty at all. We know the process by which the primitive liberty has been lost, if it were ever found. Multitudes have never dug in their own land, but in our own phase of history a peculiar growth of greed and pride, with philosophies supporting them, have shut out the majority, first from working on their own land, and then from working on the land at all. Machinery has deprived both man and woman of their tools. Adam is henceforth forbidden to call a spade, if only because he has to call it an electro-hydraulic excavator, or something of the sort. In what was once woman's department, the spinning wheel has given place to the spinning jenny. It sounds like a pathetic pun that it should be given a sort of feminine nickname, at the very moment when it ceased to be feminine. The process has become as public and impersonal as any other type of industrial toil. As we accept as normal a nameless army of miners, so we accept a nameless army of spinners. At least it would surprise them to be called an army of spinsters. The old freedom of property and privacy has failed for both sexes. But the point to seize is that in spite of all the real domestic abuses, more of it remains for the woman than for the man. What the clerk's wife does in the suburbs may be a little like spinning. What the clerk does in the city is not in the least like delving. When the wife dyes the curtains or the clothes, she does do it to some extent, at least in accordance with her own taste in colors. It would be unwise for the clerk to arrange the postage stamps on a parcel in a decorative scheme in accordance with his own taste in colors. Above all, the woman does feel that she is dealing freely and confidently with private property, whereas her husband is naturally nervous in dealing with the firm's property. And the sensations of a man working in a big bank are almost exactly the same as those of a man working in a big post office. In both, the machinery is not only not his own private property, but it does not feel like private property at all. The great shop can be quite as impervious to its customers as the government department, and the government department can be quite as callous to its servants as the great shop. This modern oppression, the very machinery of monotony, has really driven all the freedom worth having, the creative freedom of the craftsman or the cultivator, into smaller and smaller areas. One of the few social figures that still has some remnants of it, though holding them at 100 disadvantages, is the old-fashioned housewife. She alone is left, and they seek her life to take it away. In the discussions about the new woman, we are incessantly informed that in the society of the past the feminine partner was despised. The more enthusiastic feminists seem to prefer to add that the feminine partner was not only despised, but despicable. An excellent corrective to all this nonsense can be found in the popular mythology and imagery of the past, and an excellent example of it can be found in the very case of the image employed in the rhyme of John Ball. It was never suggested that the Lord of Olympus should be represented holding a spade instead of a scepter, or even that the warrior king of old should be equipped with spades instead of spears. But high above all heavenly and human thrones, the ancient world saw its vision of the mysterious mothers, in whose hands at least lie all the destiny and death of men, and saw in a woman's spinning wheel the symbol of the wheel of the world. End of section 32.
And now, the Ave Maria hour begins our story of Saint Valentine. In about the middle of the 3rd century in Rome, the Christians were a minor sect, despised and hated. They had to meet in secret in order to worship the one true God and offer the holy sacrifice. One of their meeting places was a catacomb. It was connected to the outside by a passage opening on a cave in a wooded hillside. On a certain morning in spring, just after Mass...
Now remember to leave by ones, everyone, or at the most by twos. Groups of people would be sure to excite comment. Yes, we will. Be careful.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Valentine.
May I walk home with you?
Do you think it's safe?
Why not? It's spring. All over Rome, young men and girls will be walking about together on such a nice morning. You leave first, and I'll follow you. We'll meet at the foot of the hill near the almond bushes.
Oh, I'm afraid in these long, dark passages with the tombs of the dead all around me. You could get lost here and never find the way out. You go first and I'll follow you.
All right. Come along now. Can you see?
Not very well.
Here, take my hand. There. I know all these passages. My mother and father and my 2 brothers are buried here. I've been coming here to visit their graves ever since I was a child. It isn't far now. See that glimmer of light ahead? That's the entrance to the cave.
Why must Christians worship in a catacomb when all over Rome people can go in and out of the temples of dozens of gods?
Someday persecutions will end and Christians will be able to worship as freely as anybody else.
Everybody's been telling me that as long as I can remember, but time hasn't come yet. I don't see any signs of its coming.
It will come.
I'm so tired of being different from all my friends, going around in danger of my life. What's the matter with us Christians that nobody likes us?
It's hard for us young people, I know, but remember we have the truth. Now hush, we're almost to the cave. Stand back there against the wall while I see if there's anyone passing. It's all right. Come along. Can you squeeze through this crevice in the rock? Here, let me help you.
There. I think I can make it.
Now wait. Wait while I look and see if there's anyone outside. It seems safe enough. I think we might come out together. If anyone sees us, we've only been looking for a place to have a picnic.
Oh, look, the sun's up, and look over the hill there. The almond bushes are in bud.
Wait. Yes, I think I see someone there among the trees. Yes, it's one of the city guards. He sees us.
What will we do?
Courage now. Remember, we're only a young couple starting out for a day in the woods. Can you laugh?
I can try.
Well, then do. We'll walk slowly toward him and let's laugh and talk.
What about?
Anything. The weather, what we'll buy for lunch. Yes, the almond blossoms will be out in a day or two. See how pink they look.
Oh, and this little bush right beside us is going to blossom first.
Here, you two.
No picking the flowers there now.
Why, we wouldn't think of picking them, officer. We were just looking at them.
It seems to me they're early this spring, officer. Wouldn't you say so?
Huh? Well, yes, they are a bit early, come to think of it. You know, I've been on this job going on 10 years, and I don't remember I ever noticed spring come so early before.
Have you really been walking through these woods day after day for 10 years? Why, then you must know the very best place for a picnic.
I sure do, young lady. If it was me starting for a day in the woods with my best young man, I'd choose a spot just the other side of that little hill over there. There's a nice little clearing where the dryads themselves might come to dance of a moonlight night.
You mean that hill over there?
No, this one over here, where I'm pointing, see? It's only a few steps.
You wouldn't have time to come with us and show us where you mean.
Well, sure I would. I haven't forgotten what it's like to be young and in love. Now, come along.
Oh, you're very kind.
Well, they say Venus rewards kindness to young lovers. You two betrothed?
We haven't known each other very long.
Oh, I see. You couldn't find a more romantic spot to propose in than that clearing, young man. Miss, he looks like a fine young man.
What about her, officer? Do you think I could do better?
Well, now, not if I'm any judge of a pretty face, you couldn't. Well, now, there's the spot for your picnic right over there. And I must go about my rounds. Farewell.
Farewell.
Farewell. Thank heavens he's gone. I was never so frightened in all my life.
If he only doesn't go back past the cave and find any of the others coming out.
He was such a kind old man. Yet if he'd suspected we were Christians coming from Mass...
Oh, don't think any more about it now, dear. Here, come over here and sit on the grass and rest till he gets out of sight. Oh, you're trembling.
Oh, I was so frightened. Seems to me I'm always frightened.
Listen to that bird. Oh, he knows spring is here.
What are you thinking of, Valentine?
I was thinking of what the guard said about this being a perfect place for a proposal. Could you possibly care enough for me to marry me?
Oh, so you only thought of asking me because the guard put the idea into your head. Shame on you.
Oh, you know that isn't true. Ever since I met you, I've been thinking of it. Why, I gave up my preparation for the priesthood and changed the whole course of my life for love of you. Oh, my dear, I've often been told that true love of man for woman is a blessed thing. Now I know the word's true.
Do you, Valentine?
Oh, my dear, I love you.
And I love you.
Will you marry me?
That depends.
On what? You were a Christian, so am I. Neither of us has other obligations. Surely God meant us for each other.
Suppose I did marry you, Valentine. What could I look forward to?
I can support a wife. Oh, not elegantly, of course, but in comfort. I have a house.
Oh, you don't mean that little bit of a house near the Colosseum.
My mother and father lived there all their married lives. It's the only home I've ever known.
But Valentine, it's such a funny little house, and nobody lives down there anymore except slaves and servants. Did I tell you about that villa for rent on the Appian Way?
Yes, of course you've mentioned it several times. But I could never afford to rent a house in a fashionable suburb like that.
You could if you took that position in the magistrate's court that my cousin offered you.
Oh, but surely you know I couldn't accept a position in the court. Why, I'd have to offer sacrifice to the gods. I'd have to take part in the trials of the Christian martyrs.
On the other hand, you'd have a decent salary, an honored place in society, and your wife would be accepted everywhere, even at the emperor's court.
Oh, you can't be serious.
But I am.
But you're a Christian.
All my life I've been poor and afraid. Well, I'm tired of being different from the girls I grew up with. When I marry, I want a nice home. And...
But you wouldn't buy a nice home at the cost of your faith.
What is faith? More than 200 years ago, Jesus of Nazareth died on a cross. You say he died for me. You say he was God. Perhaps he did and perhaps he was. How do I know?
There are records.
Records in Greek and Hebrew, which I can't read. After all, I'm only a girl.
Girls much younger than you have given up their life on earth rather than give up their faith in the one true God.
But I'm living here and now. I want happiness from this life, and I intend to have it. If you don't give it to me, Mysterious will.
Mysterious?
Yes, mysterious. He's just been given a position in the court. He's been in love with me for years. He at least would try to make his wife happy. Of course, I'd rather marry you, but a girl must think of the future.
Yes, that's true.
Then you do understand, and you will take that position in the court.
No, never.
But you said you understood.
I think I do, yes, I do. When I met you, I believed you had a mind above the small things of this world. But now I know a big house means more to you than the faith in Christ. I believed I loved you. I know now I loved an ideal of you that never existed outside of my own mind. Not you as you really are.
You're angry with me?
No, I'm only sad. Asterius is a fine young man, honest and sincere, even though he is a pagan. I wish you happiness as his wife. Great happiness.
Why, Valentine, you're crying.
Only for that ideal of you I've so greatly loved.
Don't threaten to kill yourself for love of me like so many lovers do.
Suicide is a terrible sin against the law of God.
You don't tell me you'll forever hate and despise all women.
No.
You don't curse me.
God forbid. He knows both the weakness and the strength of human souls and will judge them according to that knowledge.
What do you intend to do?
Probably I shall take up my life where I left off when you came into it.
Several years went by, and on another morning in early spring, a group of the faithful are gathered in the same catacomb, listening to Valentine, now Father Valentine.
God gave us courage to remain faithful to him. He has given such constancy to others. I think he will be equally generous to us.
Farewell, Mary.
My greetings to your sister. I hope she'll be well soon.
Here is Father Valentine. Good morning, Father.
Good morning.
Father, you don't know how much it means to me to be able to come here to Mass.
I heard my first Mass here.
And now you're a priest here.
By God's grace, yes.
There they are! Look off! Christians! Criminals! Men! Let's seize them while we can!
Wait. The law must be observed here. Let me speak to them. What are you doing here, you people? You won't answer, eh? Well, I can guess. You've been worshiping a strange god. Who's your leader?
I am the priest in charge of this congregation.
What is your name?
Valentine.
So Valentine was arrested and taken before the authorities. Towards the end of his trial, he's addressed by Calpurnius, prefect of the city.
Christian priest, I have offered you your choice.
And I have chosen death, rather than tribute to gods which are the work of men's hands and the creation of man's imagination.
Your crime against the state deserves death, and shall be so rewarded. But as a leader of the Christians, you know the members of your cult throughout the city. Now, will you gain mercy for yourself by telling me their names?
That I shall never tell you, my Lord Prefect.
Well, as time goes by and you witness the torture of your followers, you may change your mind. At any rate, you'll be of value to us in future trials. And for this reason, your life shall be prolonged. Asterius.
My lord.
As my chief officer, you will take charge of the prisoners.
I will, my lord.
As they walked together along the Appian Way, Valentine in chains searched his memory for the name Asterius. Then suddenly he remembered. His jailer walking beside him was the husband of the girl he loved so long ago. And now, as they approached his home, Asterius spoke to him.
You seem an intelligent man.
Thank you.
Yet you're ready to die rather than yield to the law and offer sacrifice to the gods.
Is that so strange to you?
No, perhaps not. My wife was a Christian.
Was? Did you say, Asterius?
Yes. She died many years ago. Why do you ask?
We were children together. I remember her well.
What a strange coincidence. You know, she never told me of her Christian faith until she came to die. And then she begged me to send for a Christian priest. And though I was an officer of the court, sworn to uphold the law, I yielded to her request and secretly brought the priest to her bedside.
And how did you find him?
She told me where to go and for whom to ask. I promised the man no ill should befall him for coming, and I kept my promise. I could not deny her anything she wished. And so she died, with your Lord's name upon her lips, and left our baby girl, whom you will see when we arrive at home.
Your child is a Christian, then?
No, but she knows that her mother was a Christian, so all her life she has believed well of those who are of her mother's faith.
I see.
I must warn you, she is blind.
Blind?
From birth. One thing I would ask of you.
Yes.
I've tried to keep all ugliness from her, all knowledge of pain and evil and suffering. I would not have her know that you're under a sacrifice, sentence of death. I would not have her know that hundreds of Christians are dying daily for their faith. It may be that I'm foolish. Knowledge of the world must come to her in time, but I would keep it from her as long as I can. The gods have afflicted her with lack of sight. That is enough. Here is our house. And yes, there she is, waiting in the garden.
Is that you, Father?
Yes, my dear.
Isn't there someone with you?
Yes, a guest. His name is Valentine.
I bid you welcome, Valentine.
Thank you, little hostess.
Come, sit here with me while Father brings water to wash your hands.
Go and sit with her, Valentine. I trust you not to attempt escape.
I am here beside you, my child.
Has Father gone into the house?
Yes, my dear.
There are so many things I mustn't say when he's here because they make him sad. Tell me, when you came through the gate, I heard a sound as if iron struck against iron.
Why, how could that be?
When you seated yourself beside me, I heard it again. I know. You are wearing chains.
Chains?
We had a slave once who came to us in chains. Father removed them, and I brought ointment to heal the sores they had made on the poor slave's arms and legs. Are you a slave?
Oh, no, child. No.
Then what are you?
A guest in your home. One who wishes you well.
Do you know what I thought you were when you came through the gate?
No, what?
Father doesn't know, but the servants have told me that they're arresting Christians. I hoped you might be one of them.
Why did you hope that, my dear?
My mother was a Christian. If I could talk to one of them, he might tell me...
Tell you what, child?
He might tell me who is the God I've loved all my life. He isn't one of our Roman gods. He isn't like them at all. He's kind. He's gentle. He loves me. Sometimes he seems so near I can almost see him. Only, of course, I can't see. They tell me my mother died with the name of the Christian's God on her lips. Could it be he?
Yes, my dear.
Do you know anything about him?
Oh, yes.
Then tell me, what is he like?
I can tell you what he did when he lived on Earth more than 200 years ago. There was a man born blind, as you were. And the man called upon him, and lo, his eyes were opened, and he saw. There was a woman whom all the neighbors despised because they thought she was very bad. But when she saw the Christian God and talked with him, she was sorry for all she had done that was wrong, and he forgave her and made her one of his most trusted followers. And there was a poor woman whose son had died, and because the God of the Christians pitied her grief, he raised that young man from the dead. Yet not even these things tell you what he's like. He is beauty and goodness and kindness and mercy. Once I knew someone who preferred wealth and a prominent place in society to her faith in him. Yet for years he waited, loving that soul, and when she came to die, he made it possible that she should come to him.
He must be very lovely, that God.
Oh, yes, he is. He is so great and so good that when one tries to speak of him, as I have tried to speak of him now to you, there are no words to describe him.
He could give sight to my eyes.
He could if he wished to. Oh, yes. Yes, he can do all things.
And would he wish to?
I don't know.
Would you speak to him?
Can I say to you, my lord, if it be your will to grant these people faith in you, I pray you do so. But faith in you will mean martyrdom for this gentle girl and her father, whose kindness and generosity is beyond anything I have ever known. I cannot bear the thought that this girl, so like her mother, should die as I myself must die under the torture. It is hard for me to pray for their conversion. Look upon my troubled heart, O Lord, and read what is written there. Do you, in your infinite wisdom and mercy, make the choice for me.
May I speak now?
Yes.
Oh, everything is so beautiful. That sore on your wrist where the chain has broken the flesh, I must bring ointment for it.
The sore on my... But how do you know there is a sore on my wrist?
Since the moment when you began to speak to your God, I've been able to see. I've sat here knowing for the first time how beautiful the garden is, and how my father looks as he comes from the house with that bowl of water for your washing. I knew your God would heal me, because I love him. Now what can I do for him?
Oh, my dear, dear child. Belief in him now means the risk of torture and death.
But he is so lovely, that God of the Christians, my own dear God.
So, according to the brief record of his life, St. Valentine's prayer restored sight to the blind girl. And when Valentine met his death by beheading, somewhere along the Flaminian Way, two new converts, Asterius and his daughter, were awaiting their own hour of martyrdom.
This is the NBC University Theater, presenting another in our series of radio plays based on the world's great stories. Tonight, Gulliver's Travels by Jonathan Swift, with Henry Hull as Lemuel Gulliver. In 1727, when Jonathan Swift wrote Gulliver's Travels, he intended it to be nothing more than a sharp and biting commentary on the customs and politics of his time. But knowing that the most dangerous truths could be told safely only under the mask of humor, he veiled his attacks with the most imaginative of stories. And as a result, his book did not die with the customs and men which it ridiculed. Instead, with the passage of 2 centuries and more, it has become more than just a brilliant satire. It has become, in fact, one of the greatest of all children's classics, a story to charm and delight the young of every generation and every century.
Lemuel Gulliver. For 16 years and 7 months, I sailed the seas on several vessels, first as a surgeon and then as captain. In the year 1699, I accepted an offer from Captain William Pritchard, master of the Antelope, who was making a voyage to the South Seas. I shall not trouble you with the particulars of our adventures in these seas. Let it suffice to say that in our passage we ran afoul of a tropic storm. The weather being very hazy, we were within half a cable's length of a giant rock before our lookout spied it.
Rock ho! Rock ho! Get ahead!
Avast there, men! Stand by to launch the longboat!
Six of us made shift to get the longboat into the sea. But before we cleared the ship's side, she was driven on the rock and split asunder. What became of my companions, I cannot tell, but conclude that they were lost. For my part, I swam as fortune directed, and was pushed forward by wind and tide to a point where I found myself within my depth. When I finally struggled ashore, I was in so weak a condition that I lay down on the grass and fell asleep. Some hours later, I was awakened by a noise like the humming of insects, a silken whispering like grass in the wind. I tried to raise, only to discover my arms and legs fastened securely to the ground, and my hair tied down in the same manner. At once I became aware of something alive, moving on my leg, advancing gently forward over my breast, walking boldly up to my chin. By bending my eyes downward, I was able to perceive that it was a human creature not 6 inches high, with a bow and arrow in its hands. And even while I looked, at least 50 more of the same kind followed the first. It gradually became clear to me that it was these tiny creatures who had made me a prisoner, who had bound me securely while I slept, with cords no thicker than a thread of silk. Outraged at first by the absurdity of a man of my stature being thus treated, I then began to ponder how light my plight was compared to that of thousands of my own countrymen who too were bound by invisible threads of caste, custom, and circumstance. Were they not prisoners as much as I, the only difference being that I was aware of my plight and they were not? The Lilliputians, for that was the name of my tiny captors, brought me food and drink sent thither by their emperor's orders, freeing one of my hands so that I could eat. In Lilliput, as in my own island, the state of a man's stomach is likely to govern his thinking. I topped off my meal with a hogshead of good wine, then fell asleep. While I slept, I was bound in chains and carted by 1,500 horses to the palace of the emperor.
His Imperial Majesty, Globastrum Amaran Valmi Gordilo Sheflin Malioligu, most mighty Emperor of Lilliput.
Your Imperial Majesty, your most humble servant.
His Imperial Majesty, Globastrum Amaran Valmi Gordilo Sheflin Malioligu, proposes to the man mountain lately arrived in our celestial dominions the following articles.
One or two of the articles proposed were not altogether to my liking, but overwhelmed by the presence of royalty, I could only prostrate myself at His Majesty's feet and acquiesce. He then had a mind to entertain me with one of his country's best-loved shows. Redbristle, his Minister of Private Affairs, ascended to my shoulder to interpret the performance for me.
What you are about to witness, Man Mountain, is the annual performance of our tightrope walkers. You see, in Lilliput, when a political office is vacant, candidates petition the emperor to entertain the court by cutting capers on a rope. Whoever jumps the highest without falling off wins the office. That's Flimnap. candidate for the office of treasurer, performing now.
He's superb, colossal. Why, he's a sensation.
He should be. He's been at it for years. What is it? Why do you frown?
It's just occurred to me. Is this rope dancing really a true test of a man's qualifications for public office?
Perhaps they thought of a better test in your country?
Surely, I thought. Surely in this setting of ideal loveliness, these tiny, doll-like people, so energetic, so resourceful, must have attained a state of happiness and perfection that we larger mortals only dream of. But I was doomed to disillusion. I'd been there scarcely a month when my friend Redwhistle came and climbed up on my shoulder and began to whisper in my ear.
Van Mountain, we labor under two mighty evils. A violent schism at home.
A schism here in Lilliput?
For above 70 moons past, there have been two struggling parties here. The Tremixons and the Slamixons.
Well, how do you differ politically?
Most profoundly. One party adheres to the wearing of high-heeled shoes, the other low-heeled.
High and low heels.
His Majesty favors lesser heels in his administration. Therefore, the animosity of the two parties runs so high, they will neither eat nor drink with each other.
Is there no hope of a compromise?
Neither party will yield a fraction. Meanwhile, the country is split in two. And at the same time, we are threatened with an invasion from the island of Blefuscu.
Blefuscu?
A neighboring kingdom with which we've been engaged in a most obstinate war for 36 moons.
36 moons? Amazing. Even in Europe, we are not often able to sustain our wars that long. What started your war with the Blefuscudians?
An egg.
An egg?
Now, it's allowed in all hands that the natural way of cracking a boiled egg is upon the larger end.
Naturally.
The present emperor's great-grandfather, however, during his reign, published an edict commanding all his subjects to break the smaller end of the egg. The people so resented this that there have been 6 rebellious uprisings wherein one emperor lost his life and another his crown.
But you are a rational people. Can't it be made clear to you the futility of such conflicts?
Many hundreds of volumes have been published on the subject. But the emperor has ordered all books that do not support the little Indian point of view suppressed, burned.
I see.
Meanwhile, the war is to start all over again. The enemy has already equipped a numerous fleet and is preparing to descend upon us.
If there is anything I can do...
His Majesty is placing great confidence in your strength and valor.
I'm greatly flattered. Please present my humble duty to His Majesty and inform him that I stand ready with my life to defend his person and state against invaders. When the hour of invasion was at hand, I waded out into the channel between Lilliput and Blefuscu, cut the moorings of the enemy's fleet, tied the ship's lines together, then waded back again with the enemy's vessels in tow. The whole kingdom of Lilliput waited on the shore to do me honor. But alas, I was to learn how fickle is the public mind, how short-lived the hero's laurels. Early the next morning...
And Mountain.
Redwhistle, what brings you out so early?
I have come under express orders from His Majesty.
What does he want now?
He wants you to bring all the rest of the enemy ships into our port at once.
But great heavens, that would leave the empire of Blefuscu entirely undefended.
Exactly. He says it's our national destiny to rule the world.
Then he's out of his mind.
Not only does he intend to conquer Blefuscu, but he is laying plans to destroy the entire race of big Indians and compel all people to break their eggs on the smaller end.
And if they refuse?
They will be exterminated.
You may return to His Majesty and say that I refuse his request. I shall never be the instrument of bringing a race of free and brave people into slavery. What is it, Redwhistle? Did you give the Emperor my message?
Man Mountain, you must leave Lilliput at once.
What do you mean?
Listen, His Majesty is angry, most angry at your refusal. He intends to blind you.
Blind me?
Yes, he's clever. He recognizes that the loss of your sight will in no wise impair your bodily strength. You will still be useful to him. In fact, he feels you will be even of greater service to him blind.
Ah, what a low, contemptible, mean, sniveling, treacherous, selfish race you are. How about you, Redwhistle? Why are you here?
I couldn't bear to think of you reduced to this state. You, my friend.
You must have come to warn me at great risk.
The risk of my life.
I am deeply grateful to you. Because of you, I can still believe in men, even in Lilliput. Among as low specimens of humanity as I have yet encountered, you have proved to me there are those who are not governed by self-interest alone, those capable of idealism, human love, and sacrifice. I shall not depart from your country entirely cynical. My next voyage, after many misadventures, brought me to the kingdom of the Brobdingnagians, a race of giants as tall as steeple spires, whose voices roared like waterfalls. Among these giants, I was looked upon as a freak. The queen chanced upon me when I was being displayed in a box in the marketplace, and, delighted by the fact that I was 30 times smaller than her court dwarf, persuaded the king to buy me for her plaything. At the court, my lot was intolerably humiliating. My behavior occasioned gales of laughter. Just as in my country, children are looked upon as objects of fun and derision. I became obsessed with the idea of proving to the king and his court that I was indeed a man, after all. At length, I hit upon a way to accomplish this. I offered to reveal to the king the secret of an invention that, up to this time, is the most significant achievement of my race.
Tell me, my diminutive friend, what is this wonderful invention?
Well, sire, between 300 and 400 years ago, there was compounded a certain powder, which, when kindled, will fly up into the air with a noise and agitation greater than thunder.
What a diverting idea for feast days and celebrations.
Ah, but wait, your majesty. Ram the proper quantity of this powder into a hollow tube of brass or iron, and it will drive a ball of lead with such violence and speed that nothing can sustain its force.
But might that not prove destructive?
It will rip up pavements, tear houses to pieces, lay waste cities, dash out the brains of all who are near.
Stop!
You could become the master of the lives, liberties, and fortunes of all your people. Whoever disputed your absolute authority...
Are you too ignorant to understand that I neither have nor want absolute authority?
But surely you, a king, you cannot be without ambition. You must wish to live in the annals of your people. Now, by the use of this formula, our Prince of Orange...
Be quiet, I command you. Some evil genius, enemy of mankind, must have been the first contriver of this powder. If you value your life, never mention it again.
As you will, sire. But it is plain to be seen that here you have not reduced politics and the conquest of power to an exact science, as the more acute wits of Europe have done.
Power, politics. It is my opinion that whosoever can make 2 ears of corn or 2 blades of grass to grow where only one grew before does more essential service to his country than the whole race of politicians put together.
I was forced to conclude that the king's narrowness of view was the miserably perverted effect of a limited education. Eventually, I reached home again, but such is my restless nature that I had not been there 10 days before...
Man the capstan and cast off the stern line!
Aye, aye,
sir! Yes, I was embarked upon another voyage. And it was part of my strange destiny that in time I should have found myself cut adrift by pirates and subsequently saved by the inhabitants of Laputa. Now, Laputa is a most remarkable place, a flying island suspended several thousand feet above the heads of ordinary mortals. The Laputans, unlike the Brobdingnagians, are most scientific. Indeed, they are so wrapped up in intense speculation that they never enjoy a minute's peace. They jostle each other in the streets, bump heads, and are often in manifest danger of falling off the island. The really great thinkers among the Laputans do not walk about at all, however, but are put away in an institution called the Grand Academy of Projectors. Being a great admirer of projects myself, I immediately asked to be allowed to visit this institution. At the great door, I was stopped.
Your pass? Show your identification pass, please. Very good. And your travel permit? All in order.
Thank you. Where will I find the research laboratories?
1 mile down this corridor, then turn left, then right, and then left again.
And the agricultural projects?
2 miles to the left at the opposite end of the building.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I am the coordinator of all architectural research projects. It was I who first introduced the idea of beginning all buildings at the top and working down.
My friend, food is our business. Stuff of life, you know. I've just perfected a method of plowing so simple, you'll wonder you did not think of it yourself. The farmer plants his field with a crop of acorns, turns a drove of hogs loose in the fields. The hogs root with their feet and plow up the field. Simple, isn't it?
Our aim is to perfect a universal language. Now, I hold that by leaving out verbs and participles...
Nonsense, Professor X. You're only wasting your time with minor changes of that sort. Now, I propose that we abolish words altogether.
Unthinkable.
Abolish words altogether and carry about in a sack on our backs such objects as are necessary to express a thought. There's your universal language.
Oh, you can't do it, I tell you. They won't let you do away with words.
Who won't let me, pray?
The women. The women.
The School of Political Projectors, right through that door.
And I propose that as a solution to all political problems, we endeavor to persuade the people to choose leaders for their wisdom, capacity, and virtue. That we teach office holders to consult the public good. That we reward merit, ability, and eminent service. And exhort leaders to subordinate their own interests to those of their people.
I protest! This man is a radical!
Except for the fantastic ideas I heard expounded in the School of Political Projectors, I must say that I was impressed with the Grand Academy of Laputa. The only inconvenience is that none of the projects of any of the projectors have yet been brought to perfection. And in the meantime, the whole country lies a miserable waste, the houses in ruins and the people without food and clothes. However, I dare say in time they will get around to doing something about that, too. My last voyage took me to a country where horses, called in the land Whiniams, are the masters, and men, called Yahoos, are the beasts of burden. Because of the profound difference between their conception of good and evil and our own, it took me the better part of a year to gain sufficient respect from the Whinim in whose home I stayed for him to discuss these matters with me. For at first he considered me only a cleaner and slightly more rational Yahoo than those he kept in his stable. The whole race of Yahoos, he insisted, were the most treacherous and irrational of all brutes.
All you need do is throw among 5 Yahoos as much food as would be sufficient for 50. Instead of eating peaceably, they will fall to quarreling and fighting, each single one determined to have it all to himself.
I'm afraid the Yahoos of my own country are inclined toward similar behavior.
And yet you tell me that in your country the Yahoos are the masters and the Winnims the beast of burden. How can that be?
What you fail to recognize is that in my country the Yahoos are civilized.
Civilized? What is civilized? So many of your words I don't understand. Lying, deceit, power, lust, government, malice, envy, evil. But go on. Tell me, what is civilized?
Well, amongst us, we have wonderful things such as you Winnims have never dreamed of. Magnificent castles, gorgeous clothing, the noblest, most costly meats and drinks. Our ships go to the ends of the earth to bring these luxuries back for the rich.
Rich? What is rich?
Well, a rich Yahoo is one who has enough money to buy these luxuries I have just described.
Then they are not free to all.
Oh, no, by no means.
How many of your Yahoos do enjoy them?
Oh, about 1 in every 1,000, I should say. The bulk of our people live miserably by laboring every day for small wages.
Wages?
Money. The most prized and precious substance amongst us.
What you say amazes me. Now, among us Winnims, it is our supposition that all animals have a title to their share in the productions of the earth. But then, of course, we are not civilized. Tell me, those Yahoos who do not have the luxuries you describe, how do they feel?
They are in a continual ferment of endeavor to earn sufficient money to live as the rich do.
And of what does this endeavor consist?
Oh, there are numerous kinds. Begging, robbing, stealing, cheating, forswearing, flattering, forging, gaming, hectoring, voting, libeling, scribbling, stargazing. Then there are the recognized professions, of course, like doctoring.
Please explain.
Well, it is part of our civilization that we eat when we are not hungry, drink without provocation of thirst, sit whole nights imbibing strong liquors.
Most extraordinary.
All of which disposes us to sloth, inflames our bodies, and prevents digestion. Then there are diseases to which husbands or wives, grown weary of their mates, are subject.
Incredible.
All of which makes the profession of doctoring a most lucrative one amongst us Yahoos. But I must tell you of another profession, the law.
Please spare me. I do not feel equal to hearing about the law today. To be frank, your whole discourse has only increased my abhorrence for the whole species of Yahoos. For the Yahoos amongst us, I have always felt a kind of pity for their ignorance. But the Yahoos of your country, you say, pretend to reason. Instead of reason, it seems to me you're possessed only of some quality fitted to increase your natural vices. Do you realize that for all your talk of civilization, all your fine words, you have never mentioned the one word we Winnims prize most deeply? Love.
Love?
It is the law of our land. We need no other. Amongst us, love is not confined to any particular object, but universal to the whole race. We show the same affection for our neighbor's issue as for our own. And wherever a Winnim goes, to whatever part of the land, he looks upon that as his home. Thus we live together without conflict, in peace and happiness. Peace. Happiness.
Now you are using words with which I am not familiar. But in time, dwelling amongst the Winnims, I was to learn the full meaning of peace and happiness. I enjoyed perfect health of mind and body. I did not feel the treachery or inconstancy of a friend. I had no occasion of bribing or flattering to procure the favor of a great man or his minion. I wanted no fence against fraud or oppression. In the midst of all this happiness, and when I looked upon myself to be fully settled for life, my host sent for me one morning a little earlier than usual.
It is with great sorrow that I must tell you what I must. You will have to leave us.
Leave you? Go from this peaceful country? Oh, no, not that. Don't send me away.
It is the opinion of the majority of the Winnims that we jeopardize our well-being by keeping you here. It is feared that you, since you have the rudiments of reason added to the natural depravity of a Yahoo, that you may influence the other yahoos to rise up against us.
A thought of that kind never entered my mind. I swear it.
So I told the other Winhams. But they replied that ye yourself had told us that your kind excels in the art of lying and dissimulation. How can you be trusted? You must go.
Thus, gentle listener, I have given thee a faithful account of my travels for 16 years and above 7 months, wherein I have not been as studious of ornament as of truth. I could perhaps have astounded thee with strange, improbable tales, but I chose to relate plain matter of fact in manner and style. It is my belief that a traveler's chief aim should be not to form wonderful descriptions of both land and sea, but to make men wiser and better.
The curtain of the NBC University Theater falls on Gulliver's Travels, another in our series of radio plays based on stories that live. Tonight's adaptation of the Jonathan Swift story was written by Frank Wells and starred Henry Hull as Lemuel Gulliver, with Anthony Boris as the Lilliputian, Ken Christie as the Brobdingnagian, and Gail Gordon as the Winham. Henry Hull may soon be seen as General Mike McCready in the Warner Brothers picture Fighter Command. Others in the cast were Bruce Cammon, Stanley Farrar, Cy Stevens, Jack Crucian, Earl Lee, Jack Carroll, and Cliff Clark. It is with real pleasure that the NBC University Theater announces that beginning with our next performance, our productions will be a full hour in length. The first of these attractions will be an adaptation of the Henry James novel, The American, with Alan Hale in the starring role. We suggest that you watch your local newspaper for time and station. Tonight's production of Gulliver's Travels was directed by Max Hutto. Original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Productions of the NBC University Theater are currently being used in conjunction with a course in American and British fiction under a college by radio plan at the University of Louisville. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
If you would analyze the meaning of the word man, the greatest example I could give, one of the greatest examples I could give would be Rick. He's a man, and he's all man, every bit of it.
All of us were sore at him at one time or another. Rickenbacker used that method of getting us mad enough at him that we were going to live to spite him.
Rick would withhold his fire until he could practically see the whites of the fellow's eyes, and he never missed.
From my point of view, he could properly be considered the dean of the air transport industry.
Of industry, and who in the past has received America's highest award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. Captain Eddie is a man who has been near death many times, a man who fought against all odds to retain life. He is a man who has fought this country's battles and won, an ace of aces in the First World War, and later, a stubborn visionary who had enough faith in the air age to build one of the country's major air services. This is Eddie Rickenbacker, a tough, wiry fighter, loved by some, feared by others, but respected by all. A tough man who believes in perseverance and hard work. His good friend Arthur Godfrey puts it this way.
If you would analyze the meaning of the word man, the greatest example I could give, one of the greatest examples I could give would be Rick. He's a man, and he's all man, every bit of it. He's a man like Kurt LeMay's a man, like J. Edgar Hoover's a man. They're human, they're warm, they're big-hearted. Rick is full of the love of his country. He's unafraid to die for his country. He's the old school, you know. Time whatever for this sloppy business of missing education and not working. You know, every time I see him, I saw him here about a month ago, and I said, doggone it, Rick, you look better now than you did 5 years ago. What are you doing? He says, working. Work is what does it, see?
Eddie started this work at an early age. In fact, he was only 12 years old back in 1901 when he took his first job at $3.50 a week in a glass factory in Columbus, Ohio. His father, William, had just died, leaving his mother, Elizabeth, and 7 other children. Eddie was well able to take care of himself. He'd smoked cigarettes by the time he was in the first grade, and he got into so many fights that he seemed to be trying to cultivate 2 permanent black eyes. But when the time came, he felt his responsibility and rose to it. In the next 3 years, he tried his hand at a variety of jobs. He was a foundry worker, a monument polisher, and a railroad roustabout. But then came 1905, and young Eddie found his great love, the internal combustion engine. Soon, Eddie became a crack mechanic, but this wasn't enough. He wanted to get behind the wheel, and it wasn't long before he achieved this goal.
Well, I think my first contact with Ed was at Sioux City, Iowa in 1913.
Tommy Milton drove against Eddie many times after that as they pursued their hard and dangerous life across the continent.
Some promoters had scraped up a prairie and made a track out of it, and Ed was there with what was the predecessor of the Duesenberg car. It was a 3-day meet, but the feature event was, I think 150, maybe 200 miles, which Rick won in a very spectacular drive. I recall a race at Columbus, Ohio, which incidentally I believe was Rick's hometown. And I think Rick was driving one of the Maxwell cars, which had been built by Ray Haroon, and he was leading the race. But the thing got away from him. He went through the outer fence. As I recall, Rick was not at all seriously injured in the mishap, however. Rick was much inclined to go out in front, and as long as his car stayed under him, he stayed out in front. That isn't necessarily the best way to win races. It's a lot of fun, though.
Rickenbacker became a headliner, but he never came in better than 10th in the 500-mile race at Indianapolis. But he did set a new world speed record with a Blitzen Benz at Daytona Beach. But war threatened to step into this racing career, and Eddie had an idea. He wanted to organize the country's top racing drivers into a special flying unit that would be prepared to go overseas if the United States entered the war then raging in Europe. The government turned down his suggestion, but this didn't stop Eddie. He wanted to fly, and he would make it, one way or another. He started from the ground up.
Over there, send the word, over there.
7 weeks after the U.S. declared war, Eddie was sworn in as a sergeant and went overseas as a driver attached to General Pershing's staff. And later he was assigned to drive Billy Mitchell around France. Eddie pestered the famous airman for a chance to fly, and the badgering finally paid off, even though he had to lie about his age. He was almost 27, 2 years over the limit for pilots, but he made it. On completion of his flying school, he was transferred to Issoudun Field as engineering officer.
We had not been in Issoudun but a few days, and under these very bad conditions, when we found that everyone in command had a German name.
Reed Chambers, another immortal of the 94th Pursuit Squadron, tells what it was like at group headquarters.
Carl Spatz, at that time he spelled it S-P-A-A-T-Z. Of course, we later found out that he was a Pennsylvania Dutchman. And as you all know, he became one of our great generals in World War II. He was officer in charge of flying. Herman Spiegel was officer in charge of transportation. Captain Wiedenbach was adjutant, and Tittle was sergeant major. Wiedenbach and Tittle had both served in the German army, although they were naturalized American citizens, and spoke with a very decided German accent. In view of the fact that we were being treated as enlisted men, and there were no airplanes to fly, no flying fields to fly them off of it, we were, of course, very low in morale. And it wasn't too long until we made up our minds that the officers in charge of Isabden were a bunch of dirty German saboteurs. We found that a guy in charge of engineering was named Rickenbacker. When he arrived, none of the gang would even speak to him. But I went up and said hello, and we immediately started teaming up. With that, my own crowd ostracized me. So that none of the people that I had learned to fly with in the United States would talk to Rickenbacker, and they wouldn't talk to me because I would talk to Rickenbacker.
Those were rough days for Eddie. First he was grounded, and then ostracized by his fellow flyers. But the time finally came when he was to take his first patrol over enemy territory with Douglas Campbell, another Green Airman.
About the end of March 1918, when our squadron had just been formed and equipped and was at a place called Villeneuve near Epernay in the Champagne district of France, Major Raoul Lufberry, who had made a great name for himself as an ace in the Lafayette Escadrille and had transferred to the United States Air Service and was one of the flight commanders of our squadron, asked Rick and myself to accompany him on a patrol over the lines near Reims. We were, of course, delighted and excited because it was our first try at it. So we took off in our Newport 28s, and he led us over the lines up and down for perhaps an hour and a half, an hour and three-quarters, which was the extent of our fuel supply in those aircraft. But it seemed most of the time a little dull. We encountered some anti-aircraft fire shortly after we got near the lines, which was a surprise, but one which we learned to get used to. But aside from that, it was a cold, gray day with a high ceiling, and there didn't seem to be any particular activity going on, either on the ground or in the air. But when we came back and landed at our airdrome, Lufberry asked us to report what we'd seen. So we reported the anti-aircraft bursts that had been near us, and that was all. Lufberry laughed and said, "Well, I thought you fellows probably wouldn't see much your first flight over. As a matter of fact,
a flight of French Spads passed fairly close underneath us. There was another flight of French Spads off to the side at one time. And just before we started back to our landing field, there were 3 or 4 German Albatross and a German observation plane just on the other side of the lines, not very far away from us. But I knew that green pilots don't see much the first time up, so I was reluctant to attack them and get you fellas into trouble.
That's the way it went on that first flight, but it was just a start for Eddie. About a month later, on April 29th, 1918, he shot down his first German plane, an Albatross single-seater. He did this by driving his Newport out of the sun until he was less than 150 yards from his quarry before opening fire. This is the way he fought. But there were other airmen with Eddie, airmen such as Leroy Prinz, now dance director at Metro-Goldwyn Mayer, who had fun and made merry even while flying.
I had 18 official planes to my credit, all American, of course. In fact, I was probably the only man in the 94th Squadron that had such a credit, and my title was Crash Ace. Of course, people ask me why, and I always tell them, well, we couldn't all be heroes in the 94th. Rickenbacker was setting such a terrific pace. The Germans had to shoot somebody down, and so I was elected. Unfortunately, being short, I wasn't too good a pilot, and I got called on the carpet by Rickenbacker, and he said he thought maybe it would be good for me to be assigned to General Mitchell as an aide-de-camp, which later turned out to be decorations officer. And I asked him what would be this particular reason. He said he thought it would be good for 2 reasons. He thought I'd be a good man to the general staff and show him out. And also, then his face got a little red and he blared up. He said he wanted to build up the Air Force a little bit. Seemed like I was taking them down faster than the Germans were. In fact, he said I was the only German ace in the American Air Force. Well, my official job was to get in a truck and come back with a load of nurses. I seemed to be able to manage and round them up all the time, and down in this gullies we'd go where a table would be set up, and we'd manage to have music and a dance, etc. And, of course, invariably they were broken up because pretty near every night we had a visit from the Germans. And you know how tough it was to have the lights go out with nothing but a lot of nurses around. That was murder.
With Eddie, it was a serious business. He hunted with coldness and logic. Not a fancy pilot, but a fighter. On the ground, he checked his engine himself, and for fear of jamming his guns in combat, he examined every bullet himself before he loaded his machine gun belt. Colonel Fred Ordway, now of Washington, describes Eddie's approach to his job.
Eddie Rickenbacker, as I've always said, was much older and more matured. He was a disciplinarian, an excellent fighter, very careful and calculating. He did not believe in taking unnecessary chances. He was quite the opposite of Frank Luke, who would not hesitate to dive into a formation of enemy aircraft when he was outnumbered 5 or 6 or 7 to 1. That didn't worry Frank Luke in the least. Eddie Rickenbacker was much more careful and calculating, and didn't believe in taking unnecessary risks. He was very strict in regard to the manner in which the pilots conducted themselves and around the airfield and, of course, in combat. And he was also very careful in protecting younger pilots on their first trips over the lines. He would be inclined to fly above them, and if they were attacked and in a dangerous position, he would dive in on the enemy aircraft and either shoot it down or chase it away.
This has been Eddie's way of doing things throughout his life.
Rick, of course, is a hard taskmaster because he doesn't drive anybody, he leads them, but he sets a terrific example. Real leaders are that way. They set the example, and lead the way, and show the way, and you just naturally fall in behind them. And he has nothing but contempt for anybody who's lazy.
Yes, Eddie was a hard taskmaster in those days, but he was no longer ostracized by his fellow pilots who had begun to love him, even though they had described him as a tough hombre. He was now a flamboyant figure in his breeches and fancy non-regulation British boots, probably the shiniest in the American Expeditionary Force. And on September 24th, 1918, he was commissioned a captain and put in command of the squadron. Eddie started out rather dramatically in his new post. Before breakfast on his first day of command, he attacked 7 German planes single-handedly and shot down 2. This feat later won for him the Congressional Medal of Honor. The 94th Squadron at this time was caught in the final big effort of the war. There were no leads and virtually no rest for the pilots. Reed Chambers, who flew with Eddie throughout this period, knows from first-hand knowledge just how Rickenbacker achieved such success.
Rick and I got permission to fly voluntary patrols together. And after our regular formations, we would take off and go out on hunting expeditions. Remember that the planes we were flying then had a top speed, even downhill, of about 130 miles an hour. He had had lots of racing experience around 100 miles an hour during hubcap to hubcap. I could fly Rick. I'd get on his tail and stay there. I could shoot more holes in a towed target than he could. But when the target started shooting back at me, that was a horse of a different color. Rick, I would start shooting at an enemy plane too far away, and as a result, missed many shots. Rick would withhold his fire until he could practically see the whites of the fellow's eyes, and he never missed. He was a terrific judge of distance. He only made one mistake, and one day he did pull up a little too close and clipped a German albatross with his tail skid and pulled the German's wing off. He got him by actually colliding with him without getting hurt himself. Rick and I, when we were going out alone, would always have a little private briefing and decide where we were going to go hunting and what clouds we were going to look over and under. And we developed a favorite expression, which we used always as we would part to get into our respective airplanes. And that was, well, baby, I'll be slapping you in the face with a spade. And it sort of became funny to us, because sometimes we weren't sure which was going to slap who in the face with a spade.
On October 30th, 1918, just before sundown, Eddie landed his plane after shooting down a Fokker and a balloon. Those were his last victories in the war. And when the armistice was signed on November 11th, the score was official. 26 planes shot down in 7 months. The end of the war for that colorful figure in his tight breeches, a man who had kept 2 Spad pursuit planes, each bearing the number 1 in the famed hat-in-the-ring insignia, who had landed one, gulped coffee, and took off in another, flying as much as 7 hours a day. But the war was over. No longer would Eddie and his fellow pilots make up such squadron ballads as this one. When the final taps have sounded and we lay aside life's cares and we fly our last old Spad on heaven's golden stairs, and the angels bid us welcome and the harps begin to play, 'tis then we'll hear St. Peter as he greets us with a yell, "Front seats for you of 94, for you've done your hitch in hell." Eddie and his friends were a rough, tough, rollicking bunch of flyers, but real pioneers in the air. They lived hard and furious, but Reed Chambers knew another side of Eddie.
Rick was always religious. He and I lived together practically all the time we were on the front. And then every night, Rick would kneel by the side of his bed and put his head in his arms, and while he made no sound, I still am convinced that he was praying. In fact, his religion for my money, is far better than that of most of the creeds that I know of. If everybody lived like Rick does, it'd be a far better world.
Captain Eddie came home to a hero's welcome, big reception, endless speeches. But when these had ended, Eddie embarked on the first phase of his business career.
Maybe folks would argue with me about this, but I think the greatest single contribution he has made to America is the example that he sets, even today, as a businessman, as a rugged individualist, as a man who likes to try to make things stand on their own feet and pay their own way, and a man who stands for less and less government interference in private industry, as a champion of real economics in industry. That's the kind of a thing he's doing.
But Eddie's first really big business venture was not going to be a success. He wanted to build the great American car, and he and 3 Detroit automobile men formed the Rickenbacker Motor Company. It was organized in 1922 with $5 million capital. This dream child was unveiled in New York and at first was a big success. The Rickenbacker looked like a sure winner, and it was difficult to keep up with the demand for the car. It had many engineering firsts, including 4-wheel brakes. But this innovation proved to be a detriment, at least at that time. The car was criticized, and the brakes were described as dangerous because they brought the car to a stop too suddenly. Finally, this criticism, coupled with the 1925 slump, brought to a close Eddie's dream of a great American car, and it left him with $250,000 debt, which he swore he'd pay off, and he did later. More and more he turned to the aircraft industry, and while working for General Motors was connected with the Fokker Aircraft Corporation and Eastern Airlines, then owned by the big corporation. Another company owned by General Motors at that time was Eastern Airlines. Alfred P. Sloan, former president of General Motors and later chairman of the board.
At that time, in 1934, Eddie had charge of what was then the General Motors Eastern Airlines division. Finally, the time was reached when the corporation decided to remain in manufacturing and dispose of its interest in airplane operation. This necessitated the sale of our Eastern Airlines division. Eddie was much interested and extremely anxious to work out something whereby he could take over our interest in airplane operation. I am reminded of how he telephoned me shortly before Christmas in 1938. It so happened that his opportunity to purchase the property expired the next day. While he had promises of financial support, he had nothing tangible to offer. He was, of course, worried and upset, as he naturally would be. He decided to call me at 11 o'clock on a Saturday night and asked if he could come in for a few minutes. Of course, I told him he certainly could. He comments on the fact that on his arrival, he found me in pajamas, a robe, and slippers. He never was able to quite figure out whether he had wakened me, got me out of bed, or how it happened. Anyhow, we had a discussion on the subject. I told him further I did not know just what the status was, as it was being handled by the financial people in General Motors. But I promised him I would look into the matter immediately, and if a commitment had not been made, I would assure him a real opportunity to see what he might do, and further not to worry about it.
Eddie rounded up $3.5 million in 30 hectic days.
I can't talk from the standpoint of his colorful exploits as an automobile racer or a flyer in World War I, because I didn't know him at that time. But I can speak from very definite knowledge of that phase of his life with which I've had the closest contact, namely his business career.
Hugh Knowlton of the investment firm of Kuhn Loeb tells why the financial world had confidence in Eddie, even though his Rickenbacker car of the 20s had been a failure.
20 years ago, in the spring of 1938, my firm had an important part in the purchase of Eastern Airlines from General Motors. At that time, this airline was a mere fledgling. It was doing a total business, at a rate under $5 million a year. Eddie Rickenbacker's confidence in the future of this enterprise was terrific. It was unflagging and it was contagious. But even so, it required a real element of faith, because no one had yet demonstrated the ability to make an airline profitable. That Eddie Rickenbacker's talents were equal to this challenge is certainly most dramatically shown by this fact. Eastern Airlines has operated profitably every year since that time. This is an outstanding record in the industry, and today this little acorn, this little acorn of 1938 has grown into a tremendous oak, now operating at an annual rate not of $5 million, as in 1937, but $265 million, a growth of 5,200%, all under the leadership of Eddie Rickenbacker.
This time there was no doubt Eddie had become a successful businessman, a captain of industry. Along the way, he had bought the Indianapolis Speedway at a cost of $700,000. But now, once again, his great love was the airplane and air transportation. Alfred P. Sloan again had a conversation with Eddie, and again Captain Eddie suggested something based on what he had seen in Europe.
He had been in England, through the Middle East and Russia, on confidential missions for the government. On his return, he came in to see me, and we had lunch together and discussed aviation technique from its various angles. At that time, he was enthusiastic about the potentiality of jet turbine power for airplanes, as was being developed in England, Russia, and Germany. He felt that a great corporation like General Motors should be involved in this development, both for the sake of our national security and our general economy looking to the future. He also urged upon me the fact that our government and our military services were far behind the English, Germans, and the Russians in the development of this type of power. How fully subsequent events have proved Eddie's keen foresight. But Eddie's contribution to the advancement of our society has been far broader than his initial interest in the automobile industry and later service as an airplane executive. He has distinguished himself as an American at the highest level of patriotism and service to the welfare of his country, both in war and in peace.
We will return to Biography and Sound, Captain Eddie the Iron Eagle, after a pause for station identification. Captain Eddie was continually on the watch for new developments in the aircraft industry.
From my point of view, he could properly be considered the dean of the air transport industry.
Lawrence Rockefeller, a director of Eastern Airlines and a friend of Eddie's, sums it up this way.
Someone who brought the discipline of business method and accounting, of economy, and far-sighted planning into the industry. He expects to get the cooperation and backing of his associates, and he takes a good deal of convincing to convince him that maybe he is wrong. If he is, naturally he recognizes it, but just vacillating opinions or casual guesses don't make much impression on him. You have to be factual, and you have to have a good deal of steam behind your facts if you're going to change his point of view. He is amazing, though, because he is such a great leader, and yet he does have this this ability to go down into the organization and listen and get facts. But still, as leader, he makes the decisions.
Yes, Eddie Rickenbacker was now firmly established as the well-publicized president of Eastern Airlines and was in the news again and again. One veteran newspaperman who got to know him well was Jim Kilgallen of International News Service.
My association with him has gone back 35 or 40 years. Let's see. Yeah. I had known him back since the days when he was fooling with cars and was going to be a race driver back there in Indianapolis, where the famous Speedway is. He was always a straight, honest-to-gosh sort of a fellow, down to earth, feet on the ground, not a bit of pretense about him. He's one of these men who makes a million friends but doesn't hesitate to make an enemy. Rickenbacker has in the past often taken a stand on something which was unpopular, and he would draw criticism, but he's the type that never backed up. I don't know whether it's any good to rake it up now, but he didn't believe certain things and said so in speeches, and he would get subjected to a lot of criticism, but he didn't seem to mind it.
Eddie capitalized on his own popularity, making friends for Eastern. He also collected an assortment of enemies. Organized labor was openly against him for his wartime criticism. And labor didn't react in too friendly a fashion when Eddie reminded them that he had been a working stiff too and had been glad to get $1 a day. He put this criticism behind him and continued to fly Eastern's routes, minutely examining every phase of the operation. On one of these trips, he wound up in South America with Arthur Godfrey.
I think the most amusing incident we had was in Santiago in Chile. We were there just in time to witness a minor revolution. And they brought out the Carabinieri, I think they call it. Carabinieri, the police, who have little short Tommy guns. And by George, they put on a shooting match right there in the city square, right in front of the hotel where we were. And then it died down, and we thought it was over, and we had a dinner date, a high-level dinner we were supposed to go to right down one of the streets off the square. And we started down that street, Rick and I, and some of the other people who were on the trip with us. And as we walked down this street, a very narrow street with high stone walls on each side, a fusillade of bullets, a hail of them came down that street. And they were going ping, 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 and banging off the walls on either side of us. We turned around and started running, and I thought I was going fast, but here come Rick past me saying, "What's holding you up, boy?" And we, as he said, we went back to our hotel to previously prepared positions at the bar and thought it over.
That trip was exciting, but the trip ended in tragedy. On the afternoon of February 26, 1941, Eddie boarded a plane in New York, bound for Mexico City with stops in Washington and Atlanta. The time came when the plane should have been over Atlanta Airport, ready to start an instrument landing in the fog. The pilots started to set the plane down. A split second later, a wing hit the treetops. The plane hit the ground 10 miles outside the city. Ralph McGill, editor of the Atlanta Constitution, was in the rescue party when it reached the scene of the crash.
As dawn broke, we found ourselves really almost on the wreck. And, of course, seen literally through a drifting curtain of fog, it was an awful sight, as those things always are. So there they lay, the DC-3, one of the most completely wrecked aircraft I've ever seen. The front of the airplane was almost mangled, as if it had been run through some great set of teeth, well past the cockpit and into the first row or two of seats. At any rate, we began to lift up these tangled and broken pieces of wreckage, and up near the front, I would say about a third of the way back in the cabin, or where the cabin normally would be, we found Captain Rickenbacker. We first thought we had found his body. Someone said, leaning down and feeling his pulse, he's dead. What we didn't know at the time was that one of the news agency men set out then because Captain Rickenbacker was the most notable passenger aboard the plane. He set out and ran through the mud and the thickets about a mile or a little more to a telephone and flashed in the word that Captain Rickenbacker was dead. We were holding the presses in Atlanta, and we started out with an extra of this. Fortunately, the later word got in, and none of the papers got on the street, but the headline did say Rickenbacker dead. At any rate, to go back to the wreck, we finally got him moved out, and then by putting a hand up under his shirt, one could feel a very faint heartbeat. We didn't quite believe it at first.
It was a night of trial for Eddie. His skull was crushed, his left arm broken, his left eye was bloodied, both legs were broken, and his lungs were cut by jagged stubs of ribs. But through it all, Eddie managed to keep the other survivors from destroying themselves.
You could hear some groans. You could hear somebody calling for help every now and then, and people talking, praying, and that sort of thing. And he kept calling to them, don't light a match. Don't light a match. Don't use a lighter, a cigarette lighter. Because he knew if any flame should have come, the whole thing would have gone up and everyone would have been burned to death.
Eddie was taken to Piedmont Hospital in Atlanta, where he lay in a coma for many days.
I was there the day that he became conscious for the first time. He had, of course, been under an oxygen tent. And he began to stir around. The nurse notified the doctors, and they came in. And he opened up that one eye and looked around, spoke to people, and he said, I'm hungry. Well, of course, that delighted everyone. They'd been hoping for that because the only thing he'd had in the way of food was some intravenous feeding. And so Dr. McRae said, well, that's wonderful, Eddie. What would you like? Captain Rickenbacker reflected, and he said, well, I'll tell you, Doctor, I have an appetite right now for a ham sandwich and maybe a bottle of beer.
It was almost 4 months before Eddie got out of the hospital. Then, war again. December 7th, and the attack on Pearl Harbor. One day, General Hap Arnold, commander of the Army Air Forces, called Eddie and proposed a job. That is, if he felt well enough to do it. Eddie did. He was to make a flying tour to every Air Force combat unit and instill in the men the sense of conquest that is the core of combat psychology. Said General Arnold, tell Rick, I want him to put turpentine under their tails. I want to get those youngsters fighting mad. Eddie did just that. Then there was a trip to Russia and a story told by Eddie to actor Adolphe Menjou.
They'd just gotten back from Moscow, and he gave me a Russian bill, autographed it as a souvenir, which I added to my short snorter, which everybody had at that time. And he told me a very interesting thing that had happened. The Russians, as is their custom, decided to try to get him drunk. And they were drinking vodka out of water glasses, like water. And Rickenbacker, not to show the white feather, he turned to his aide and said, you stand behind me and hold me up, because I'm going to drink glass for glass with these fellas. And when it was over, he said they were on the floor, not me. He was being propped.
A tough man, Eddie. Finally, he was asked to make a tour of our Pacific bases. Eddie and Colonel Hans C. Adamson left for Honolulu with a stopover in Los Angeles so that he could see his mother and brother Dewey. It was October 1942. Eddie was to leave Hickam Field in a flying fortress bound for Australia with a stop at Canton Island, just a speck in the Pacific. that plane never made Canton Island. And with that, started a long ordeal for Captain Eddie. James Reynolds, who now lives in Oakland, California, was the radio operator on that ill-fated Flying Fortress.
As near as I remember, it was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We knew that we were going to have to find land fairly soon, or we were going to have to set it down in the water. Well, you have roughly 25 ton of airplane. We had Bombay tanks that were empty. The wing tanks were nearly empty. And Bill Cherry made one of the finest landings I've ever seen or heard of since. He brought it in tail low, hit the crest of one wave, went into the air again, and then skidded it around to set the body of the plane, the fuselage of the plane, into the trough. When we crashed, after taking to the rafts, we counted up what food we had. We had 4 very anemic Southern California oranges and a package of fish line and hooks that come in a jungle kit on the back of a parachute. We split those oranges up and made them last as long as we could, more for the fluid than anything else. The rest of the time we lived on fish. We managed to catch 2 with the line that had been taken by one of the members. 2 jumped into the raft, being chased by larger fish, and we caught 1 shark. But they were so strong and rancid we couldn't get anywhere near it, even after drying it out. And we managed to catch a few fish that would hide underneath the raft from the larger fish. They were small, 2 inches long. And all of us, Rick included, ate them tail, feathers, and all.
Back here in the United States, Eddie's friends just couldn't believe he had died. Their reaction was much the same as this, expressed by Arthur Godfrey.
Oh, no, not Eddie. He'll be back. Yes, we knew he was all right somewhere. Because, this survival business is lots of luck, yes, but there's also a great deal in the preparation a man makes. The man was... Rick was mentally prepared, if you know what I mean.
And, of course, Eddie wasn't dead. Far from it. During those long hours on the cramped raft, Eddie was unyielding in his firm discipline and, as a result, kept a firm hand on the actions of the others.
Well, he's a shrewd person, very shrewd. He must have been to get where he is today. I don't believe the man is ruthless or would hurt anyone intentionally. But my best description of the man, if you hated his guts, you'd have to admire him for them. Rickenbacker didn't wander off as much on a tangent as the most of us did in our minds. His mind stayed, I would say, as clear, if not clearer, than the rest of us. One night, Colonel Adamson went over the side to try to end it all. He was the only one hurt in the actual crash, but Rick and myself and one of the others pulled him back in, and I've heard a man get a tongue lashing, and being an old friend of Rick's, Adamson took it. But I'd hate to get one like it myself.
Eddie's discipline throughout those long days and nights of desperation was probably resented by some of the other occupants of the rafts, but he continued to harass them.
I don't believe the man knows the word of fear. He might internally, but Rickenbacker never displayed a element of fear whatsoever. There's only one incident that I remember where Rick was really pushed out of shape, was when he caught one of them drinking more water than they should have at the time, because we were on rations, very strict rations. We had no water at all for the first 8 days, and for the remainder of the time, the most we had any one day was a jigger of water, about an ounce of water a day. He told him that the rest of our lives depended on that water. Our water came from catching rainwater in our underclothes, our socks, our pants, our shirts, and wringing them out into a bucket and then taking them into our mouth and mouthing them through the tubes inside of a Mae West life jacket. So we had very little water the whole period of time out there. And he really laid the law down to him that you ever catch him doing it again, why, it might lead to severe punishment if we were ever picked up. I think all of us were sore at him at one time or another. Rick was a man that kept at you to keep you going, if nothing else. And Lieutenant Whitaker, the co-pilot, said he was going to live just to spite him.
Finally, after 24 days of torture, 24 days of sun, of hunger and of thirst, came an answer to the long hours of prayer. Planes came out of the sky, passed over, then returned, passed over again and left. But they did return, landed, and thus achieved one of the most famous rescues of all time. It was the end of an ordeal. Captain Eddie Rickenbacker tells of the effects of those 24 long days on a raft.
I've often been asked, particularly in recent years, what effect that experience has had, if any, and what it left. Frankly, physically, it has never left anything detrimental or mentally detrimental. Spiritually, it has left a wonderful feeling of the unbelievable almost. Because when I got back, I found that the world at large seemed interested. That may sound egotistical, but the newspapers showed that there was tremendous interest in the fact that we'd been picked up and rescued, particularly me. And as I analyzed it, it brought to mind the fact that I was merely a symbol in the minds of millions of mothers and fathers, sweethearts and wives, who felt and got the satisfaction out of the fact that I was picked up, that their beloved ones also had a chance to be rescued and would come back. Unfortunately, all of them didn't, but it was a great feeling of hope.
Back to the living came Captain Eddie Rickenbacker, Colonel Adamson, Pilot William Cherry, co-pilot James Whitaker, Lieutenant John DeAngelis, the navigator, Private John Bartek, and radio operator James Reynolds. Staff Sergeant Alex Kosmarchik would never return. In the years since that ordeal, Eddie may have become a quieter man, but he still has all of his cocky assurance, big grin, and unshakable faith in the future of the air transport industry in these fledgling years of the jet age.
As a flyer, of course, Rick doesn't fly anymore at the controls. He hasn't for some time. But those controls, those throttles are still in his hand when he sits in one of those airplanes, because he's watching his pilots and almost gloating sometimes. It's almost gloating in the progress that pilots have made, that airlines have made, in the safety, for instance, and in the economy and the convenience of airline flight.
Yes, Captain Eddie is still going strong, and he still flies endless miles along his system, still with the feel of the wild blue sky in his blood.
He's a great, throbbing example of the absolute idiocy of retiring a man just because he's 65 arbitrarily. Great heavenly days. This man will be, this Rickenbacker will go on until one day that brave old pump just quits.
Captain Eddie Rickenbacker, the Iron Eagle, a man still looking to the future as he answers this question put to him by movie star and fellow airman James Stewart.
Captain Eddie, I'm going to ask you a question. We're sort of making this the anniversary question, and we'd appreciate your comments on it. And here's the question. Against the background of Air Force history, what stands out most vividly in your mind, and what do you see as the greatest problem ahead?
Jimmy, it's very simple to me. Number one, the accomplishment of the men and women of America in achieving the greatest Air Force power, or air power, that the world has ever known in the short span of 50 years, an accomplishment worthy of every man, woman, and child who has played a part in that development. Secondly, problem of the future is for those of us of the living to impress on those who are to come and to leave behind a heritage and a tradition for them to follow so that they in turn may profit by the mistakes that we have made, by the penalties that we have paid, and the generations of the future may live in peace and happiness.
Captain Eddie, the Iron Eagle. Another in the NBC series, Biographies in Sound. Your guide was Walter O'Keefe. This program was written and produced by Don Cameron, supervised by James L. Holton for NBC News.
This is Dick Sinclair. Nowadays, you can hardly pick up a newspaper without reading something about the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, better known as NATO. But did you ever stop to think why NATO is so important, especially to the United States? Sure, we're a powerful nation, but we still depend on the free countries of Western Europe for a great deal. When it comes to exporting trade, for instance, Western Europe is our best customer, and that's where a lot of our vital raw materials come from, too. As far as the world's total manufacturing production is concerned, America accounts for 40% of it. But combined with Western Europe's 30%, the free world controls 70%. And that isn't all. With Western Europe as a partner, we can share mutual advancements in science and invention, and our seaports and air bases. Now, those are just a few reasons why NATO is so important to the United States. And most important of all, NATO is guarding your freedom.
Biographies in Sound has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The shadow knows.
Blue Coal presents The Shadow, the mystery man who strikes terror into the very hearts of shopsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Today, the Society of the Living Dead. In just a moment, The Shadow's exciting adventure will begin. Meanwhile, I have an important message for all you homeowners. We are now in the midst of the most treacherous season of the entire year. But you can protect your family's health during this danger period by burning blue coal. For blue coal gives you clean, uniform, healthful heat all winter long. And its harmless blue coloring is your guarantee of better heat at less cost. So when you order fuel, insist on blue coal. It's Pennsylvania's finest anthracite. Your nearest blue coal dealer will be glad to send you a trial ton. Phone him tomorrow.
Hello. Daily Classic, City Desk.
Yes, go ahead, Turner.
Mr. and Mrs. Smith are being held in Holly military prison as spies. The Smiths are believed not to be American citizens.
What?
Yes. The Prime Minister was handed a note by American ambassador this morning.
Yes, go ahead.
American State Department reported investigating circumstance under which the Smith passports were issued.
Good work, Turner. Keep feeding it. Hold the presses for a new front-page story. London correspondent is on the wire. This phony passport racket is being uncovered.
New York. More news on the Smith case.
Mr. and Mrs. Smith are not citizens. A fake passport and identification ring is suspected. The name Schwartz was taken from tombstones to secure passports. More startling disclosures are promised by federal agents and local authorities who suspect widespread plot.
Will you turn that radio off?
All right, Margot. Well, this fake passport and identification record interests me.
The Scotland Yard in England, the State Department in Washington, and a whole New York police force working on that fake passport racket. Do you have to get mixed up in it?
You see, Margot, it ties up with a case that interests me.
You mean the suicide of your broker, Henry Adams?
Yes.
But, Lamont, what possible connection could there be? I don't see it.
Well, I didn't see any connection either until today, although Adams never struck me as being the type of man who would commit suicide.
His body was found 2 weeks ago, and they buried him right afterwards in the family vault in Kingman Cemetery. Seems to me that's what you might call a closed case.
I don't agree, Margot. I noticed in one of the gossip columns the other day a remark that interested me very much.
What is that?
An item that said that Irene Adams, the orphan daughter of Henry Adams, was being courted by Ray Kelvin.
Oh, Ray Kelvin was Henry Adams' partner, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. But what interested me even more was another item which said that Ray Kelvin was very friendly with a man named Berger, who, according to all reports, is a very questionable character.
I don't see the connection, Lamont.
Yeah, but much of the evidence points to Berger being mixed up in his business.
Oh, you mean that fake passport and identification ring that we just heard about on the radio?
Yes. Margot, I want you to call on Adams's orphan daughter. Her name is Irene. Pose as a reporter. Ask her about the rumors of her coming marriage with Kelvin and find out if she actually saw the face of her father at any time after his death.
All right, Lamont. Where will you be when I get back?
I'll phone you at my office.
Are you going to visit Berger as Lamont Cranston?
No, Margot. I rather think Berger will be more impressed if I visit him with a shadow.
I'm so sorry, Miss Adams. I know it's hard to talk to a stranger about such personal things so soon after your father's tragic death.
Yes. True that my father didn't want me to marry Mr. Kelvin. It seemed so unfair. Ray Kelvin was his own partner in business.
But you are going to marry Mr. Kelvin.
Yes. I wanted to wait. It's so soon after Father's death. But Ray has to go away. To Europe. He may be gone for years.
Oh, I see. Mr. Kelvin's leaving the country. But isn't he indicted on a stock swindling charge?
Yes. Oh, but he says he'll soon have proof that he didn't have anything to do with it.
Miss Adams, don't you realize that Mr. Kelvin can only clear himself by proving that your own father was the swindler?
No. Ray wouldn't do that.
Did you ever see your father after they found his body in the river?
No. Mr. Kelvin said I shouldn't. He said it would only upset me.
Do you believe your father committed suicide, Miss Adams?
No. I can't bring myself to believe that of Dad.
What does Ray Kelvin think about your father's death?
Ray said it was suicide. But Dad was worried over what would happen when they tried him on that stock swindle charge.
But don't you see, Miss Adams? Kelvin, your fiancé, has been implying all along that your father is a swindler. That he's going to clear himself by pinning the guilt on your father.
No, I can't believe that.
That's why your father opposed your marriage to Kelvin.
No. Why are you saying these things? You have no right. Please go.
Yes, I am going, Miss Adams. I'm so sorry if I've hurt you, but I believe you're going to thank me for keeping you from marrying a treacherous thief. Perhaps even a murderer.
What do you mean? Who are you talking about?
Your dead father's partner. Your fiancé, Ray Kelvin.
All right, Kelvin. What's on your mind?
Now, listen, Berger, I want action. I won't be safe till I get Adams to sign a confession taking full blame for that stock swindle.
Yeah. I see you got the confession all ready for Adams to sign.
Yes. Stated the day he was supposed to have jumped in the river.
How are you going to account for not having produced the confession until now?
That's easy. I'll just tell the authorities that in going over his papers, I've just found it. The government will have to dismiss the charges against me when I produce this confession signed by Adams.
What are you going to do with Adams after he signs?
That's where you and your man in the morgue come in. You've got the papers that were on the man who was buried in Adams' place. All you have to do is put those papers on Adams when we dump him in the river.
What? That's murder. I've never gone that far before.
And you've never been paid $10,000 before either. Now, come on, quit stalling. Get your hat and coat. We're going to finish this job now.
Oh, wait a minute, Kelvin, wait a minute. I'll give you back that money. Every cent of it. No. I'm afraid of this.
Berger, what was that? Somebody laughed here in this office.
Yes, Kelvin. It is the laughter that has echoed through the mind of many a killer during his last hours in the death house.
Who is that, Berger?
Kelvin. There's nobody here.
Yes, Mr. Berger. The shadow is here.
The shadow? Kelvin, did you hear that? The shadow. He knows. He's heard everything. You can't go through with it now.
Yes, Kelvin. I know everything.
Yes? Well, I've heard about you, Shadow. The man who has the power to make himself invisible. I know how you do it. Hypnotic suggestion. Hindu mesmerism. Oriental trickery. Well, you don't scare me.
Your murderous scheme is doomed to failure, Kelvin. Give it up before it is too late.
Yeah, listen to him, Kelvin. Adams is still alive. We haven't murdered him yet.
No, but we've kidnapped him and we'll burn for that if we're caught. Only we're not going to be caught, shadow or no shadow. Come on, Berger. You're coming with me.
No, don't make me go through with it, Kelvin.
Come on.
Don't.
I'll show you what I think of the shadow. Come on, or I'll drill you where you stand. And the shadow if he tries to stop me.
You've had your warning, Kelvin. Remember.
Come on, Berger, get going. And as for you, Shadow, here's a warning from me. If you follow us, I'll find a way to kill you. Remember that.
Hello, Lamont Cranston's office.
Hello, Margot Lane.
Lamont, I talked to Irene Adams. She never saw her father after he died.
Henry Adams isn't dead, Margot.
Oh, Lamont, are you sure? Where is he?
I don't know, but Berger and Kelvin are on their way to the place where they're holding him, and I'm following them.
Lamont, Kelvin is planning to marry Irene Adams and leave the country in a few days.
Much can happen in a few days, Margot, even in a few hours.
Lamont, let me meet you. Go with you. Maybe I can help.
You can help me most by standing by with a shortwave radio. Keep it tuned in on the band the Shadow always uses.
All right, Lamont. But now you've discovered that Mr. Adams is alive, why don't you let the police handle it?
As far as the police are concerned, Henry Adams is dead. Buried, a closed case.
I guess you're right, but what about Berger and Kelvin? Do they know the Shadow is on their trail?
Yes, and Kelvin has dared the Shadow to follow him.
Lamont, it may be a trap, a trick to get you someplace where all your powers won't save you, where you'll be helpless. Lamont, please don't go. Please.
Margot, I must follow Berger and Kelvin. If they lead me to Adams, I may need help. Stand by, Margot. Stand by until you hear from the Shadow.
The Shadow will return in just a moment. But first, I have a word of warning for you homeowners. Throughout this dangerous winter season, don't subject your family to needless colds and illness resulting from uneven on and off type heating. Thousands of careful homeowners are taking steps to avoid this risk. They're playing safe by ordering blue coal. For instance, blue coal sales in the city of Rochester for the current winter season are 20% ahead of last year's figure, and numerous other cities show similar increases. Here's why blue coal is preferred by so many people. Blue coal is a selected Pennsylvania anthracite, the fuel that gives off cleaner, more uniform, more dependable heat than any other coal. What's more, furnaces, parlor stoves, and cooking ranges in this part of the country were especially designed to burn anthracite. And the cream of all American anthracite is blue coal. The harmless blue coloring with which blue coal is tinted is your all-time guarantee of better heat at less cost. Blue coal is mined by the Glen Alden Coal Company, and every carload is tested and retested for purity and uniform sizing before shipment. What's more, blue coal is especially prepared for home use. You can get it in the 4 popular domestic sizes: egg, stove, chestnut, or peat. So be guided in your fuel selection by Rochester families. For health and economy, too, insist on blue coal. Ask for it by name. Order a trial ton from your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow. You'll find his name listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Let's get this over with.
What's the matter with you, Berger? You jumpy as a cat.
I know. It's the shadow. I'm scared. If you had any sense, you'd be scared, too.
Oh, forget the shadow.
Yeah? But suppose he's trailed us. Here. To Kingland Cemetery.
Now, listen to me, Berger. Your job is to make Adams sign that confession. The shadow has developed superstitious fear in the underworld by means of his magician's tricks. He's dealing now with intelligent people who don't believe in hocus pocus. Why, there isn't one chance in 1,000 the shadow's been able to follow us here.
What'll you do if he has? Huh? What can you do?
You leave the shadow to me. I'll deal with him if he comes. It's the Adams grave wall just ahead, isn't it?
Yeah. It's that underground vault on the left.
You have the keys to the vault?
Yeah, right here.
I'll get the vault door open.
Yeah. Give me a hand with this door. Oh, it weighs a ton.
Be careful Adams doesn't get out. Where's your flashlight?
Right here. There's Adams on the floor in the corner. What'd I tell you? I bet he's so weak he can't crawl, much less run.
Berger, he looks like he's dead. If he is, the whole scheme's ruined. I warned you to be careful.
He ain't dead. I know a dead one when I see one. He's just sleeping, that's all.
Wake him up and we'll see if he's ready to listen to reason.
He'll listen. Come on, Adams. Come on. Wake up. Hey, snap out of it.
What? Who are you?
Never mind who I am. Come on. Sit up.
Are you going to take me out of this tomb? Are you?
Yeah, you're going to get out. All you have to do is sign your name to a piece of paper.
Water. Give me a drink. All I've had for days is the moisture on the stones. And nothing to eat. Nothing.
I got something better than water. Like this brandy will set you up.
Oh, thanks. Thank you. How did you find out they'd locked me up in this grave vault? I thought they were going to leave me here till I died. And then put me in that coffin there in place of that corpse that's supposed to be me.
Never mind about that now. You're going to have a chance to get out of this grave alive. If you do as you're told.
Listen, Berger, quit wasting time. Here's the confession and a pen. Make him sign it.
Kelvin, you... I couldn't see you with a flashlight in my eyes. You, my own trusted partner. You're behind this. You've done this to me. You stole those securities. Framed me.
Sure I did. You're innocent. But if you want to get out of this family vault of yours, you'll take the blame. Sign this confession.
I won't. I'll never sign it.
Oh, yes, you will.
Oh, cut it out, Kelvin. You can't stand much of that in the shape he's in. Do you want to kill him?
I won't sign it. I won't. A confession for me would clear you, Kelvin. Put the blame on me. Leave you free to marry my daughter, Irene. You made her think I drowned myself. I'm innocent of the swindling charge. You're the guilty one.
You'll sign that confession or I'll break every bone in your body.
Oh. I told you to go easy. Yeah, Adams is out cold.
Shut up and help me bring him around. The shadow on our trail, there's no time to lose.
Yeah, I know. And I give plenty to know where the shadow is right now.
What would you give, Berger?
Kelvin! He's here! The shadow's here in the vault with us!
Berger, turn off that flashlight. Quick!
Now you think we're on even terms. Don't you, Kelvin? You can't see me in the dark of the tomb. And you think I cannot see you?
Yes, that's right, Shadow.
Kelvin, where are you going?
Stay where you are, Berger. And you too, Shadow. I may not be able to see you, but if you come close enough to try to stop me closing the door of this vault, I'll fill you full of lead.
Kelvin, don't leave me
You're
here.
no use to me anymore, Berger. You can thank the Shadow for that.
You ain't going to leave me in here to die. You dirty, double-crossing rat.
All right, Berger. I'll do you one last favor. I won't leave you to die from thirst and hunger. You'll be luckier than Adams and the Shadow. Come on, Berger. Try to get out before I close this steel door.
No, give me a break, Kelvin. I'll never go. Give me a chance. I have a gun on me, you know that.
Yes, Berger, I know that. Come on. I was just fooling.
Oh, you mean that, Kelvin? You mean...
So, Kelvin, you shot Berger and added murder to your other crime.
You'll never get out of this vault to tell about it, Shadow. You've cheated me out of a chance to beat that swindle indictment. You've ruined my chance of getting Irene with her Adams money. Well, now you're going to have plenty of time to wish you'd never meddled in this. You'll have the pleasure of watching Adams die. He's almost dead now. And when he's gone, you'll have the company of 3 dead men. 3 dead men waiting for you to join them. Goodbye, Shadow.
You can lock that steel door, Kelvin. But somehow the Shadow will still get out.
All right, Shadow. Let's see you try it.
Shadow. Shadow. Kelvin double-crossed me. I'm done for all right. What about you? Can you get out of this place like you said?
The police will be here in a few minutes.
You told them to come here, you mean?
No, but I'm going to. Right now. Margot Lane. Notify Commissioner Weston to pick up Ray Kelvin. Have him send a squad of men to Kingman Cemetery. Have them open the grave vault of Henry Adams. Adams is alive, but in a critical condition. Margot, don't come into the cemetery yourself. Kelvin is at large. Notify Police Commissioner Weston at once.
So, Shadow, you're calling the cops.
Shadow, it's Kelvin. He's at that air vent at the top of the vault. He heard you calling the cops.
Yes, I heard you, Shadow. And if you think the police are going to get here in time to save you, you're mistaken.
Every minute you waste in gloating brings you nearer the electric chair, Kelvin.
Don't waste your sympathy on me, Shadow. I wonder what you'll look like when the cops find you with Berger and Adams. All of you drowned like rats in a trap. Because that's what's going to happen to you. You're going to drown like rats in a trap. Listen.
Water! He's going to fill the vault full of water, Shadow!
Yes, right up to the top. And it won't take long. Too bad for you I found a fire hose in the groundkeeper's shed. Now let the police come. They're welcome to anything they can get out of any of you when they get here. So long, Shadow. Let's see you get out of that spot.
Shadow. He's gone. Water. Here's water. Shadow. The water's an inch deep on the floor already.
Yes, and it's rising every minute. Our only hope is that the police will get here in time.
Use that radio of yours. Tell them what's happened. Tell them to hurry.
Radio transmitter is wet, useless. Sent the last appeal for help.
Help me, Shadow. Help me.
You deserve no help, Berger. You left Adams here to die.
Oh, Kelvin made me do it. I never did anything like this before. I ran a fake passport and identification racket, that's all. I never killed anybody. I swear it, Shadow. Water. It's getting deeper. Deeper. Water.
There's only one high place in this tomb. One high place. On top of the casket. The casket of the man you buried and made the world believe was Henry Adams.
Lift me up there. I was down here on the floor. Irene.
No, Berger. No.
Help me.
I won't lift you up. Adams is too weak to stand. There's only room for one on top of that coffin. And if anyone is to have a few extra minutes of life, Adams will get it.
What are you going to do?
Put Adams on top of the coffin. His life is worth a dozen like yours.
Irene, forgive me. I was afraid you were going to marry Kelvin. I knew he was treacherous, a thief, coward. Shadow, in God's name, help me up. Help me on my feet. Lay me against the wall. Oh, do that much for me.
Yes, Berger. I'll do that much for you. It's all I can do.
Thanks, Shadow. Here I am, trying to save myself from drowning, so that I can die of bullet wounds. Here I am, being lifted by a man whose hands I can feel on my arms, but I can't see. Maybe it isn't happening. Maybe it's a dream. Maybe this is death.
No, Berger, this is not death. This is real. You're still alive, and I am here, and Adams is here. The water is rising all around us. Up to our waist now.
What about you, Shadow? I've heard queer things about you that you couldn't be killed. Can't you get out of here, huh?
Even though I have the power of invisibility, I cannot walk through solid stone walls. No windows, no other opening but that door.
Try it. Try it just once. Maybe you didn't lock when Kelvin closed it, huh? Maybe. Oh, try something, Shadow. Try anything.
Yes, Burger. There might be a chance. Only a chance. I'm going to try to break down the door. Useless, Burger.
You mean you can't even save yourself?
No, I can't even save myself. Help doesn't come soon as this vault fills to the roof. The Shadow will die as quickly as you, Burger.
No. Not quite as quick. I'm finished, Shadow. Thanks to Kelvin's bullets. I won't drown.
No? And perhaps you were lucky after all, Burger.
Irene, help me. Help me.
Listen to me. Listen to me, Henry Adams. Listen. Help is coming. But it will be too late unless you help yourself. Kelvin is filling this tomb with water. It's up to the top of the coffin you're lying on. Listen to me, Henry Adams. You must get up. Hold on to me or you will drown.
I can't. My strength is gone.
You must. For Irene's sake.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I am the Shadow. I came here to save you, but I'm afraid I failed.
Shadow? A shadow?
It doesn't matter who or what I am.
Shadow, are you still there? Still alive?
So, Kelvin, the fascination of murder has drawn you back to the seat of your crime.
I just wanted to make sure of you, Shadow.
In that case, you'd better wait a few minutes longer, Kelvin.
Who is that? Who is that talking? It sounds like Kelvin. Irene, don't do it! Don't marry Kelvin!
She'll marry me. With you and Berger and the Shadow out of the way, she'll never know, Adams. She'll never know.
Kelvin, do you hear that? You hear that, Kelvin? It's the police. Run for your life, Kelvin, or better still, fight them off. They're cheating you out of your triumph of death.
They're going to drown like rats. The police won't get me. They won't get you out of there in time. You'll drown! Drown like rats, you will!
Get that man! Stop him! Stop! You or I'll shoot! Let him have it!
You win, Shadow.
I got him. Okay, come on. Come on, men. Get the door of that vault open, see what's going on here.
Here are the keys I got from the watchman at the cemetery gate, Commissioner.
All right, get that door open.
Right. Commissioner, there's water spurting out around the sides and bottom of the door.
Good heavens. The vault's been flooded.
Commissioner, there's a 3 flushing hose attached to the hydrant. It's pouring water into that vault.
Shut it off, quick.
Okay.
Sergeant, open that door.
Yes, sir.
Look out, Sergeant.
Good heavens. The vault must have been filled with the roof.
Quick. Throw your flashlight on the vault.
Yes, sir. Commissioner, there's a man lying on top of that casket.
Come on, that man isn't dead. He's trying to get up. Here. Come on, here. Give me a hand with him.
Right.
Come on. This must be Adams.
It is. Adams. Henry Adams. Commissioner Weston.
Shadow. It's the Shadow again.
Yes, Commissioner, it's the Shadow. You were just in time.
So I see. What's back of all this? Henry Adams committed suicide 2 weeks ago. He was buried in this vault. If this man is Adams, who's in that sealed casket?
Just one of the many unidentified men and women who find their way into the morgue, Commissioner. Foreign spies and secret agents pay big prices for passports issued in the names of those unidentified men and women.
Good heavens, Shadow.
But, Commissioner, the fake identification ring is smashed. And Berger, the leader, was killed. Commissioner, this is the end of the Society of the Living Dead.
Ladies and gentlemen, before the Shadow leaves you, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts. Good evening, friends. Tonight I have some news for all you homeowners. When you buy blue coal, you're entitled to the free John Barclay service. At your request, a John Barclay serviceman will be sent to inspect your heating plant. No matter what your problem may be, he can solve it for you. And his valuable advice is yours, free of charge. Thousands of families are profiting by the John Barclay heating service. For instance, a woman in Roxbury, Massachusetts writes, I'm truly grateful for the valuable information given me by your John Barclay serviceman. I've learned more about saving coal and looking after my furnace this year than ever before. And friends, that's only one of the many expressions of satisfaction I receive every day. So for the very best results, I earnestly recommend that you burn blue coal in your heating plant and take advantage of the free John Barclay heating service. Phone your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow. And here's another suggestion for you homeowners. Either write me in care of this station or send to Blue Coal, 120 Broadway, New York City, for my valuable free booklet, How to Reduce the Cost of Heating Your Home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. And friends, write to John Barclay or Blue Coal, 120 Broadway, New York City, and get your free copy of How to Reduce the Cost of Heating Your Home. You have just heard a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
On either side the river lie long fields of barley and of rye that clothe the wold and meet the sky, and through the field the road runs by to many tired Camelot.
You are listening to the voice of Peggy Ashcroft reading Tennyson's The Lady of Shalott, a page from this week's edition of Anthology. This is Fleetwood. Each week at this time, the National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the Poetry Center of the Young Men and Young Women's Hebrew Association in New York, brings you Anthology, a selection of readings from poets, past and present, and the music to accompany their poetry. This week, the old and the new, the classic poetry of England, the modern poetry of America. Our guests, by transcription, Sir John Gielgud, Miss Peggy Ashcroft, and Dr. Johann Egglesrud.
Break, break, break on thy cold gray stones, O sea. And I would that my tongue could utter the thoughts that arise in me. Oh, well for the fisherman's boy that he shouts with his sister at play. Oh, well for the sailor lad that he sings in his boat on the bay. And the stately ships go on to their haven under the hill. But oh, for the touch of a vanished hand and the sound of a voice that is still. Break, break, break at the foot of thy crags, O sea, that the tender grace of a day that is dead will never come back to me.
Among the names of poets which appear constantly in our mail is that of Alfred Lord Tennyson, introduced this week by Sir John Gielgud's reading of Break, Break, Break. Unlike most poets, Tennyson was reared in comfort and died in the peerage. One of 12 children, he was born August 6, 1809, at Somersby in Lincolnshire, and the rolling green countryside surrounding his family home is continually reflected in his work. Tennyson composed his first verse when he was 8. At the age of 10, he wrote hundreds of lines in imitation of Pope, and at 12, even dared an analysis of Milton's Samson Agonistes. At 18, just before entering Trinity College at Cambridge, he collaborated with his brother Charles on his first published volume, Poems by Two Brothers. Tennyson holds a position of high honor in the American schoolroom, since the majority of his poems have such a popular appeal to students. Given a memory assignment, they will invariably choose Crossing the Bar, or perhaps you learned Tennyson's Ring Out, Wild Bells. Ring out, wild bells, to the wild sky, the flying cloud, the frosty light. The year is dying in the night. Ring out, wild bells, and let him die. Ring out the old, ring in the new. Ring, happy bells, across the snow. The year is going, let him go. Ring out the false, ring in the true. Ring out the grief that saps the mind. For those that here we see no more. Ring out the feud of rich and poor. Ring in redress to all mankind. Ring out a slowly dying cause and ancient forms of party strife. Ring in the nobler modes of life with sweeter manners, purer laws. Ring out the want, the care, the sin, the faithless coldness of the times. Ring out my mournful rhymes, but ring the fuller minstrel in. Ring out false pride in place and blood, the civic slander and the spite. Ring in the love of truth and right. Ring in the common love of good. Ring out old shapes of foul disease. Ring out the narrowing lust of gold. Ring out the 1,000 wars of old. Ring in the 1,000 years of peace. Ring in the valiant man and free, the larger heart, the kindlier hand. Ring out the darkness of the land. Ring in the Christ that is to be. You might like to save a few of those sentiments for New Year's Eve. They're of much more value than the usual banal toasts. Our second guest to read from the works of Tennyson this week is the very attractive and talented English actress, Miss Peggy Ashcroft. Here again we have a poem which is a favorite in the classrooms, especially among the gentler sex. We're apt to finish this particular narrative with the misty eye and trembling lip. From Tennyson's published collection of poems, written when he was 23 years old, Peggy Ashcroft reads The Lady of Shalott.
On either side the river lie long fields of barley and of rye that clothe the wold and meet the sky, and through the field the road runs by to many-tired Camelot. And up and down the people go, gazing where the lilies blow, round an island there below, the island of Shalott. Willows whiten, aspens quiver, little breezes dusk and shiver through the wave that runs forever by the island and the river, flowing down to Camelot. 4 grey walls and 4 grey towers overlook a space of flowers, and the silent isle embowers the Lady of Shalott. By the margin, willow-veiled, slide the heavy barges, trailed by slow horses, and unhailed the shallop-flitted silken sails skimming down to Camelot. But who had seen her wave her hand, or at the casement seen her stand, or is she known in all the land, the Lady of Shalott? Only reapers, reaping early in among the bearded barley, hear a song that echoes cheerily from the river winding clearly down to tired Camelot. And by the moon the reaper weary, piling sheaves in uplands airy, listening whispers, "'Tis the fairy Lady of Shalott." There she weaves by night and day a magic web with colours gay. She has heard a whisper say, a curse is on her if she stay to look down to Camelot. She knows not what the curse may be, and so she weaveth steadily, and little other care hath she, the Lady of Shalott. And moving through a mirror clear, that hangs before her all the year, shadows of the world appear. There she sees the highway near, winding down to Camelot. There the river eddy whirls, and there the surly village churls, and the red cloaks of market girls pass onward from Shalott. Sometimes a troop of damsels glad, an abbot on an ambling pad, sometimes a curly shepherd lad, or long-haired page in crimson clad, goes by to tired Camelot. And sometimes, through the mirror blue, the knights come riding two and two. She hath no loyal knight and true, the Lady of Shalott. A bow shot from her bower eaves, he rode between the barley sheaves. The sun came dazzling through the leaves, and flamed upon the brazen greaves of bold Sir Lancelot. A red-cross knight for ever kneeled to a lady in his shield that sparkled on the yellow field beside remote Shalott. The jenny bridle glittered free, like to some branch of stars we see hung in the golden galaxy. The bridle bells rang merrily as he rode down to Camelot, and from his blazoned baldric slung a mighty silver bugle hung, and as he rode his armour rung beside remote Shalott. His broad clear brow in sunlight glowed, on burnished hooves his war-horse strode, from underneath his helmet flowed his coal-black curls, as on he rode down to Camelot. From the bank and from the river, he flashed into the crystal mirror. Tirra-lirra, by the river sang Sir Lancelot. She left the web, she left the loom, she made 3 paces through the room. She saw the water-lily bloom, she saw the helmet and the plume. She looked down to Camelot. Out flew the web and floated wide. The mirror cracked from side to side. "The curse is come upon me," cried the Lady of Shalott. In the stormy east wind straining, the pale yellow woods were waning, the broad stream in his banks complaining, heavily the low sky raining over tired Camelot. Down she came, and found a boat beneath a willow left afloat, and round about the prow she wrote, "The Lady of Shalott." And down the river's dim expanse, like some bold seer in a trance, seeing all his own mischance, with a glassy countenance did she look to Camelot. And at the closing of the day, she loosed the chain, and down she lay. The broad stream bore her far away, the Lady of Shalott, lying robed in snowy white, that loosely flew to left and right, the leaves upon her falling light. Through the shadows of the night she floated down to Camelot. And as the boat head wound along the willowy hills and fields among, they heard her singing her last song, the Lady of Shalott. Heard a carol, mournful, holy, chanted loudly, chanted lowly, till her blood was frozen slowly, and her eyes were dark and holy, turned to tired Camelot. For ere she reached upon the tide the first house by the water side, singing, in her song she died, the Lady of Shalott. Under tower and balcony, by garden wall and gallery, a gleaming shape she floated by, dead pale between the houses high, silent into Camelot. And out upon the wharf they came, knight and burgher, lord and dame, and round the prow they read her name, the Lady of Shalott. Who is this, and what is here? and in a lighted palace near died the sound of royal cheer, and they crossed themselves for fear, all the knights at Camelot. But Lancelot mused a little space. He said, "She has a lovely face. God in his mercy lend her grace, the Lady of Shalott."
We had a very good reason for choosing to talk about Lord Tennyson and schoolrooms on this week's edition of Anthology, since our second guest is a poet who is also a teacher.
His name is Johann Egglesrud. As a poet, he is currently represented by his volume of poems, My Thinking Heart, published by Vantage Press. As a teacher, he's professor of comparative literature at Finch College in New York. Dr. Egglesrud was born in Tromsø, Norway. He received his BA and MA degrees from the University of Minnesota and his PhD in comparative literature from the Sorbonne. If you don't mind, Dr. Egglesrud, I'd like to take the role of one of your students. In fact, I'll be much safer in that capacity since I know so very little concerning the poet who is a teacher. In fact, nothing at all. Could you tell us some of your views on that subject?
Well, it is to try to condition the student to understand that a poem is a living thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's an organism which has an inherent life of its own. And that the significant thing about a poem is your own unfolding of that life which is inherent in the poem itself. So that the teaching actually of the technique, for instance, and of the various forms of poetry comes in simply as a means of understanding the expression and why that form happens to convey this meaning, which is the significant thing about the poem.
You're also a musician and a painter, I believe, Dr. Egglesrud.
Yes, I have done some of that, indeed.
Would you say that poetry is like music and like a painting I mean, your approach to it in teaching it now is more like the appreciation also of music and of a painting, rather than the old way of memorization and taking it line by line and pounding this line into your head, you know, and then the other line, and finally you've got it or else.
That's very true. It is because what poetry really communicates is not the factual things. It's not the things of the objective world, but it is that something which emerges out of the suggestions that are given by the poet and which you, the reader, supply as a psychological reaction.
In other words, there's a communication between the reader and the poet.
Yes.
And you feel that it's very important that the reader should actually know what the poet was intending to say, rather than the reader, say, who picks up a poem and says, well, I don't know what the poet meant, but it means this to me and I like it that way and that's it. In other words, you should find what the poet was trying to say.
Yes, I think that is the main thing that I'm trying to do in teaching poetry. It's to get these students to know how to release the inner life of the poem itself. And that's why I speak about it from the point of view of the creator, of the writer of poetry, who knows exactly that what he's trying to communicate is an inner meaning which goes beyond any of the factual things that he brings into it. It's almost like music in that respect. As a matter of fact, it's very close to music, in that a melody, for instance, or a musical phrase is not a thing that you can describe or that appeals to anything but the intuitive sense of the unfoldment, the dynamic unfoldment of that phrase. And so in the same way, a poem has that kind of organic life that you must unfold. And it's in the unfoldment of the whole thing, including both the rhythm and the melody of the language itself, and these suggestions of meaning which you then create the reactions which are the significant meaning of the poem itself.
We've talked about the two professions of poetry, or being a poet rather, and being a teacher. Now, when we had Dr. William Carlos Williams, for instance, on the program, we asked him professional advice for young poets and so on. So maybe we could ask you not only professional advice, but how you feel that the two professions work out together. Is there a clash between the poet and the teacher?
No, I don't feel that it is, because a poet has the urgent desire, of course, to communicate that which is deeply significant to him. And so in that way, since the approach to teaching now is from the creative point of view, I feel that it is simply another opportunity to communicate directly to young people these values which are so significant to me.
Well, let's fall under the spell of your urge, shall we, to communicate with the poetry you have written by reading some of it to us from, this is all from My Thinking Heart, right? From
yes.
Your new book.
The first poem that I want to read is called The Creator, and I thought it would be fitting because that is an attempt at explaining or giving an expression of that quality which is the mind moving on a plane which is freed from all the restrictions and all the hampering qualities of life in general, and therefore projects itself and creates a world of its own in which you are the master, so to say. And that is what I mean when I say that the poem seems to me to be a little universe, a little world, a little organism which has its own inherent life. And so this creator, I think, expresses this sense. O troubled mortal that I am, bound by insidious, unseen laws, hounded by logic in my brain, and sore enslaved by body drives and lust. I stumble, cursing gravitation's star-born force. This seed, predestined to produce an other tree, mocks with its pattern that repeats my sensate ego's freedom and its pride. Your face, your hair, your lips, through passionate response in me, taunt my better judgment and my mind. O world-defying being in my heart, eternal rebel, rise and smite with sharp confusion all this sense. From this too cunning prison, where you meet at every turn with chilling chains, plot your escape, and from within raise the wild ladder of your dreams, break through the bars of reason by your art, destroy the locks of logic, and force with magic the shackles of the bound event. Achieve, O willful, proud creator, through chaos, your own free world. Then I'll read another poem that I think also has some of that search for meanings which are not said directly by the poet, but in this case it is the feeling of identity, that in all the change that is about us, our bodies are deteriorating, changing, our surroundings, everything is changing, and yet there is this spiritual sense of identity which remains, and that I'm trying to communicate through this poem. The poem is called No Matter How I Turn This Mirror. Although I turn this mirror upside down, my image moves not, but remains intact. My leg, when plunged into a lucid stream, looks broken, yet is unchanged in fact. And heaven's vital light, that well may seem to speed so lustrously across my days, in truth I know does never move at all. Eternal change reflects then countless ways here within the tranquil pool my soul. Yet from my multi-shadowed deep recess, beneath the burning clouds I must confess, no matter how I turn this mirror's frame, my image in it still remains the same. The next poem is also about these questions that move the more or less thinking heart. That is, it's the attempt at expressing a feeling of the indifference of nature to human values. It's called A Sound Reaching No Ear. The green, cold sea I saw wash over scattered wreckage on Iwo Jima's tragic shores, rocking smashed tanks like death's cradles, rolling a splintered cannon like a broken cross, billowing gun fragments, pierced helmets, and torn shirts. That green, cold sea, O heart, is the everlasting insensate, the final absolute, against whose relentless motion your bitter cry is futile as sound, reaching no ear. The next poem is about, again, that feeling which has always been very close to me, the sense of what is the ultimate meaning and what is the ultimate truth. And with the modern scientific understanding of matter as being a form of energy, vitality, life, then comes the feeling that your own being is a part of this. And so that is what I try to convey in terms that would make the reader sense this mystery of life itself. It's called ultimate reality. Watching the surgeon's swift incision, the ribs parted, the living heart laid bare, I shudder. For what I see there, pounding that fibrous wall, knocking with quick, insistent beats, is the unfathomable presence, the mystic entity, the ultimate reality. The next poem that I'd like to read is one that has some literary reference, at least, and therefore might lend itself to reading of this kind. It's called To the Friar Beaten by Chaucer. Out of the dense obscurity of countless dead and nameless men, you, friar, picked by chance to live, only because learned Dan Chaucer came briskly down Fleet Street late one day, mad in his heart from having seen corruption among the lawyers at the temple. You, friar, quite drunk, and filled with extravagant and alcoholic zeal, felt he should be saved for Christ. After blocking his way, arguing, pulling at his sleeve, and getting furious at being pushed away, you struck him, and finally brought down on your tonsured head his hard-knuckled, nervous fist until the pent-up fury of his rage sent you bleeding and howling in the gutter. Then the apprehension for violation of the gravity and peace, the fine. Strange destiny, you did not know that hitting Chaucer, you struck at fate, and that since then you live, remembered as a moment in the life of him whom men will not forget.
Dr. Johann Egglesrud, poet, musician, painter, teacher. You can find his latest book on sale now, My Thinking Heart, published by Vantage Press. Thank you very much, Dr. Egglesrud, for a very pleasant visit. Please come back and read for us again on Anthology. Next week, Anthology 1954, a radio review of our first year of broadcasting, highlighting many of the anthology programs which you've enjoyed. Among the poets you'll hear are Ogden Nash, Carl Sandburg, Marianne Moore, Edna St. Vincent Millay, and Dame Edith Sitwell. Our guest readers will be Sir Laurence Olivier, Agnes Moorehead, Noel Coward, and many more. Be sure to listen next week to Anthology 1954. Anthology comes to you transcribed in conjunction with the Poetry Center of the YM and YWHA in New York. This has been an NBC radio production.
The Columbia Workshop, radio's foremost laboratory of writing and production techniques, has the honor to present the second and final American radio appearance of the Old Vic Theater Company of London, England, which is currently playing a limited season of repertory at the Century Theater in New York. Today, the classic tale of Peer Gynt by the Norwegian dramatist Henrik Ibsen, with the memorable musical score of his compatriot Edvard Grieg. Ralph Richardson appears as Peer Gynt, Laurence Olivier as the Trawl King and Button Molder, Ina Burrell as Orza, and Harry Andrews as the narrator. The Ibsen text was prepared for radio by Charles S. Monroe. The score has been arranged and will be conducted by Herbert Menges. The Old Vic players are directed by John Burrow, who has had for these two special Columbia Workshop broadcasts the association of Richard Sandville of CBS.
Let the professor sniffle and sneeze in the dust with which he cloaks the writings of Henrik Ibsen. Let the scholar search for hidden meanings that are not to be found in Peer Gynt. For you and for the Columbia Workshop, here is a folk tale, a fairy tale for grown-ups, written as such and here played as such by the Old Vic Theater Company. The story of a man whose dreams were too big for him. They were even too big for his mother, Orza, when Peer returned that day to their hut on a wild hillside in Norway, close by a rushing stream.
Peer, you're lying.
What, me lying?
Well, then swear that it's true.
Swear? Why should I?
Ah, you're frightened. Lies, lies, lies.
Every blessed word is true.
I wonder you can face your mother. Just when you're needed most, away you go to the hills for weeks, after reindeer in the snow. Back you come, all torn and tattered. Lost your game bag, lost your gun. Tell me where you saw this calf.
Buck. Near Yendon.
I dare say.
He was scraping in the snow for some moss.
Yes, no doubt.
I stood and listened, heard the scraping of his hoof. Then, crawling forward through the rocks, I saw his antlers.
Very likely.
Bang, I fired. The buck came bump among the boulders. But the moment he'd fallen, I was up astride his shoulders, got my grip on his left ear. Just as I was going to thrust my knife into his gullet, hi! With a scream, the brute sprang up, caught my legs between his antlers, pinning me upon his back. Then he bounded off like lightning right along the ridge of Yendin.
Lord have mercy.
Have you ever been upon the Yendin Ridge? Half a mile, as sheer and narrow as a scythe blade, looking downward, past the slopes, past the glaciers, past the grey ravine and gullies. Either side you see the water wrapped in dark and gloomy slumber, half a mile at least beneath you. Right along it, he and I clove our passage through the air. Far ahead, the peaks were sparkling as we danced along. Beneath us, in the void, dusky eagles fell away like motes in sunshine.
Heaven help!
Suddenly, almost at the reindeer's feet, a ptarmigan rose up, cackling, flapping its wings with terror. Then the reindeer, madly swerving, gave a bound sky high that sent us plunging over the edge and downward. Behind the giant mountain wall below the fathomless abyss. First through clouds of mist we hurtled, then dispersed a flock of seagulls, screaming, circling all around us, downward, still and ever downward. But beneath us, something glistened, whitish, like a reindeer's belly. Mother, it was our own reflection, mirrored on the lakes beneath us. Up, 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 It came to meet us just as swiftly and as madly as we downward rushed towards it.
Here, tell me quickly.
But from air, but from water, met with mighty splash together, scattering the foam around us. Well, then at last we somehow managed to struggle to the shore. Well, the reindeer swam and dragged me after till, well, here I am.
But where's the reindeer?
Oh, I expect he's where I left him. Findings, keepings, go and look.
Your neck's not broken? Spine not cracked? No scar? Your breeches? Yes, they're torn a bit. Oh, you devil, what lies, what lies. It all comes back to me. I heard it when I was a child. It's a tale of Gudbrand Glesner. It was to him that it all happened, not to you. You.
Yes, it did. History repeats itself.
Yes, you can dress your lies up so finely. Tuck them out in their Sunday best. Dusky eagles. All that nonsense. Oh, I wish I were dead.
Ah, dearest pretty little mother, what's it matter? Cheer up, dear.
What? I've reared a pig and not a son.
Oh, mother.
Where is all the gold your rich grandfather Rasmus Gint left?
Where are the snows of yesteryear?
Hold your tongue when Mother's talking. Take a look at our fine house. Past the window, stuffed with rags. Fences, palings, hedges down. Cattle out, come wind, come rain. The fields and meadows never touch.
You know, it never rains, but it pours.
Our land that used to be so rich is sour. And you great big, healthy lout, should be the prop of my old age.
Oh.
You should be seen to the farm. Oh. God knows how much help you've been to me, you rascal. When you're home, you poke the fire, that's all you do. Oh, you scare the girls you meet at dances. Brawl and fight with all the lads.
Oh, stop it, Mother.
In that drinking bout at Lunda, did you start the fight with Aslak?
What, the blacksmith?
Yes, can you deny it?
Now, who's been running to you with tales?
The cotter's wife. She heard the yells. Ruffian. You bring me to my grave.
Ah, come, you're worth a better fate, better 20,000 times, darling, simple little Mother Shelley. You can trust in Pierre. The countryside for miles around will do you honor. Just you wait till I do something really great. Who knows what the future holds?
You only had the sense to mend your breeches, I'd be thankful.
I'll be a king, an emperor.
Quiet, I tell you.
Mother, wait.
Quiet. Oh. That girl at Huxley wanted you. You might have won her, too, if you'd worked and stopped your lies.
What, Ingrid? Think so?
Oh, that Ingrid. She oozes gold. An heiress. Just think of it. If you'd only liked, you might have been a handsome bridegroom now, and not a filthy, smelly tramp.
Come with me, I'll start my courting.
Where?
At Hagsted.
My poor man, that road is closed to lovers.
Why?
While you were riding through the air, Mark Moen went and won the girl.
Mark Moen? Ingrid won't have him.
Moen's the man she's marrying.
Wait for me, I'll go and get the mare.
Don't trouble, you're late. The wedding's taking place tomorrow.
Then I'll get there by tonight.
Oh, you go and make things 10 times worse.
No, don't worry, it'll be all right. Ready, Mother? We'll leave the cart. Too much trouble to get the mare. Ooh.
Put me down.
No, I carry my mother to the wedding feast.
Oh, put me down. Put me down. Not through the stream. Oh, we're drowning. Here. Oh, Lord, help us. Put me down.
Stop struggling. The bottom's very slippery here.
Oh, don't let me go.
Gee up. Hey. Shall we play at Pierre and reindeer? I'll be the reindeer, you be Pierre.
Oh, I'm fainting. Where am I? Oh, dear.
Now, give the deer a nice big kiss and thank him for a lovely ride.
I'll box your ears. There's your face. And there.
Oh, Mother, that's a handsome sort of tip.
Let me go.
To the wedding first, you must do a bit of talking. Tell them all what a son you've got.
I'll tell them all you're a drunken sot.
In that case, I'll go alone.
In that case, I'll follow on. You shall see. I'm in the mood to grind the rocks to flour. Eat wood. Oh, put me down.
Well, will you agree?
No. I'll tell them all just what you are.
Then you shall stay just where I choose.
Never. I will follow on behind.
Oh, no, you won't.
Oh, yes, I will.
Then I'll put you up here on the roof.
Lift me down.
Will you listen then?
No.
Mother dear, take my advice.
Lift me down this instant, Pierre.
I won't. Don't move your legs. Sit tight. Don't tear the thatch because you might fall off and then...
You hurried beast.
No kicking, mind.
I'll wallop you.
Wallop away, but don't fall off. Goodbye. I'll soon be back. Goodbye. Look out, you fall. Goodbye.
Come back. Pierre. God, help me. Will you listen? No. He's off across the fields. I'm fainting! Help!
Hagstead at last. I'll be there pretty soon. I wonder if Ingrid... I'll cut across here, I'll climb over the fence and go over the moor. I wonder if Ingrid's alone in her room. Oh, here they come, swarming like flies with their gifts for the bride. I'm beginning to think I'll go home. They'll only start laughing behind my back. Well, I really need a good stiff drink, and their sneers that pass over my head. Oh, they're coming. I don't want them to see me. I'll hide.
The kings had money once, but they lost it all. Drink finished his father, his mother's a shrew.
Then it's not surprising the son's what he is. Like father, like son, the saying goes.
That's me they were praising. Oh, well, I won't fret. Never knew gossip kill anyone yet. I think I'll lie here on my back in the heather.
Look at that. It's Peer Gynt. The swine's dead drunk again.
Your Majesty.
Get up if you're able, Peer Gynt.
Oh, it's a blacksmith at Jazzlack. And what do you want?
Don't you worry.
We're not staying here.
But where have you been, man? Where have you been hiding? You've been gone 6 weeks. We are caught by the troll.
I'm astounded myself at the things I've been doing.
Oh, let's hear.
No point. It'd never sink in.
Are you coming to Hagstead?
No.
People say Ingrid used to be sweet on you.
You dirty-faced crow.
Keep that temper, my lad. If Ingrid's giving you up, there are others. Don't forget, you're the son of John Moneybags.
Go to blazes.
You'll find someone or other who'll have you. Good evening. I'll pay your respects to the bride.
All I care, Ingrid can marry whoever she pleases. Oh, well, let her. I don't care a damn. My breeches in tatters, my clothes torn to shreds. If only I had a decent new suit. I'd like to sharpen a butcher's knife and cut the mockery out of their hearts. Who's there? Who's that? I heard somebody tittering. I can swear I heard something. Well, I must have been wrong. I must go home to Mother. Oh, look! Down at Hagstead, they're ready for dancing. The sun's going down. Oh, such girls, such girls. 7 or 8 to each man. Oh, I must join in. I can't miss the dancing. Oh, but Mother will still be up there on the roof. Listen, the howling. They're putting some life in it. Gotham's in form with that fiddle of his. His notes flash and sparkle like spray in a waterfall. Girls, girls, girls. Oh, but Mother up there. Oh, I must join in. I can't miss the dancing.
Surprise? Well, of course English crying a bit. Did you ever took any notice of that?
Come along, friend. Drink up. There's not more in the vat. Thank you. I'm finding it hard to keep pace. That's the idea, Gotham. Scrape away till you bust.
Great ridiculous out there with the hillside. Look, here's Miles Bowen, the bridegroom. See, he fucked his father by the sleeve.
Why is he not with Ingrid, his bride? Father, I've tried, but she won't. She's standoffish.
What won't she?
She's gone and locked herself in.
Well, what about going and finding the key?
I don't know where to look.
Oh, you're a baby.
Oh, but Father! Oh, gosh! Here, Vince just arrived. Things are going to get lively.
Who asked him anyway?
That's what I'd like to know.
Take no notice, girls, if he tries to get friendly.
As far as I go, he doesn't exist. Here he is.
Well, who's the best dancer here? Which one is Twinkle Toes?
Not I. Not I. I'm certain I'm not.
Well, then you.
Oh.
Before somebody better turns up.
I'm afraid I'm just going.
Going? So early. You can't be all there.
Look here. She's gone off with that scabby old rag.
At this country dance, Peer Gynt first sees Solveig, whose father, like other fathers, does not view this wild youth with favor.
Please, sir, may I dance with your daughter?
We must go and pay our respects to our host. Come, wife. Come, daughter. We'll go into the house.
Oh, how lovely she is. I know no one as lovely. Her eyes cast down on her apron so white, and the way she held on to her mother's dress and carried her prayer book wrapped in a kerchief. I must go after her.
I think it was you who asked me to dance.
Yes, it was. Come on.
Oh, Mother says don't go too far away.
Mother says. Were you born yesterday?
You're laughing at me.
Why? You're still quite a baby.
Oh, no. I was confirmed last spring.
Oh. Well, tell me your name, and we'll feel more at ease.
My name is Solveig. And what is yours, please?
Peer Gynt?
Oh, my goodness.
Well, what's wrong with that?
When my garters broke loose, I must go to the house.
Brandy, Pierre? No, thanks. Come, just a tot. Well, a tot then, no more.
We ought to be going.
Are you afraid of me, girl? You showed us a few things at Lunda. Oh, I can do more than that once I start.
And he's starting, believe me. Come on, let it rip. Tell us what you can do.
No, tomorrow.
No. Are you good at black magic?
I've conjured the devil.
Oh, my grandmother did that before I was born.
Liar! No one else living can manage that trick. I conjured the devil inside a nut. The nut was wormed.
Well, that's obvious.
Oh, he cried. He tried hard to bribe me with this and with that.
Was he forced to get in?
Yes, he was. Then I plugged up the hole with a pin. Lord, you should have heard the buzz and the rumble.
But where is he now? Is he still in the nut?
No, the devil was clever. He got clean away. That's why the blacksmith hates me to this day.
Really?
Then I went to the blacksmith and I asked him to hammer that nut for me. He said, of course. Well, he took hold of the nut to hammer it flat, but being as heavy-handed as Aslan.
Did he kill the devil?
He hit like a madman, but the devil went up in a fury of flame. Way! Straight through the roof and the wall.
And the smith?
Just gaped. His hands roasted like beef. And since that day, we've never been friends.
That's very likely.
One of his best.
What, are you hinting that I made it up?
Not at all. I know you didn't. It was one of my granddad's stock stories.
You liar! It happened to me.
All right, Pierre, we won't argue.
I can ride through the air on a horse. I can bridle.
Come on, ride through the air.
In my own good time. They'll come and I'll ride like a whirlwind over you all. It'll all fall at my feet.
Start staring mad. He's gone off his head. The liar.
You wait. Mark my words.
You mark mine, my boy. We'll warm your beak for you.
Needs a bloody good hiding. Juicy black eye.
Both time I'll lie and I'll show them. Yes.
Good evening, Pierre.
Oh, it's Mars the bridegroom. Why are you not with Ingrid, ma'am?
Listen, Pierre. Is it true you can ride through the air?
Well, of course it is, Mars. Not much I can't do.
I suppose you've got the invisible coat.
What hat, you mean? Of course. Solveig, you're back. Oh, go away, Mars. Oh, Solveig. Now, let's have our dance. I'm quite light on my feet.
Oh, please let me go.
Let you go?
You're so wild.
Like the reindeer, eh? When the summer comes on, come along, Solveig. Don't be obstinate.
No, I can't. No, I dare not.
Why?
You've been drinking.
Oh, don't go. Please come back.
Pierre.
What is it, Mars?
I wish you'd help me get into her room.
What, Ingrid's? Where is she?
In the loft.
Oh, I see.
It's the least you can do. You might have a try.
Well, to get your bride, you must do that yourself. Oh. Ingrid, in the loft. Huh. Wait, Mars. Wait for me. Solveig! Oh, come here. Won't you change your mind? Yes, you're ashamed of me. I look like a tramp.
But you don't. It's not true. I don't think it at all.
Yes, I do. And what's more, I'm a little bit drunk. I was hurt. You'd offended me. That's why I did it. Now, will you?
No, I dare not. I'm afraid.
Afraid? But of whom?
Well, mostly of Father.
Oh, a father, I see. Is he very straight-laced? Does he rule with an iron rod? Huh. Well, answer me.
What can I say?
Was your father religious? And you and your mother, are you the same kind? Why don't you answer me?
Please let me go.
No, I won't. I can turn myself into a troll. At the stroke of 12, I'll be in your room, and you'll hear a strange noise, a hissing and spitting next to your bed, and it won't be a cat, but me. Oh, no, Solveig, I don't mean that. Dance with me, Solveig.
No. Now you're horrid.
Pierre, I'll give you an ox if you'll help me.
All right, Mars. Come along, then. The loft, you see.
killed him?
No! Peer Gynt! Look! Up there on the hill! Peer Gynt! With the bride! With the bride! Oh, the beast! The sheer precipice! He's climbing! Look how he's carrying her! She might be a pig!
He's stolen my daughter! I'll strike him dead!
Wake up, dear. It's Ingrid.
Oh, go away.
Where can I go?
Wherever you like.
You villain, you...
Oh, hold your tongue. This is where we part for good.
Memories bind us two forever.
The devil take all memories. The devil take all women, too. Excepting one.
Who is the one?
Not you.
Well, then who is she?
Oh, go away. Go home. Go back to your father.
You can't mean what you're saying.
Every word.
You steal what you want, then pack me off.
Well, tell me what you have to offer.
Hagstead Farm, and a good deal more.
Is your prayer book in your kerchief? Where's your plait of golden hair? Do you gaze down at your apron? Do you cling to your mother's dress? Answer.
No.
Were you confirmed last spring?
No, but listen,
Tell
dear.
me, does a holy feeling come to those who see you? Answer.
No, but...
That's all that matters.
They'll hang you if you fail me now.
A risk worth hanging for.
You'll get a farm. You'll be respected. If you take me...
Impossible.
Here, come back.
Go.
You were a swindler.
I was a fool.
Your mind's made up?
Firm as a rock.
All right, then. We'll see who wins.
She's gone. The devil take all memories. The devil take all women, too. Excepting one.
Lake in the moorland. A storm is blowing up. Orza is searching for Pierre. Calling. She is in despair. Solveig can hardly keep pace with her. Solveig's father walks behind.
Curse the skies! Curse the waters and curse the mountains! The mists are rolling down to blind him. The waters meet in treachery to drown him. The mountains will slip away and crush him, and all those people trying to kill him. Oh, please, God, they must not. I can't do without him.
Rest for a little. The mist may clear. Sit by me. It's more sheltered here.
I can't believe this has really happened. We were as one in our sorrow and need. I expect you've heard of my husband's bad name, how he roamed the district throwing away his money like dirt, how he drank and he swore, while I and Pierre sat alone in the house. What could we do but try to forget? Well, we found comfort in fairy tales about emperors and trolls and stolen brides. Who'd think that these tales would stick in his mind? Listen. What's that?
Poor thing.
Not a soul to be seen. Oh, my poor lost lamb.
You are right. He is lost.
No, don't say that.
He hardened his heart. His soul is lost.
No. Our Lord will have pity on him.
Did he pity Ingrid? Or did he scoff at her helplessness when he packed her off? He stole the girl. He must take the blame.
He's loaded down by the weight of his shame.
He'll rise up and fly through the air. You'll see. He did it before on the ending edge. Nothing's beyond him, I tell you. You wait. If he lives long enough, he'll do something great.
It would be better to see him hang. With the rope round his neck, his eyes might open. He might repent.
Oh, you're driving me crazy, talking like that. We must find him.
To save his soul.
If he's in the marsh, we must drag him out. We must ring church bells if the trolls have got him.
Look, a footprint. I'll follow him up.
No, go back to the valley and ring church bells. Bid them ring the bell.
You stay with me.
Bid them ring the bell.
Tell me more about your son.
About my son?
Yes, everything.
Tell you everything? I tire you out.
You tire of talking long before I tire of hearing.
Act 2 of Peer Gynt by Henrik Ibsen, as presented by the Old Vic Theatre Company of London, will follow immediately after a 15-second pause for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Pierre is now a fugitive from the angry village folk who seek vengeance for his carrying away of Ingrid, Mars Mohn's bride, and for deserting her. He has fled farther up the mountain, and all around him snowy peaks tower and gleam in the sunset. In a delirium, he gazes wildly about him.
Palace is rising. Look at that glittering gate. Stop, will you stop? It's drifting further and further away. Oh, there's a band of glowing iron pressing upon my head. There's a sound of bells in the distance. Ah, there go two golden eagles. And the wild geese flying low. Here am I, plodding and stumbling, delirious in the snow. Look, there's the end of a gable. It's rising bit by bit. It's growing out of the mountain. It's my old grandfather's farm. The rags have gone from the windows. The palings are spruce and new, and every room lights are blazing. There's a banquet in the hall. I can hear the parson tapping his knife against his glass. The captain flings his bottle. It smashes against the wall. Let them be lavish and squander. What's the matter? Mother, be quiet. Rich John Gint's giving a party. Hurrah for the house of Gint. What's all this bustle and hubbub? What's all this hullabaloo? The captain's calling for me. The bishop's drinking my health. In you go then, Pierre, to the toasting. It rings out in clamor and song. Peer Gynt, you were born to greatness, and great you'll be before long.
Pierre has leaped forward, but striking his head against a rock, falls to the ground unconscious. He begins to dream a horrible nightmare, though his first dream creature is a charming woman in green.
Is that true, Pierre? That you'll be great before long?
Who are you? Walking amidst the leaves, dressed in green? Do I dream you? How came I here?
Is that true, Pierre?
As true as the fact that I am Pierre, as true as the fact that you are gracious and fair. will you have me? You'll see how nice I'll be. You won't have to weave or spin or mend. You'll have lots to eat and lots more to spend, and I'll never, never pull your hair.
Don't beat me.
We sons of kings don't beat our women.
You're a king, son.
Yes.
Well, I'm the daughter of the king of the Dover Mountains.
Are you now? Well, what a coincidence.
My father's palace is deep in the Rhondda.
My mother's, I feel quite sure, is grandpa.
You know my father? His name's King Brother.
You know my mother? Her name's Queen Orza.
When my father's angry, the four winds awake.
When my mother starts scolding, the earth starts to quake.
My father can kick as high as a tower.
My mother can grind the rocks to flour.
Nothing to wear besides rags and tatters.
It's the man inside the breeches that matters.
Every day I wear silk and a golden pelisse.
Now, it looks more like tow and verdigris.
Ah, yes, darling. There's one thing that you must remember. In the Rhondda we see with another sense, and everything seems to have a double shape. When you see my father's house, you might think it an ugly pile of rubble.
How peculiar. It's the same with us. You might fancy the gold is worthless dross, and the glittering window pane will look like a bundle of stockings and spongy moss.
Evil seems good.
And black seems white.
Little, those big.
And dull looks bright.
I see we are made for each other, Pierre.
Like breeches for legs or bottoms for chairs.
My steed shall bear the bridegroom and bride.
It looks to me like a pig you ride.
Him arch his neck, him proudly neigh.
Get up, get up. We'll gallop away to your father's palace. Gee up, old cow.
And I was feeling so sad just now. It goes chills and face the tongue.
Great folk are known by the style of their monk.
Aboard the Royal Pig to the hall of the Troll King of the Dover Mountains, a cavern deep under the mountains. Trolls assembled, young and old, great and small. They have the heads of pigs, baboons, women or fish, fairy tales, the voices of oxen or children or macaws. The Troll King on his throne with scepter and crown. His daughter, the woman in green, standing close by, children and relatives grouped around. Here Gint in the middle of the hall, alone.
We stopped preening ourselves. Our affairs of late have been going downhill, and no one knows whether we'll crash or recover. So we can't refuse help, whatever the source. Besides, the young man is almost without blemish, and virile, too, as far as I can see.
Darling, dear.
So you're after my daughter?
Well, your daughter and your kingdom thrown in as her dowry, of course.
I'll give you half while I'm still alive. You can have the rest the day I snuff out.
Well, that's fair enough.
Wait a moment, my lad. You've got to make a few promises, too. If you break them, our pact becomes null and void, and you'll be lucky to get out of here alive. First of all, you must promise to wipe your mind the whole world outside the Rhondda Mountain.
If I'm king here, that ought to be easy.
Out there, among men living under the blue, the saying says, man to thyself be true. In the hills, we have no time for such self-righteous stuff. Our saying goes, troll, to thyself be enough. To thy selfishness be true must be enough, my boy, for me and you.
But,
It must if you're going to be king here.
Well, it must. It isn't worse.
Next, you must shed your Christian breeches. Up here in the Dover, we show our riches. Where's your tail? You must wag it and wave it.
I haven't a tail.
I can give you one, Chamberlain. Fasten my Sunday tail on him.
No, you won't. You're making a fool of me.
You can't boo my daughter without a tail.
But you turn men into beasts.
Oh, my son, you are unkind. I'm turning you into a gallant foe. We'll give you a flame yellow tip for your tail.
Well, they say we're feathers in the wind, and custom and fashion must carry us with them. All right, go ahead.
You're a wise young man. The serious part of our meeting is ended. Now we will feast our eyes and our ears. Harpist, pluck gently the Dover harp strings. Dancer, tread lightly the Dover hall floor. What do you think of it?
Think.
Speak your mind. What do you see?
Well, something frightfully ugly. A bell cow twanging a string with her hoof, a sow in short socks, out of step with the discord.
Dear my son, I must do what I can to cure all your peculiarities.
And how will you do that?
I'll scratch your left eye. Then you'll begin to see your right. Then I'll cut your right window pane.
Are you drunk?
And then you'll see that your bride is lovely. Your eyes will never deceive you again with sows out of step and bell cows twanging.
This is lunacy.
The talking decision, he's the wise one, you're the fool.
Think of all the annoyance and worry you'll rid yourself of in the course of the years. And try to remember that the eyes are the source of bitter, angry tears.
Well, now, tell me, when will my sight be restored to normal again?
Never, my friend.
Oh, if that's the case, I must say no thanks.
Then what are you going to do?
Leave at once.
Now, on my life, I'm losing my temper. And I'm not here to be trifled with. You long-legged ass, do you know who I am? To begin with, you're far too free with my daughter.
That's a lie.
Can you deny that you cast a lecherous eye on her?
That's not such a serious crime after all.
By the end of the year, you'll be a proud father.
If I could wake up, you'll be surprised when you see your brat half-breeds grow at a prodigious speed.
May hell snare you and your daughter, too.
Hell, fear, and now, my boy, for you. Smash him and bash him to bits of the rock!
Left alone in darkness, space, emptiness. Where shall I go? Tell me, who are you? Myself. Move aside. can say what I like, and my sword can strike hard. Take care, or I'll bring it down on your head. Who are you? Myself. What are you? The great boy, a great boy. Round about here. I'll go through you. He's fallen. There are more of you. The boy Bear Kent. There is only one. There is only one. My sword's no good, but I have my fists. Rely on your fists. Have faith in your strength. Backwards or forwards, it's just as far. Within or without, the path is as narrow. He's here. He's there. He's all around. Fight! You must fight! The great boy gets his way by gentlemen. Give me claws and teeth to rend my flesh. Let me feel my own blood. Let me taste my own blood. If you want to save me, girl, do it at once. Don't stand there gazing shyly downward. Your prayer book, fling it straight in his face.
Slowly from his dreams, he has called out to Solve as he stands over him with a basket of food, her search ended. Now, seeing that he wakes, she runs through the forest. He struggles to rise.
Solve! Solve! Solve, where are you?
If you come over here, I'll run away.
Are you still afraid that I might cuddle you?
For shame, dear.
Ha! You know where I was last night? The tall king's daughter was chasing me.
Then we did right to ring the church bell.
Peer Gynt's not the sort who's so easily caught. Well, say something.
Oh, dear.
Oh, wait. Don't run away. I meant no harm. Solve. Solve, don't forget me. They must stop these wonderful cloudy flights to an airy world that never was. You're an outlaw, my lad, a fugitive, yes, an outlaw. No longer will your mother bring your food and lay the table. If you want to eat, you must help yourself. Hunt in the forest, fish in the streams, chop your own wood and light your own fires. Build your own house and set it in order. I'll build a beauty. Up on the roof, I'll have a tower and a weather vane, a mermaid carved on the gable end.
Tell me, where is... I wonder where... Tell me where... Oh, what am I looking for? I'm going crazy. Where is the key to the chest?
But, Oza, don't you remember? They've taken the chest and all your things.
For what?
For the theft of the bride at Hagsted.
Have mercy, God. The whole house cleaned out. It's shameful that people can be so harsh. The farm and the land have gone forever. Old Hagsted was hard, but the law was harder. No one would help me. No one showed pity.
They outlawed my boy. Put him out. He's an outlaw. He must build his own house out there in the forest. Hunt like a beast for his meat. Fish the stream.
This house is yours till the day you die.
Bread of charity for me and my cat.
You've got your Pierre to thank for your misery.
My Pierre to thank. You're getting muddled. Ingrid got home safe enough in the end. They'd have shown more sense if they'd blamed the devil. He's the culprit. Why don't they blame him? The father of lies tempted my poor boy.
Wouldn't it be best to send for the parson? Things may be even worse than you think.
Send for the parson. Perhaps I should. But, oh God, no, I can't. I'm the boy's mother. I must help him. It's my sacred duty. Everyone's failed him. I'll do what I can. They've left him this coat. I'll patch it up. Would that I dared to filch the rug. Where are the stockings?
There, with the rubbish.
Carrie, what's this? Oh, yes. It's an old casting ladle. It was one of his toys. He used to melt metal for buttons in this. He'd pretend to be a button molder. Once at a party, the boy marched in and asked his father for a piece of lead. Not lead, said my husband. I'll give you silver, King Christian's coin for the son of John Gint. God forgive him. He was in such a state he couldn't distinguish between lead and gold. Here are the stockings. Oh, they're full of holes. I'll have to darn them.
It won't be too soon.
When I finish them, I'm going to bed. I'm so tired. And I feel so wretched. Carrie, look. 2 shirts. They forgot to take them.
Oh, they have.
That's a bit of good luck. I think I can safely keep one of them here. No, I don't see why I shouldn't take both. The one he's wearing's quite threadbare.
But, Arthur, you know that that's a sin.
I do know. I know, too, that repentance absolves us from sin. Well, I repent.
Deep in the forest, Pierre has completed his new hut. There are reindeer antlers over the door. The snow is piled high. It is dusk. Pierre stands outside the door, fastening a large wooden bolt.
There must be a bolt. A bolt to secure the door against trolls, against men and women. There must be a bolt. A bolt to keep out the venomous breed of hobgoblins. They come when night falls. They knock on the door. Open, Peer Gynt. They're as nimble as thoughts. They're under the bed, wink in the embers, blow down the chimney like flaming dragons.
God speed your work.
Sorry.
Don't send me away. You sent and I came. Now I am yours.
Sorry. You're not afraid to come so near me?
There were messages in your mother's words. Messages in my crowded dreams. The long, long nights and the empty days brought me the message that I must come. Down there, all the joy had departed from life. Laughter and tears were denied to me. I didn't know what was in your mind. I only knew what I should and must do.
But your father?
In the whole wide world, I've no one to call father or mother now. I've left them forever.
Sorry, my precious, to come to me.
Yes, for you alone. You must be all to me, my friend and my life.
But you know the sentence they've passed on me, how they even took my inheritance.
It was not for your good that I left my loved ones.
But you know the rest. My life's at stake if anyone takes me outside this forest.
I asked my way here, and when they questioned me, where are you going, I answered, home.
Then away with nails and bars and bolts. I need no bolts to hide me from hobgoblin thoughts. If you dare to dwell with me here, my love, I know my heart will be consecrated. Oh, let me carry you. You're so slender and light. May I carry you? Oh, I will never tire. Oh, Salve, You're so lovely, so warm. Who would have thought I could make you love me? Oh, I've longed for you, day and night. Look, I built this.
I love it. It's yours. Oh, it's easy to breathe in the wind up here. The valley was stifling. I felt entombed. It was partly that feeling that drove me away. But here, I can hear the wind in the trees. Silence and song. Here I am at home.
So there, are you quite sure it will be forever?
I have come to you. There is no way back.
Then you're mine. Go in. Let me see you inside. Go in. I'll get some logs for a fire. It'll soon be snug and bright and warm. You'll always be cozy. You'll never be cold. Go in. I must see you inside. My princess! I've found her and won her at last. Now a king's palace shall rise from the ground.
Is that true, Pierre?
What? Who are you?
He asks who we are. Old friends, Pierre Gint. My house is quite near. We are neighbors.
Indeed, that's news to me.
As your hut was built, mine grew at its side.
Well, I'm in a great hurry.
So you wear in the ronda. You always wear. But I'll plod along and still keep you in sight.
You're mistaken, old woman.
Oh, no. I was once when you made your promises under the leaves.
Made you promises? What do you mean?
That evening you came to my father's palace. Have you forgotten?
What never took place? What nonsense is this? When last did we meet?
The last time we met was the first time we met. Boy, your father's thirsty. Give him a drink.
Father, that brat? Are you trying to say?
You can always tell a pig by its skin. Where are your eyes? Can't you see he's as crooked in the shanks as you are in the mind?
Are you trying?
Are you trying to wriggle out?
Crook-legged brat.
He has grown very quickly.
You old witch, you don't dare to tell me
If
that...
you want to see me as fair as before, you only to turn that girl out of your house. Put her out of your mind and out of your sight. Do that, and my beauty will return.
Get away, you hen.
You'll see if I will.
I'll kill you.
Try if you dare. Oh, no, Pierre Gint. I can stand hard knocks. You will find me back here every single day. I'll open the door and spy on you both as you're sitting in the fireside glow, and you want to love her and kiss and embrace. I'll be at your side in my rightful place. We'll share you. Well, my dear Pierre, now go and get wet.
You hell fiend.
Oh, dear, I nearly forgot. You'll have to look after your son, you wretch. Go on, little devil, go to your father.
I'll bring you with my axe. You wait. Just you wait.
Oh, dear, what a head he's got on his shoulders. You'll be daddy's double when you grow up.
I wish you was far...
Away, as we are near.
And all...
Arises from thoughts and desires. It's hard on you, Pierre.
It's worse for her, Salve, my loveliest, purest gold.
Oh, yes. It's the innocent who always suffer. The devil said that when his mother thrashed him because his father turned up dead drunk.
Go round about, said the boy. That's what I must do. My king's palace has crashed before my eyes. We were so near, and now she's so far. Go round about. There's no way that leads straight through from me to her. Straight through? Well, perhaps there might still be a way. I think the Bible has something to say about repentance. But what does it say? I've no Bible. I've forgotten. There's no one to guide me here in the forest. All the same, the old witch was telling lies. She's out of my sight with her filthy ideas. Out of my sight, but not out of my mind. Insidious thoughts will follow me. No. I must find a way to go round about. Not for gain or for loss, but to cleanse myself forever from things that are best forgotten. What going after this so foul and smirched? Go in with trolls about my heels. Speak, but be silent. Confess. yet conceal.
Are you calling?
Go round about.
Dear!
You must wait, Solvay. It's dark here, and I've a heavy load.
Wait! Let me help!
No, stay where you are. I must bear it myself.
Well, don't be too long.
Be patient, dear. You must wait for me.
I will wait for you.
Lord God, will he never come back here? The nights are so endlessly long. I can't even send a message, and I have so much to say. There's no time to be lost, not a moment. So soon it had come, so soon. I only wish I could feel I'd not been so harsh with him.
Hello, Mother.
Pierre, thank God. Oh, here at last. My own dear boy. Oh, it's an awful risk you're running. Your life is in danger here.
My life was my life, Mother. I had to come down to you now.
Well, you've given the lie to Kari. I can leave you now in peace.
Leave me? What's this you're saying? And where do you think you can go?
Oh, Pierre, my time's nearly over.
What?
I haven't much longer to stay.
I was running away from my sorrows. I thought I'd be free from them here. Are you cold? Are your hands and feet cold?
Yes, Pierre. It will soon be over. When you see my eyes grow dim, you must close them very gently and arrange a coffin for me. See that it's a fine one, dear. Oh, no, of course not.
No, don't, Mother. There's time to talk of coffins.
Yes. You see how much they've left us? Just like that.
Mother, I know it's my fault. No point in reminding me.
You know. It was that old liquor. That's the cause of all our pain. You were drunk, my boy. My dear boy. You didn't know what you were doing. And that dreadful ride on the reindeer. No wonder you were so stressed.
Yes, let's forget all that nonsense. Let's forget the whole silly thing. Let's store up all our sorrows till later, till some other day. Let's have a nice long chat about this, that, and everything. Let's forget what's sad or unpleasant. Why, look there. Dear old Pussy. Still alive. Well, who would have thought it?
At night she seems so restless. You know what that means, don't you?
Is there any local gossip?
They say there's a girl around here who's pining for the heights.
Yes, and Marsman, is he settling down?
They say she pays no heed to the old folks' tears and prayers. You ought to visit them. You might be helpful to her.
And the blacksmith, what's he doing?
Don't talk about the blacksmith. I'd much rather tell you her name. Her name is... You know, her name is...
Yes. Now let's have a nice long talk about this, that, and everything. Shall I fetch you a drink? Are you thirsty? Can you stretch in that little bed? Let me look. Why, this is surely the bed I had as a boy. You'd sit on the edge every evening and sing to me rhymes and songs.
Yes. And do you remember how we used to play at sledges when your father had gone away? A blanket was our sledge apron, and the floor was an ice-bound fjord.
Yes, but do you remember what was the best thing of all? Our fiery Arab horses.
Though I could ever forget. Cat we borrowed. We perched her up on the stool.
And drove away up hill and down dale to Soria Moria Castle. The castle that's west of the moon. The castle that's east. A stick you found in the corner of the cupboard was your whip.
I sat in front, like the driver.
Yes, and you shook the reins and turned round as we galloped and asked me if I were cold. Oh, bless you, you ugly old beauty. You're always a loving soul. Why are you moaning?
My back, dear, aching on these hard boards.
Well, sit up then, I'll hold you.
No, Pierre. I want to leave.
Leave?
I'm longing to get away.
Well, we'll wrap you up in the bedclothes. I'll sit on the edge of the bed and we'll while away the evening. I'll sing as you used to sing. I'll sing to you rhymes and songs.
Please, Pierre, will you bring my prayer book? I'm uneasy in my mind.
In Soria Moria Castle, king and prince are giving a feast. I'll lie back upon your cushions. I'm going to drive you there.
But, Pierre, am I invited?
Yes, both of us will be there. Gee up. Look alive there, Blackie. Mother, you're not cold, are you? Oh, now we're making headway. Grawny's got into her stride.
Pierre, dear, I can hear bells ringing.
Jingling sleigh bells, dear.
It's a ghostly, hollow clanging.
We're driving over a fjord.
Pierre, I'm frightened. What's that sighing? And that eerie whispering?
It's only the pine trees, Mother, murmuring on the hills.
Lights are gleaming in the distance. Can you see them dance?
Yes, on guard outside stands St. Peter. He's inviting you straight in.
Be greeting?
With honor. He's offering you some wine.
The cakes to offer with.
He has a whole plate of them. And our parson's wife's making your coffee piping hot.
Am I going to meet her?
Only if you want to, dear.
You're driving your poor old mother to a lovely party.
Gee up, look alive there, Blackie.
Are you sure we're on the right road?
It's an easy road to follow.
But the journey is long and tired.
But the castle's there in front of us. We'll be inside very soon.
I'll lie back and close my eyes now and trust to you, my own dear boy.
Put your best foot forward, Grawny. There's a huge crowd gathering there. They're clamoring at the entrance. Hey! Peer Gynt and his mother are here. What's that, Mr. St. Peter? My mother may not come in. You'll search far and wide, I can tell you, and not find so honest a soul. Of myself, I'll say nothing. I can go back the way I came. If you ask me, well, I'll stay here. If not, well, I'll still be content. I've told as many whoppers as the father of lies himself. I call my mother an old hen because she clucked so loud and long. But you must esteem and honor and please her and make her happy. You won't find anyone better in our part of the world these days. Hoo-hoo! Here's God the Father. St. Peter, you'll catch it now. Just stop that bullying, Peter. Mother Orsay is welcome here. Ha-ha! There you are. Here. Ha-ha! There you are. What did I tell you? St. Peter's piped down already. Oh, Mother, what is it? Tell me. Oh, don't stare at me like that, Mother. Say something. It's Pierre, your boy. Well, you can rest now, Ronnie. The journey's come to an end. Thank you, dear, for all that you gave me. The flashings and the kisses, too. But now you must thank me, Mother. This kiss. The fare for the drive.
Pierre.
Who is?
It's Carly, your neighbor, Pierre.
What?
Pierre?
Well, you've put an end to her sorrow and suffering. Dear God, she is sleeping soundly. Or is she?
She is dead. You see that she's decently buried. I must get away from here.
Are you going far?
Away to sea.
As far as that?
Yes, and farther still.
We pause now in our Columbia Workshop presentation of Peer Gynt. And after the usual 15-second station identification break, you will hear the further adventures of Peer Gynt, played by Ralph Richardson and the Old Vic Theater Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Peer Gynt's youth is over. Orza is dead, and Peer goes away from Norway, away from his past. Peer Gynt is still on the run. Up in the forest stands the unfinished hut, the hut he built for Solveig, and there Solveig waits for Peer. For 40 years, Peer travels the globe, running away from himself, dreaming the dreams first born in his childhood, haunted by his beliefs in his native folklores, trolls, and the Boig. Solveig gave him her love, but his memories of other girls, his inability to confess to her his weaknesses, his need always to play the hero in life as well as in his dreams, drives him on and on. He sails for foreign shores, to Charleston in the Carolinas, where he becomes a wealthy, well-fed, well-groomed trader.
Drink, gentlemen. If man is meant for pleasure, let him take his pleasure. The past. What's done is done.
To China, where he adds a title for himself.
I've money in my pocket, and I am myself, Sir Peter Gynt. Now I think I'm going to bed.
To to Africa, where he schemes to realize his dream of becoming emperor of the world, and meets the fair Anitra.
Do you know what life is, child?
No. But teach me, please.
To float dry-shod down the stream of life, being yourself. That is life.
To Egypt, 100 other places, and at last, so gaudy his dreams, he is confined for a while in an asylum for the deluded. In all this time, while Pierre wanders the far-off places, living incredibly, Solvay waits for him in the small hut he built high in the mountains. His adventures, now finished chapters, his love affairs cast aside like worn-out clothing, Pierre, still seeking the answer to his lifelong quest, returns to his homeland. And stripped of all his worldly goods, the old man grovels on the ground, reflecting upon his past life.
Boy's back to his mother again. The ship went down. I escaped with my life, but I lost all I had. What's it matter? The great thing in life is to fill your belly. Fill it with onions. Well, what's it matter? I'll be cunning. I'll set some snares. There's a stream nearby, so I won't go thirsty. I'll still be a lord of creation here. And when I die, I suppose I will, I'll creep beneath a fallen tree like a bear. I'll cover myself with leaves, and on the bark I'll scratch in big letters, "Here lies Peer Gynt, a decent fellow, emperor over all the beasts." Emperor, you silly old buffoon. You are no emperor. You are just this onion. And I'm going to peel you, my little Pierre. Neither tears nor prayers will help you now. There's the outer layer, all bruised and broken. The juice is gone, if it ever had any. This layer here with the hard, coarse skin is the fur hunter of Hudson Bay. The next layer is like a crown. Thank you. We'll throw that away without more ado. Here's the archaeologist, short but sturdy. And here's the prophet, juicy and fresh. He stinks, as the proverb says, of lies. It's enough to bring tears to an honest man's eye. This layer, so soft and immaculate, is the man who lived for gaiety. The next one looks poorly. It's shot through with black. There's quite a multitude of layers. When am I going to get to the heart? There isn't one. Right through to the middle, it's layers and layers, each getting smaller. Nature is witty. Blazes with thought. Once you start thinking, you start stumbling too. As a matter of fact, I can smile at that danger. I seem to be firmly set on all fours. That hut in the forest, I could swear. I know I've seen this building before, those reindeer antlers over the door, that mermaid carved on the end of a gable. Lies. It's no mermaid. Nails and boards. A boat to keep out hobgoblin thoughts. Salve. One who remembered, one who forgot, one who had faith, and one who had none. Oh, misery. My empire was here.
Here turns away and runs away deep into the forest. The button molder, carrying his bag of tools and a huge casting ladle, comes up to Pierre from a side path.
Good evening, old man. Good evening, my friend. You're in a great hurry. Where are you going? To a funeral. Oh, really? My sight's not good. Excuse me. Does your name happen to be Pierre? Yes, it does. Peer Gynt. Well, I call that luck. I've been searching for Peer Gynt everywhere. Oh, what do you want? Well, you see, I'm a button molder. I want you for my ladle. For what? What for? You are to be melted down. Melted? Yes. My ladle's been cleaned and it's empty. Your grave is dug. Your coffin is ordered. I have orders here from my employer to bring him your soul without any delay. You can't do that. I've had no warning. It's the custom at funerals and births to give the chief guest a tremendous surprise. But, my good man, surely there's some mistake. I'm worthy of better treatment than this. I'm not so bad as you seem to think. I've done my share of good deeds on earth. You're entirely missing the point, my dear man. It's because your sins were such puny ones that you're going to escape perpetual torment and are ending, like most, in the casting ladle. Get behind me, Satan. My friend, you're under a great delusion. You are, as you yourself have said, nothing great in the way of a sinner. Scarcely even a middling one. Well, now you're talking reasonably. But I think it would be going too far if I were to call you virtuous. I certainly don't lay claim to that. Well, then, we'll say betwixt and between. A sinner in the true grand style is hardly ever met nowadays. Sinning like that takes strength and purpose. There's more to it than splashing in the mud. That's perfectly true. The sulfur pool is not for those who have splashed in the mud. And therefore, my friend, I can go as I came. And therefore, my friend, you'll be melted down. Come, you know the trade, so you'll understand that a casting can sometimes have a flaw. A button, for instance, may have no loop. What would you have done with it? Thrown it away. Oh, yes. Your father was a squanderer. But my employer is very careful. He throws away nothing. He finds a use for the useless as raw material. You were meant to be a shining button on the world's waistcoat. But your loop gave way. So you must be merged again into the mass. But you don't mean to say you're going to melt me down with any Tom, Dick, or Harry? This ladle business is the ending of Gynt. My inmost soul revolts at it. But, my dear Pierre, what difference can it make to you? You've never been yourself. I've not been myself. I could almost laugh. Peer Gynt, not himself. You're wasting my time. Peer Gynt has never been himself. What do you mean by being yourself? Well, that's an astounding question from you. Why, only just now? No, tell me, please. To be yourself is to free the best by extinguishing the worst in yourself. But I think that will be lost on you, so we'll put it more simply. To carry out the master's intention in every detail. How about the man who's never been told what the master intended to do with him? His intuition should tell him that. Listen, I'll give up my claim to be myself. It wouldn't have been easy to prove anyhow. I'll accept that part of the case as lost. But we were talking of sinning just now. I felt the shoes of my conscience pinch, and I said to myself, yes, you're a sinner.
Now you're beginning all over again.
No, not at all. I mean simply sinning on the grand scale. Not in deeds alone, but in purpose and word. Oh, when I was abroad, I sank so low.
So you say. But if you could show me a list...
A list of my sins. Give me time. Give me time.
Very well, Peer Gynt. We'll meet again at the next crossroad.
Where shall I look?
At the next crossroad?
I'd rather go to the sulphur pool and completely lose my identity. The list. I must find the list of my sins. I must find it. There goes a shooting star, falling, falling. Greetings from Peer Gynt, brother shooting star. Shine forth, be extinguished, disappear forever. Is there no one in this great world, no one in the depths, no one in heaven? So soul can go back so wretchedly poor into the grey mist of nothingness. Beautiful earth, do not be angry that I have trod you and left no mark. How mean is the spirit, how lavish is nature. How costly to pay with one's life for one's birth. I'll climb to the top of the highest peak. I'll see the sun rise once again. I'll gaze upon the promised land until my eyes are tired out. Then let the snow pile over me, and on my tomb write, here no one is buried.
Good morning, Peer Gynt. Where's your list of sins?
What? The crossroads here? This is quick work.
Your time is up.
Everything's up. The owl smells the rats. Do you hear him hooting?
It's a woman singing.
What? What's that light in the mist over there?
Only a cottage.
There I shall find my list of sins.
Stay, your time is up.
Clear off. If your ladle were as big as a ship, it would still be too small for me and my list.
To the third crossroads, Peer? Very well.
Backwards or forwards, it's just as far. Within or without, the path is as narrow. No, I can hear it, a wild, endless cry, bidding me go in, go back home. Salve. Pronounce the sentence on a sinner.
It is he. Oh, praise be to God.
Tell me how wickedly I've sinned.
You have sinned in nothing, my only love.
The list, Peer Gynt.
Cry out my sins aloud.
You have made my life a beautiful song. Bless you for having come back to me. And blessed, oh, blessed be this Whitsun morn.
I am lost unless you can answer a riddle.
Ask it.
Where has Peer Gynt been since you saw him last with the mark of destiny upon his brow? Where has he been since he first sprang forth as a thought newly made in the mind of God? Can you tell me that? If not, I must go to my last home in the land of shadows.
Your riddle is easy.
Then tell me, where was I? My real self, my whole self, my true self. Where was I with God's stamp upon my brow?
In my faith, and in my hope, and in my love.
My mother, my wife, You holy woman, oh, hide me within your love.
We shall meet at the last crossroads, dear, and then we'll see if I'll say no more.
As the beautiful strains of Edvard Grieg's score echo in memory, the curtain comes down on the second and final American radio performance by the Old Vic Theater Company of London, England. Ralph Richardson starred as Peer Gynt. Laurence Olivier played the Troll King and the Button Moulder. Others in the Old Vic cast included Joyce Redmond as Solveig, Ina Burrell as Orza, Margaret Leighton as the Green Woman, and Nicolette Bernard as Ingrid. Harry Andrews acted as narrator. The Columbia Symphony Orchestra was conducted by Herbert Menges. John Burrell is director of the Old Vic Players and has had for these two special 90-minute Columbia Workshop presentations the association of Richard Sandville of CBS. Peer Gynt by Henrik Ibsen was prepared for radio by Charles S. Monroe of the CBS Program Writing Division. Today's performance of Peer Gynt and last week's Richard III together comprised the only American radio appearances of the famous Old Vic Theater Company of London, England, during their present limited season of repertory in New York under the auspices of Theater Incorporated. The Columbia Workshop will resume its customary half-hour form over most of these CBS stations with the presentation of Sometime Every Summertime by Fletcher Markle. Your announcer is Harry Marble. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Lives of Great Men, a new series on great leaders in human progress, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs, distinguished lecturer, critic, and author of a book of meditations and many other books. In his talks, Dr. Griggs is building a story of civilization based on outstanding characters through the ages and how each one influences his own and future time. This evening, Dr. Griggs will discuss Browning, the friend of the spirit. We present now Edward Howard Griggs.
My friends, to the confused thinking and bewildered striving of our time, Browning is peculiarly tonic and challenging because of his unswerving faith in life and an optimism that comes after and not before the facing of struggle and suffering. He was less interested in surface movements of his time than in the eternal elements of life. Not only is he a permanently great poet and thinker, but beyond all others, a friend of the spirit, interpreting those aspects of personal life, the developing and refining of which should be the chief boast of our efforts. The unhappy youth of Browning's father, forced to become a London bank clerk instead of the painter or poet he aspired to be, led him to dedicate his son to poetry from the start. Browning's tender and pious mother was the daughter of a German shipper who had settled in Scotland. Born in 1812 in Camberwell, then a prosaic suburb of London, Browning was chiefly tutored at home in an education of nutriment rather than discipline. Early he showed love of nature, especially for active animal life, and developed his passion for the Greeks, which was to last lifelong. At 14, he discovered Shelley, who became his ideal, deeply influencing his early work. Pauline, which Browning thought he had destroyed with other early poems, is a fragmentary autobiography of his restless youth. In Paracelsus, published at 23, he plunged into the deeps of ethical and psychological problems, giving an impressive portrayal of the youth of genius and of the relation of a leader to the world. Browning had early ambition to become a dramatist for the stage, and his Strafford and a few years later a Blot and the Scutcheon were more successful than could have been expected when we consider that he did not have the true stage instinct. Thus, in his 20s, he was recognized as one of the promising young poets of the day. The tide turned at 28 with the publication of Sordello, which had occupied him for several years and involved a trip to Italy to view all the places associated with Sordello's life. The poem was a great study of the poet's struggle to become man and master of faith, but was unfortunate in poetic method, and demanded for its appreciation a knowledge of the most confused period of medieval Italian history. Browning was, moreover, opening new paths in poetry in advance of the taste of the time. In Pippa Passes, he portrayed the interweaving of lives in a series of dramatic moments united by the influence of Pippa's passing song. In the dramatic lyrics published in Bells and Pomegranates, he gave evidence of discovering that the dramatic monologue was the natural vehicle for expressing his dominant interest in crises and chapters of soul development. Thus he lost his audience, and for the 20 years forming the center of his creative life, had to go on working with only a group of disciples and friends to respond. The important point is he did go steadily forward, never doubting his vocation as poet, sure that his work would win in the end whatever recognition it deserved. This shows Browning's strong affirmative character, but it resulted also from the supreme personal experience of his life, of which the story is told in the precious Browning letters. Elizabeth Barrett was a half-dozen years older than Robert Browning, and her poetry was much closer to the taste of the time. An accident in her girlhood, complicated later by lung trouble, had made her an invalid, rarely leaving her room. The invalidism was accentuated by her family environment, and particularly by the attitude of her father, who considered her hopelessly ill. Browning met her through his friend and her relative, John Kenyon, to whom he expressed his warm admiration for Miss Barrett's poetry. Kenyon suggested that it would please her if Browning would write his appreciation and send it to her, which he did enthusiastically. He received an equally warm-hearted answer with high praise of his own work. So began the 2 volumes of letters, revealing a love that helps us to believe the best is still possible in the highest relationship of personal life. Early in the correspondence, Browning asked to come to see her. She was fearful and reluctant, writing, "There is nothing to see in me, nor to hear in me. If my poetry is worth anything to any eye, it is the flower of me. The rest of me is nothing but a root, fit for the ground and the dark." He insisted, and she finally consented. At the first meeting, Browning knew that he had found his life's answer. Almost immediately, he wrote to tell her so. She returned the letter, telling him never to refer to such a thought again on pain of breaking their friendship. Her feeling, of course, was that she had no right to burden his virile, forward-looking life with her death-near invalidism. Browning burned the letter, but went straight on with the masculine wooing. Gradually he won her to turn on the path which she thought led so short a way to the brink, where stood the angel of the darker drink, and take from Browning's own strong hand the cup of life and love. It is a beautiful story. The woman side of it she told in those unmatched sonnets she modestly entitled From the Portuguese. The marriage had to be an elopement owing to the obsession of her father against the marriage of any of his children, and especially the one he regarded as a bedridden invalid. He never forgave her, to her sorrow, leaving her letters unopened. For the wife's health, and because both loved Italy, the Brownings journeyed on to settle in Casa Guidi, Florence, just around the corner from the Pitti Palace, for the 15 years of wedded lover life, with occasional visits to Rome, other Italian places, Paris, and London. Browning's 2 previous visits to Italy had wakened in him a passion for Italian art, of which he became the great interpreter. He called Italy his university, and with her unequaled wealth of art, of human and historic association, what a university it was, for what a student. During the Florence period, he wrote Christmas Eve and Easter Day, showing his struggle with the religious problem. But the great work of those years, containing many of his best poems, was Men and Women. The 2 volumes are rich in those brief, dramatic moments where Browning is at his happiest, and include exquisite personal poems revealing the great experience, such as The Guardian Angel, written some months before his son's birth, and By the Fireside, interpreting the supreme moment when 2 lives become one, and imagining an autumn of life with the beloved companion, which alas he was to be denied. The epilogue, One Word More, tenderest and most exalted of personal tributes, was his answer to Mrs. Browning's sonnets from the Portuguese. Men and Women also revealed his complete mastery of the dramatic monologue, in such profound interpretations of character as the poignant Andrea del Sarto, the gay but searching Fra Lippi, and in the characterization of epochs of culture in Cleon and a Toccata of Galuppi's. The much and wrongly criticized Childe Roland to the Dark Tower Came was included in the volumes. It approaches the imagist type of poetry and is a portrayal of the unconquerable human will in sheer heroism facing despair. The studies of sex psychology, such as Any Wife to Any Husband, A Woman's Last Word, and In a Year, displayed a new depth of insight into the mind and heart of the woman, fruit of Browning's own love relationship. The birth of his son, idolized by both parents, completed for Browning the trinity of family life. A legacy from John Kenyon, added to Mrs. Browning's small inheritance, eased their financial problems. Browning had buoyant humor, delighted in playing jokes, and eagerly seized as a therapeutic measure every opportunity to make Mrs. Browning laugh. Harriet Hosmer, the younger American sculptress, who became an intimate friend of both husband and wife, tells among several amusing incidents of a wild ride she had with Browning in the borrowed donkey cart of Girolamo, peddler of green groceries, catapulting the vegetables in all directions as the donkey raced stableward. On getting home, Browning, with boyish mischievousness, reconstructed the entire adventure, giving Mrs. Browning her most exuberant fit of laughter. No one can appreciate Browning's full and rounded humanity without recognizing this aspect of abundant humor. Browning was 49 when his wife died. He went sadly home to London, never revisiting Florence, and returning to Italy only after 17 years. But though his own life was shadowed, he never lost faith in the sunlight. His attitude is expressed in the last line of Caponsacchi's monologue, "O great, just, good God, miserable me." Slowly the roots of his life were reestablished, and he took up his work again. In the golden years in Florence, he had found on a second-hand stall that old yellow book, part print, part manuscript, documents of a Roman murder case of 1698. Now he resumed study of that material, and out of it wrought his masterpiece, The Ring and the Book, a dozen long dramatic monologues telling one story over and over. The unifying image is that the older goldsmith took gold from the mine, mixed it with alloy, and molded it into a ring. Then a spurt of acid, and the alloy was gone. It was gold, it is gold, but now a ring to carry a sentiment and seal a marriage. So Browning took from the mine of life pure, crude fact secreted from man's life when hearts beat hard and brains high-blooded tick 2 centuries since. With it, Browning mixed the alloy of his creative spirit and made the book. It was fact, it is fact, but now truth, fact interpreted in relation to all life. Each telling of a story thus tests the character speaking in moral reality and depth of experience. Since to see truth, one must be true. From the maligned Guido, through the representatives of public opinion and of the legal process, the poem rises to the portrayal of Browning's ideal man and woman. Caponsacchi, the worldling transformed by love into God's man, and Pompilia, earth's flower, she holds up to the softened face of God. Unique among literary masterpieces, The Ring and the Book contains Browning's whole philosophy of art and truth in relation to life. In the late period, Browning turned to the Greeks, as foreshadowed in By the Fireside, and made the classic world live again in Lucian's Adventure and Aristophanes' Apology. With these longer works, a wealth of briefer poems came in the late years, some in ballad form, and many showing his delight in experimenting with bizarre metrical and rhyme form. In the last period, he returned to Italy, living for a time at Asolo, scene of Pippa Passes. There he wrote tender retrospective poems, gathered them up with others, and issued them in his last volume, Asolando, published on the day of his death in 1889. His clinging to the great experience on which his life centered is shown in a bit of verse called Speculative. Others may need new life in heaven, man, nature, art made new assume, man with new mind old saints to leaven, nature new light the clear old gloom, art that breaks bounds gets soaring room. I shall pray, fugitive as precious minutes which pass, return, remain. Let earth's old life once more enmesh us You with old pleasure, me old pain, so we but meet, nor part again. The last months were spent in his son's palace on the Grand Canal in Venice. His son's wife, an American by the way, tells of his reading to them the epilogue to Asolando, his final confession of faith, and remarking that some might consider the third stanza egotistical, but he had decided to let it stand. It says that he was one who never turned his back, but marched breast forward, never doubted clouds would break, never dreamed though right were worsted, wrong would triumph, held we fall to rise, are baffled to fight better, sleep to wake. Splendidly affirmative in life and thought, Browning rose to every call. As his life centered in the great love experience, so his interest as artist was in portraying those moments in the development of personality which call out all that a character has been and make the potential life actual. Browning was too wise to clothe his wide range of characters in one poetic form. But if art is adequate and harmonious marrying of the body of expression to the soul of meaning, he was a great artist. He has created a world of characters that live permanently and given us a gospel of life as growth ever onward on the basis of truth with the crown of love.
Browning, the Friend of the Spirit, has been the subject of another program in the series titled Lives of Great Men, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs, distinguished lecturer, critic, and author. Next week, Dr. Griggs will speak on Tolstoy, moral leadership in mysterious Russia. And copies of tonight's discussion of Browning, the Friend of the Spirit, may be obtained by addressing the National Broadcasting Company in Radio City, New York, or the station to which you are listening. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
Tonight's story is about a treasure.
Fake or real?
It's a real treasure.
Captain Kidd's?
No.
Sir Henry Morgan?
Not even Henry Morgan's.
No pirates, huh?
No pirates, sorry.
Well, what kind of treasure are you talking about?
Freedom.
Mm-hmm. So that's the treasure.
And that's the story.
The NBC University of the Air presents We Came This Way, a new historical series for our listeners at home and overseas. With John W. Vandercook as the narrator, we present Chapter 6, a story of the struggle for the freedom of men's minds in We Came This Way.
This is a story of men who have no statues or memorials built in their native land. For the heritage of freedom that they left behind has been betrayed. The time is the year of our Lord, 1509. Europa stands upon the threshold of a modern age. The shadowy shape of the world to come looms large. Men's minds question the cowled Gothic universe of the Middle Ages, and their senses, like an astonished caress, discover the beauties of Greek civilization. A wind blows across Europe, up from the Italian south, bright and vigorous, up from the rich silken cities of Florence, Genoa, and Venice. Up from fabulous Rome it comes, a reawakening, a blossoming, an emancipation of men's reason. The wind brings a new learning, a new philosophy, humanism, a new expectancy, a renaissance. Europa stirs like Lazarus come from the dead.
Only 16 years ago in 1492, an obscure sea captain discovered a new barbaric world.
Out of marble and division, Michelangelo fashions his Moses in Rome.
Galileo's machine brings the heavens closer to the earth.
Look, there goes Vesalius, the anatomist.
In Rotterdam, Erasmus argues for the translating of the scriptures into the people's tongue.
Copernicus, Holbein, Albrecht Dürer, Sebastian Brand, Siegingen.
The year is 1509, and the place, Germany. '16th century Germany, a crazy quilt of a land, an idiot Tom of tatters of armed and suspicious cities under the sovereignty of the Holy Roman Empire and its Emperor Maximilian I, who, by the grace of God and powerful feudal princes, rules this land. But the wind blowing from the south is blowing strong here,
Lux
driving the
presents-
darkness from the minds of men, raising the enormous question of man's relationship to man. And throughout this fragmentary patchwork empire, scholars arise, seekers after truth. And foremost among them stands John Reuchlin, scholar, teacher, and humanist, whose life was peaceful and filled with quiet study until his 54th year.
Yes, I repeat, you, my students, are more fortunate than I. For before you, in all its promise, lies the immense discovery of the world. As the unknown sailor Columbus did, you approach a new and varied shore. Behind you, like a cathedral built to the universality of God, rises the wisdom of the past. Take that wisdom, and with it, widen the possibilities and hopes of man. Treasure the holy languages of Greek and Hebrew, through which God first spoke to us. Spread the learning we have won from them. Treat it as the heritage of man. Until we meet again, my students, God bless you all.
That God is love, man is hope, and the bond between them, yes, combined in an indescribable...
What a time to be alive
You
in.
loan me a golden payment, I promise I'll pay you back next...
Pfefferkorn.
Eh? Oh, it's you, Von Hutten.
What brings you to the enemy, Pfefferkorn? A love of the new learning, my brother? No, wait, don't go.
I have no time to waste with poets and scriveners. I have things to do.
So have we all. Some for honesty, Pfefferkorn, and some for treachery.
I would watch my tongue, Ulrich von Hutten.
It speaks its own mind, my friend. For the life of me, I can't make a gentleman out of it. Wait.
What is it?
How did you like good Reuchlin's letter, Pfefferkorn?
He speaks well.
Is that the sum of your applause, Pfefferkorn?
I have no talent for flattery.
But fairness, Pfefferkorn, fairness in God's name. His words reveal a whole world to come, and all you can find to say is that he speaks well. There must be more.
There is.
Ah?
Instead of Holy Greek and Hebrew, I'd rather he spoke of Holy German. My Lord Prince, the danger is very great.
That I could discern myself, Peppercorn.
This new learning is like a plague in the universities. At Erfurt and Freiburg...
In providing myself an informer, I could have done better with an ass. I know all these things, Peppercorn.
Patience, my lord. It will shortly come together.
You come by a long and dull route, man. Well?
The peasant's yoke is a heavy one, my lord.
They still stand.
But they are restless, though without confidence or courage to do more than groan. These humanists will give them what they lack, my lord. For their nonsense about the freedom of men's reason and potentialities will sift and diffuse down to the mass. And a time will come when, on the strength of it, a peasant who used this scythe to cut his hay will use it for a bloodier cutting.
So?
So, my lord, I've found a way to cut down the tree before it blooms.
How?
We will discredit them.
Discredit whom? The peasants?
No, my lord, the bookworms.
How?
We will drive a wedge against their new learning by attacking their Holy Greek and Hebrew.
Holy Greek and Hebrew?
Their Holy Hebrew first, my lord. We will get more support for that.
Will you speak sense, man?
In the name of winning the Jews to Christianity, we will confiscate and burn all their books, my lord. And the fire we light will burn the humanists. But I will not be surprised, my lord, if in this we find them to be enemies of the church.
Peppercorn, your pardon. I have maligned your intelligence. What would you have me do?
A mandate, my lord prince.
Get me a mandate from the Emperor.
Sire, let us not permit sentimentality to rob us of our values.
But these scholars are men of prestige, my lord.
They are firebrands, sire. They sow the sparks of our destruction.
But this way, my lord.
Sire, let us be frank. We princes of the realm elected you to your throne, and we princes keep you there.
Is this a threat?
Oh, no, sire. But if the floor beneath us rots away, if our strength is slowly sapped by this present danger, when the time comes, you and your throne may have no more protection than a common beggar in a public stocks. Will you sign the mandate, sire?
Yes. Yes, I'll sign. I, Maximilian, Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, after solemn conclave with my princes of the realm, do hereby command Albert, Archbishop of Mainz, to gather evidence on the subject of Hebrew books, whether it would be praiseworthy and beneficial to our holy religion to destroy such books. Further, do I command that the Archbishop secure the suggestions of Jacob von Hochstraten, Victor von Carbon, and Dr. John Reuchlin upon this matter. Such suggestions to be set in writing
and given to John Pfefferkorn, my ambassador in this matter. Signed this day of our Lord by my hand.
You make more of it than is there, Ulrich.
Do I, Dr. Reuchlin? It's my suspicious nature, Dr. Reuchlin.
And your cynicism.
I find nothing ideal about Pfefferkorn.
What does the mandate actually command, Ulrich? An opinion, a suggestion. And it leaves the gathering of evidence in the Archbishop's hand. A friend to the new learning.
In 1,500 years, we've failed to convert them. Doctor, I think it's a trap.
Perhaps.
I think that the princes are striking out at us, and through you. Why don't you leave Cologne, Doctor?
Go away, Ulrich. Truth has but a handful of champions as it is. No, Ulrich. If it is a trap, I shall try to be the only one to fall in it.
Aye, like the cornerstone of a great wall.
And on a bright November morning, Dr. John Reuchlin went to the Archbishop's palace to give his opinion. And in the great hall of the palace were crowded barons and knights and priests. The giant tapestries on the walls stirred with their motion.
Behold the miracle of Pfefferkorn, Doctor. A serpent sitting amongst grown men.
Ulrich.
Truly, this is a momentous event, Doctor. I see ambassadors of all the prince-electors. The Inquisitor of Cologne. A monk or two I don't trust. The hall has more the look of a field of battle than a congress of learned opinion.
Quiet, Ulrich. The Archbishop is...
My lords, please, my lord. His Highness, the Emperor Maximilian, sends his good wishes, my lords, and begs that no malice guide us in our deliberations here this day.
Pfefferkorn smiled.
I will add my hopes to his majesties, my lord. For we are here in the sight of God, and upon his work. Let us not in manner of thought, or deed, or word, profane it, nor cast a single shadow upon the light of his divine justice. Amen. Before me lies the imperial mandate, my lords, upon the subject whether it be praiseworthy and beneficial to our holy religion to destroy such books as the Jews use, and commanding the opinions of 3 learned men. Victor von Carbon, is such an opinion prepared? It is, your reverence.
Jacob von Hochstraten. I am ready, your reverence.
And you, Dr. John Erklin?
I am prepared.
Then, Victor von Carbon, read us yours.
I never liked his face, Doctor. It formed his opinion before his brains.
My lords, if you please, my lord.
Your Reverence, my noble lords, my opinion is brief and to the point. I say the books of the Jews be burnt. We cannot hope to win them to our religion unless we destroy the root of theirs. Burn each one. The Old Testament, the Talmud, the Kabbalah. Destroy them not only for the good of our church, but for the good of Germany.
For Germany? Doctor, I see the fine, unsupple hand of our princes in this.
Yes, Your Reverence, that is all.
The Emperor's thanks, my lord. Now, Jakob von Hochstraten.
Your Reverence, I find no need to read my lengthy opinion, for the sum of it meets with Brother von Carbon's thoughts. I, too, say, burn their books.
These assassins killed justice twice.
I am through, Your Reverence.
The Emperor's thanks, my lord. That makes two opinions, my lords, both for burning. We have one more. Dr. John Reuchlin.
Are you afraid, Doctor? You stand alone here.
Do not worry, Ulrich.
They eye you like a starved, unpaid executioner.
Dr. Reuchlin.
I am ready, Your Reverence. My lords, I speak not here in hasty judgment, for a man's opinion is an uncertain thing. Time, the ultimate critic, often has proved him wrong. And not alone time, my lords, but ignorance and the power of self-interest often colors the conclusions of men. In this matter, I have tried to be impartial, to come to it not like an unyielding enemy, but like an honest scholar. What are these books that you would burn? Commentaries, books on ceremonies, on arts and sciences, poetry and fables. Before a judgment can be rendered on these, they must be subject to a careful examination, not piecemeal, not by hearsay, not by hostility. It is true, my lords, there is much that is contrary to our holy religion in these books, but that is the nature of their belief, a belief which is protected by law. Yet there is also much of great value to our religion in these same books. For example, the Kabbalah. It is my opinion that this work assures us, as none other, of the divinity of Christ. Their commentaries, my lord, are invaluable, for they help scholars understand the Old and New Testaments more fully. My lords, it would not be beneficial or praiseworthy to destroy these books. I stand against this burning.
My lord! My lord!
Your Reverence! A word, Your Reverence.
What is it, John Peppercorn?
I have a word to say, if it please Your Reverence.
Well?
My lords, for 30 years I have fought as a warrior of our church. But never, my lords, have I heard the anti-Christian like of this.
Quite true.
What have we heard from the lips of this learned man, this advocate of humanism? Is treason to the Mother Church. Sitting amongst us is the Inquisitor of Cologne, our guardian in such matters. I demand that Dr. Jean Reuchlin be seized and tried before the Inquisitor's court as an enemy of the Church.
And thus did the feudal princes strike their first blow against the humanist scholars of the land. And the enormity of the plan, the realization of what and who was the real victim, slowly seeped into the consciousness of the teachers, the poets, and the painters. And for the first time in history, men of goodwill came together to fight back.
Quiet. Quiet. Let Holbein the painter speak.
Yes, Holbein.
I say that von Houten is right. The princes are perverting the office of the Inquisition. They use it against us. They threaten the whole development of culture in this land.
Reuchlin's not the whole culture.
No, but what he stands for is the free inquiry after truth, the right to explore his world and widen it with knowledge and with art.
If they burn Reuchlin, they burn our prestige. They bring back an eternal night for the bright day we've found. They'll plunge mankind into a pit.
If he can't see it yet, Holbein, draw a picture for him.
Let Albrecht Dürer draw. I'll paint.
You'll paint, Holbein, and Dürer will draw, but for Reuchlin.
Eh?
And I'll sweat poems out of this pen of mine. And Melanchthon will give us tracts. I say the pen is mightier than the sword, brothers. I say truth will batter down the strongest fortress in this land.
The words have a fine poetic ring, Ulrich. But what's the meaning?
This. We'll fight for Reuchlin, each in his own way, but together. And we will defend what is most sacred to us all. Our ideals and hopes for the coming world. The freedom of men's minds for the unhampered search for truth. This we will fight for by defending Reuchlin. Our skill with words, with pencil and brush, will be fighting for ourselves. Well?
I'll paint.
Good. I'll draw. And I'll write tracts. Brothers, we'll fight until the sound of our rallying reaches Rome and they hear what's been done in this land.
John Reuchlin, Bastian Baum of Strasbourg, student of the accused.
My Lord Prince.
What is it, Peppercorn?
May I see you privately, my lord? It cannot wait.
Come this way.
It has only just come to my attention, my lord.
What is it?
This, my lord. Look at it.
A drawing?
By Albrecht Dürer.
Why, this is you, Peppercorn, in chains.
And you, my lord, behind me, also in chains.
What?
Descending into the mouth of hell while Christ commands us down.
How dare he?
Not only he, my lord. Here, a tract by Melanchthon, a poem by Ulrich von Hutten, all attacking us.
I'll have them flogged.
It's not as simple as that, my lord. They are all fighting back.
These bookworms?
Aye, it is the miracle of the age. The bookworms. Marching as one.
I'll have them buried as one.
Yes, my lord. But meanwhile, there are questions being asked in Rome.
The Pope?
And the cardinals. These bookworms' voices seem to have carried across the Alps.
Will they act? In Rome, I mean?
I do not know, my lord.
Then we must move swiftly, Peppercorn. Reuchlin must be a corpse before they do.
Will Rome act, Your Reverence?
I cannot tell, Ulrich, my son.
Will they permit such perversion of the Inquisitor's office?
God's justice moves in inscrutable ways, Ulrich.
But the princes move as clear as air.
Ulrich.
Forgive my heat, Your Reverence, but I see not Reuchlin and an honored, natural death, but Reuchlin at the stake.
I have received questions from Rome. They are not asleep, my son.
But time, Your Reverence, time's running out.
What would you have me do? The Inquisitor is not of my diocese. I am aware of how monstrous is this thing the princes are doing. My anger is as sincere as yours, Ulrich.
I know that, Your Reverence. You've done much for us.
But you would have me do more.
Yes.
What?
Send the Pope another appeal.
And the clamor and protest of the enlightened men of 16th Germany, 16th century Germany rose and gained strength. And as the feudal princes of the realm drove on the murderous persecution with a renewed vigor, the surprised questions in Rome became angry answers.
This is a monstrous act.
They pervert the offices of the Mother Church. The prosecutors are the true enemies of the Church.
Like a sword in battle, the issue grew bright and sharp. Would a massive door be clanged shut upon men's minds, trapping them in the narrow medieval world, the question hung like a headsman's axe over the future of Germany. And upon a spring day when enlightenment in this land stood like a criminal before the Inquisitor's court, Rome acted. The Pope reserved judgment to himself.
My Lord Emperor, His Holiness Pope Leo X, has in his wisdom seen fit to reserve judgment to himself upon the charges of Dr. John Reuchlin as an enemy of the Church. He appoints as his ambassador in this matter myself, Bishop of Speyer, who alone is authorized either to free or condemn said John Reuchlin.
The Prince-Electors are here, Your Reverence.
Let them come in.
The bishop will see you, my lords.
Good day to you, Your Reverence.
Good day to you, my lords. I am honored by your visit.
You know why we are here, Your Reverence.
My judgment on Reuchlin?
Yes.
I have not reached any as yet.
He is guilty.
That remains to be seen, my lord.
The evidence is conclusive, Your Reverence. What he said regarding the Hebrew books...
I have not read it all.
Your Reverence, let us cease this playing. The issue and the guilt are clear in our eyes, and immediate action is necessary. Our peasants grow restless with these fools' words about the potentiality of man. We are good Christians, Your Reverence, but we are also princes of an empire. We will defend our land and rights with all the strength we can command. And, Your Reverence, we will defend yours, the churches. Be with us in this matter, and we will build you the finest cathedral in all Germany.
It is as I have said, my lords. As yet, I have not read all the evidence.
A gentleman to see you, Your Reverence. A von Herten.
Let him come in.
The bishop will see you, sir.
You are Ulrich von Hutten?
Yes, Your Reverence.
Now is the time to strike the blow for freedom. God would have it so. Take heart, whose heart for freedom still can beat. No longer bend your will to those whose lies have wrought us ill.
My poem, Your Reverence.
Yes, and a very good poem, too, my son.
Thanks, Your Reverence.
But have I reached a decision?
Yes, Your Reverence.
What will you build for me, you scholars, poets, and painters?
Build?
The princes of the empire have promised me the finest cathedral in all Germany, if I see this matter their way. What will you promise if I see it yours, my son?
A poem, Your Reverence. My feelings and those of hundreds of others poured into a paltry poem.
I think God's justice, my son, likes the style of your architecture best of all.
And in a few days, the papal legate, the Bishop of Speyer, rendered judgment.
I, Bishop of Speyer, with full authorization from His Holiness, Pope Leo X, find that the writings and teachings of John Reuchlin, in reference to such books as the Jews used, as not being harmful to our Mother Church. And further do I find John Peppercorn, instigator of these charges, guilty of slander, and find him a son.
And the fight was won. The attack upon the emancipation of men's mind, upon the freedom of their reason, was foiled, but only for a little while. What began as a great promise was wiped out in the blood of countless peasants, as Germany from 1518 to 1648 plunged into a century of civil wars. And after the final struggle, the 30 Years' War, the nation was devastated and impoverished. The peasants in brutal servitude, great provinces razed by fire and sword. Science and art had fled, and the great, hopeful learning of the universities was replaced by narrow, pedantic ignorance. It was the dream of the feudal princes that ultimately won the land. And because that dream is still murderously alive in Germany today, we comprehend how enormous is the betrayal of those early years. That heritage of freedom left by the scholars, the poets, and the painters stands like forgotten ruins in a lost land. Yet, because the fight for liberty belongs to the whole history of man, because it is the heritage of all peoples, it belongs to us. On the way we came, these were the initial battles. These laid the pattern for our democratic world. Thus, we, citizens and soldiers of this republic, claim that heritage as ours.
The NBC University of the Air has brought you Chapter 6 of the new historical series, We Came This Way. Next week, We Came This Way will present a story of the Netherlands in the days of William the Silent. Tonight's script was written by Rayful Hayes and directed by Ira Avery. The original music is composed by Leo Kempinski and conducted by Milton Cadams. The members of the cast were Alexander Scooby, Joe DeSantis, Martin Wolfson, Don Morrison, Maurice Torplin, John Martin, David Kerman, John Archer, and Gregory Morton. Your narrator was John W. Vandercook. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is John Daly in Athens. Will Socrates escape? That is still the big question here in the capital of Greece on this dying day in the first year of the 95th Olympiad. I'm standing before the door of the prison, behind which the friends of the condemned philosopher, so the rumor goes, are urging him to save himself from drinking the poison hemlock. Socrates has only to walk out of that prison and board a ship to freedom in exile, and the prayers of his friends and the hopes of his enemies will be answered. This dramatic situation, which is having significant repercussions throughout the Hellenistic world, is now inevitably approaching its climax, and in 30 minutes from now, we'll know
399 B.C., CBS is there.
Ancient Greece prays that Socrates will not die. CBS takes you back almost 2,347 years to that fateful day when one of the most enlightened democracies on earth trembled on the brink of a cup of poison. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
CBS is there, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, with Walter Hamden portraying Socrates in this broadcast, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
Athens, 399 B.C., and John Daly.
Heard the rumor that the friends of Socrates were in the prison, pleading with him to take his freedom. CBS has been here on the spot, attempting to verify that rumor. Should Socrates agree to save himself, it would be a simple matter for his friends to whisk him away through this sea of white tunics worn by bystanders only too willing and too eager to fulfill the hope of escape. We're directly in front of the prison door, but the brilliant red and orange of the setting sun is blinding me, and I'm not at all sure that I would be able to say for certain who came out of the deep gloom of the death house. The crowd here of some 3,000 or 4,000 men, women, children, and slaves is milling about me, cursing, praying, whispering in anxious groups. They know that when the sun sets, it will mark the moment when they may never again hear the voice of their beloved cross-examiner. His enemies, too, are anxious, for they're afraid. One of them has asked for an opportunity to speak to the public on our CBS microphone. He is the poet Miletus, Socrates' chief accuser at his trial. Miletus is not quite the most popular man in Athens today, and as a matter of fact, he's been hiding in the shade of the prison wall, and I'm going to wave him over here now to the microphone. And it's just as Meletus feared. This crowd has recognized him. They're surrounding him, shaking their fists, threatening, shouting imprecations. Women are clawing at him. Citizens! Citizens! Let Meletus speak! Let him speak! All right, Meletus, what have you to say?
Just one hope. With all good Athenians, I pray that Socrates will escape.
But you who urged his death at the trial...
It's true that I was the chief accuser of Socrates, but Socrates himself said I was of no consequence.
You are nothing!
I merely presented what some people have been saying against Socrates for 20 years, that he was a corrupter of the minds of youth and did not believe in the gods of the city.
Let me ask you, Meletus, do you think Socrates will escape?
I do not know. But if he does, he's just another poor mortal like all of us who's afraid to die.
You mean you want Socrates to die?
No, all I said was that I'm not to blame. Blame the playwright Aristophanes. It was Aristophanes who first said that Socrates taught young men to cheat payment of their just debt, to deny the existence of the gods. I'm just a poor poet. Blame the rich playwright, don't blame me.
The poor poet, Meletus, has just blamed the rich and successful playwright Aristophanes for the death sentence imposed on Socrates. Aristophanes is at a CBS microphone with Ken Roberts right now in the Theater of Dionysius. He had agreed to make a statement for us, and as we still have no official news here as to whether Socrates will heed the counsel of his friends to escape, let's switch to Ken Roberts.
This is Ken Roberts in the Theater of Dionysius. The playwright Aristophanes is right here beside me. He heard what Meletus said, and by the smile on his face and the nodding of his head, I understand that he certainly would like to make a comment. Aristophanes?
I take it that the poor poet, Meletus, was referring to my play, The Clouds.
Yes, the comedy in which you lampooned Socrates as an evil character who ran a thinking shop.
Yes, the shop was called the School of Very Hard Thinkers.
Aristophanes, weren't the graduates of that school adept at the alleged corrupt and immoral practices that Meletus mentioned?
Oh, to be sure. But that was the comedy situation. And at that, it wasn't one of my better comedies. No, to blame a single player, not a very good one at that, for the death sentence of so celebrated a philosopher as Socrates is preposterous. After all, I'm a playwright, not a hangman.
But Aristophanes, Socrates himself said at his trial that your play contributed to the case against him.
No. He mentioned my play merely to brush it aside as of little consequence.
Yes, but
Sir, one of my severest critics measures the failure of a play by the amount of food eaten during the performance. When The Clouds was first offered 24 years ago, the trash collectors worked overtime. On the opening night, Socrates himself enjoyed the jolly lampoon of himself and laughed heartily at the caricature. He even stood throughout the performance to give the first nighters a better shot should they wish to hurl a handful of ripe figs at him.
I take it, then, that you're specifically denying Meletus's charge that your play was responsible for Socrates' death sentence.
Oh, emphatically. The death sentence was imposed not by any mere play, but by the ignorant jury of 500. Socrates himself said that. What else would you expect of an uneducated majority who have rather an odd conception of democracy?
What's your conception of democracy, Aristophanes?
Well, it certainly isn't killing a man who happens to disagree with me. I believe, with Socrates, that the sovereignty of the people has become a sovereignty of politicians. Socrates also believes that government is an art, and as such, it requires more training, knowledge, and skill than any other. You cannot leave questions of politics and justice to chance, nor to the vote of the mob.
And do you believe that the jury was acting as a mob?
Yes, of course. 500 men must decide a whole case in one day. And what may be momentary passion on one day may be passionate regret on the next. And that passionate regret may take another life. That's why Meletus is afraid. That's why he's throwing me to the mob.
Thank you, Aristophanes. By the way, citizens, if you are hearing strange music behind our conversation here in the Dionysian Theater, I'd like to explain that it's the flute player quietly rehearsing his part in Aristophanes' play Lysistrata. CBS also has a microphone at the home of Plato, a distinguished young philosopher and friend of Socrates. Plato also had agreed to make a statement for us. We have nothing from John Daly of any news about Socrates, So, over to Plato's home and Don Hollenbeck.
Our CBS microphone is at the bedside of Plato. The 28-year-old philosopher has been ill these past few days. He says he objects strongly to Aristophanes' remark about democracy being responsible for Socrates' death sentence.
Meletus is throwing Aristophanes to the mob, but I protest the manner in which Aristophanes is throwing democracy to the mob. If Socrates dies, and I pray that the rumor that he will escape is true, it will not be democracy that is to blame. Our many wars with Persia and in the Peloponnesus have exhausted us in body and soul. 2 out of every 3 Athenian men have died in battle. Now the fever of fear runs high among us. We are confused, desperate, and so we seek someone to blame and sacrifice Socrates on the altar of our dying faith. It is not our jury system, as Aristophanes charges, that condemns Socrates. It is the prejudice of old men whose minds have been poisoned against him since they were children.
The old men you speak of, Plato, they are the jurors?
Yes. But they are merely the symbol of old ideas that fear to be challenged, cross-examined, and perhaps exposed as no longer virtuous in our time. That is why the old men hate Socrates. Socrates is like a gadfly on the backs of men. He forces them to cry out, "Socrates, you make me acknowledge my worthlessness." He makes them say, "I had best be silent, for it seems that I know nothing at all." And for that, he's hated. Now, Aristophanes is wrong. It is shameful. If Socrates dies, it will not be democracy that's to blame, but those who have lost faith in democracy.
Thank you, Plato. We have heard Meletus blame Aristophanes. Aristophanes blame the shortcomings of our democracy, and Plato blame our loss of faith in democracy. But no one has come forth to say that Socrates was justly condemned for the alleged crime of atheism and corrupting the minds of the youth. In order that you may have a chance to form your own opinions, CBS has prepared a special transcription of Socrates' trial, which we will play now. The next voice you hear will be the recorded voice of Socrates speaking to the jury at his trial 1 month ago in the amphitheater.
Athenians, you say first, I do not believe in the gods, and then again that I believe in demigods. You might as well affirm the existence of mules and deny that of horses and asses. Come here, Meletus. Now, is it not a fact you think it very important for the younger men to be as virtuous as possible?
I do.
Well, come then, tell the judges who it is improves the younger men. Come now, you're accusing me of being the corrupter of youth. Reveal to the judges who improves them.
They.
You see, Meletus, you have nothing to say. You are silent. Is not your silence conclusive proof you never gave a moment's thought to the matter? Come, tell us, good sir, who makes the young men better citizens?
The laws.
My intelligent friend, that is not my question. What man improves the young who starts with the knowledge of the laws?
The judges here, Socrates.
Why, what do you mean, Meletus? Can they educate the young and improve them?
Certainly.
All of them, or only some of them?
All of them.
By here, that's good news. There's a great abundance of benefactors. And do the listeners here improve them or not?
They do.
And do the senators?
Yes.
Well, then, Miletus, the members of the assembly, is it they who corrupt youth, or do they all improve them too?
They all improve them too.
Then all the Athenians, it seems, make the young into fine fellows, except me. I alone corrupt them. Is that your meaning?
Yes, most certainly that is my meaning.
It's absurd to believe that only one man is the corrupter of all, and that all the rest of the world is the improver of youth. I see present here in the assembly many of the young men of whom it is said, I gave them evil counsel. Miletus, call them forth to be your witnesses. Let them come forward and accuse me, and support you. Not one youth comes forward. Then let their fathers, who have grown up and are uncorrupted, or their relatives, come forward. No one? You see, Miletus, that's because they know very well I speak the truth. And they know very well, Miletus, that you're a liar. Strange indeed would be my conduct, O men of Athens, were I to desert the command of my God, to fulfill the philosopher's mission, to search into myself and other men, because I fear death. Men of Athens, I honor and love you, but I shall obey God rather than you. And while I have life and strength, I'll never give up the practice and teaching of philosophy. And whoever I meet, I'll say to him, citizen of Athens, why do you care so much about money and honor and reputation, and so little about wisdom and truth? Athenians, I believe in God as no one of my accusers believes. And to you and to God I commit my cause to be decided as is best for you and for me. Then acquit me or not, but know I shall never alter my ways, not even if I have to die many times.
This is John Daly again outside Socrates' prison door. The recording you've just been listening to was a specially prepared transcription of Socrates' defense made at his trial 1 month ago. The prison door has swung open, and Crito, Socrates' rich friend, has come out, and with him is Xanthippe, the wife of Socrates. Xanthippe is crying. Wailing would be better. Crito has his arm around her shoulder. Behind Xanthippe is a slave with a baby in her arms, the youngest child of the 70-year-old Socrates. Here they come. Crito! Crito, will Socrates escape? Will Socrates escape?
Escape? He must escape. What will become of me and my children? What good is it? Death?
Please, Xanthippe, come away. Come away.
No. I've been silent all my life. And he has talked himself into all of this trouble.
Please,
why didn't he keep his peace? Why didn't he stay at home like a good father and husband?
Go home. Socrates wants you to go home.
Home. He was never home. He left before the sun came up and returned long after we were asleep. He never brought money into the house. All he did was talk.
Woman, this is shameful. Have you no respect?
Respect? Did he have respect for me? Did he care for me and my 3 children? Talk. But I told him, Socrates, this is the last time you will ever talk to your friend.
Go now, woman, go. This is as far as I'll take you.
Never talk.
Go, I say. That was shameful, most unfortunate. Xanthippe is going off now. The crowd is parting, letting her through. What is it, Crito? What is it?
She did not give a true portrait of Socrates. Socrates' mission in life is to seek truth, and not to seek the easy comforts of home and hearth. His friends have provided for his family so that the philosopher might be free to inquire into the nature of knowledge. Socrates is a war hero, a veteran, Is this the best that Athens has to offer? A poor veteran who endured the hardships of war better than any mortal man? As for his children, we will provide for them after Socrates is gone. It is the matter of...
What do you mean by gone, Crito? Will Socrates escape or will he die?
Come with me.
But where? Where are we to go?
Come with me and you will know.
All right, I will. As Crito turns toward the prison door, the crowd opens to let us through. Xanthippe has increased the tension here. This crowd is restive, confused, and still no answer to the all-important question, will Socrates escape? That bang was the door slamming shut behind me. It is being locked now. Crito is moving down the corridor in the deep gloom to which my eyes are not as yet accustomed. And now Crito is beckoning me into a cell, a high-walled, rock-ribbed chamber. And ironically enough, the slanting sun through the narrow window up there is shedding a rosy glow that seems to illumine and make of this chamber here a temple. There are 4, 5, 6 men standing by an empty couch, the prisoner's couch, I presume. Socrates doesn't seem to be here. Perhaps he has... No, Socrates is coming in now through another door and moving directly toward this microphone. He's going to talk to his friends once more.
My dear friends, your anxiety to save me is most valuable, if it be right. I am still, as I've always been, a man who will listen to no voice but the voice of reason. Come then, let us reason together on whether or not I should escape. If I run away to exile, where could I go? Will not orderly men and cities look askance at me as a lawless person? Is that true, sir, or not?
Yes, it's true, Socrates.
And do you think life would be worth living in disorderly states like Thessaly? What could I do there? I'd scarcely have the face to converse about virtue.
But at least you could be with your children and your family, Socrates.
What? Make them strangers to their own country? And the men of Thessaly, would they look upon the children of an escaped prisoner with good feeling or with contempt?
Then leave your children here, sir. Your friends will take care of them.
To be sure. But if they are real friends, will they not take care of them as well, whether I go to Thessaly or to the other world?
Certainly, Socrates. Escape then and live.
That's exactly what my friends have been urging me to do. But if I escaped and they helped me, they'd be committing a crime against the state. And for that, the state would punish them. Their lands, their wealth would be confiscated. And they might be banished as well. How then could banished or impoverished friends care for my wife and my children? No, my dear friends, that is not the way. A man should be guided only by the knowledge that he is doing right, even though the consequences are death. Citizen must obey the laws of his city, or his city will perish. The law of Athens condemned me, and therefore it is right I perish rather than the city that gave me life. So you see, my friends, the voice of reason tells me I have no choice but to die.
The jailer has come in with the cup of poisoned hemlock in his hand. He is trembling. His hand shakes as he approaches us.
Socrates, I know I shall not find you unreasonable like other men. They are angry with me. They curse me when I beg them drink the poison because the authorities make me do it. I'm sure that you will not be angry with me, but with those you know are to blame.
Friends, how courteous the man is. How generously he weeps for me. And the whole time I've been here, he has been constantly to see me and has been the best of men. And now, I wish to prophesy to those Athenians who have condemned me. For I am dying, and then it is that men have most prophetic power. I prophesy that as soon as I am dead, a far severer punishment than death will surely overtake my judges. They have done this thing thinking they will be relieved from having to give an account of their lives. But if they think by putting men to death, they will restrain men from reproaching them for the evil of their lives, they are very much mistaken. It is much better for you and much easier not to silence reproaches, but to make yourselves as perfect as you can. This is my parting prophecy to those who have condemned me. Of you, my friends, I have but one request to make. When my sons grow up, visit them with punishment, if need be, and vex them in the same way I have vexed you. If they seem to you to care for riches or for any other thing before virtue, and if they think they are something when they are nothing at all, reproach them as I have reproached you for not caring for what they should and for thinking they are great men when in fact they are worthless. If you will do this, I and my sons will have received our deserts at your hands. And now the time has come. I to die, and you to live. Whether life or death is the better is known to God, and to God only.
Wait, Socrates. I think the sun is upon the hills. It is not yet set, so do not hurry. There is still time.
My dear Crito, by drinking the poison a little later, I think I shall gain nothing but my own contempt for so greedily saving up life which is already spent. The state of death is one of two things. Either the dead man wholly ceases to be and loses all sensation, or it is a migration of the soul unto another place. If death is like a sleep unbroken by any dreams, it would be a wonderful gain, for then it would appear that eternity is nothing more than a single night. But if death is a journey to another place, what greater good can there be than this? To sit and converse with such gods as Orpheus and Homer. I am willing to die many times if this be true. I pray the gods my journey hence may be prosperous. That is my prayer. Be it so.
Socrates has lifted the fatal cup to his lips.
No.
He is drinking the hemlock.
It's impossible to describe. I can almost taste the poison on my own lips, and it's on the lips of all who are here, of all who are listening. It is Greece that dies, Greece that is dying, but Socrates will live as long as truth will live. And this fateful day in the first year of the 95th Olympiad will be remembered as long as men cherish knowledge above life itself.
Athens, 399 years before Christ is born, Socrates dies.
You have been listening to The Death of Socrates, another broadcast in the series CBS Is There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Death of Socrates was written by Joseph Bliss and Robert Louis Cheon, and the role of the philosopher was portrayed by Walter Hamden, with Oliver Cliff as Meletus, Arnold Moss as Aristophanes, Carl Swenson as Plato, Esther Sondergaard as Xanthippe, Charles Webster as Crito, and Philip Clark as the jailer. Next week...
Philadelphia, July Accord, 1776. CBS is there.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It's Sunday. The old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Hello. Sit down, won't you? Vanity of vanities, all is vanities, saith the good book. And while the Bible doesn't mean it exactly the way I mean it, it does apply to our story, which is about the trouble caused by the vanity of one man. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president these events really happened to. But meanwhile, maybe you'll be able to guess. For some months, our country, unprepared as usual, had been at war. A bitter, bloody struggle. One morning, after a stormy cabinet meeting, I walked back to my own study.
No progress, Mr. President?
Did you ever drive a pair of horses, Miss Sarah?
No.
They have to move at the same rate, or you haven't got a team. And if you've got a lot of horses instead of only two...
The cabinet wouldn't appreciate being called a disjointed team of horses.
Oh, horses are fine. The trouble is I've got some mules in my train.
If you mean Secretary of War Miller, I'd have classified him with a peacock.
Oh, well, you're right. I don't think I ever met a man with so much vanity and so little basis for it. Anyway, I'm not going to put up with him any longer. I can't run a war and tame a peacock at the same time, so I'm going to turn the peacock loose. It's not a domestic bird anyway. It's wild. Let it enjoy its freedom.
Resign, Mr. President. Me resign? Why?
I don't want to hurt your feelings, Mr. Miller, but I'm afraid I've got to.
It isn't my feelings, Mr. President. It's far more than that.
I'm thinking of the future of our country.
Oh, fine. So am I. Sit down, please, Mr. Miller.
I'm quite happy standing, sir.
It makes me a little uncomfortable to feel I'm talking to a statue.
What?
Please sit down, Mr. Miller. And thank you. Now, sir, we're in a war, and at the moment we're not winning. As we're talking here, young men of our country are dying. Families are being smashed. A powerful enemy wants to destroy all the rest of us. My job is to preserve our country. That's my only thought in everything I'm going to say to you. Do you understand me?
Of course, but...
Now, let me go on. You're in my cabinet, Mr. Miller, not because you're qualified for the Secretary of War's job in any way, but because of political alliances and promises made in our party before the war started.
Why are you in the White House, Mr. President?
Because most of my fellow citizens chose me. And I've got to answer to them for everything I do. If anyone asks me now, why is your Secretary of War unable to manage his job, what can I answer?
Mr. President, I take exception to your whole attitude.
I'm sorry, but I don't think the War Department is being run very well. I've got to put somebody in there whom I can have more confidence in. And that's why I want you to resign.
This is the most outrageous thing that's ever been said to me.
Oh, please don't stand up again, Mr. Miller.
My feelings don't allow me to go on sitting. I say to you, sir, there's no greater patriot in all the nation than I.
I'm willing to believe it. However...
There is no man in Washington who takes his job more seriously.
No doubt about it,
And in the face of those two facts, you ask me to resign? Haven't you stopped to realize how you're humiliating me?
Mr. Miller, I dislike hurting people. But if I can avoid the death of one American soldier by hurting your feelings or anybody else's, I'll jump on him all day long. In your job, I want patriotism. I want hard work. But I want more than that. I want results. And I don't think you can give them to me.
You've been misled, Mr. President. The only reason for the present state of affairs in my department is the enormous pressure of events.
I know a little about the pressure of events.
And in a few weeks, all that confusion will pass.
You're only making this more painful for both of us. I've asked for your resignation. I'd like to have it, please.
I refuse to be made a scapegoat, a victim of... Why, the shame would last me the rest of my life.
Soldiers fighting and dying don't think about shame.
Mr. President, I beg you, try to understand what's happened, the problems I've had to face. I promise you that things will be improved in my department.
I'm sorry, Miller. It's too late for promises. My concern is for American lives. Your resignation will help save them. Well?
I refuse to resign. And I think, Mr. President, that if you try to force me to, you'll get more than you bargained for.
Mr. President, Senator Harper to see you.
Oh, thank you, Miss Sarah. Come in, Fred.
Good
Come
morning,
in.
Mr. President.
Good morning. I'm glad you're here, Fred. I want to sound you out about something.
All right, sir. Sound away.
If I nominate a new man for the cabinet as Secretary of War, will you support him when his name comes before the Senate?
A new man? Well, what's happened to Ben Miller?
Fred, I like to think I'm a tolerant man, and the Lord knows none of us is perfect. But I can't stand him anymore.
It's as simple as that.
Every bit. What's the matter?
Well, before you pick a new man, you have to get rid of the old one. Or have you done that already?
No, I haven't yet.
Well, is he so inefficient?
Peacocks are probably the stupidest birds there are.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Well, well, never mind. Yes, he's inefficient. He's vain. He doesn't use his office to help his country. He uses it as a platform for himself to strut upon.
Have you any evidence of inefficiency, sir?
The man himself, I'm sorry to say.
Oh. Well, I understand, Mr. President, but getting rid of him will be expensive.
Expensive? How?
You remember when you took office this term, sir? You were forced to make good on a number of political promises made by the party in your name. Well, Miller got into the cabinet on one of those promises, only because he's so powerful in the Pennsylvania branch of the party.
Party isn't so important when you're at war, Fred.
Well, right now, national unity is almost more important than anything else.
You don't seriously believe that national unity depends on Ben Miller?
Well, no, not alone, of course. But these days, I'd be willing to pay almost any price to avoid the slightest strain on it.
Including a poorly equipped army and lost battles?
Well, almost.
So you suggest I keep the Secretary of War with all his inefficiency and vanity?
Oh, Mr. President, please. All I'm saying is wait a little while. A man of Miller's type with a political weight that he can swing can make more trouble outside the cabinet than in it, and can cause more battles to be lost.
Well, I think you're overestimating his strength, Fred. But if you're right, the problem is much too serious for me to risk any controversy now, which might split the country and retard our war effort. I'm trapped, Miss Sarah.
But, Mr. President, why can't you simply remove Mr. Miller?
Usually it's enough to ask a cabinet member for his resignation. But to remove a man, you need evidence, grounds that'll stand up before public opinion.
Your word that he's inefficient should be enough.
It should be, but maybe Senator Harper is right. Maybe Miller could rock the boat. Maybe my way of doing things isn't the only way.
Well, you're the one that's responsible.
I know, Miss Sarah. Miller made the usual excuses, and he did go through the motions of promising to improve his department. Well, let's see just what he can do. Sometimes if you take a man at his word, he has to make it good.
Mr. President, what are you talking about?
About Mr. Miller's personality. A peacock loves to strut. Miss Sarah, take a letter to Mr. Miller.
All right, sir.
Dear Mr. Miller, upon reconsidering the subject of our discussion this morning, I believe it is to the best interests of the country not to demand your resignation at this time. You indicated that you could improve your department. I trust that you will do so and that you will include evidence of such improvement in your War Department report to be attached to my annual message to Congress.
Is that all, Mr. President?
Isn't that enough to get Miller going?
I had a message that you wanted to see me.
Yes, Cummings. Come in. Close the door.
Certainly. I was worried. What's the trouble?
Sit down, Cummings.
No, it's all right.
I dislike talking to a man who towers over me like a statue.
Huh? Oh, all right. Now what got you dander up?
It's not a joking matter. I've been insulted.
Oh, that's bad, isn't it?
By the president.
That's worse.
But I've decided to ignore the insult.
Very generous of you. What did he say?
I've decided to ignore the insult and heap coals of fire on his head.
How?
Please listen, Cummings, and don't interrupt.
Beg your pardon.
I want to show him that the War Department is the model department of them all. In other words, I want you to act more quickly.
Why the hurry?
See here, Cummings, I've made the War Department funds available to you to buy military supplies. I've as good as presented you with $1 million or more in brokerage fees. But it's perfectly legal. I only did it to save time. I've done nothing wrong. I'm still giving the orders.
Of course you are, Mr. Miller. When I said, why the hurry, I only meant we don't want to make any mistakes.
I'll worry about mistakes, Cummings. Meanwhile, I want you to move much faster. Every factory must be drained of whatever we need immediately. Weapons, ammunition, clothing, medical supplies, everything. I want to make the president eat his... I've got to prepare my report quite soon. And I want to impress the president with the efficiency of the War Department.
Mr. President, Representative Kent is here to see you, sir.
Kent?
He has an appointment.
He has? Well, I don't know what he wants, but you know what Kent's like. If he starts to talk too loud, you break in after a while, will you please?
I'll keep an ear cocked, Mr.
Thank
President.
you.
I'll bring him in now. Mr. Kent, will you come in, please?
Thank you. Oh, come right in, Mr. Kent.
You look tired, Mr. President.
Oh, no.
You look much more tired than when I saw you last.
Well, you're a plain-spoken man, Kent.
Life's too short to be roundabout. What do you think of Ben Miller?
Why?
Well, now, let's not be roundabout or crafty, Mr. President. We belong to opposite parties, but we're in a desperate war. Nothing else counts. What do you think of Ben Miller?
He's a vain peacock and an inefficient war secretary.
Understood. But is that all?
Well, I know of, yes.
Want to get rid of him?
I'd like nothing better, but entirely between us, Kent, his vanity prevents me. Besides, certain political reasons interfere.
Understood. We're dealing with human beings, and human beings can't do anything without getting political, no matter what it is. My wife, for instance...
Yes,
Well, let me ask you. Political influence wouldn't protect Miller if he were corrupt, would it?
Corrupt? Is he? How do you know?
I don't know, but I suspect, and on a huge scale.
That surprises me, Kent. Can you prove it? Can anybody prove it?
Not yet, but my committee is going to investigate. Why don't you get rid of him anyway?
I told you why. Besides, he suggested that given a little time, he could run the War Department much better.
Do you believe him?
Not exactly. But, well, the President of the United States doesn't know everything just because he's President. And we all have our faults and weaknesses.
You're very tolerant.
Kent, I'm not tolerant of the way the war is run. I'm quite sure you understand.
I think I do. Good day, Mr. President.
One thing, Kent. I want to make you a promise.
Yes?
Let me have evidence that Miller is corrupt and he'll be out of office in 20 minutes. In other words, I'll back your committee.
Understood.
In return, I want you to support the man I recommend to take Miller's place if it falls vacant.
Understood. But this understanding had better remain a secret of our own.
Oh, certainly. On my own part, it would fly at my throat.
Understood.
Yes.
Good day, sir.
Good day, and thank you, Mr. Kent.
Good day, Miss Sarah.
Good day.
Miss Sarah,
Yes, Mr. President.
thank you for your help, even if I didn't need it.
He seemed quite peaceful today, didn't he?
The interview was quite surprising.
Oh, I'm very glad. What happened?
I'm afraid I can't tell you, Miss Sarah.
Oh, a secret?
Kent's and mine.
Hmm.
Don't be offended now, please. Don't be offended.
You won't forget your due at the fort this afternoon.
Oh, yes, the military review.
Well, you've got to wear your heaviest coat, Mr. President. You'll have to be out there in the cold wind for over an hour. I suppose it was about Mr. Miller.
You suppose what was about Mr. Miller?
Mr. Kent's coming here.
Ah, you won't worm it out of me that way, Miss Sarah. Now, where did you say that heavy coat of mine is? Oh, General.
Yes, Mr. President.
It's a fine body of men.
Thank you, sir.
Don't you think so, Fred?
Certainly, sir. Mr. President.
Yes?
I've changed my mind about Ben Miller.
Oh?
I was wrong, sir. I think you ought to get rid of him no matter what it costs.
What made you change, Fred?
There's a fellow named Cummings who seems to be in Miller's confidence, sort of a broker. I've heard of him before, and he's not a very savory character.
Go on.
Well, I'm sure that if you forced Miller to resign and he threatened to make trouble, our knowing about his dealings with Cummings would keep him quiet.
Fred, I can't get rid of Miller.
What?
I'm keeping him in his job for the reasons you gave me.
But, sir, knowing what we know now...
What do we know? Sheer speculation. And look at those soldiers, Fred. Some of them are going to be killed in a few weeks. I think fewer will be killed if Miller stays in his job, at least for a while.
But what are you waiting for, sir? What changed your mind?
Gentlemen, the flag.
Miss Sarah, I'm ready now.
Very well, Mr. President. Is your message to Congress finished?
Yes, here it is. How about the individual reports from the Cabinet Office that go with it?
Oh, they're all here. Navy, Treasury, Attorney General. What's funny?
What?
I don't see Secretary Miller's report from the War Department.
Well, it must be there.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. President, it's not.
Well, it may have gone astray. Send a messenger over to his office, will you, please? Otherwise, we'll be late getting this report out.
Mr. President.
Yes?
Mr. Miller's report isn't coming to this office.
Why not?
He's had it printed and sent to newspapers all over the country, sir, without your seeing it at all.
Miss Sarah, have every one of those copies recalled and get Miller in here to see me inside of the next hour. Miller, what do you mean by issuing your report to the newspapers without my seeing it first?
I meant nothing.
You know every cabinet member has to come with his report to me. And that all reports, including the president's, are issued together.
Yes, I know.
Then why did you ignore that rule?
Because I had something very important to say in my report, and I didn't want it buried among the reports of the other cabinet members.
You didn't want it. You didn't want it. And what about the efficiency and cooperation you promised me?
My report is part of that.
In what way? What does your report say?
Most of it is routine, sir. Normal operations of the War Department. But the most important section deals with methods of buying war supplies.
Is that all?
It also deals with the racial problem in the Army.
Miller, don't you know that's one of the most ticklish issues the administration faces?
Of course. My idea...
I don't care what your idea is. It's not your business to set policy on a matter of this kind. I've ordered that report of yours recalled from the newspapers.
Mr. President, that's a deliberate insult.
Is that all you can think of, your feelings? If you've got a good idea about the Army's racial problems, I'll be only too happy to listen to it. But you know very well I can't have a delicate matter like that aired in public at a time like this. Now, after deleting the section on racial problems, I'll release your report along with the others. Good afternoon. Well, what do the papers say?
War Secretary's policy favored. One in favor of Miller.
Miller plan outspoken. That's two in favor. Mr. President, do you realize almost half the papers approve Miller's plan?
Yes, Fred, I do.
Here, listen to this. Miller's straightforward approach to the racial problem in the Army is commendable. This editor wonders why the President was so desirous of suppressing Secretary Miller's comments on this problem.
I'd like to know why so many papers printed that section after you cut it out, sir.
That's easy, Miss Sarah. When we ordered Miller's copies recalled, not all the papers responded. They were the ones who printed it so they could embarrass me.
Yeah, that must be it. Just listen to this. President suppresses part of War Department report. Does he seek to stifle independent expression? Oh, when are you going to get rid of Miller?
I don't know, friend. But remember, no road is so long.
Then I'm sorry, sir, to keep after you about this.
Oh, I know, Fred. I'm as anxious as you are, but until I'm in a position to prove...
President.
Yes.
A message from Representative Kent. He'd like to see you in the morning. It's important, sir.
Important? Mm-hmm. Well, maybe that road has an end after all, Miss Sarah. I tell you, Kent, I can't stand it much longer. You've come just in time.
I hope so, sir.
Well, let me hear what you found out.
You seem eager to prove another man a thief, sir.
It's not that, and you know it. Come on, Kent. Let me hear all of it.
My committee has completed its secret investigation of Secretary of War Miller. Here's a copy of the resolution I'm presenting to the entire House tomorrow. I guarantee you it will be passed.
Well?
Resolved that Benjamin Miller, Secretary of War, by investing Henry Cummings with the control of large sums of money and authority to purchase military supplies, has adopted a policy highly injurious to the public service and deserves the censure of the House.
Is that all?
Yes.
Then there was no evidence of corruption.
Not exactly.
What do you mean, Kent? Now, come, don't keep me dangling.
There's no corruption on Miller's part or Cummings.
But that resolution...
There is no corruption, at least none that we found. In other words, Miller is honest. But he's fabulously inefficient. He's dangerous to our success in the war. Does that help you?
It doesn't solve the bottom problem, Kent. Oh, I can force him out of the cabinet, but he's got to go gracefully, if you know what I mean.
I do not.
If his feelings are ruffled, he'll tear my own party apart from under my feet. As I told you, it comes down to a problem of vanity, Kent. What other job can I induce him to take? That'll make him feel he's been promoted.
Understood, but I'm sorry I can't help you there. However, my promise to support your new man is still good.
Understood.
Good day, sir.
Good day. Miss Sarah?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kent's leaving, Miss Sarah.
Good day, Miss Sarah.
Good day. Mr. President, some letters and dispatches.
All right, put them on the desk, please.
I'll take this one back, Mr. President. I'm sure you don't want to worry about it. From our minister in Russia, he's asking to be relieved so he can come home and join the army.
We'll send it over to the State Department.
Yes, by the next messenger.
Thank you.
Was Mr. Kent's visit about Mr. Miller again?
Yes.
Is it still secret?
No, I thought I had a chance of forcing Miller to resign without any trouble. I was wrong, but I'm beginning to think You know, Miss Sarah, let me see that letter.
Which one, sir?
The one from Russia.
Oh, sorry.
Minister to Russia, huh? Miss Sarah, I want to see Fred Harper right away.
Cummings, you've seen this congressional resolution?
Yes, I'm getting famous, I'm sorry to say.
You think everything's a joke. It's not a joke. Look at what a fool it makes out of me.
Oh, I don't think any resolution could do that.
Look how humiliating it is. Cummings, I wish I were out of this job. There were only some way I could get out of it gracefully.
Wait a minute, Mr. Miller. You're doing a wonderful job for our country.
And for you. You're making enormous profits for yourself.
You said yourself there's nothing illegal in it, and Kent's committee couldn't find anything wrong in it. Besides, it's the fate of all great men to be criticized.
Just the same, Cummings. I meant what I say. Come in. Oh, Senator Harper. Come in, sir. You know Mr. Cummings?
We've met, I think.
Yes, Senator.
Oh, Mr. Cummings, please don't go.
What is it, Senator?
I brought this note for you from the President.
Oh, thank you. Dear Mr. Miller, after much consideration, I have decided that your services to your country can be best utilized in a diplomatic capacity. I therefore recommend that you accept appointment. Senator Harper, what does this mean?
Just what it says, Mr. Miller.
He asked for my resignation and I refused. Now he's simply trying to kick me upstairs. This is humiliating, Senator. I'm giving the very best that's in me, and this is the thanks I get. A brief letter. He throws me a bone. Well, Senator, just tell the president for me, I'm not that hungry.
But I don't quite understand you, Fred. Wasn't he interested in the post?
Well, I told you, sir. He said you were throwing him a bone.